In Murim, a beautiful monastery of the heavenly demon cult hid among the mountains, and its followers trained day after day in the hope of achieving perfection. Or at least get closer to the cult's patriarch, the heavenly demon. In mastery of martial arts and magic, he himself spent more and more days in meditation. It was precisely from his meditation that he was distracted by the appearance from the portal of the first elder of this monastic order, the Demon Fist, who bowed respectfully in greeting. The man said that all 9 sects, orthodox and unorthodox, had already been subjugated by the cult, so why was the heavenly demon inactive? He reproached the mentor for not caring about the concerns of the order. All responsibility fell on the shoulders of the elder. The head of the cult asked him to calm down. The master sternly reminded the Demon Fist that during one of the divine art practices, his soul separated. It was impossible to return to the body. What did carelessness have to do with it? The patriarch added that it was only fun at first. The opportunity to fly to the moon and back is quite funny, but it certainly does not help in worldly affairs. The elder began to cry. He cried that the head of the cult didn't care about the monastery at all, and that the mentor's nerves had given out. He shouted that there was no need to cry. Let him listen to the end. The heavenly demon swung and delivered an incredible blow that should have instantly taken the life of his subordinate, but it did not happen. He continued to kneel, and the patriarch explained that no matter how great a master of the divine arts he was, without a physical body there was no point in it at all. Suddenly, right in the middle of the hall, a black portal appeared, clearly of elemental origin. The old man froze. He did not expect to see this. With each passing second, the portal became larger and larger, and an energy vortex formed around it, which began to draw air from the room inside. The irresistible force became more and more noticeable, and soon the incorporeal shell of the heavenly demon began to be pulled into the black hole between the planes. The master was outraged by such impudence and cast rock weight, which should have increased his mass to 6 tons, shouting that he couldn't be kidnapped so easily. The problem was that without a body, the spell was completely useless. The patriarch continued to be sucked in. The head of the cult suddenly realized his complete helplessness in the current situation. Tears welled up in his eyes. It was terrible. In an instant, the heavenly demon was completely swallowed up by the portal, after which it began to rapidly shrink in size. The room became quiet and calm again, with only a few bluish flashes of energy reminding us of what had happened. The world he went to was cruel, especially towards those who were weak. People were quick to accuse each other of weakness and worthlessness. If there was a drama and someone died or was injured, some spineless, good-natured person was always to blame. This was Hyun-soo, who woke up in his room from a nightmare. At first his colleagues made fun of him, and then his brother called for help. The guy screamed. He sat up in bed, continuing to keep his mouth open. Although he already understood that it was just a dream, reality still did not please him. With the thought that he was tired of life, of memories, and of his own worthlessness, the hero sat on the bed for several hours, practically without changing his position. The past appeared as if those 2 years that separated the terrible events from our days had never happened. Then portals to other worlds appeared all over the earth, and monsters came out of them. Hundreds of monsters destroyed everyone and everything that came their way. Not a single corner of the planet remained unnoticed by them. Humanity defended itself using the best weapons. The most powerful countries used the most modern and powerful developments. It was all in vain. Against the countless hordes of monsters, all these weapons turned out to be almost completely useless. Humanity was threatened with complete destruction, and then Mother Nature herself took on the role of savior, and superpowers began to awaken en masse in people. The greatest concentration of power allowed one to resist monsters, and so S-Rank hunters emerged, gaining enormous power and respect. At first they managed to defend themselves from monsters. Soon special shields appeared, people mastered magic and spells. Soon attack weapons appeared, the number of monsters gradually decreased, and the number of hunters increased. Ultimately, this war ended with the victory of humans, and S-Rank hunters were recognized as the highest class, enjoying unlimited powers. Among them were ranged warriors, tanks, healers, And there were also magicians, each using their special gift to the maximum. But we are much more interested in what happened to the people whose special abilities did not manifest, to ordinary people like Hyun-soo, who woke up from a nightmare in his room. Park Hyun-soo became a support. His duties included providing information and other services to hunters during the clearing of monsters. There was little work, and the boy was living from hand to mouth. But the worst thing was that he could no longer pay for his brother's hospital stay, which he had just received a message about. Due to the lack of hospital beds and the guy's huge debt, his brother was doomed to die a long and painful death at home. The hero was overcome with despair. Park Hyun-soo couldn't do anything, but he thought that if the patient didn't have a guardian, the state would take care of him. But suddenly, the guy felt a movement of air behind his back and froze. It was a black portal, the same as the one we saw in Murim, the monastery of the heavenly demon cult, but now it did not draw space inward, but emitted energy outward. The young man began to be literally blown away by a powerful stream of air. It seemed that a little more and he would be left without a face. Park Hyun-soo screamed, calling for help. Meanwhile, the already familiar to us heavenly demon appeared from the portal, or rather his disembodied shell, which moved to another world. He flew out as quickly as a bullet and crashed straight into the solar plexus of the owner of the room, knocking him off his feet. The landing, fortunately, was quite soft. Both fell onto the hero's unfolded bed, so although they were scared, they were not injured. The boy asked the old man in horror who he was, and the heavenly demon was surprised to discover that Park Hyun-soo was not only able to see him, but also felt his touch. The incident made the young man jump back, hitting the wall painfully. He was simply horrified by what was happening. The hero shouted that if the old man who broke into the apartment was trying to rob him, then he was in the wrong place. There was absolutely nothing to steal. Not paying the slightest attention to his cries, the patriarch looked around, trying to figure out where he was and where the portal had moved him. He even rose into the air to get a better look at the situation. Park Hyun-soo looked at what was happening in surprise, not understanding how a person was able to float in the air. The guy asked if the old man was a hunter. He didn't understand what he was talking about, but he was interested in the computer monitor. The master had never seen anything like it before. He was still incorporeal. His hand passed through the screen. The guy was screaming at that time for the ghost of death to spare him. He changed his mind about dying. He needed to protect his brother. A flick on the nose silenced him. The sky demon did not like that he was first called a thief and now a ghost of death. Here he was surprised to discover that he could actually touch the guy, but why only him remained unclear. It was necessary to think about what the reason could be. The patriarch was lost in thought, tugging at his long gray beard. It was necessary to check on other people. The demon headed towards the door. Park Hyun-soo shouted after him that it wouldn't hurt to open them first. There were many surprises waiting for the sky demon on the street. He had never been to a metropolis before, and had never seen cars. The old man was most interested in how these horseless carts could move at high speed. This was definitely not his native middle plane. He had to ask someone where he ended up, but passers-by did not see the demon. He came very close to the guy in glasses, but he didn't notice it at all, and he also failed to touch the passerby. It became obvious that the heavenly demon was only material for the boy in the room the portal led him to. It was necessary to immediately return there and continue exploring my capabilities in this world and in interaction with the hero. He had just finished covering the black hole of the portal in the wall with paper and tape. Although it wasn't a reliable barrier, it was somehow calmer. The guy thought that this was most likely a portal, and therefore he should report its appearance to the city authorities. Then the phone rang, and Park Hyun-soo jumped at the sound. He needed to get down to business and not waste time on nonsense. Too many problems had accumulated. Hunter Kim Hok's son called, one of the best in the city. It was unexpected, but very nice. It was about work. The hunter needed a sap ort to work on clearing a new portal. The young man happily agreed to come to the specified location as soon as possible. Hyun-soo decided that this was a sign of fate. It was definitely not time to die yet, but the portal was Class B, which meant he had to prepare as much as possible. A voice from behind said that in his area, those who chatted to themselves were called holy fools. It was the old man again. The guy started yelling. The hero screamed so loudly that he did not understand why he came back, that the doors of all the neighbors on the floor shook. The sky demon replied that he himself was not thrilled with the prospect of ending up in this wretched hut, but apparently it was destined for him. Noticing that the guy was packing his things, the master asked where he was going. Hyun-soo replied that a portal had opened and he should help the hunter. When he returned, he would like to find the apartment empty. He was surprised to realize that the old man didn't know what portals and hunters were. The guy was already on the stairs when he added that he would call the police if the uninvited guest didn't leave his home. Saying that if he got there on foot, the sun would set, the old man grabbed him by the collar of his jacket and dragged him up. The patriarch used the heavenly demon wing spell and lifted the young man into the air to fly around the city. The people on the street froze. The sight was quite unusual, even in a world where monsters had appeared. Passers-by decided that they were looking at an awakened hunter. Park Hyun-soo begged to go downstairs. It was not his plan to attract unnecessary attention to himself, and he was scared. Finding himself above the bus station, he shouted to the old man that they had already arrived at the right place, and that he should at least come down to earth here. It didn't take much to tell him twice. The sky demon loosened his fingers, and our hero fell to the sidewalk like a sack of potatoes. Having risen to his feet, he realized that his vestibular system was not ready for such attractions. Coping with the nausea turned out to be difficult. Soon, the required bus began to travel its route, first along the streets of the metropolis, but the final destination was far outside the city. Hyun-soo was visibly nervous. He had accepted the job offer impulsively, and now he was thinking that the B-level portals were indeed very dangerous. But if he survives, there will be enough money to pay off the hospital debt. Then the old man's voice interrupted his thoughts with a question about where they were going. The heavenly demon hung from the ceiling of the bus, and after listening to the boy's scream, explained that some force was constantly returning him to it. Realizing that the conversation would not take place, the patriarch simply continued his journey, looking around the surroundings. He himself wanted to stop it. They finally arrived at Gangdong-gu in the Ilcha Mountains. At the peak where the portal opened, they were distributing equipment to the supports. The hunters were about to arrive. Everyone received one box. People were noticeably nervous, but our hero was much more worried than the others, because some kind of ghost had followed him. Soon the heroes arrived. They had to enter first. The portal was quite large and had a rectangular shape, like most of those that did not appear spontaneously. Kim Hak-seong announced through a megaphone that he would be leading the operation, which would consist of 1 B-class hunter, 4 C-class hunters, and 5 supports. Yaren, a B-class hunter, reminded that the portal was dangerous, so experienced participants in the operation should keep an eye on the newcomers. The support started to get equipment, and Park Hyun-soo heard 2 of them admit that they only agreed to this job to see the huntress. She was their idol. Here the young man heard a familiar voice saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, but now they would quickly catch up. Choi Jun-sung, a B-class hunter, asked him how he had the nerve to continue being a support after what the guy did in the last operation. This bastard beat our hero more than once, although this was his style of communication with all supports without exception. Choi Jun-sung had a habit of provoking people and then beating them up because they didn't get his joke. Once he put Hyun-soo out of action for a month for no reason. The guy tried to cover himself with his hands, expecting a jab, but the hunter just laughed, saying that instead of being surprised, he should have said hello. He leaned over to the young man and asked who had called him to invite him to take part in the operation, and he replied that it was Kim Hak-sun. The hero finally received a blow to the solar plexus with a request to try to make sure that this time everything goes better than the previous one. While he was clearing his throat, Choi Jun-sung walked towards the portal, adjusting his hair with a satisfied expression. The old man noticed that the hunter was some kind of extremely unpleasant guy, to which he received the explanation that he was always causing problems and blaming others for it. The heavenly demon hit the young man on the back so hard that he started coughing again. This was completely unexpected. The guy indignantly asked what was wrong. Everyone around started whispering that Park Hyun-soo had gone crazy and was talking to himself. The master called him a disgrace. The signal to begin the operation was given, and all participants moved towards the barrier separating the portal from their world. The hunters were the first to step into the unknown. They had done this many times, but despite their outward confidence, they could not shake off their inner anxiety. Our hero and his ghostly companion also entered. Park Hyun-soo thought that no matter how many times he had to do this in the past, it was impossible to get used to it. The patriarch thought that the sensations when passing through the portal were the same as when he was sucked into the world of this boy. Soon everything ended. They got out on the other side. The group took a few steps into another world. The ground beneath their feet was dry. It seemed they should prepare to meet the monsters of the desert. The operation leader asked the support to conduct an analysis of the territory to understand what could be expected here. The girl took out the equipment and activated the echolocators to hear better. She put on headphones. The sky demon advised the youth to go ahead and explore the area on his own, but Park Hyun-soo replied that it was against the rules. The old man was indignant that the hero could not take a step without an order, and he was just a porter, so the young man had absolutely nothing to say in response to this. The demon added that although there was a desert on the surface, he felt the movement of underground waters. The hero laughed that one should not pretend to be an oracle. The support girl turned to the commander and said that the essence of this world is water, even though it may seem strange, but that is exactly what the device shows. Choi Jun-sung accused her of making the measurements wrong, to which he received a negative answer. The beauty was confident that she was right. While the hunter was indignant that such a result was impossible, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and a stream of water rushed upward in a wave. The pressure was so strong that some of the supports had to jump to the sides, screaming to protect their equipment. Together with the water, mermaids armed with sharp spears appeared from under the ground, and with loud, warlike cries, they launched an attack on the people. The participants in the operation, who had no such experience, fled in terror, but the monsters quickly caught up with them. The man with the mustache commanded the newcomers to stick to the hunters, and everyone else to take care of themselves. The monsters were not only well armed, but also had sharp, dangerous teeth, which also did not inspire optimism. Their movements were fast, and soon the people were forced to retreat quickly or give battle to the mermaids. Everyone acted based on previous experience, but there was not a single participant in the operation who was not surprised by the sudden attack in the first minutes of the raid. Some were injured. Park Hyun-soo shouted that the first minutes after passing the portal should be safe. He was indignant that everything did not go according to plan. The hunter he was supporting reached out for the spear. The guy hesitated a little, thinking that they were barely coping. At this time, the mermaid attacked him with a trident, but instead of parrying the blow with the spear he was holding, Park Hyun-soo simply screamed loudly. He fell backwards onto the ground, dropping the weapon he was supposed to hand over to the hunter. This was unacceptable. Kim Hak-sun was attacked by two opponents at once, and the spear was left lying under his feet a few meters from its owner. The mermaid's weapon pierced the guy's bulletproof vest as if it were ordinary clothing. The hero was scared and did not know how best to act. It became obvious that he would have to act, but the only question that remained was how exactly, because the guy was seriously confused. And what could he do against the huge monster that hung right over him, armed with a hefty harpoon? Another second and Park Hyun-sung would have been a wet spot, but he managed to move back a little, avoiding the blow. It was obvious that this was only a temporary solution. Sweat was pouring down the young man's face like hail. He bit his lip. The huge harpoon rose into the air again to fall upon the completely defenseless enemy. The monster looked terrifying, his weapon too. But the worst thing was that this mermaid moved incredibly fast. It seemed like Hyun-sung was about to face death again, but at the last moment the monster suddenly lost its head. On the platform stood the heavenly demon, who had just discovered through experience that he could still fight monsters in an incorporeal shell. The old man muttered under his breath that times were different now. He had to fight some fishmen. Let the boy watch and pay attention. It's not often you see a master in battle. He easily dodged the harpoon strike and prepared to make a lightning-fast counterattack to get rid of his opponent. On the other side, a trident fell upon the heavenly demon, but even here the attack failed. The man was faster. He used his signature punch, and the mermaid was completely unable to participate in the battle. Another one, armed with a spear, approached closely to avenge his fallen comrades, his eyes burning with fire. The patriarch used some kind of spell and blew in the direction of the enemy, and no one else attacked him from that side. But the mermaid attacked from the opposite side, receiving a blow from the palm and a comment about how one would have to grow 1,000 years to inflict even a scratch on the heavenly demon. The enemy turned out to be stronger than expected and did not leave this blow unanswered, charging his fist at the old man. The patriarch used magic and simply stopped his limbs in mid-flight. It wasn't that difficult. The next spell, Flash of Chaos, was supposed to destroy all enemies within a radius of 45 meters. The mermen had no chance of revenge for their dead relatives. The old man gathered all his strength and raised his fist, concentrating the energy as much as possible in one point. The explosion was so powerful that the flash blinded everyone around for a few seconds, and the silhouette of the heavenly demon became huge. The defeated enemies scattered in all directions, some of them having slightly less of certain body parts. The people were not hurt. They continued to fight, but were quite surprised by what happened, not understanding who was using such powerful magic. Park Hyun-soo even froze. He also didn't expect that the ghost that followed him would turn out to be such a powerful warrior. He stood at the very epicenter of the explosion, having assumed his usual dimensions, completely unharmed, although the point here was that the old man did not have a material shell. Thus, no one except our hero saw him. The hunters decided that this guy had destroyed a good half of the enemies. But this is impossible. He is just a simple man. It turned out that this was not the end yet. A mermaid boss appeared from underground, a huge and very ferocious monster that roared loudly. The heavenly demon was delighted. He finally had at least a somewhat interesting opponent. The old man called him the Fish Prince and even decided to say hello, although all these formalities were more likely necessary for him personally. Saying that the enemy had the honor of dying at the hands of the master, the patriarch prepared to deliver a crushing blow with a fist enveloped in chi energy. The Fish Prince bared his disgusting teeth, and either glowing mucus or flame appeared in his mouth. It was difficult to tell. The heavenly demon made his strike, but the hand passed through the enemy, something he could not have foreseen in advance. The master realized that he had spent all his chi energy to the last drop, and now again could not inflict the slightest damage on the monsters. They continued to advance. One of the mermaids was already ready to jump on Park Hyun-soo, who was hiding behind the same rock. The guy was completely confused, and when the monster attacked, he didn't react at all, dooming himself to certain death. Only at the last moment did the young man remember that he had protective magic and managed to put up a block. This saved him, but not too much. He simply didn't have the strength left for another such trick, and besides, the blow sent him flying several meters to the side. Hyun-soo lay on the ground and thought that he wouldn't even move. He would die, so it was destined to be so. And yet the thought of his brother did not allow him to give up. The guy tried to get up to find at least some shelter. The mermaids continued to attack. Our hero again bent down to the ground. He was swaying and just wanted to bury himself somewhere in the sand, like an ostrich. Then a familiar voice said that if the young man didn't get up right now, he would simply die. And so it happened. The huge mermaid struck exactly where our hero had just been lying. He screamed in fear, realizing that he had survived only thanks to the old man. The heavenly demon pointed out the direction of Hyun-soo's movement with his foot, while also giving him a light kick to speed up the pace so that he wouldn't be too careless. The monster just jumped to where the young man was, and he rolled to the side practically from under his feet. While the monster made another jump, the guy crawled away a little more. It seemed he began to understand how the tactic of dodging blows worked, but it couldn't last forever. While Park Hyun-soo was thinking about what to do, the patriarch saved him from the mermaid's next blow. He was not delighted, but still helped the hero. And yet the young man had to learn to cope on his own, so he received a hefty kick in the ass with the words that it was time to finish off this annoying fishman. The monster's eyes glowed with fire, and saliva began to drip from its mouth. Apparently, it was already imagining how it was eating the annoying boy. When the teeth were right next to his face, the hero could not bear it and began to cry again. After all, he really lacked fighting spirit. The old man shouted that the monster only looked powerful. He had very thin bones. If he broke his collarbone, everything would go like clockwork. The hero prepared to follow the instructions. He closed his eyes and hit the right spot with all his might. There was no choice. Otherwise, he would simply be eaten alive. The blow turned out to be quite strong. The master advised hitting with elbows when fighting in close combat, and it worked. The first blow was followed by a second one, which was much easier to do, and little by little the guy gained courage. After the third blow, the enemy fell to the ground. Following the instructions of the mentor, it turned out to be quite possible to defeat the enemy, but this was not the end yet. The heavenly demon ordered Park Hyun-soo to finish off the monster, otherwise it would quickly regenerate and devour them all. While the boy was trying to comprehend that he had just killed the mermaid with his bare hands, the old man was already preparing his next order. It was necessary to take the spear and finish the job. The spear was excellent, practically new and quite light. The hero took the weapon with an awkward gesture. He had never killed a living creature before. He needed to gather his courage. Slugs, of course, don't count. Such a monster had to be killed with one strong blow, calculating the trajectory well. The master reminded him that he needed to do everything quickly, otherwise the creature would rise and devour him, and his comrades could use some help. The hunters fought with all their might. The men worked in pairs, but they had almost no control over the situation. Ayarin had a lighter workload, and the girl was able to keep her area under control, but everything could change at any moment. Our hero suddenly felt quite clearly that he was now in a war. A real war against monsters. He remembered how 2 years ago he was riding in a car with his parents and brother. Nothing foreshadowed the tragedy. But suddenly a huge purple monster emerged from right under the highway, and their car, like a toy, flew off the road and flipped over. The last time the boy saw his parents alive was then. They were screaming in fear, realizing that they could die themselves and lose their children. His mother and father died that day, and the hero's heart sank at the thought and then began to pound madly, anticipating revenge. Remembering that his brother was currently in the hospital and that he needed to get money to pay for it, Park Hyun-soo decided to take action. Shouting that it was all because of people like this vile monster, he raised his spear high above his head and raised his hands to strike. The guy put all his strength and all his hatred into it, and in order not to be afraid of the sight of blood, he closed his eyes tightly. It was his first time killing. A bright blue glow illuminated him, and a message appeared that the hero had managed to overcome the difficulties. Park Hyun-soo realized that this was an awakening. He had just discovered his gift, his superpowers. It was incredible. A table with his parameters and characteristics immediately appeared, but what the hero read in it shocked him. It was so hard to wrap his head around that the young man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets from disappointment. His unique ability turned out to be following clues. It is impossible to even imagine a more pitiful talent. The battle was very difficult. The hunters were exhausted and could barely stand on their feet. Choi Jun-sung was even slightly unsteady. Quite a few monsters were destroyed, but there were also casualties among the supports. Continuing the operation meant endangering the lives of the others. Why monsters of such a level appeared in the Class B portal remained unclear. Apparently, the intelligence service had misjudged the situation. the hunters decided to retreat. They had to leave to avoid dying a senseless and terrible death. Yeren gave the order to retreat and called on everyone who could stand on their feet to help the wounded. People began to slowly move towards the exit. Someone poked a spear into the corpses of the fishmen, falling into hysterics from what they had experienced. Park Hyun-soo escaped without injury, but he couldn't comprehend that he had gotten into such a mess. It was the first time he could remember. Looking at the heavenly demon, the boy suddenly clearly realized that without his help, he had no chance of surviving today. Then the leader of the squad called out to him and said that after they were safe, they needed to talk. Our hero was frightened, deciding that the boss wanted to reprimand him and assign him a punishment, which would be very unpleasant. Even as he passed through the portal, he could not shake off the obsessive thought that he had done something wrong and would now be left without a salary. But then his wounded comrade groaned, and Hyun-soo decided that he had no reason to worry, because this time everything was done without any mistakes. Soon, small waves appeared on the other side of the portal in the human world, which meant that the operation participants were about to arrive. The Hunters Association decided to honor the dead posthumously, and before heading to the city, they observed a minute of silence in their memory. The hunters who returned from the raid bowed their heads in sorrow, each of them realizing that some of the responsibility for these deaths was on their shoulders. Choi Jun-sung was more depressed than the others because he was worried about his image, and such an incident would clearly affect his career. Suddenly, Kim Hak-sung ended his speech by saying that despite all the pain, one should welcome the awakened one. There was applause, but all our hero could think about was how the boss found out that he had developed superpowers because everyone was busy fighting. So that's what the squad leader wanted to talk about. Well, now all that was left was to pack and hand over the equipment because it was the property of the association. Packing boxes was even pleasant. It helped to distract myself and forget about the nightmare I had just experienced in reality. Then someone's hand fell on Hyun-soo's shoulder. It was Choi Jun-sung, who whispered that the boy shouldn't be too happy. He added that the world was definitely going crazy, and our hero was thinking about what the villain was planning and why he had approached him. The man slapped the guy on the cheeks and said in a nasty voice that someone had died and someone had woken up. That's how it happens. After which the hunter asked what ability Park Hyun-soo had awakened in himself, but the hero didn't really want to answer. The people around also listened. They didn't like that Jun-sun was pestering the support again, but they were also interested to know what gift the new awakened one had. The guy thought for a moment about whether he should voice this information to everyone, but then he exhaled and said that his ability was following clues. The hunter puffed out his cheeks with laughter and began to make obscene sounds. The others also couldn't hold back their smiles. Someone even laughed loudly. After Jun-sung burst out laughing, no one could hold back anymore. Following the prompts sounded simply ridiculous. Park Hyun-soo didn't want to be a laughing stock, so an old man approached him and asked if he understood correctly that the boy was embarrassed by his newfound ability. He asked the patriarch to be quiet. Jun-sung heard and asked if the support had gone crazy after waking up. To test this, the hunter immediately offered to test the young man's superpower right then and there. Following the hints was automatically activated, and the sky demon prompted the hero to take a step back. He followed the order just in time, the hunter's fist whistling a few centimeters from the tip of the boy's nose. Choi Jun-sung was not prepared for this. Usually there were no problems with hitting a support. The statistics message appeared that Hyun-soo's attack power had increased by 15%, which was just in time because his opponent had decided to have a real fight. He raised his hand to strike, preparing to get even with the awakened one. The guy froze in place, waiting for the old man's next hint. She didn't keep herself waiting long. The patriarch advised her to perform a tiger squat to the left and an attacking punch from below to the right. Noticing that Hyun-soo didn't understand, the demon initiated the recording of this technique in his mind in order to master the new skill. The hero felt that time had stopped. These skills were being embedded in his memory. The lightning strike was especially noticeable. The enemy didn't give him a chance to wait long and attacked. The support performed a tiger crouch, dodging his attack. It was time to counterattack, and Hyun-soo prepared his hand to try out the newly recorded technique. All that had to be done was to allow the brain to use the information received, and the young man did just that. He was so fast and the blow so strong that he threw the hunter, who did not have time to defend himself, back several meters. Right in the middle of his protective armor, a rather noticeable dent had now formed, and Jun Xiong was completely surprised. His fall was simply epic. The man flipped several times in the air, each time hitting his head on the ground. Finally, he lay sprawled on the grass, unable to move. Who would have thought that someone who had just woken up would be able to fight like that? The crowd also did not hide their delight. With one blow, the former support completely defeated the B-rank hunter. The leader of the raiding party hurried to check if Jun Xiong's pulse was normal, but he continued to lie motionless. After making sure that his subordinate was alive, Kim Hak-sun ordered doctors to be called, and the crowd gradually continued to grow. Our hero couldn't believe that he had just made such an incredible blow. He held his hand by the wrist, as if not believing in the reality of what was happening. The leader approached him and called him by name, reminding him that the use of force against a senior colleague could result in criminal liability. Then he leaned closer and whispered with a smile that he would pretend not to notice anything the first time. The hunter also added that he would put in a good word for the hero in the association. He should be assigned a class. Everyone was delighted that the support had beaten Jun Xiong. Here a pleasant female voice expressed congratulations to Hyun-soo. The guy looked around, not believing his ears. It was Ayarin. The girl extended her hand, greeting the awakened one, and said that she really hoped that they would work well together in the future. The huntress turned around and left. The hero's heart was pounding like crazy. The old man playfully asked if the young man really liked this maiden so much. The young man shouted that not at all. Let the old man not talk nonsense. The girl looked back, not understanding why the support was arguing with himself so emotionally. Here, Park Hyun-soo thoughtfully rubbed his chin and turned to the heavenly demon with a question, who irritably said that he should tell it like it is, and not beat around the bush. Then the hero fell to his knees before him and folded his hands in a pleading gesture. He asked the mentor to take him as a student. The answer was silence, and the young man repeated his request to be taught martial arts. He bowed even lower, deciding that he was not being respectful enough when he repeated his request for the third time to be accepted as a student. Finally, Park Hyun-soo's patience snapped, and he indignantly asked why the old man was not answering, and he said that he simply did not want to be his teacher. The heavenly demon explained that he no longer takes on students at all, since if he did this, he would not have time to practice martial arts himself. Here the young man asked in surprise what was the point of him practicing something without a physical shell. The patriarch froze. He constantly forgot about his own incorporeality. The hero continued to insist that the mentor had said several times that he was incredibly bored, so why then complain about the lack of time? The icing on the cake was the reminder that if the young man died, the demon would not be able to return to where he came from. The heavenly demon thought that there was a grain of truth in this. The boy was so helpless in the portal that without him he would have certainly died. The patriarch asked what would happen if he trained the hero and he became a hunter. Would this allow freedom of movement? The hero asked what he meant, portals or something else. The old man replied that he was talking about all worlds. The guy explained that if he reached rank A, he would be given freedom of movement, and if rank S, he would become untouchable. No one would be able to challenge him. The master raised his hand and shouted that in that case he was untouchable. Hyun-soo noticed that he was catching on quickly. The old man, bending over in a jump, commanded the hero to go through the ritual of 9 bows. He did not understand what he was talking about. The demon explained that he was taking him as a student, let him bow 9 times. The guy beamed with happiness and joy. But then his face was distorted with fear. Park Hyun-soo looked around and noticed that there were many people around. The mentor said that it was now or never. If he really wanted to learn something, he had to ignore the opinions of others, and our hero decided to do it. The young man began to bow, repeating his request to become his teacher, and this could not fail to attract the attention of the crowd. Iarin said that the guy seemed to be not all there, to which the squad leader muttered that it was from stress and that he would soon be back to normal. By evening, Park Hyun-soo returned home. He was very exhausted, but incredibly happy with the past day. But as soon as he crossed the threshold of the apartment, he ran into trouble. The old man shouted in a voice that was not his own, that his foot would not step into this filth. He rose into the air and ordered the student to clean up immediately. The boy muttered something about it being better to wait until tomorrow. He was tired. The old man was adamant and had to urgently grab a rag. Moreover, the heavenly demon closely monitored that there was no dust left in the corners. Here he also noticed sheets of paper on the wall, immediately wondering why they were there. The young man was confused. Having shown the portal, the hero said that he was scared to look at it, but now it's somehow calmer. The master looked thoughtfully into the black void and chuckled loudly. It seemed that an interesting idea had come to his mind. A moment later, the patriarch was already diving into the portal, as if he hadn't just asked him to start cleaning the apartment. In the end, all that was left was the hand tugging at Park Hyun-soo's sleeve and a loud voice commanding him to follow. Soon, both were floating in the space between worlds, neither of them knowing where this path would lead them. When they went outside, the old man said that the place was very strange. He felt only emptiness and nothing else. The guy sat down in fear. When he finally gathered his courage and stood up, the teacher informed him that this was a great place to undergo a life and death test, and the hero became scared again. He tried to clarify, but the teacher simply ordered him to take off his shirt and sit down. He was adamant, and the young man had to obey. Hyun-soo sat there, sweating from the tension, and the mentor sat behind him, preparing to begin. The heavenly demon folded his hands and entered into deep meditation. A bright blue glow began to spread around him. When enough energy had accumulated in his palms, the master placed his hands on the guy's back, continuing to remain in maximum concentration of consciousness. He explained that he was currently busy tuning the student's meridians and energy nodes. It was necessary for the energy currents in his body as well as his blood circulation to function properly. The heavenly demon added that if he was uncomfortable, then there could be no talk of any studies. It would be much more difficult from now on. The hero gritted his teeth and decided to endure. Soon it became difficult to hold back. The young man quietly moaned. Apparently this was far from the end. The master rained ice and flames down on his back. The old man's eyes became completely insane, and powerful streams of chi energy passed through his mind. The guy turned red, his eyes rolled back, and a grimace of pain froze on his face. He turned completely red from the strain. Saying that he had come across a surprisingly stable body, the heavenly demon performed a few more additional claps with his palms. Hyun-soo almost fell on his face from these blows, but he still continued to endure the test set by his mentor. The old man announced that it was time for the final ritual, after which he directed both palms towards the young man's shoulder blades. Streams of white energy were spreading from underneath them, hitting the guy in the back so hard that he started coughing. The young man leaned forward, trying to cope with the effects of the powerful force passing through his body. The heavenly demon looked at the disciple with respect. He had not seen such a strong and resilient body for a long time. Looking at every muscle on Park Hyun-soo's back, the patriarch thought that the chakra cleansing had taken surprisingly little time. Our hero was still trying to catch his breath after the procedure, but it was clear that he was already feeling much better. Only emotional impressions remained. The old man asked if everything was okay, to which the student shouted that he miraculously survived. He thought his time had come. The boy continued to noisily inhale and exhale air. His mentor thought that this body was ideal for martial arts, but lived in a time when they were consigned to oblivion. There was nothing else to do in this world, so the two used the portal to return to Hyun-soo's apartment. The young man suddenly felt an incredible lightness. All his fatigue seemed to have vanished, which he did not fail to report. The master looked back at him, frowning slightly. He arrogantly stated that this was the effect of clearing the spells that were clogged. The hero continued to lunge with his hand. The young man clenched his fists and tensed his leg muscles, feeling so light that it felt like he could fly up to the ceiling. Just for fun, Park Hyun-soo tried to jump and suddenly hit his head on the chandelier. The teacher rolled his eyes. While his protege was trying to pull his head out of the interior ceiling, the foreman said that he had forgotten to tell him something. Folding his arms across his chest, he solemnly informed the hero that he had shared with him his own chi energy, a piece of the divine mastery of the heavenly demon. The young man finally freed his head from the hole in the ceiling and now fell to the floor, even managing to ask in mid-flight what it was like. The master added that this was, frankly speaking, very dangerous, and he was still amazed that the man survived, and he cried out indignantly. There were quite a few complaints. Not only did he not warn me about anything, but he also almost killed me. The teacher probably went completely crazy. Saying that he shouldn't raise his voice to the master, the old man gave his protege a flick and he flew back, somersaulting several times. The hero quickly rose to his feet and asked what the heavenly demon would do if he killed him, to which he reasonably noted that he hadn't killed him. Looking at the guy's table, the patriarch said that if he had not been able to withstand the particle of divine energy, he would not have been able to begin training. This is the only technique available to mortals. Everyone around was sleeping. The light was on in Hyun-soo's room. The master added that this was a very powerful technique. With it alone, he could not have become his student. The next morning, the awakened one went straight to the research center to get accurate information about his powers and assign a suitable rank. There was a pretty girl sitting at the reception desk. It was even a bit of a shame to distract her, but the guy loudly said hello. Business could not wait. The beauty smiled and happily asked how she could help. Park Hyun-soo introduced himself and explained that Hunter Kim Hak-sun was supposed to sign him up for an assessment. Suddenly the girl threw up her hands and with an admiring face exclaimed that she was very glad to see the hero. She did not expect that it was him. She even asked to take a selfie with him, although the guy had no idea what he was so famous for. Was it really because of Jun-sung? The beauty said that the hero should go down to the -5th floor, where the appraisal department is located. Let him ask the boss, the chief appraiser, Nok-soo. In the elevator, the guy felt really uneasy, but the master ordered him to control himself and not to be afraid. He had to get a rank to become his student. The elevator doors opened, and the young man walked down the corridor, trying to find the right door, or at least someone to ask about Nok-soo. There was a huge window on the wall into the room where the test was taking place. Someone hit the apparatus so hard that steam started pouring out. The hero's face stretched out. Behind the glass was a girl in a special suit who completed the task with a loud sound, and it was the sound that attracted the guy's attention. The scoreboard showed 867. It was a good result. At least Hyun-soo thought it was quite high. The one who tested the girl thought so too. He joyfully waved his hand and shouted that it was a great hit. The man in the cap continued to admire the beauty's capabilities, repeating several times that 867 was simply incredible. She began to rub her hands excitedly, saying that she could knock out even more, if only they would give her the opportunity. But the chief appraiser, Jong Nok-soo, expressed his opinion that she was a B rank, no more, and in order to get an A rank, she needed to hit 900 units or more. This information angered the awakened one, and she put her hands on her hips, as if hinting that there was very little left to reach this figure. Our hero knocked quietly on the door, and the man turned towards the sound, trying to figure out who had decided to disturb them. Noticing the guy, Nok-soo looked out of the room, inviting him to come in, because this was, apparently, Hyun-soo, whom they were waiting for. The appraiser noticed that the hero came a little early, but Hunter Hak-sun warned him, so everything is fine. He informed his colleague that Park Hyun-soo had arrived, so he would have to finish with the girl himself. The guy in the cap greeted our hero, noting that it was a great honor for him, but the young man continued to wonder what caused such reverence towards his modest person. The evaluators noticed his lack of understanding and explained that rumors about how the former support taught Jun-sung a lesson spread very quickly, and everyone had already heard about his exploits. Remembering the selfie with the receptionist, Chen-su understood why she wanted to take it, and everything began to fall into place. Here, the awakened one reminded us of herself and asked when they would continue testing. Saying that they were already starting, Nok-san called Hyun-soo to follow him, and Assistant Kim took care of the girl. On the way, the subjects met each other's eyes. An undisguised interest was noticed in the beauty's eyes, and this somewhat embarrassed our hero. He was not used to increased attention. The heavenly demon immediately began to interrogate the student about his unhealthy fear of women. The guy vaguely explained that it had simply seemed that way to him. At the sound of his voice, the awakened one looked around in bewilderment. Realizing that from the outside, it looked like he was talking to himself again, Hyun-soo became even more embarrassed. The girl walked further down the corridor, asking Kim's assistant if this strange guy was really awakened. She waved her hand menacingly and noted that in that case they could meet in battle, or simply become colleagues. After putting on the special suit for the tests, Hyun-soo was embarrassed again. The outfit was too tight. The old man also did not like the uniform. He called the suit ugly, noting that clothes should hide the loins and not vice versa. Saying that in that case it would be better to be completely naked, the heavenly demon left the room. The young man was also outraged. In the punch test room, he stood in front of the same apparatus that the previous awakened had worked with and announced that he was ready. So far, the light above the results board was simply red, and instead of numbers there were zeros, but that's only for now. The old man ordered to feel his dantian and concentrate the chi energy as much as possible. The guy tried to follow the instructions as clearly as possible. The master explained that the power he put into the lightning strike he learned yesterday came from there, so he could show an even higher result. A message appeared that Follow Hints was activated and added 15% to damage. The young man reported that he felt the power filling him. But it was necessary not only to obtain energy from the Dangtan, but also to group it into the desired flow. Park Hyun-soo made several movements with his hand, checking how the chi energy was distributed throughout his body. Everything was fine, and the boy wrapped his fist in chi, then raised his hand to strike, swinging it wide. His fist hit the testing apparatus with such force that at first it was unclear whether it would hold. The energy filled the ball with light, which was supposed to visually demonstrate the force of the impact. The glass almost burst. Jong Nok-soo couldn't believe his eyes and even looked out from behind the partition to get a better look at the result of the awakening. The scoreboard showed the number 1120, which meant that the guy had surpassed the results of his future colleague, who was tested before him. The guy literally stood with his mouth open. He didn't expect at all that he would be able to surpass anyone in the strength of his blow. The hero thought he had used a lightning strike like yesterday, but the power was incomparable. That's what working with the concentration of chi energy gives. Jong Nok-soo rushed to him with congratulations. The man shouted that it was incredible. In front of him was a Class A hunter. Only Class S was higher. His indicators started at 1,500. The young man asked if he could try again, and the appraiser replied that, theoretically, he could. But then he noticed that the guy had broken the device's shield and added that the next time, if Junsong had received it with such force, he would have already been dead. The man asked if Chen-soo wanted another hit, and then started calling someone, while the guy was warming up his hands. After clarifying the information, Nok-soo apologized and said that there were no spare shields, so they would have to do it another time. Hyun-soo suggested moving on to the next test. They moved to the kicking test room, where our hero also showed himself very well. His result was 1,377, and the evaluator simply froze in place. A little more, and the subject would have moved to a new class. He entered the result into the table and, sweating profusely, explained that he only had a little bit more to go. Well, the guy scratched his head in confusion. The old man, on the contrary, was not delighted with the student's achievements. He reproached the rascal for not being concentrated enough. Otherwise, he would have already knocked out 1,500. The next test involved throwing a ball at the defensive boards from different angles. Nok-soo then tested the boy's ability to maintain high-speed movement while lacking oxygen. After this, the ability to breathe normally was restored, but the treadmill was turned on to maximum, measuring the pulse rate. Various tests and measurements followed one after another, and it seemed that the number of new devices would never end. They even tested the reaction and ability to dodge blows and various types of damage. This was the final test. Nok-Soo was delighted and told the hero that according to all the results he corresponded to rank A, most likely that is what he would be awarded, after which he congratulated Park Jong-soo. He leaned closer and in a conspiratorial tone announced that after lunch they would be able to take the most important test, a combat simulation. For lunch, the guy went to the research center's cafeteria and was impressed that ramen was offered as the main dish. The prices for food after the factories were destroyed skyrocketed so much that Chen-Su hadn't eaten normal food for 2 years, and he pounced on ramen like a madman. The master looked skeptically at the student gobbling up the noodles and asked if it was really that delicious, and he replied that it was the best food in the world. The heavenly demon raised an eyebrow and said that they also eat different kinds of noodles, but this was the first time he had seen one like this. The young man shouted that ramen was the best product in the universe and offered the patriarch to try it, but he got angry and called the student a brat. Having heard reproaches about the impoliteness of offering food to an incorporeal being, the hero headed to the necessary office. Opening the door, he froze. What he saw did not inspire hope that a pleasant cruise lay ahead. The previous subject left the room very battered. The one who woke up had many abrasions and scratches, and she was limping. Every step was difficult for the girl. It took incredible effort not to cry or groan in pain. Kim's assistant held her by the shoulders to keep her from falling and asked if she needed help. The awakened one shook her head, and the man offered to accompany the hunter to the office, where she would receive a document on assigning a class because she had done just fine. Our hero looked at this picture and thought again that now he would have to really strain himself. I wonder how this test would go. Jong Nok-Soo was already waiting for him and told him that the system was created by the genius S-Rank hunter Anderson Walker. Park Jong-soo walked up to the machine and prepared to enter. The evaluator reported that this system gives the most realistic feeling of a real battle with a monster. The guy looked at the complex equipment that took up almost the entire room, and he was clearly uneasy. Saying that damage received in the simulator would also have realistic consequences, the assessor put a special helmet on the hero and connected the equipment. In total, you will need to go through 10 levels. Since the rank is presumably A, the guy will start right from the 4th. His arms and legs are also connected to the device. The battle simulation began, and steam began to billow around the huge machine, so powerful was the energy being used. The first thing Chen-Su saw was nature. His feet were on green grass that was completely indistinguishable from real grass. The bright midday sun shone through the numerous vines and tree crowns, and even the warmth of its rays could be felt on the skin. The old man was here too. Somehow he managed to get into the simulation along with his student. He looked thoughtfully at the mountains spread out beneath their feet and the flock of birds that someone had scared away. Somewhere in the branches, an animal resembling a black gorilla was hiding. This world was no different from the familiar jungles of Earth. The hero began to sweat. He decided that the simulation was very realistic. The patriarch, scratching his beard, confirmed that the person who created it understood the magic of mystical dimensions. It is used to deceive the enemy or hide the reality. Park Jong-soo became even more nervous. The heavenly demon added that for a master like him, such magic was nothing more than a cheap trick. Loud stomping and rustling of branches could be heard from the nearby thickets, and soon these sounds were joined by a deafening roar. The old man realized that monsters were approaching them, but it was not yet possible to understand which ones. It was some kind of monster with wings and a huge toothy mouth, which quickly attacked people. The heavenly demon raised his hand to strike. Yesterday he ran out of chi energy and had to stop fighting the monsters. I wonder how things will be today. Well, it turned out that in the simulation he remained incorporeal, even after accumulating a sufficient amount of power. While the master was thinking about how best to act in this situation, his student was already asking for an opinion on how he had handled it. The patriarch glanced in the right direction, and a bit of surprise was reflected on his face. It seemed the guy was not nearly as helpless as one might think. He concentrated his chi energy and delivered a devastating lightning strike that shattered the monster into pieces, his hand now covered in the monster's blood. Hyun-soo laughed joyfully, and when he realized that the teacher was watching, he asked him defiantly how he liked it. The master only chuckled. He already understood that the feast would not end there. Several more of the same disgusting creatures were rushing towards them. The patriarch uttered only one phrase, a lazy donkey somersault. The hero did not immediately understand that this was the name of another evasion technique. The ability to follow skills was activated, and under the shouts for the rascal to follow the order, the guy somersaulted to the side. The monsters tracked his maneuver, but were in no hurry to attack again, tracking the flows of unfamiliar energy. They were helped in this by a special sense and a third eye right in the middle of the forehead. By the way, what the monsters saw was far from pleasing. Distracted by watching the man, they completely failed to notice the threat from the opposite side and were simply trampled. A giant ogre appeared in the clearing. Even the heavenly demon had never seen such a large specimen before. Park Hyun-soo was even forced to lift his head up to examine his new opponent in full height. He did so just in time to notice a huge fist raised to strike him. Somehow the guy managed to jump out from under the blow, pushing off the monster's hand with his feet, but he didn't understand what to do next. The enemy was preparing to attack again, and it was necessary to think through not only a survival strategy, but also a counter move, and this was not easy. There was no time to think. The ogre struck again with his fist, and our hero, with a terrible frightened cry, jumped out from under the fist and tried to save himself by running away. He ran as fast as he could, but his movements were somehow incomparably slow, or it was a figment of his imagination, or a glitch in the simulation. While the hulking giant was following him closely, the young man began to call for the teacher to get a hint from him on what to do. The master rose into the air and, turning his back to the student, declared that a wonderful ability had appeared. To test what he himself was capable of, let him come up with something. The most sensible solution would have been to simply run away, but if the boy had done so, he would not have been given a class. He took a running start and offered the ogre a taste of his signature Class A kick, worth 1,377 points. It seems that having felt the power, the hero learned to control himself. The young man struck, but nothing happened. The monster continued to stand on its feet, and its skin was not damaged. It was difficult to understand whether it had worked or not, but the monster began to lean forward, looming over our hero. He took a few steps, trying to trample the annoying opponent, but it seemed the blow was no match for the ogre's power. The monster, although clumsy, knew its advantages very well. The monster grabbed the guy with both hands, like a vice. Having lifted the young man above his head, the ogre tried to squeeze him as hard as possible in order to then hit him on the ground, a win-win option. The huge bald head, although slow-witted, was quite capable of handling such a primitive task. Hyun-soo thought that if he lost consciousness, everything would be over, and with his last strength, he called out to his teacher once more. He was prepared for the question and advised distributing the chi energy evenly throughout the body, calming the breathing. He transferred his energy, the energy of the heavenly demon, to his student. It was impossible not to feel it, and the hero began to hope that everything would end well. Now it was necessary to release this most powerful force, and the guy prepared to carry out this difficult task. He succeeded. The monster's hands unclenched, flying into pieces. It turns out that it is possible to inflict damage without striking. The ogre roared shrilly, realizing that he was left without both upper limbs, and the young man froze in the air, not falling, his body still radiating streams of energy. But it was necessary to finish what had been started, and for this a kick would be quite suitable. The guy jumped on the bald head. He then kneed the monster right between the eyes, using his maximum chi energy. The result was surprisingly excellent. The ogre was finally destroyed, and the hero moved on to a new level of the test. In the room where the testing took place, nothing had changed, but a rainbow appeared approximately in the area of the guy's navel. His internal energy was looking for a way out. Jong Nok-soo watched the events and loudly announced that if the hero was ready to continue, the 5th level would be activated in a few minutes. The evaluator thought to himself that he had never seen anyone break through the internal suppression system during a test. Then a female voice behind him said that the test subject was indeed very strong. It was Nok-soo's colleague from the association named Lee Mi-na. As the Class A hunter approached, the appraiser added that the hero had such great potential that he would still surprise them in many ways. He was surprised that the girl had already been sent here. The association received information about new talents quickly. Lee Mi-na didn't respond, but she thought that she simply couldn't allow such a rare fighter to be snatched away from under their noses. At this time, Park Hyun-soo was undergoing the cold test, envying his disembodied mentor, who had escaped it. The heavenly demon was amazed. Not every magician who possesses the technique of mystical dimensions can create an imitation of weather. Here they saw a girl in a fur cape who was heading straight towards the hero, screaming for help. The young man put his arm around her shoulders and began to find out what had happened and what kind of help was needed. The girl was silent, only trying to press herself against Hyun-soo as tightly as possible. Then the hero noticed that some kind of metamorphosis was happening to her body. Some unfamiliar energy began to spread from the beauty's mouth, and the situation began to take a completely unexpected and extremely unpleasant turn. A second later, the monster's eyes flashed, and it tried to attack the guy with its sharp teeth, which appeared instantly. Since the hero managed to move away from the bite, the creature grabbed him by the throat with its hands and tried to lift him into the air. A pair of wings were hidden under its cloak. Park Hyun-soo's eyes widened in surprise and tension. It was a surprise to him that the 5th level had a simulation of fighting vampires. Lee Mi-na watched the boy confront the monster and thought that the hero was very different from all the awakened ones she had met before. His impractical fighting stance reminded the girl of old martial arts movies, where only a young man could get that kind of stuff. He did some ridiculous jumping and knee lunges, but the amazing thing was that the technique actually worked. The hero dealt with the vampire quite effectively and quite efficiently, but as soon as she was defeated, an ominous laugh was heard. It was another vampire, this time a man, who congratulated the man on his victory and told him that he was a worthy opponent. The monster was unable to finish speaking, much less attack. A hole appeared in his chest. Hyun-soo quickly jumped behind him and struck him with his hand. The fist pierced the vampire's body right through. Even the old man who flew closer thought that the student was doing very well. The hero grabbed the monster's heart in his fist, and it began to slowly crumble into ashes. As we know, a vampire can only be destroyed in a few ways. The master praised Hyun-soo, saying that he was quite good. This was very unexpected for the young man, but undoubtedly pleasant. The evaluator declared the level passed, and the awakened person being tested was simply amazing in his skills. He added that if the hero was ready to move on to the next level, he should wait about half an hour. The young man thought about it, and then agreed. The sunset that day was simply stunning, the sun painting the windows of the research center in orange-pink tones of every possible shade. When the last level was completed, Park Hyun-soo staggered out of the real combat simulation rooms. He was drenched in sweat and could barely stand on his feet from fatigue, but he kept thinking that he could have done better. Chok Nok-soo greeted the boy and said that he did great. No other Class A hunter had ever passed this level. He added that the documents were ready and could be obtained at the office, after which he bowed respectfully, and the hero thanked the appraiser for his work. While the young man was waiting for the elevator, the man thought that in front of him was a unique person who it seemed was completely unaware of it. The hero was unable to get to the right floor calmly. Lee Mi-na entered the elevator, which confused the guy quite a bit. She introduced herself and extended her hand, saying that she worked for the association, and Park Hyun-soo's mouth dropped open in surprise. The young man replied that he was glad to meet him, while the old man said that women would soon be lining up behind his student. They entered the office and sat down at the table. The girl suggested that they look at the contract that her organization was offering to the hunter. While the young man was reading, she informed him that it was better not to rush, but anyone would be happy with the conditions that the association offered to Class A hunters. Hyun-soo couldn't believe that now he too would become a hunter, and a high-class hunter at that, as if his life had been replaced by someone else's. He remembered that in order to get a support position, he had to leave a deposit for equipment, but now the organization provided a stable salary and bonuses for raids. Lee Mi-na said with a rather important air that this particular contract was tailored specifically for the hero. The old man, meanwhile, stared at the beauty and commented out loud on her appearance, noting that even their women were not nearly as attractive. While the young man was trying to finish reading, the master asked if he would sign the papers submitted by such a beauty. The girl could not understand what was wrong with his face and where such a grimace came from. The old man advised to review the conditions. Now everyone is dancing around the student. The guy said that he wants a contract not for 10, but for 5 years, and the amount of bonuses is twice as much. Just at these words, someone literally kicked open the door to the office and resolutely stepped inside, shouting that they were caught. The girl on the threshold put her hands on her hips and shouted that the association was again trying to foist a Kabbalistic contract on a new hunter. She looked menacingly at Lee Mi-na. She was embarrassed, not understanding why the huntress was here. The guy almost hiccuped from surprise. Hyun-soo hesitantly asked if the person in front of him was really a member of the Red Lions team, the best hunting team. The girl was surprised that he was so knowledgeable and leaned closer to Hyun-soo, confirming that she belonged to this guild, and her name was Ha Yurak. She apologized for interrupting the conversation. The young man assured her that everything was fine. He couldn't believe that he had met an S-rank hunter. The heavenly demon even floated, and with a carnivorous smile declared that this woman was also a sight to behold. His behavior was very strange. The beauty lounged on the sofa with a languid look, and declared that the Red Lions would offer the guy much more, regardless of what the association was offering. She started drinking Lee Mi-na's juice, who was outraged that the hunter had come to the association building, but she calmly replied that she was also a member of this organization. The patriarch said that this woman was very strong. He had never met anyone so powerful in this world. Ha Yurak said that there was no point in thinking about it and that they should join the guild, while Lee Mi-na countered that the association had a monopoly on all portals in the country. The huntress objected that this information was outdated. The guild also received the corresponding rights. While the documents were being drawn up, there was no official disclosure, but it would be. While they argued, our hero watched the dialogue and did not believe that two powerful organizations were in conflict over the right to cooperate with him. Tired of the worries and tension, he sighed loudly and stood up. Both girls froze and fell silent. Park Hyun-soo said that they can stop arguing because he has already made a decision and is ready to voice it. Both beauties looked at him with the hope that they were in a winning position and he would join the right structure. At this time in the Ilcha Mountains, the clearing of the portal in which the young man's superpowers first awakened continued. There was much more water in it, and people needed special suits and equipment to engage in battle with the mermaids. They wore diving helmets and snorkels to help them breathe at depth, all of which significantly limited their movement. The fishmen were in their natural habitat, so they fought much more successfully. One of the participants in the operation realized that they were in trouble. The intelligence said that there would be large areas of land and some water, but the situation turned out to be just the opposite. Not only did the battle take place at sea, but the mermen also had a numerical advantage. This was clearly not a Class B portal. He decided that if special measures were not taken, the entire squad would perish. So he took the opportunity to call for reinforcements and turned to the leader. He had just entered into a duel with one of the monsters, but was forced to be distracted by a signal given by a colleague. He showed the hunters a signal to retreat, let them get up and go to dry land, and he would cover them, taking on the monsters. The sergeant major had a unique ability. the shadow clone technique, which could save the situation and distract the enemy. This ability could give them an extra 10 minutes. The spell did not work for a longer time. As soon as the clones appeared, the hunters began to carry out the order. The people came out onto dry land, and everyone began to thank the elder for saving them. The hunter replied that when they came out of the portal, they would give his real body some beer. Here, colleagues in horror began to ask where the real foreman was and why he hadn't come ashore. Just at that moment, the leader of the squad, in his true form, emerged to the surface with the last of his strength. He stood up and showed his subordinates that everything was fine. There was no serious damage, and there was even some energy left. At this time, a powerful stream of water rose from the depths. It seemed as if a huge monster was rising from the depths. His jaws were so huge that the hunter simply froze in place, realizing that he would not have time to do anything. There was no chance of survival. And so it happened. The huge jaws snapped loudly, and the squad lost its leader in a split second. It was not a mermaid, but some kind of terrible sea monster. The hunter who had just spoken to the foreman screamed in horror. At this time, in the association's research center, the light was on only on the floor where the contract signing office was located. Lee Mi-na and Ha Yurak sat on the sofa next to each other. Both of them were upset and a little confused. It seemed that our hero's decision did not please them. The guy told the hunters that he would take some time to think about it, in case other, more advantageous offers came in, and there was no need to rush into signing a contract. He bowed low and told the girls that he was leaving his contact details with both of them and would be waiting impatiently for a call. After that, Park Hyun-soo turned around and headed towards the door, leaving Lee Mi-na and Ha Yurak in a state of shock. Both wanted to curse loudly, but they restrained themselves, only exhaling that the awakened one was far from as simple as they had expected. Both the association and the Red Lions Guild are offering a contract, and he is waiting for the attention of other organizations. It is beyond comprehension. This thought made Ha Yurak so angry that flames flared up around her, and she rose from the sofa and arched her back. At lightning speed, the huntress flew towards the doors. Like a fiery projectile, it seemed that she would simply sweep away everything in her path. Lee Mi-na looked after her and thought that the girl hadn't changed at all, still as hot-tempered as before. The next morning, our hero woke up in an excellent mood. The day was clear and fine. His room was in perfect order. The master demanded cleanliness. The portal continued to gape like a black hole right in the middle of the wall. Park Hyun-soo had obtained a new transcendental skill, Heavenly Demon Walk, and the word transcendental puzzled him a little. They were in the portal again. The hero asked the teacher what these transcendental skills were. Since there were only 5 classes, he explained that these were special skills. The Heavenly Demon's Gate is higher than the human S-class, but many prefer to remain silent about the fact that the classification is not perfect. The young man expressed extreme surprise. The master explained that stance and correct movement are the basis of martial arts. Only after mastering these basics can one begin to study techniques. The old man asked to watch and remember. Given the student's skills, he would repeat it the first time, after which he began to show the first complex. He took a step forward, resting his foot on his heel, and said that this was the first stage called the appearance of the heavenly demon. It was reported that the young man had mastered the first set of movements of the heavenly demon's superiority gate, called the demon's appearance. A bright glow of energy appeared around the patriarch. He noticed that the movements should be soft and smooth. The student tried to track the movements, but nothing worked. The master was moving and not moving at the same time. At least from the outside, it seemed like the heavenly demon wasn't moving a single muscle, but he was definitely shifting. Taking a closer look, the boy realized that the teacher was taking steps, but they were enveloped in streams of energy so that they became invisible. Completely unnoticed, the patriarch appeared right in front of the disciple and declared that this was the appearance of the heavenly demon. The rest would depend on the situation. The guy was so surprised that his cognitive functions decreased and his understanding fell. The mentor said that he needed to concentrate better. He would show it again, but later. The second set of movements is called the flight of the heavenly demon. Let him absorb the information more consciously this time. The next moment, the old man rose into the air and began to move with small jerks that could be easily tracked. The young man screamed in horror that the teacher was flying, but how he could repeat it was completely unclear. The heavenly demon explained that one should ride the air like a dragon. In this way, one could appear behind the enemy and attack unexpectedly. The mentor rose into the air once more quickly, illuminating the trajectory of his movements with the help of chi energy. He stopped right in front of the guy and said that this is what a sky demon's flight looks like, and he noticed that the speed was much higher than when the old man was dragging him through the air. The patriarch became angry that the hero had not grasped the information, shouting that if he mastered the phenomenon and flight, he would be able to comprehend the first 6 techniques of his cult, crushing blows from the sky. There was information that the guy had received information about the transcendental skill, crush from the sky. The young man was completely unprepared for this, and the teacher enjoyed his reaction and whistled softly. Finally, the master shouted that he should stop grimacing and watch carefully. He would show the third set of movements. Saying that he was even more complicated, the old man began to walk in a special way, moving through space at the speed of sound. Soon he completely disappeared from sight. He was so fast, the young man absolutely did not understand how he could watch it. The mentor simply disappeared. He was nowhere to be seen. A message appeared that the young man's cognitive functions had dropped to 0 and the information had not been absorbed. A voice came from behind him, saying that this was the heavenly demon soul exit technique, and the hero screamed in fear, not understanding how the old man ended up there. He repeated once again that this was a special set of movements to get behind the enemy. Had he forgotten or something? The fourth complex was called the heavenly demon soul vortex, and the old man was going to demonstrate it immediately. All the young man managed to see was a bright flash of yellowish light, after which the teacher simply disappeared into thin air, or so it seemed. The flow of energy was so strong and the light so bright that the hero reflexively covered himself with his hands and closed his eyes. A little higher, at the top of the vortex, just in space, the heavenly demon stood proudly. He hoped that the student had learned his lesson. The guy looked at him with his mouth open. He again did not understand at all what exactly the master had done and what the meaning of his movement was. The old man explained that the name itself conveys the essence of the technique. One must spin so fast that the invisible vortex created will swallow the enemy's soul. The hero didn't understand anything. The teacher menacingly declared that this was the best counterattack. If the boy mastered Soul Whirlwind and Soul Exit, the following 5 techniques of crushing blows would become available. The young man asked if this meant that there were 11 techniques in total, to which the heavenly demon replied that there were 12, but for the last one had to master the 5th complex of the heavenly demon walk. While Hyun-soo was thinking that even if he mastered the superiority gate, the 12th technique would remain inaccessible, the patriarch began demonstrating the 5th technique. It was called the Descent of the Heavenly Demon Sovereign, and the old man's legs immediately began to emit an incredibly bright light, and he himself rose above the ground again. The power of the energy flow was so strong that our hero could not withstand the tension and screamed loudly. He was literally swept off his feet. The whirlwind lifted the guy off the ground and threw him back, turning him upside down in the air several times. He flew and thought that the mentor had only stamped his foot once, but his whole world, including his self-awareness, had turned upside down. Finally, Park Hyun-soo fell to the ground with a loud scream. He still couldn't find the inner strength to open his eyes. The heavenly demon proclaimed that one should rise up, then all others will worship and honor you. The young man only sighed loudly as the old man stood over him and shared his invaluable conclusions. At this time, equally important events were taking place in the association's office center, on which the fate of the city depended. There were many important people present at the meeting, and they were informed that in the last raid on the portal in the Ilch Mountains, only 4 B-rank hunters and 5 supports survived. The man in the suit reported that Sergeant Major Oh Dae-ho had died, This was already the third operation in this portal and again unsuccessful. He insisted that the intelligence department was not classifying the portal correctly, to which the gray-haired man countered that they had never been wrong about their assessment. The intelligence department workers insisted that they had the most accurate equipment. Why 5 Class A and 11 Class B hunters failed is unclear. Here someone, apparently very influential among those present, asked to stop the argument. Everyone fell silent. Some even rose from their seats. It turned out to be Li Mi-na, who also stood up from her chair and said that they could even fight among themselves, but that would not solve the problem. The girl put her hand to her chest and confidently said that she knew what to do in this situation. Park Hyun-soo woke up and sat up in bed with a loud scream. He clearly remembered being in a different place before he passed out. The boy sat up in bed and asked the master how he ended up there, to which the old man simply called him a disgrace. He explained that the young man had simply fainted, unable to withstand the training, a despicable weakling. The hero remembered that he really tried to learn the heavenly demon's superiority walk, but he doesn't remember what happened next. The patriarch explained that the walk of superiority allows one to move through the air as if on the ground. If he had shown it at full strength, the boy would have died instantly. The hero crumpled the edge of the sheet from an excess of emotions and declared that he never wanted to experience anything like that again. The master explained that right now he really wasn't ready. He would need a ki charge of at least 120 years. He had to start with the techniques of appearance and flight of the heavenly demon. The young man decided that he could handle this. He still managed to understand some things, so he nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the association's office center, the meeting ended and everyone went home to be with their loved ones. The corridors of the building were empty, but the issue raised remained relevant for someone who still hadn't left his office. Li Mi-na sat at her desk and worked on her computer, occasionally distracted by her own notes in her diary. She remembered how a gray-haired man at a meeting asked her to voice the solution she had to the problem. The girl suggested that the association consider the option of cooperation with other hunting organizations, which caused a stream of hate in her direction. Director Lee considered starting negotiations with the Red Lions, but even that raised a wave of indignation. Colleagues shouted that they had already given competitors the opportunity to work with portals, and if this was her way of working, then it would be better for her to resign from her position. Li Mi-na was the only hunter in the room. She understood that none of those present even showed their noses into the portal. For them, they were just objects of profit. The next morning, our hero left the apartment to resolve a number of household issues. He was heading to his favorite neighborhood. A message came that the support worker's salary had been transferred to the card. The hero was happy. He had been sitting completely without money for a long time. The first thing the hero did was pay Hyun-tae's hospital bills, after which the account was so low that he almost cried. The guy almost started banging his head against the wall at the thought that if he had signed the contract, he would already be rich. There were many offers from different guilds on the phone, not counting the association and the Red Lions, so he cheered up and suggested that the master go and eat. The old man asked him if he would buy those red broth noodles again. The boy replied that he would order 2 servings, for the teacher too. The young man didn't have time to finish speaking, almost getting a good slap from the teacher. How much longer could he continue to mock him like this? But the guy managed to jump back and was now laughing, happy that he had managed to learn something about the appearance of the heavenly demon. The old man said that there was no need to be arrogant and immediately hit him right on the top of the head so quickly that the movement was impossible to track. They approached a small shop. The doors were closed, but the establishment was definitely open. The young man walked inside, and the bell above the door rang loudly, announcing the arrival of visitors. There was absolutely no one in the room, and the hero began to look around among the display cases, trying to notice a salesperson or an employee. He greeted loudly, and a girl named Yoon appeared from the back room, waving her hand in greeting. Hyun-soo asked if everything was okay. Walking among the shelves with noodles, the guy chose ramen and had a friendly conversation about a part-time job on the weekend. The girl said that she had no choice. She needed to take care of her little brother and sister, and that required money. The guy didn't know too much about her problems. He just liked the saleswoman. Now he thought about it. Saying that he would ring up the goods himself, the young man went to the checkout. Yun thanked him, and she continued to put the goods on the shelves. Hyun-soo put in a little more than required, and saying that the money was at the cash register, headed for the exit. The girl happily said goodbye. The young man had already walked quite far when he heard Yoon calling out that he had forgotten his change. The hero replied that it was for her siblings and that he should buy something tasty. The girl smiled and rubbed her nose in embarrassment. It was a very kind and sweet gesture on the part of her friend. Then the old man attacked him, calling him a villain who was planning to buy a girl's heart for money, but the guy said that this was not true. He explained that Yoon, like him, lost her parents 2 years ago and is now raising twins, a brother and sister, on her own. The hero added that Yoon sacrificed her education in order to be able to earn money for her family, and he did the same. Immediately, there followed a hefty jab in the back of the head, with a shout that it was not proper for his student to sing his own praises. Finally, they came home, and Hyun-soo started cooking. Half an hour later, the ramen was ready. The guy ate the first portion so quickly that he didn't even have time to taste it. It's good that he prepared several at once. The heavenly demon looked at him skeptically, not believing that the dish could be so delicious. The hero explained that it was the best ramen in the world. The old man's eyes glowed red and blue, and he grabbed the student's hand wielding the chopsticks, stopping the movement. Somehow, he managed to magically pick up and carry the noodles to his mouth, and they didn't pass through his body, but ended up in the mouth of an incorporeal creature. When the dish completely disappeared into the teacher's stomach, Hyun-soo shouted with delight and surprise that he managed to eat. It was incredible. The heavenly demon was extremely pleased. He hadn't eaten for many years, and now he was delighted with the ramen. It was the most delicious dish, without a doubt. He patted the boy on the head and said that he had a wonderful student, and that he could even eat from his hands. Looking at the pot with the remains of the dish, the master ordered the hero to feed him properly. There were at least 2 more servings left. The young man was far from delighted when he realized that he now had another major inconvenience added to his worries. As the evening drew closer, the area where the store was located became quiet, and Yoon took the bus home, which was a long way. The girl was very happy, and, approaching the high-rise building, she was already imagining the children's reaction to the whole bag of food and goodies that she had managed to buy. Then a loud sound caught her attention. The girl looked around and screamed in horror. She did not expect anything like that. The manhole cover was blown off by a powerful stream of water, so much so that it bounced several meters away. The water gushed onto the street so quickly that passers-by had to swim to their rescue with loud screams. But the threat was hidden not only in the water itself, but also in the monsters that came with it. These were the mermaids already familiar to us. Armed with spears and harpoons, the monsters approached the people who simply did not know what to do in this situation. Those who were more resourceful chose to flee, while the less agile died in the first seconds. At the very top of the water flow, a hooded mermaid figure appeared, raising her weapon up and proclaiming that this world was now theirs. While her subjects were killing all the people who were nearby, the mermaid added that they would rule here according to their own laws. A portal similar to the one that had opened in the Ilcha Mountains now gaped right in the middle of a busy city street. Cars and houses were flooded with water, and among the waves one could see the rings of the tail of a giant sea monster that had devoured the leader of the raider squad. From time to time, the monster would emerge and feast on one of the people swimming past, as if it were cracking pistachios. Yoon froze in place. The water was still far away from her, but the prospects were the most unpleasant of all possible. At this time, the master and his disciple once again entered the portal in the middle of the room to continue teaching the heavenly demon techniques. The old man thought that although this dimension looked deserted, he always felt a powerful surge of energy in it. I wonder why he got into Hyun-soo's world through this space. The guy was just sharing his delight that the practice of energy circulation had completely restored him. The teacher explained that circulation also helps to clear the energy flow from negative emotions and illnesses. The young man laughed that this way he could forget about doctors. The old man became serious and ordered to forget about nonsense and take a stance to practice the appearance of a demon and the gait of a demon. Hyun-soo thought that although his cognitive abilities were not up to par during the previous training, he still managed to learn some things thanks to the awakened ability. Saying that he would try to reproduce what he remembered, he rose into the air and took a few steps. Soon, he had already successfully moved through space. The heavenly demon thought that the boy was really quite gifted. He had done so well the first time. Meanwhile, in the association's office center, events were unfolding in a far from positive direction. Alarms went off, and emergency messages began to sound throughout the corridors. People began to bustle about, announcing mobilization. A detachment had to be sent to save the townspeople from the invasion of monsters. Lee Mi-na thought that she had a premonition of trouble. If the events in the Kangong-gu area, then the Isaac Guild with the leader of the Panther Man Choi Hyun-woo should be there. She shouted that she was also heading to the scene of the events, and that they should send all the available hunters as reinforcements. The girl ran down the corridor screaming that without their help, the Isaac Guild would not last long. In the rest of the city, everything was calm for now, but who knows how long it will remain like this. The heavenly demon and his disciple finished their training and walked out of the portal into the young man's apartment. The master was in excellent spirits and invited his student to join him and rest. Soon everything became clear. The patriarch asked to prepare him a portion of that divine food, ramen. While the young man was walking to the kitchen with a saucepan at the ready, the teacher asked to turn on the magic lantern with the talking messenger. He wants to know what the news is. Saying that he had settled in well here, our hero turned on the news channel so that the master could quench his thirst for knowledge. They arrived just in time. The announcer was talking about a flood and a mermaid invasion in the Kangdong-gu area. The guy thought that these were the monsters from the portal in the Ilcha Mountains. Could it be that the third raid was also defeated? The old man suddenly asked if these were the same monsters that were in the portal where they had gone for an operation not long ago. Suddenly the hero felt sick. He remembered that in the area where the invasion began, Yun from the store and her family lived. He jumped out onto the stairs with such speed that he almost knocked down the entrance doors. It was necessary to save the girl and her loved ones. Our hero was rushing down the street and trying to figure out how to get to the right area as quickly as possible. It was quite far away. It was problematic to get there quickly by car because of the traffic jams, but if he could have run in a straight line, he would have made it much faster. But there were buildings on the way, and then it dawned on Hyun-soo. He decided to use the Sky Demon flight technique. In order to risk using this technique, the guy needed maximum concentration, so he concentrated. He started off so quickly that he left behind only clouds of dust on the pavement, but that was only the beginning. The young man moved along the street in huge leaps, pushing off from the roofs of cars and the walls of buildings. His speed became so high that his hair could easily leave his skull and take off on its own flight. The further he went, the bolder and higher the hero's jumps became. He not only mastered the technique of heavenly flight, but also improved it with each jump. Soon, Hyun-soo was jumping across the rooftops of houses, not even stopping to catch his breath. He was in a great hurry. The main thing was not to get hit by the wheels and not to fall, but the concentration became better and better, so the young man did not get into trouble. The old man flew after him. He was very pleased and commented out loud on the success of his student. Meanwhile, the monsters methodically destroyed passers-by, the water became larger, and they moved to the neighboring streets of the area. The Panther Man was already here, fighting his opponents to the limit of his abilities, guarding the guild's territory. Unfortunately, his efforts were not enough. The fishmen swallowed the inhabitants of the area literally whole. Choi Hyun-woo's fans watched from their windows, believing that their hero would now sort everything out. He jumped onto the pole and shouted to the other hunters from his guild to fight confidently and try not to panic. A huge, fat man with the same sword shouted to the captain that it goes without saying he was the local butcher, Banbo Gum. His words matched his actions. The guy wielded his weapon so skillfully that the mermaids and their parts flew in all directions. He was cheerful and quite confident of victory, but it turned out to be a mistake. A new enemy attacked from behind the hunter. The sword was too heavy to react quickly. Bogum noticed the attack too late to react adequately. But help came from an unexpected place. Someone loudly and whistlingly released the bowstring, saving a dawdling colleague. The exploding arrow instantly destroyed the mermaid who dared to sneak up on the hunter. The explosion was very precise and powerful. A blonde on a jet ski, armed with a bow, shouted that instead of the flimsy boat, they should have taken a more powerful vehicle. The girl pulled the string of her bow again, this time loading 3 arrows into it at once. It seemed she could shoot at several targets at once. 3 fishermen received an urgent message at once. Each of them was supposed to explode to hell in an instant. And so it happened. The beauty rejoiced. The huntress felt like the absolute mistress of the situation and was not going to change anything. She decided to introduce herself by saying that she was a female chemist archer from Kangdong-gu, and everyone knew the fat man's name. He thanked his colleague for his help, showing off his class with a satisfied look. It seemed like Bogum was trying to be nice. Suddenly, his boat rocked, and the huge sea monster that had already destroyed the raid leader in the portal deprived him of the opportunity to smile forever. The archer abruptly revised her attitude to the situation. The hero had died in a matter of seconds, and everyone had to be extremely careful. She decided to take revenge on the monster and fired a whole bunch of exploding arrows at it, but this only angered the sea creature. The Panther Man jumped on the huntress from behind and tried to push her aside, telling her not to provoke the monster, otherwise it would devour her too. The girl understood everything correctly and jumped on the scooter to escape. Choi Hyun-woo stayed to cover his friend's retreat. The monster began to thrash its tail at the water and nearby cars, literally smashing them into pieces. The Panther Man dodged the blows, but it cost him a lot of effort. The creature was not only huge, but also fast. He had to jump on a scooter and save himself along with the archer, whom Choi Hyun-woo somehow miraculously caught up with. The mermaid leader watched as her subject's jaws were about to close and shouted that he should hurry. The hunters would make an excellent dinner. She added that new dishes would be arriving soon, the more the better, after which she laughed ominously. The raiders raced at maximum speed and even managed to break away from their pursuer a little, but not for long. The Panther Man looked around to assess the situation and realized that a multitude of razor-sharp teeth were about to turn them into steak. A cheerful voice commanded him to perform a tiger squat on the left, a normal move, but the hero put in extra energy, and now he soared like a black shadow over the monster. A bright blue flash of light shot up to half the height of a nearby skyscraper. This was the result of the crushing blow that Hyun-soo delivered to the sea monster, saving the hunters. The impact was so strong that the wave lifted the scooter high and the archer and Choi Hyun-woo turned around in surprise. The young man attacked again, and the monster began to thrash its tail all around, risking hitting the hunters as well. They maneuvered on the waves for a while, but sooner or later, the creature's tail would have sunk the scooter. The crowd pressed against the windows of the building, trying to figure out what kind of new hero this was, who had risked fighting such a huge water monster. The hunters also couldn't believe that someone had attacked the monster and killed it with almost one blow. It was clearly some kind of S-class. The guy jumped onto the roof of one of the flooded buildings. He understood that it was too early to rejoice. Besides, the master said that the creature's life energy had not yet died out. The next second, the enraged sea monster emerged from the water again, looking much more ferocious than before. He hit the skyscraper with his tail. A series of explosions went off, and glass rained down from the windows. Our hero barely managed to jump back from the huge jaws that closed exactly on the spot where he had just been standing. A huge orange eye looked at the guy as if he were an overseas curiosity. How could some little man be so strong and agile? A new attack followed immediately, and once again the debris of the architectural structure flew in all directions. The hero had to try out the heavenly demon's appearance technique. It worked out pretty well, and a message appeared that it had been mastered by 40%. Hyun-soo was not happy with the result, noticing that the technique made his legs hurt so much that they were about to fall off. Seeing his disciple fleeing from the sea monster using all available means, the heavenly demon only shook his head. He was even a little proud. But there was still something to work on. He shouted that it was possible to increase muscle strength by distributing energy throughout the body. The hero was indignant. Why didn't he say it right away? The creature's teeth clicked in vain. The young man took advantage of the advice just in time and literally jumped out of the monster's mouth. The old man stood there looking pleased, reminding her that if she didn't forget to do this from time to time, then everything would be fine. As expected, huge traffic jams formed on the approaches to the scene of the incident. It was simply impossible to get through. Lee Min-na couldn't help but curse. She chose the option of going by car because the subway was packed to the brim with people. She noticed a news stream of Park Hyun-soo fighting a huge sea monster, which was a pleasant surprise. And although the announcer called the hero an unknown hunter, the girl immediately recognized the guy. He was simply incredible. There was no time to waste. The director of the association decided to get out of the car and continue on foot. She noticed a sports equipment store nearby, and an idea came to her mind about how she could use it for her own purposes. Meanwhile, the young man once again used the Sky Demon flight technique, this time adapting it to his own needs. He pushed off the monster's body and immediately struck at it. It was quite convenient and saved a lot of energy on movement. The old man told his student that the most vulnerable spot of a snake is its chin, and the sea monster, apparently, was a giant snake. The mentor suggested testing his guess and getting closer with the help of Sky Demon flight, and then striking, the young man rushed to follow the advice. Noticing the threat looming over the main combat unit, the mermaid began to cast a spell, calling on a certain lord to send her his powers. Feeling a surge of energy, she shared it with the monster and screamed that the man was dangerous and should be killed immediately. In fact, it was that same man who was about to kill him now. Shouting that the snake was finished, the guy raised his fist to hit him under the jaw. It was not possible to carry out his plan. The creature simply knocked him off course with a powerful swing of its tail. The hero crashed into the wall of the building with such force that sparks literally rained down and a fan of stones flew. The witch, meanwhile, commanded the snake to swallow him, capture his power, and begin to grow, having been strengthened by human flesh. Hyun-soo was stuck into the wall and couldn't move even a finger, making him a perfect treat for the snake, as long as he didn't move. The hero opened his eyes and saw a terrible mouth in front of him. Somewhere on the horizon, a mermaid was casting another spell. The master explained that the witch possesses supportive magic, which is a completely different matter. The woman threw up her hands and screamed again that this world would be theirs. The heavenly demon felt a strong desire to intervene in what was happening. If he were material, he would have ground everyone into dust in a matter of seconds, but now he had to think about saving the student. Then a voice came from behind, commanding everyone to stand still, and the mermaid and even the sea serpent looked back. In front of them, a girl with pink hair hung in the air. Flames were burning around her. Judging by her appearance, she posed an incredible threat to the monsters. Finally, the beauty's heels touched a hard surface. She chose some impressive stone, apparently a fragment of a wall, as a starting point. The girl turned to our hero with a question about whether the super newbie was doing badly. It was Hayurak herself. The heavenly demon looked at the huntress with respect. This maiden caused him no small amount of spiritual awe. The huntress praised Park Hyun-soo for defending the city well. If he had known in advance about the appearance of the sorceress, he would have done even better. Her face lit up with a smile and her eyes sparkled. Hayurak informed the young man, as a future member of her guild, that she would handle the rest on her own. The girl gathered all her energy and released it out in the form of a huge flaming halo. She was preparing to attack. The huntress pushed off the support and rushed forward. The mermaid hurried to hide with a cry that they did not expect to meet such a strong mortal. The snake froze motionless. Realizing that the warrior was quite capable of fighting alone for some time, the old man hastened to take his student to a safe place. The patriarch lifted him into the air, saying that this was not an escape at all, but merely a strategic retreat. Meanwhile, Yun tried her best to somehow influence the situation, scaring the mermaids away with loud screams. They even actually stopped. However, not for long, after which they continued to approach the girl, trying to grab her by the ankles. Yun screamed again, calling for help from anyone, even though she understood that there was practically no chance of salvation. But hope dies last, and in this case everything ended well. The Panther Man heard the girl and destroyed the monsters. An archer joined him, and soon the explosions finished off all the remaining ones in a matter of seconds. Choi Hyun-woo yelled at her to be careful or the Death Hunter would want him, but she assured him that she knew what she was doing. Once the fishmen were dealt with, both of them asked Yun with concern if she was okay, and she thanked them and replied that yes, she was fine. The huntress volunteered to take the girl to shelter, and the Panther Man decided to look for other survivors. A minute later, Yun was already sitting on the water scooter and trying to grab the archer's belt tighter so as not to fall into the water at speed. Meanwhile, Park Hyun-soo opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was the dark silhouette of his mentor. The boy groaned loudly, and the old man stated rather kindly that the student had finally regained consciousness. The guy sat up with a groan and asked the heavenly demon what happened. He didn't remember the recent events at all. The patriarch explained that the serpent was controlled by a sorceress. If it were not for her, he would have won. But as it was, he lost. The hero was outraged that they ran away, to which he received the answer that the teacher should be listened to, even when unconscious. This is a strategic retreat. The master began to explain that there was nothing to worry about, when he suddenly noticed a series of explosions and became wary. Hyun-soo also looked at where the flames were blazing and received the answer that the strongest warrior had come to his aid and that he should not be distracted. The guy tried to get up and said that there was no way he would be distracted and that this help was highly questionable. This sea serpent would be his prey, which no one had the right to take away. The hero clenched his fists and prepared to rush into battle. The heavenly demon hit him with a stream of chi energy so hard that it simply knocked him off his feet, explaining that in such an exhausted state, there was no talk of fighting. He folded his arms across his chest, expecting a response, but none came. The young man himself understood that he was not in the best condition. The mentor began to list the proposed plan of action. First meditation, then energy circulation. The student sighed that it was too long. Then the old man asked who the warrior in the fire was. Hyun-soo replied that it was the leader of the Red Lions Guild, Ha-yurak. The master replied that in that case, it would not be difficult for her to deal with the witch and her snake. The hero shouted that this would not happen. He started it and had to finish it himself. The teacher explained that his body simply might not be able to withstand it. Here, the young man became so serious that a shadow fell across his face, and through his teeth he hissed that he had lost his parents because of people like these monsters. And because of them, his brother has been in the hospital for 2 years now, without regaining consciousness. No one has the right to take away his opportunity to take revenge. The boy clenched his fists tightly and turned to the teacher, saying that he had gained strength thanks to him and did not want to give up halfway. He looked so determined that the old man's heart sank, and he appreciated the hero's determination. Previously, he saw only talent in the boy, but now he only noticed his incredible determination and fighting spirit. These were the same eyes as before, but now there was a scorching flame of revenge in them and a determination to go to the end. The heavenly demon sighed and said that there was one way that could be used. The boy immediately asked which one. Ignoring the question, the patriarch continued that using this method has very serious consequences. At this time, Ha-yurak was easily damaging the snake. She was quite collected, but not at all tense. The fiery halo around the huntress dealt no less damage to her opponents than her blows, making it immediately clear why she had such a high rank. The sea monster's body was torn to pieces, and if the witch had not immediately healed it, everything would have been over long ago. But the warrior had an answer to this, a fiery fist, which sooner or later would have caught not only the mermaid's pet, but her as well. The damn witch immediately understood this, so she began to hide among the surrounding buildings and even inside some of them. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon bestowed his power upon the student, explaining that this was a chance for him to temporarily experience the power that awaited the boy in the future. He added that it wouldn't last too long, so he should use his time wisely and not get into trouble. Hayurek moved forward in search of the leader of the mermaids, destroying them along the way. It was even a little fun. The girl decided to speed up the search, so she used all her power and summoned a real fire hurricane. The opponents were scattered into pieces within a radius of several dozen meters. Now it would be possible to calmly look around. But these plans were disrupted by the sea serpent, which regenerated and was now fully ready for battle again. In addition to everything else, the sorceress also increased its size. Now the huntress did not look so impressive against the background of her enemy. But she had her own point of view on this matter. Hayurek smiled and said that someone was caught. The monster looked in bewilderment at the girl, who lit a fire projectile in her hand, and saying that she would roast him now, rushed forward. Just at this moment, the heavenly demon was finishing working on the disciple's chakras, so in order for the body to absorb a huge amount of energy, it was necessary to prepare well. Then he began to slowly transfer his strength, and the guy winced from the tension. The load turned out to be simply colossal. Hayurek, as it turned out, was also aware of the snake's most vulnerable spot, and that's where she struck. The monster began to thrash around in pain and began to destroy everything it saw, after which it went under the water again, and the witch stood there in confusion. Then the mermaid was filled with anger. She hissed that the Lord would be displeased, but who knew that she would meet an opponent equal in strength? The witch gave praise to her Lord, raising her hands to the sky, and began to ask him for additional powers. The hunter only laughed cheerfully at this, and noted that such tricks would no longer work. She continued to joke that the owner came to the call of her pet, realizing that her pathetic worm was in danger. Hayurek showed the sorceress the sign of victory and informed her that she had arrived just in time as expected. Realizing that a real fiery whirlwind was unfolding around her, the mermaid's eyes widened in horror. The girl snapped her fingers and the fire doubled in size. The witch screamed that this was simply impossible. Saying that this was punishment for the lost lives, Hayurek rushed like a fiery comet at the sea monster. Our hero, meanwhile, received such a charge of power that his arms and legs cramped up and his eyes glowed with a blue fire. In order not to scream, he clenched his teeth tightly. As soon as the energy was distributed more evenly throughout the body, the guy calmed down. A message appeared that the temporary ability Heavenly Demon Body had been activated. Hayurek looked at the monster, as if asking how he liked her attack now that the healer was destroyed. He silently waved his tail and tried to hide under the water to sit there and regenerate at least a little. The girl realized that she would have to dip her feet too, and saying that this was precisely why she didn't buy expensive shoes, the huntress took off her shoes. Barefoot, sparks flying from her heels, she headed straight for the water to fight the monster, saying that she was tired of standing on ceremony and it was time to end it all. The fiery comet dove into the depths. It turned out that the monster was not so simple. It waved its tail and pushed the girl back, and the creature itself jumped out of the water. This surprised Hayurek quite a bit, who had been counting on a quick victory, but it seemed that the initial plan had failed. The monster simply blew out her flame. Moreover, the airflow was so strong that it simply blew the girl away. She tried to resist, but it was completely useless. The speed was simply enormous. Hayurek stopped only when she was hit hard against the wall of some building, and debris fell down. The monster, as it turned out, also possessed fire magic, and was now peering into the clouds of smoke, trying to find and devour the beauty. She fell from a height straight into the water, and was now slowly descending downwards. It seemed that the huntress had simply lost consciousness for a moment from the impact. A helicopter arrived at the scene, It is unclear whether it was a reinforcement or a rescue operation, but it clearly had a positive effect on what was happening. It was the subordinates of the Red Lion Guild leader who reported that the evacuation of people from this area was completely finished. Kayurak was descending underwater, but she already knew that the area around was free and she could not hold back her forces for fear of harming civilians. She opened her eyes abruptly and smiled. This was simply great news. Now the pathetic worm would answer for everything. Hayurak huddled up and with one sharp movement pushed her body to the surface. She was very strong. The girl literally flew into the air, surrounded by a halo of fire, and screamed that her name was Hayurak and she was one of 9 S-rank hunters on the planet. Along with her scream, a powerful explosion sounded. The warrior blew up all the surrounding buildings, and now the monsters simply had nowhere to hide. Saying that things were now going badly for the snake, she began to gather her strength for the next attack. Shouting that the monster was now a corpse, Hayurak cast some particularly strong spell that made her even more powerful. She didn't have time to throw it at the monster. Someone grabbed the girl by the wrist and asked her to wait a little. It was Park Hyun-soo, who was not afraid to go against the will of the leader of the Red Lions Guild, which puzzled her quite a bit. At about the same time, Lee Mi-na ran up to the store with sports equipment, thinking that our hero alone wouldn't be able to cope. He had practically no combat experience. The girl actually ran, hoping only that despite the events in the neighboring area, the sellers left the doors open. Through the window, she noticed cast iron weights stacked one on top of the other. In the absence of a better weapon, they could very well serve well. The store turned out to be open, and they even told her the price of 15,000 won. After paying, Lee Mi-na thought that this was only possible in Korea. The association's director came out of the store and dropped the weight to the ground with a bang, almost leaving a mark on the asphalt. Ignoring the shop assistant's cries that she had not taken the change, the girl made a movement with her hand, and in the blink of an eye lifted the weight into the air. Another spell and the weight began to spin around the huntress at breakneck speed. Remember? Her rank was A. Finally, the weight fit comfortably in my hand, and I could continue on my way at maximum speed. The girl pushed off the ground and seemed to throw herself forward after the weight, thus practically flying. The salesman at the door of the store froze with his mouth open when he saw that a customer had launched herself into the sky with the help of a cast-iron weight. Meanwhile, above the ruins of the Ha-Yurak quarter, Hyun-soo tried to decide who should kill the sea serpent. They started with the girl asking with a sickeningly sweet smile why the hero came here. The young man calmly and simply replied that he had come here only to finish off the monster. She continued to smile but less radiantly, saying that this wouldn't do, that he had also pissed her off, that snake. Then the huntress added that if the boy promised to join her guild, she would become much more accommodating. It seemed like a deal, and the young man let go of her hand with great pleasure, showing that he agreed. They both looked at the monster from above and decided that they had to end all this as soon as possible. Who knows what else could happen? The huntress looked at Hyun-soo preparing to attack and thought that he was charged and tense like a taut string. She knew that the guy was talented, but this was impressive. The hero rushed into the attack so quickly that he left behind only a light trail, and Ha-Yurak's hair was scattered by the wave of air. The girl was completely stunned. She didn't even notice how the young man moved from his place, and he had already completely disappeared from sight. The guy meanwhile approached the open mouth of the sea serpent, which now looked much more like a dragon. He decided to take advantage of the old man's power, and prepared to perform first-level heavenly crushing blows. Hyun-soo started with a strike using a tactic called burning, seemingly inspired by the example of the Red Lion Guild leader. He completed the attack with a blow from the air, and streams of thick blood gushed from the monster's mouth. He clearly didn't have long left. Realizing that he needed to save his life, the monster lashed out with his tail several times and tried to escape. The young man rose into the air, escaping from his sweeping blows. It was necessary to prevent the creature from reaching the neighboring area. Therefore, by using the flight of the heavenly demon, the young man abruptly changed his location relative to the target. Now he found himself right in front of the sea serpent's face, blocking its path of retreat. Now there was absolutely nowhere to go. The youth instantly assumed a combat stance, activating the heavenly crushing blows tactic of the second stage. Finally, he rushed to attack the enemy, intending to destroy him once and for all. A chi-enhanced strike called Burn was used, and this time its effectiveness was much greater. The snake began to fall down with a roar. He received a mortal wound, and the healer could no longer heal it, so the battle could be considered over. The old man could not understand how the student managed to grab part of his muscle memory, passed down from generation to generation, if he only shared knowledge and strength. He just dealt another crushing blow to the monster in a way that only the heavenly demon himself could. Everything was on fire, but the monster was in no hurry to give up. Hyun-soo was forced to jump back a little to avoid a counterattack. The young man used the heavenly demon flight technique. Now he had mastered it 100% and used it with maximum efficiency. The monster pursued him, destroying with the jerks of its huge body what Ha-yurak had not destroyed. It was time to use the sky demon's crushing blows of the third degree, and our hero did so. He used a burning strike, slamming his fist right into the sea serpent's nose, the flames blazing as if someone had spilled gasoline. The snake's eyes flew out of its sockets. It began to blaze and beat in its death throes, but it was still alive. The young man struck again, and blood mixed with fire began to spurt out of the monster like a fountain, as if from a burst pipe. This was the end. The monster fell apart. Ha-yurak watched as the pieces of what had just a second ago been a huge sea serpent flew in all directions and thought that it was simply incredible. Next to her, Lee Mi-na hung in the air on a weight and sighed that this simply couldn't be happening. The association director pressed her hands to her chest and asked if this was really Hyun-soo's doing. Then a message appeared that the temporary awakening of the ability had been terminated, and the young man froze in surprise. He did not expect that it would happen so suddenly. He also didn't expect that the post-effect of using someone else's power would have such a detrimental effect on his body and well-being. Right in the air, the hero almost doubled over in pain, then vomited his own blood. The guy wouldn't remember what happened next. He passed out and began to rapidly fall from a height. Both beauties noticed what happened and rushed to help the hero. Like two meteors, the girls became worried. The sky demon realized that his help would not be needed this time. He only thought that the rascal had snagged two of the best beauties at the same time. The water continued to rise and real rivers flowed through the city streets, but the mermaids were practically no longer visible. Yun arrived home, and as soon as she opened the front door, she saw her frightened brother and sister who rushed into her arms. The girl hugged the children and tried to calm them down, explaining that everything was fine and that everything would definitely be fine in the future. The kids were whining and had tears running down their faces, and Yoon was just glad that they were safe and sound, and that she had also managed to survive and return home. The archer had already mounted her water scooter and called the Panther Man to report that everything was okay, and then asked what the situation was in the area. He replied that the situation had become much calmer after the leader of the Red Lions Guild had dealt with the sorceress. Then he added that everything was fine with the snake too. It was destroyed by that unknown hunter. The beauty grimaced. She didn't like Hyun-soo. Choi Woo added that the water level was starting to recede, and soon she would no longer need the vehicle. The girl was happy and was about to quickly bring the scooter to the garage. Driving away from the house where she had delivered Yoon, the archer shouted that the danger had passed and the girl could rest easy. She went out onto the balcony and loudly shouted words of gratitude, adding at the end that the huntress should take care of herself. It is not hard to guess that after everything that happened, our hero ended up in a local hospital. His health condition left much to be desired. The doctors placed him in a ward and then provided all the necessary assistance as required for a hunter. When Park Hyun-soo opened his eyes in his hospital bed, he groaned loudly and winced, but not from pain. And from the realization that even here he would not be able to enjoy solitude, the mentor was right there. The guy clarified whether he really got to the hospital. He became very excited and shouted loudly, was everything really lost and did he know defeat? The old man laughed and joked again about his student's poor memory. With an incredibly satisfied face, the heavenly demon asked if the hero really didn't remember anything at all about what happened. The boy didn't say anything in response, and the teacher explained that he lost consciousness after using the crushing blows technique, something the boy didn't expect to hear. At this point, the patriarch grew huge and shouted that he intended to punish the bastard who dared to use his heavenly crushing blows in a free interpretation. While the student was making excuses that he didn't remember anything, there was a knock on the door, and Lee Mi-na and Ha-yurak entered, both of them smiling brightly at the newcomer. The boy's jaw literally dropped in surprise. Two beauties came into the room to check on him, pinch them, if this isn't a dream. The battle with the mermen actually lasted quite a long time, with hunters from all guilds joining in with the intention of killing every single monster. Spells were cast on the monsters, and people fought with all available methods to clear the city from the invasion. Choi Hyun-woo, now in human form, gave an interview to the press, reporting that the situation had stabilized, but some of the mermen had gone into the sewers. He added that the townspeople could rest easy, the hunters would find and neutralize all the monsters, and at that moment the camera took in the ruins of some building. The house where Yun lived was not damaged at all, and the whole street was in perfect order, even though it was located in the area of the invasion. The girl decided that it was time to take a bath. This is the best remedy for all problems and adversities. The water began to slowly fill. Park Hyun-soo's arm and leg were broken, so he couldn't move freely and take care of himself. Or rather, he could, but the two girls thought completely differently. They literally spoon-fed him, constantly bickering over who was helping the young man more and better. Eventually, Ha-yurak ran out of patience and asked Lee to show the guy what was long overdue. She nodded, taking out a rather large black box, but sighed that she could have managed without any help from the outside. When the box was opened, a powerful stream of energy literally gushed out of it, and in the middle lay a yellow ball, like a pearl in a seashell. It was the heart of a monster, the hero's reward. Lee Mi-na, Ha-yurak, Hyun-soo, and Heavenly Demon looked at the ball with the same reverence. The old man noted that he had never encountered a demon's heart, which they call elixir, of such incredible power. Noticing the guy's confusion, Director Lee explained that demon hearts remain after the death of ancient monsters and retain most of their power. Ha-yurak suggested eating the heart to increase power. For beginner hunters, this can increase the rank by 1 level. She noticed that the sea serpent was not actually that big, but since it had such a powerful heart, it was definitely very ancient. The old man muttered that the ball contained 500 years of chi energy, and the hero asked why they were giving him such a valuable gift. The girls replied that they were just being kind. But then something went wrong again, and the beauties began to argue about who should give the gift fairly, the association or the Red Lions. Then they both started arguing about who would tell and show the hero how to properly use the monster's heart. Both were ready to fight, but the old man advised not to listen to empty talk. He knows how to use the ball with maximum efficiency and will teach the boy. After Hyun-soo nodded subtly, the heavenly demon simply watched the beauty's argument with undisguised pleasure, calling it a tigress fight. He jokingly asked the guy whom he was going to marry, which drove him into hysterics. The girls decided that the hero was overtired and therefore talking to himself, but still it was somehow too inadequate. They left the hospital for a while and went about their business, but by evening, Ha-yurak was already at the door to the ward again. The huntress stood there for quite a long time, rubbing the back of her head with a puzzled look, deep in thought about something of her own. She couldn't bring herself to go inside, but she finally opened the door and looked inside Park Hyun-soo's room. He was lying on the bed, and Lee Mi-na was showing him some sheets of documents one by one for him to read. The girl explained that they had made changes to the contract. Let him think carefully. In the future, such an opportunity might no longer exist. The association director had her own motives. She hoped that the hero would rise to S-class, If she recruited him now, the organization's reputation would be saved. The young man didn't want to offend the beauty by refusing, but he also wasn't particularly keen on signing a contract with her right now, and in principle, he wasn't burning with desire. Finally, a slightly confused Lee Mi-na left the hero's room, informing Hayurak that it was now her turn to try. The director of the association did not look upset, but rather purposeful. It seemed as if she had a particularly important task. Hayurak entered the room, as if illuminated by the rays of the setting sun. The young man lay in bed and wondered why she was here. The girl quickly approached and sat down on the bed so abruptly that the guy cried out in pain, jumping up on the springs of the mattress. The huntress resolutely asked the hero if he liked the association's proposal. The old man thought that the devils were trying so hard that they would persuade him, even though he didn't need to. Hyun-soo was slow to respond, and the girl continued that she had no doubt that the conditions were very favorable. Then she suggested that, in addition, the organization offered the guy immunity from criminal liability for killing people. She leaned close to Hyun-soo, literally hanging over him, and he had no choice but to ask in confusion how she knew. She just snorted, saying that she was also a member of the association, but he would soon reach Class S, and hunters of this rank do not need immunity. The hero swallowed his saliva. The girl smiled and said that power is no longer money or nuclear weapons. Power is now hunters like them. She jumped up, put her hands on her hips, and declared that who would give them immunity? It was just ridiculous. The hero was forced to agree. Hayurak turned away from him and said that the only thing the young man needed now was patronage. Jumping up to the bed, she shouted that the patronage was none other than that of the head of the Red Lions Guild, Hayurak. After some time, the beauty left the ward. Lee Mi-na was still standing in the corridor with papers, and this time her rival wished her good luck. She deliberately waved her hand right in front of the association director's face, demonstrating superiority, but she ignored it, although she was burning with rage. The girl looked into the room, smiling, but Hyun-soo was sad and only sighed loudly when he saw her. The guy gathered his courage and said that he was very sorry. He really looked guilty. Lee took it as it should be and informed her that she would not force the awakened one to do something he did not want to do. The girl headed towards the door, fixing her hair, and quietly wished the hero a speedy recovery, let him rest and gain strength. Then the guy asked if she could help him with something. There was one thing he couldn't do on his own right now. He added sadly that it was a great impudence on his part, but he was so broken that he couldn't even get out of bed. The young man explained that he was asking the association to provide him with some assistance, and the heavenly demon proudly noted that impudence is the second happiness. Yun's house was still intact and unharmed. The sun's rays illuminated it brightly. The morning was fine. The girl cheerfully opened the doors to the nursery and began to wake the kids. It was time to wash up and have breakfast. The boy and girl were completely sleepy and rubbing their eyes, but the sister explained that today was a day off and that she would soon have to go to work part-time. She sent the kids to the bath, saying that they would now have breakfast and could sleep until lunch. The boy was brushing his teeth and asked why he couldn't do it the other way around, get some sleep and then have breakfast. His sister replied that he couldn't, and that was it. Here the children noticed an inscription on the mirror that ordinary people do not survive in this world. There was clearly someone in the bathroom. Yun was pouring noodles into bowls when she suddenly heard a terrible scream and almost dropped the ladle. The children rushed out of the bathroom and burst into the kitchen with a huge mermaid chasing after them. The girl was seriously scared and was ready to rush at him, armed with kitchen utensils to protect the kids. But she didn't have time. The monster grabbed the girl with both hands and lifted the child into the air, intending to have a little snack. The little girl started crying and calling her sister for help. The girl hurried to send her brother to another room and tried to figure out what to do. She took a cutting knife from the kitchen board and resolutely headed towards the monster. She had to make it before something irreparable happened. The little girl screamed for the monster to let her go, and he hesitated, just enough time for her to run up to him. Yun made a swift leap, intending to attack the mermaid with a knife, not thinking at all that she herself might get hurt. The blow was really strong. The girl drove the knife into the monster's side up to the hilt and closed her eyes when blood spurted from the wound. But her face stretched out in surprise. The creature continued to hold her little sister in her arms and completely ignored the fact that someone had attacked. With one powerful blow of his fist, the mermaid threw Yun several meters to the side, and she flew across the entire kitchen. The girl hit the stove hard and overturned a pot of hot noodles, but all she could think about was whether her little sister was safe. Hitting the wall, Yun flew in the opposite direction, hoping that she could distract the monster's attention at least a little. The little brother looked into the kitchen. He was scared, but he wanted to save his little sister. She continued to cry, clutched in the arms of the monster. Then Li Na flew into the room with her weight. Everyone froze in surprise, even the mermaid, not to mention the children. Then the monster decided to have breakfast first and then solve the new problem, but the girl screamed at him to stop immediately. The weight hit the monster with such force that he reflexively let go of the baby and howled loudly in pain. The girl fell to the floor and tried to roll away. She intuitively understood that she needed to save herself. The mermaid began to stamp his feet so that pieces of the floor and clouds of dust rose into the air. He was furious. Soon the kitchen space was filled with magical energy. The huntress raised the weight into the air for a new attack, and along with it, debris and even the beauty's hair rose. With a scream for him to catch it, she launched it all straight into the smiling, toothy face of the mermaid. The attack was swift. Realizing that he had to save himself, the monster raised his hand to protect his head from the impact of the cast-iron cannonball. He succeeded quite well, but the damage was still quite severe, and the knife was still sticking out of his side. Li Na cast a new spell and shouted that the monster should immediately go to its relatives in hell. The monster received a blow of energy of such force that its skull was almost blown off. By some miracle, the mermaid continued to stand on his feet, but this obviously did not last long. When it finally collapsed, the association director looked around to assess the situation and the destruction. The girl looked at Yoon and the children, who were still on the floor, and asked if they were okay. Ha-Yoon was deeply shocked and asked with tears in her voice how the huntress knew that they needed help. Lee replied that Hyun-soo asked her to. The morning turned out to be quite rich in unexpected events. Some unusual things were happening in the hospital as well. The doctors gathered to make their rounds, and it was discovered that one of the patients was feeling much better than expected. The doctor even adjusted his glasses out of excitement. Hyun-soo got out of bed and started to demonstrate his movements. He complained that his body was heavy, although nothing hurt anymore. The nurse remarked that it was a great miracle that he stood up on his own at all, and the doctor reported that even though the guy was a hunter, he had never seen such regeneration. The clinic staff was pleasantly surprised, and the guy said that he was basically very fast, after which he laughed nervously. The young man went to the reception desk to check out, receiving wishes for a good recovery. After inquiring how much he owed for services, the hero learned that the Red Lions Guild had already paid his bills in full. Once outside, Hyun-soo went to get a bite to eat, thinking about how incredibly lucky he was. He told the old man that the guild had paid for everything, and he noted that Ha-Yurek treated his people very well and cared for them. The hero thought that she had spent a lot of money. He even began to feel a little awkward. Here he checked his bank account and cried out in surprise. The master did not understand what was going on and where such a reaction came from. He asked the student why he was standing with his mouth open, to which the young man replied that he could not count how many zeros there were in the amount that had been credited to his account. Finally, Hyun-soo shouted that he had just received 600 million from the Red Lion Guild, his hands shaking. They stopped right next to the bank building, and the guy read that this was the initial payment for a hunter joining the guild. The hero took a few more steps forward, but his legs felt like cotton wool. Hyun-soo continued to repeat the amount of the contribution. The old man asked if his student had lost his mind from the amount of gold, to which he replied with tears in his eyes that the master simply did not know what it was like to be a beggar. He started whining about how hard it was to see ramen in the store every day, but having the means to buy it, the heavenly demon thought it was time to get some food. The old man suddenly dragged the boy into the air by the scruff of his neck using heavenly demon flight, saying that they had an urgent matter. The patriarch, with a happy and slightly sly smile, explained that it was time for the young man to urgently prepare ramen for the teacher. They went to the hero's apartment, where they immediately carried out their plan. Before training, they needed to have a little snack. After that, both of them went to the portal. They had a very important event planned for today. The heroes sat down in the interdimensional world opposite each other. Between them stood a black box with the heart of a sea serpent. The heavenly demon explained that absorbing even 10% of the elixir would give him a charge of chi energy equal to 20 years. If he masters the mentor's method, then this figure will reach 70%, which is equal to 140 years. The master asked what the boy will do when he gains such power. He lowered his head and explained that he had a goal. The opening of portals and the invasion of monsters took many lives of people. He added that he and Ha-Yun had both lost their parents at the time, and the old man continued to listen silently, waiting for the outcome. The hero clenched his fist and declared that he was now a hunter, and simply could not allow anyone else to experience such grief. The patriarch scratched his beard and suggested that the invasion of monsters was the great horde that the legends in his world predicted. The old man asked if the hero remembered how, in the last battle, he used techniques that the old man did not teach him. He replied that he did not remember, but he knew. Heavenly demons pass down their craft from generation to generation, accumulating martial arts skills. The guy clenched his teeth. It seemed he was beginning to suspect what had happened to him and why the portal had appeared. The mentor continued that this long sequence of events was started by the very first heavenly demon. He said that all this was necessary in order to one day fight back against a certain great horde. The hero nodded, but added that the only problem was that this legend did not apply to his own dimension at all. This phrase made the old man a little angry. He angrily said that this was true. This was another reason for his desire to return to his world as soon as possible. Who knows what was happening there? At this time, Li Mi-na was going to visit the guy and tell him about Yoon. Having learned that he had been discharged from the hospital, she went to his home. She tried to look into the window of his apartment, but there were Roman blinds completely blocking the view. The girl dropped to the ground and stopped in front of the door. She was told that this was the right address, so she should go in. In order not to drop in unannounced, she called several times, but Hyun-soo didn't answer. The young man had left his phone before going into the portal, and now it was literally bursting into flames as it lay on the desk. Someone wanted to enter the room and knocked, but in the portal there was no sound of a bell, no footsteps on the stairs, no knock on the door. The director of the association stood on the stairs and thought that she simply had to tell the hero about what happened in his friend's house. At this time, the young man was busy with completely different things. The heavenly demon commanded him to start eating the elixir. Hyun-soo took the monster's heart in his hand and looked at it in horror, saying that he was simply physically unable to swallow a ball of such size. He instantly received a poke in the nose and a shout that the teacher said to start eating it, not swallowing it. Couldn't the rascal understand the difference? The patriarch said angrily that if it weren't for him, the disciple would have simply locked up the demon's heart, and all the benefit from it would have gone down the drain. With a submissive look, the young man tried to take the first bite, and a huge bump appeared on his forehead. The taste was so strange that the first desire was to spit it all back out, but the guy pulled himself together in time and didn't do it. When Li Mi-na knocked on the door, she noticed that it was not locked and not even tightly closed. It seemed reasonable to go inside, since the owner was obviously at home in this situation. The girl looked inside and called out loudly to the young man by name several times, but there was no answer. The beauty took a few steps forward and began to look around, continuing to loudly ask if Hyun-soo was home. Here her attention was drawn to a black portal right in the middle of the wall. The hunter had not expected to see something like this here at all. She froze, looking at the portal, and even from her posture from behind one could feel the tension she was experiencing. At this time, the guy had almost finished the elixir, and began to absorb the last piece, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. The master turned away so as not to see his grimace and commanded him to concentrate and even out his heartbeat. He explained to the student that if he made a mistake, he would remain alive, but could be paralyzed for the rest of his life, and he almost choked. He gave instructions to perceive the elixir not as food, but as spiritual power. Let it slowly dissolve its shell in thoughts and move towards the dantian. The ability to follow the prompts was activated. The young man followed the instructions. Then he had to very slowly move the energy to the Benhui point. The director of the association was still in his apartment, and the black portal to a parallel dimension was still there. The girl's face showed disgust, and she suddenly thought how long she had to not clean the house for mold to grow on the wall, resembling a portal. After rummaging around in the bathroom, she quickly found some cleaning liquid, a basin, and a pair of gloves. Who would have thought that an official would take on cleaning? The disgust on her face didn't go away, but Li Mi Na was determined in her desire to get rid of the dirt. Suddenly her phone rang, and the girl even felt some relief that cleaning the wall was being postponed a little. She was informed that the branch's chief manager had arrived for a meeting, and the huntress headed for the door, saying that she would be there soon. Before closing the door to the apartment, she looked at the portal again, and thought that she would definitely have to wash off this mold. Soon, together with her kettlebell, the beauty was already rushing through the air to the office to meet with the manager. She was very versatile. Meanwhile, the master commanded the guy to begin moving the energy of the elixir to the outer shell of his aura. The hero concentrated as hard as he could, and streams of energy appeared around him, similar to those that enveloped the heavenly demon. The patriarch was surprised to find that the sea serpent possessed the fire energy of Yan, and in his disciples' world there were very powerful and mighty monsters. All the better for them. The heavenly demon's martial art is the very quintessence of Yang energy. Everything worked out surprisingly well. They didn't even have to change the polarity. A message appeared that the energy of the elixir had been absorbed by 32%, and it was clear from the young man's face that he was not feeling too well. The master said that when the elixir had completely dissolved in his aura, it should be carefully returned inside his body without being released outside. When the absorption rate of the elixir reached 50%, the hero's hair rose up, and the energy literally swirled around him like a whirlwind. The flow was so strong that the young man had to clench his teeth from the tension to control the process. Soon he could not restrain himself and screamed. The patriarch looked at him with a calm face and asked his disciple to be patient. The hero was ready to jump up and run away, but the mentor asked him not to give up, because the seed of the heavenly demon was sprouting in him. The degree of assimilation had reached 60%. When the number rose to 70, the young man could not restrain himself, and several streams of blood spurted from his mouth and nose. The master continued to explain to him what exactly was happening and to persuade him to continue, because the goal had almost been achieved. Finally, the young man calmed down a little, and the heavenly demon realized that he had fallen into a deep trance. A message appeared that the absorption rate was 80%. This exceeded all the old man's expectations. Could this dimension really provide such opportunities? It was incredible. When another 10% was added, the hero began to bleed again. The extreme degree of tension was written on his face. The mentor rose into the air above him and praised the student, saying that he would help him finish what he had started. The master shared his primordial chai with Hyun-Soo to support his body at such a crucial moment. A glow appeared at the level of the hero's chest, and then a blue glow poured out of his eyes. As the master announced the release of energy, a fountain of blood burst from the young man's mouth. A bright glow of energy flared up. A flame appeared in Hyun-Soo's eyes. Every muscle of his body was tense. The guy screamed. A message appeared that the elixir had been completely absorbed. The body had reached the peak of yang energy concentration and had become invulnerable to fire and thermal effects. The ability to follow clues also improved, and a new skill was discovered. The guy gradually began to come to his senses, but the pupils in his eyes were still not visible. The young man's body fell down helplessly. The new ability was to absorb the skills and knowledge of any individual once a day. Meanwhile, the city hospital was overflowing with victims of the mermaids, and there was real chaos there. There were so many victims that they all couldn't fit in the emergency room. They began to examine them right on the street to sort them into serious and light cases. The doctors and nurses were so busy that there was no time to even take an urgent phone call. The monsters were on the loose in earnest. The corridors were packed, and those who had already received first aid were waiting their turn for a more detailed examination right on the floor, leaning against the wall. Li Mi-na was also here. She was trying to walk down the corridor to the right room, but it was really hard to push through. The girl was annoyed. The fishman brought so much grief to the city that it was hard to even imagine. Finally, the association director found the right room and looked inside, calling out Yang's name to make sure she was there. The girl was lying in bed, and when asked cautiously about her health, she replied that she was already feeling a little better. Li Mi-na reported that her brother and sister had been transferred to Sasong Medical Center due to a lack of space, and Yang asked if they were okay. The huntress grabbed her head in embarrassment and stuttered, answering that the children had not yet regained consciousness, which came as a huge surprise to her sister. The girl explained that this is one of the strangest and most widespread symptoms after the attack of the fishman. Doctors are already looking for a way to combat it. She placed her hand on Yang's head and stroked her hair gently a few times, and she muttered something vaguely resembling gratitude. The phone rang, and Li Mi-na said goodbye and left the room. The conversation promised to be quite long. After listening to what they told her, the beauty did not answer anything. She continued to remain silent, nodding her head, as if she could be seen on the other end of the phone. Then she put the phone in her pocket. There was no point in calling Hyun-soo. He never answered a single call or message, but she had to somehow tell the guy about Yang and the children. The girl couldn't understand how this could happen. Ha-yoon suffered the most, but now her condition is much better than that of the children. Okay, girl, she could have passed out from fear when the monster grabbed her, or when she fell to the floor after it appeared. But the fishman didn't touch her brother at all, so why did he end up in the most difficult situation out of the three of them? Now both children are in a coma, and the doctors are not willing to make any prognoses because everything that could be done has already been done, and the children have not woken up. The atmosphere in the Red Lion Guild's office center was also far from relaxed. The secretary reported to Ha Yurak that the damage to the city was estimated at 1 billion won. There are currently 117 victims, but new ones are constantly arriving at the hospital. And what worries doctors most is the fact that after contact with mermaids, many fall into a coma for no apparent reason. The huntress was quite surprised. She leaned her head on her hand and began to wonder what could be the reason for this strange phenomenon. The girl was lost in thought for a few minutes, but then sighed loudly and said that she had no answer. Having stated that this was in principle not within their competence, the head of the guild informed the secretary that he could go. Hayurak picked up her phone and dialed the number. The beeps lasted a very long time, but there was no answer. The beauty looked at the mobile phone so angrily that it could have cracked. What a cheeky fellow. He just joined the guild and still doesn't answer the leader's call. It's not hard to guess that the person in question was Hyun-soo, whose scream that his boss had just paid him 600 million, one nearly burned half the office to ashes with anger. In the rich area of the city, everything went on as usual. It seemed that in this world, no invasion of monsters simply existed. The windows were polished to a shine and sparkled brightly. There was not a speck of dust on the parked cars, and people were living their normal lives. One man was lounging in a chair, the other was opening a can of beer. They were relaxed and unperturbed. Haxon Baldur, the head of the experienced guild, asked his colleague what had happened to the new awakened one, and whether the woman from the Red Lions had managed to lasso him. Gil Lordeman, the only S-rank hunter who had not joined any organization, took a sip from the can and remarked that he was quite impressive for a newbie. Baldur was also of the highest rank, but was a little more enterprising. He would like to get Hyun-soo into his guild. He slammed his fist on the table and shouted that it would have been better if he had killed the awakened one, but Gil suggested not to talk nonsense. Imagining Hyun-soo burning in the fire, Haksen Baldur screamed that he would rather destroy him than harm the Ha-Yurak guild. The sea, a palm tree, a sun lounger, the scorching sun, it seems like someone went on holiday to the coast. I wonder who it could be. Hyun-soo leaned back on the chaise lounge and half closed his eyes. He was so relaxed that he was almost melting. The girl's hand gently stroked the guy's hair, tenderly calling him by name. It seemed that a little more and the hero would fall asleep right in the sun. Lee Min-na dropped to one knee and noted, a little embarrassed, that the young man deserved this rest because he was so tired. Then Ha-Yurak and another beauty came up, shouting that it was enough to sleep. They had a more interesting offer. The girls showed Hyun-soo the ball and reminded him that he had promised to play beach volleyball with them after lunch. Whoever loses will pay for dinner tonight, the huntress's friend declared, and was the first to hit the ball. The ball hit the hero right in the face, so hard that it could have easily reduced the number of his teeth. The mockery began. The serve was very simple, to which Hyun-soo noted that it was actually the first time in his life that he played volleyball. The guy went for the sword, but it had rolled quite far away and was now floating away into the depths. Suddenly, the ball fell into a funnel and a huge sea serpent rose from the water. This was very unexpected. The monster hit the surface with its tail several times and then sank deep into the water again. The young man, with the ball in his hands, also dived into the depths. The monster began to swim towards the light of the flame and telepathically demanded that his heart, the elixir, be returned to him. The guy swam with him for a while, when suddenly he thought that he was in some kind of underwater lava. The water was extremely hot. The guy passed out and began to sink to the bottom. The monster swam around, but made no attempt to kill. Here the young man opened his eyes wide. He realized that all this was a dream, but the sensations were still very realistic. The old man shouted that since the student had already woken up, he should immediately prepare ramen for him, as a reward for waiting so long. He pointed to the clock and said that the large hand on the plate had already passed the number 12 5 times, and the young man realized in horror that he had slept for 2.5 days. In the association office, everything was far from as calm as in our hero's dream, and there were many reasons for that. First of all, it was because of the call that Hyun-soo made first. He called Lee Min-na. The girl screamed so loudly that they had to move the mobile phone away. She screamed that he shouldn't have eaten the elixir alone. He could have died, or even worse. But in the office of the Red Lion Guild, the telephone conversation with the young man was much more restrained. Ha-Yurak simply asked in surprise whether the boy had really eaten the demon's heart and then simply slept for 2 days without any other consequences. Then the huntress became cheerful and added that the main thing was that he remained alive. What could you expect from him, a dumb newbie? Hyun-soo smiled. He was pleased that the boss reacted much more calmly than he thought. Fortunately, he didn't know about the previous firestorm. He politely said goodbye and promised not to disappear from contact in the future, while the guy fed the teacher the promised ramen. He chewed with gusto, but from time to time he called his student a little rascal as a precaution. Then a message about a level increase came on the phone, and our hero decided to check out his current stats. His jaw dropped as he saw how the data had changed since he had last looked at the spreadsheets. Even the ability to follow hints was raised to the 3rd level. There were many other changes, but not all of them were worth noting. The patriarch was watching the news, but was distracted because the young man began to jump around the room with joy. When asked what he was so happy about, the young man replied that once a day he could use a technique that the old man had not taught him. It was simply amazing. The mentor noted that this was somehow implausible. Even if such an ability existed, it was dishonest to use it. Since the boy continued to rejoice, a preventive flick was given so that he would know his place. At the last moment, the young man managed to dodge, shouting that his forehead was not a training ground for slaps. The old man turned away. He couldn't understand how the student had learned to dodge at the very last moment. Hyun-soo continued to rejoice. After some time, our hero went to the hospital to visit Yoon. Lee Min-na told him what happened. They sat in the hall, and the girl sadly bowed her head, telling about the events. The guy sighed that he understood her well. Yun burst into tears, covering her face with her hands, and moaned about what would happen if the children never regained consciousness. The guy put his hand on her shoulder and said in a confident tone that they would definitely come. His face reflected confidence that this is exactly how it would be. Yun wiped away her tears and looked closely at her friend again, noting that they were similar in some ways. The young men walked down the corridor to the doors of the intensive care unit, where patients in a coma were lying. Hyun-soo introduced his friend to his younger brother, Hyun-tae, who has been unconscious for 2 years, since the day of the car accident in which his parents died. He was also assigned to this hospital, so coming here has long since become a habit for the young man. Yoon leaned over to get a better look at Hyun-soo's brother's features, and he explained that the doctors had never found the cause of the condition. The girl took the patient's hand. It was cold as ice, and Yoon involuntarily called the boy a poor thing. She started telling brother Hyun-soo how much her friend had done for her and her family. Then she gave her name and continued to chat about all sorts of nonsense. In the end, the girl became serious and asked the child to come back to them. His brother was waiting for him very much and missed him. Yoon placed his hand back on the bed and asked him again to come back as soon as possible. It was very touching. At this point, the old man decided to comment on the situation, telling Hyun-soo that his brother was giving off a rather strange aura. This child's heart is definitely cursed, meaning he is not in a coma for medical reasons. The sky demon folded his arms and added that there was one way around it, but he wasn't sure what he should try. The auction for the sale of magical artifacts and special weapons, as always, took place in the luxurious conference hall. The skeletal spear, one of the main lots, was bidding at 70 million won, and the auctioneer began counting, but then someone raised the bid. It was a man in a red shirt with long dark hair, and both his appearance and his behavior were somewhat arrogant and dramatic. Cho Jae-hyuk was the leader of a hunters guild called Aegis. He raised the price to 80 million. Anticipating the successful acquisition of a rare spear, the man began to rub his hands with joy, but something went wrong. Jinshi raised his hand, raising the stakes even higher, although he looked much less pompous than his colleague and behaved more calmly. Cho Jae cursed. He didn't expect that anyone else would like this weapon, and he didn't want to spend extra money. He needed to save. After the auction ended, the guests began to disperse. Those who arrived without a driver went to the underground parking on their own. Pleased with a productive day, Chin Si-hyuk was already unlocking his car, holding the spear wrapped up to put inside, but something distracted him. Someone called out to the hunter, and his face immediately became covered in the usual mask of indifference and boredom. It was Cho Jae who asked if his colleague was crazy to pay 200 million won for a piece that costs 70 million at most. The hunter, with a puzzled expression, pointed to the spear he continued to hold in his hand and explained that he would have given 300 million for it if necessary. He opened the car door and asked why he had to come to the auction without money when his colleague could sit quietly at home on the couch eating ramen. Cho Jae became really angry and decided to use some supernatural powers he possessed, for which he raised his leg. He then stomped, the force of the energy flow knocking Jin Shi off his feet and almost flipping his car, as well as all the others nearby. Looking at the smoke and destruction, the hunter thought that his colleague had gone crazy. Why initiate a senseless fight in the parking lot? But Choji apparently thought that there was a point. He wanted to take possession of the spear and was now approaching with a threatening look. Jin-soo asked if he was really tired of living. The hunter unpacked his newly acquired spear and announced that this was a great chance to try out the purchase on someone who was willing to risk it. Readying his metal gauntlets for battle, Cho Jae replied that now someone would see that the weapon was worth 70 million and not a cent more. Saying that one shouldn't pretend to be someone one isn't, Jin-soo rushed at his opponent with his spear at the ready, who kept his hands behind his back, hiding his gloves. He showed them, enveloping them in energy, at the last moment, when the enemy was already flying with a spear in a jump. A second later, he was already flying in the exact opposite direction. Apparently, the man did not have time to use the spear, having received a blow to the jaw. He hit his back against the car several times before falling to the floor. It was quite humiliating. Cho-jae knelt down, checking the gauntlet's fastening, and said that no one had ever walked away alive after outbidding him at the auction. It was strange that Jin-soo didn't know that. The building of the Red Lion Guild's office center was mirrored, so at sunset and sunrise it turned a pleasant pink-orange hue. Cho-jae stood in Ha-yurak's office, leaning on her desk, and the girl menacingly asked how many more times he would create problems for them out of nowhere. She screamed that she was simply inundated with complaints that had come in about him. The hunter remained silent and smiled with a satisfied look. Then he simply explained that he couldn't contain his emotions because a competitor simply came and took the thing he liked from him at auction. Ha-yurak was furious. She stood up and pointed her finger at the hunter, saying that if something like this happened again, she would not stop at screaming. The girl became like a fury and added that she would first tear him to pieces and then burn him. It would be good if Cho-jae understood this. She shouted at the scoundrel to think about his behavior and get out. He followed the order and the office was empty. The boss looked at the photo on her desk. Then the careless employee returned and looked into the boss's office again with an innocent smile. The head of the guild yelled, "What else does he need?" Cho-jae waved his hand and asked when the boss would introduce him to that new A-rank hunter. Ha-yurak yelled that it was none of his business. The man smirked and stated that he had no intention of establishing a hierarchy or anything like that, although the look on his face suggested otherwise. A fiery projectile appeared in the girl's hand, and she roared that it was time to save herself behind the door. The hunter was indignant. Was it really impossible to say a word? But he obeyed. Cho-jae, hands on his hips, strode along the corridor and thought that in any case, he would soon meet the newcomer himself. In the hospital, our hero continued to talk with Yoon. The girl did not expect at all that he had now become awakened and was working as a hunter. She folded her hands in a gesture of gratitude and bowed slightly, as she had respect for the profession. The guy replied that he himself did not expect this. It turned out that the awakening of abilities can occur at any age and at any time. The beauty suggested that someone high-ranking, like Mi-han, helped him find the job, but our hero just laughed. Hyun-soo said that he would go visit his brother and the girl's little brother and sister, and that she should return to the ward and get a good rest. The girl walked down the corridor. As soon as she turned her back, the heavenly demon appeared. They entered Hyun-tae's room, and the boy asked if the teacher really knew a way to help the child come out of a coma. The teacher assumed his favorite pose and announced that the method was called the chopping heavenly tongue. A message appeared that the guy had learned the superior level technique of the chopping heavenly tongue. Everything happened so quickly that the hero was surprised. The master said that it is not so simple, and that the young man cannot use this method yet. The old man said that this was a secret technique, a type of witchcraft invented by one of the heavenly demons, and anyone who did not have the body of a heavenly demon could not use it. The young man, with a joyful and even enthusiastic face, said that he would be able to use this magic. The demon frowned skeptically. The hero explained that because his level of following hints had increased, he could now repeat anyone's technique once a day, even this one. Hyun-soo extended his hand forward, directing the spell towards his brother, and prepared to begin casting his spell. A message appeared that he was imitating the superior level skill, chopping heavenly tongue, and a pleasant yellow glow flowed from under the hero's fingers. The guy was tense, but he was satisfied that the magic was working. The heavenly demon was watching what was happening. He still didn't fully understand how this was even possible. What kind of ability allowed him to use techniques at a level higher than his own? A pleasant pinkish glow appeared around Brother Hyun-soo. It was clear that although he had not yet come to his senses, his condition was improving literally before our eyes. Thinking that increasing the flow of qi might help, the young man increased the power of energy transmission. The brother's heart began to beat much more rhythmically and calmly. The seal of the curse was removed from it by a spell. Our hero used up all the available chai energy when he realized that the main part of the work was already behind him. But then the spell suddenly stopped working and the recoil threw Hyun-soo back several meters. He was confused. The master noticed that he felt the power of an incredibly powerful being. Let him not be disappointed. He just needed a little more energy. The young man nodded. The hero looked at his brother and asked if he was just one step away from success, and the heavenly demon convinced him that this was indeed the case. Let's return to the rich district, where Haxan Bandur, the head of the experienced guild, and Gil Lordaman continued their conversation about eliminating the newcomer. They continued to argue, one insisting that this was madness. All the strong hunters were needed now. The other continued to insist on his decision to kill Hyun-soo. Then the doors to the room swung open, and a third hunter joined them, asking why it was so noisy. It was Yamamoto Takeshi, the vice leader of the experienced guild. His rank was also appropriate, S. After hearing what they were talking about, Takeshi took a sip of beer and said that it was for this very reason that he was against working for Haxan. Lordaman advised him to leave and be his own boss, like him. Gil decided to find out how things were going with the fragment, Yamamoto's main mission from which he had just returned. The hunter replied that, like last time, he had failed. He had come across a deserted wilderness in which there was nothing at all. Lordaman suggested searching for the last fragment in Korea, but Takeshi objected that the country was assigned to the Red Lions, so for now he preferred to wait. A friend said that the appearance of a newcomer could speed up the search for the fragment. Most likely, a corresponding expedition would soon be organized. If the boss of paradise is the ancestor of the dragon, then the portals scattered throughout the world are fragments of paradise. It is impossible to collect them all in a year. But the dragon set this very condition. Otherwise, humanity will face a disaster of such proportions that even the great hunters will be unable to cope, and an apocalypse will begin, so Takeshi was determined. He drank some more beer and slammed his fist on the table, saying that this was why they needed more high-ranking hunters. Our hero was in the hospital, and he had an idea to try using the skill on his brother and sister Yun. He came to the children's room and almost cried from frustration that they had suffered such an unenviable fate because of the monsters. The children's faces were relaxed, but their bodies were tense, as if some kind of internal struggle was going on. The nurse said that the doctors had done everything they could, and now all she could do was just put a heating pad on them. The woman added that there were many similar patients in the ward, all of whom were admitted after contact with the fishman. Opposite, above the man's bed, sat a woman with a child. They were wondering when the father would wake up. The nurse asked them to wait for the doctor. The old man materialized in such a way as not to interfere with the boy's communication with others. But when the staff came out, he explained that the reason for the coma was cold energy. The young man asked again what this meant and received the answer that people fall into this state after contact with water spirits due to cold energy. The inhabitants of the oceans carry within themselves the original charge of yin. This is how nature works, and everyone has long been accustomed to this. But the mer people have such a powerful yin charge that at times it flows into the yin charge of people, entering into conflict with it. If they merge into one, then there is an excess of yin and the creature simply goes into hibernation, be it a person, an animal, or a monster. It was clear from our hero's face that he didn't quite understand how it worked, but he had already decided to try to fix it. But before that, I had to make sure that the mentor knew a simple way to help all these people. The teacher replied that it was necessary to use yang energy to remove yin energy, then the victims would wake up. Our hero was fired up with the idea of trying the method immediately. He approached his little brother Yun and tried to sit him on the bed so that it would be more comfortable to work. The woman with the child ran up and began to complain that this was prohibited. The boy even took out his phone and began to convince the woman that the one in front of them was the Amugi killer. It would be funny if it weren't so sad. Hyun-soo began to transmit his yang energy to the child, and a pleasant warm light appeared under his hand. People calmed down and just watched. The boy's skin began to acquire a normal pinkish tint, and he was no longer so cold that he needed a heating pad. The excess yin energy began to leave his body through the back of his head, and his face became completely peaceful, and his body relaxed. The heavenly demon shouted that now was the perfect time to burn away the yin energy. The student replied that he saw no point in destroying something that could be used. He intended not to burn it, but to absorb this energy. The old man called him crazy and shouted that his body was at the extreme yang. If he absorbed yin, didn't he know what would happen? The young man apparently didn't know, and he was confident in his decision to try, so he extended his hand towards the flow of energy. The heavenly demon was indignant and called him all sorts of names, but then suddenly realized that nothing terrible was happening. The boy clenched his fist and completely absorbed the yin that came out of the child. It was clear that this did not cause him any problems. A message appeared that his body had gone from extreme yang to yin and yang harmony, and 3 beautiful energy flowers grew from the top of his head. The heavenly demon whispered that this was the peak of the 3 flowers blooming, an extremely rare phenomenon that he had never seen before in such a form. The vision quickly disappeared. It lasted only a moment, but the master was sure that he was not mistaken. His student fell into a trance for a second. He absorbed another stream of energy and turned to the heavenly demon, asking what the harmony of yin and yang meant. The patriarch thought that his ability was performing some kind of miracles and explained that this was when the body reached extreme yin and extreme yang, uniting them into harmony. The old man did not believe that this could be due to just one ability and indignantly exhaled that this was some kind of cheating, or rather, fraud. Then the woman screamed loudly. Brother Yun sat up, opened his eyes, and loudly asked where he was. The boy noticed our hero and greeted him, calling him by name. The guy was glad that the child's memory was preserved. The woman ran out into the corridor and, waving her arms, began to call the doctor and nurse into the room, saying that a miracle had happened. They rushed headlong into the ward. By the time they arrived, Sister Yun had also already woken up, and the doctor began his examination. Our hero caught and absorbed the last stream of yin only now. It was not easy to finish the process in the presence of the hospital staff. The brother rushed to hug his sister. Hyun-soo smiled. The doctor and nurse were in shock, and the woman and child began to cry with happiness, realizing that they, too, had a chance to bring their father back. When the hospital called Yun, she stopped breathing with joy and could not utter a sound in response. She just stood there and cried, covering her mouth with her hand, because there was no greater happiness than finding a family again. The children were fine. Only after hanging up the phone did the girl press the phone to her stomach and, pouring out words, began to thank the young man who had performed a real miracle for her. Meanwhile, new patients in comas continued to arrive at the hospital. There had long been insufficient space for everyone, and the wards were overcrowded. After hearing the report, Lee Mi-na ordered that additional rooms be set up and that all staff be called back from vacation and training. Then her phone rang, and Ha Yurak's phone rang too. Both girls heard the news of what Hyun-soo had done, and both were shocked by what was happening. Our hero began to methodically absorb yin energy from patients in a coma. The next one he revived was the husband of a woman with a child who was waiting opposite Yoon's brother and sister. It was reported that he had reached the first level of the yin-yang harmony body. In order to obtain harmony, one should work with the extreme points of yin and yang. Both the doctor and the nurse began to thank the guy from the bottom of their hearts, not to mention the relatives of the patients he brought back to consciousness. Our hero moved from one ward to the next. He was not proud of himself, but simply did what he could, which he reported to the doctor. Soon, Hyun-soo began walking down the hallway surrounded by happy people, each of whom wanted to thank him personally. Some even asked to take a photo as a keepsake, but most were simply in awe of this incredible ability and the guy's kind heart. The heavenly demon was extremely pleased and kept repeating that everything was very good. Hyun-soo quietly asked what exactly. The old man explained that every heavenly demon should immediately get used to such treatment, because he will be praised very often. This is normal. When our hero moved to the last ward, a strange sound was heard. The young man did not immediately realize that it was his own phone ringing. He was so tired. Hyun-soo had just brought the old man out of a coma. The nurse was helping him sit up, but she didn't want to be too intrusive. The guy smiled and took the call, telling the guild leader that he was currently in the Sassen hospital. She replied that she already knew. When asked how this was possible, the girl explained that the association had sent the guild a request for help in hospitals. Ka Yurak added that it was not free. A substantial sum was paid for his help by the state. The check just arrived. He can take it all for himself. The hero objected that he couldn't. He was a member of the guild, to which the boss was indignant that the guy hadn't read the contract carefully. If his actions weren't connected with the guild, the money was his. He was surprised that everything was so convenient, and said that when he finished in the hospital, he would go to the association. Ha Yurak was pleased. She dreamed of subordinating the organization to herself. Somewhere in Europe, Haksen Bandor was in his family castle, and no one else had lived there for a long time. He was sitting on the sofa, deep in meditation. His colleague, who had dropped in to visit, was sleeping peacefully, but then the phone rang and he had to answer it. Someone's cheerful voice told the boss that he found out where Park Hyun-soo lived. The hunter was happy. He was really looking forward to this information. Seeing how soundly Gil Lordeman was sleeping, Haksen decided that he would not wait until the morning, so he asked for the address to be sent immediately. The man put on his jacket. He was preparing for a long flight, so he needed to take care not to freeze at altitude. The hunter assumed a comfortable starting position and began breathing deeply to achieve maximum concentration. Then it was necessary to collect enough energy to develop high speed from a standing start. A second later, Haksen was already flying quickly like a bullet over the street of the ancient city. He had to cross almost half the continent. A few more jumps with increasing speed, and the man completely disappeared from sight. He was moving so quickly. In the morning, he was already in Korea, in the very city where the hero of our story, Hyun-soo, lived. He was at home, and once again listened to the request to feed the teacher ramen. It seemed that he had been wrong to praise the dishes to the old man. The guy asked if his mentor wanted to diversify the menu, to which he received the answer that he himself called ramen the best food in the world, and now he was showing off. At first, the young man wanted to object, but then he remembered how much the master had given him and agreed to go to the kitchen. Then his phone rang. The young man asked the head of the guild why she was calling so early in the morning, if something had happened. The girl asked where he was, and Hyun-soo replied that he was at home, going to cook. She screamed at him to get out of there immediately and as far away as possible. Hearing the answer, the young man became worried, but not too much. But then the heavenly demon reported that someone incredibly strong and powerful was approaching them. There was no need to repeat it twice. The hero rushed out of the apartment and rushed up the stairs, without even locking the door behind him. He wanted to run out into the street and use Heavenly Walk, but to do that, he had to manage to get over the stairs. A strange sound made the young man raise his head up. Some hunter was rushing across the sky, so fast like a comet, Hyun-soo didn't have time. The celestial body descended to the level of the cars on the road and braked sharply. There was no need to continue moving. The landing was so powerful that the road shook, and a manhole cover a few meters from our hero flew up. The young man also stayed on his feet solely thanks to his supernatural abilities. Right in front of him, in clouds of dust with his hands on his hips, stood Haksen Bandor himself, not even having soiled his jacket in flight. He looked straight at the young man and asked menacingly what his name was, and when he answered that it was Park Hyun-soo, he nodded with satisfaction. Instantly, a projectile charged with energy appeared in the hunter's hand, and he wished our hero to die quickly. The guy didn't even have time to swallow his saliva, and his opponent was already swinging with all his might to make his throw. A wave of energy, ending in a peak as sharp as an arrow, rushed towards the young man, rapidly approaching the target. Soon there was a powerful explosion, and everything around burst into multicolored flames. It seemed that the projectile had reached Hyun-soo. The hunter who attacked the guy was absolutely sure that he was dead, so without even looking back, he was about to leave the scene. At this time, a small meeting was taking place in the association's office center, and a reconnaissance robot arrived to report on the situation. He reported that, as expected, the unidentified living organism is now in the area where Park Hyun-soo lives. While the staff tried to tally up the statistics and calculate the trajectory of the object's movement, Lee Mi-na thought about the fact that supersonic speed was no joke. The girl knew well that such an ability was extremely rare even for S ranks, so she almost immediately guessed who it could be. She called Hayurak, and she confirmed her guess that it could be Haxen. He hates her to the depths of his soul. The huntress thanked the director of the association for the information and, without even hanging up, began to take off her high-heeled shoes. After stating that she was the only one who could stop him, the leader of the Red Lions Guild added that she would go there immediately. Lee Mi-na thought that she should go too. Her gaze became warlike and her fists clenched in a threatening gesture. Then someone's voice asked the leader, Lee, not to go there now. It was the CEO of the entire corporation, an elderly bald man. He nervously twitched his mustache and explained that now we are talking about a battle of S ranks. There is no point in interfering in it. It is certain death. The CEO added that the association would not stand aside. They asked the Azure Dragon Squad to prepare for the use of the magical item Mirror World. The helmeted hunters jumped on their motorcycles and rushed forward towards their target, the area where Hyun-soo lived. The squad leader ordered Bee, Cheetah, and Ant to prepare as much as possible. We are talking about S rank. He added that this battle would be very different from anything they had seen before. The hunters cried out in unison that they understood, their voices sounding a little muffled under their helmets. The leader of the squad contacted another hunter named Falcon by radio, asking if he had the Mirror World and if it was okay. The hunter replied that yes, he was standing on the roof of a skyscraper and was ready to jump down at the first command to activate the magical item and deliver it to the scene. The Falcon jumped from the roof of a skyscraper, spreading his arms as if in flight. It looked very impressive. During the fall, the man transformed into a huge bird and was now flying over the city street in the right direction. The height was great, but it was clear that the Falcon had received its name for a reason. It moved naturally and very quickly. Meanwhile, Haxen, who, as we remember, was about to leave, heard a menacing cry behind him. He turned around, his pupils narrowed with rage. Hyun-soo not only survived, but also managed to attack the enemy, gathering chi energy to strengthen the blow. Seeing how the hero masterfully handled the energy of yin and yang, Haxen was surprised, because he himself had achieved their harmony in the kingdom of evolution. The heavenly demon was also shocked. Haxen's strength was much greater than Hayurak's. He had reached at least the peak of the evolution realm where the old man came from. Meanwhile, our hero decided to figure out what was going on. He asked the hunter why he came out of nowhere and attacked him. In response, Bondur Haxen only spat. He did not understand how the A-rank managed to not only survive his attack, but even parry it. At this point, Hyun-soo heard a sound similar to a car accident. He had to make sure that no civilians were harmed during the battle. The young man shouted loudly that it was dangerous to be here and that people should leave the street and nearby houses as soon as possible. Here, he heard the voice of the master, who reminded him that he was in the midst of a battle. He couldn't get distracted. He needed to concentrate as much as possible. The enemy was incredibly strong. And he had already managed to relaunch the spell of flower art, leading to a series of powerful explosions. The guy put up a block. He had created a pretty decent protective shield and was prepared for it to fail, but it all worked out. Chuckling, Hyun-soo called Haxen an idiot for using the same technique against him twice. But one should not underestimate the enemy. The hunter magically appeared behind the hero and was already preparing to attack. But that wasn't the main thing. Haxen had mastered the technique of body transformation and instantly made his hand metal. The young man was puzzled. He had just been shot with energy-explosive bullets. Now his hand was being covered with metal. How many superpowers did this man have? Bandor was going to use a supersonic strike of 3 Machs, which should have finished off the boy completely. So he gathered the required amount of energy and made a lightning-fast lunge forward, directing the blade straight at the young man. He took a defensive pose. Did he really hope to withstand a blow of such force and speed without a weapon? It was like death. Even though the guy distributed the energy throughout his body very well, it didn't help him avoid damage completely. The blow landed on his crossed arms, the right one was on top, and although there were no wounds, there were injuries, and he was unable to stay on his feet. Due to the supersonic speed, Hyun-soo was simply blown away. He flew a good 10 meters, breaking through the wall of the building. Debris fell like hail. The flames flared up on their own, showing the amount of energy involved. The hero's fall did not stop. He continued to fly backwards, breaking through more and more architectural structures, and did not even have time to change his position. Finally, he collapsed in some abandoned room, raising clouds of dust of such volume that nothing could be seen at all. Trying to rise at least to his knees, the young man thought that it would be very stupid to die like this, at the very beginning of his path of working with energy. In addition, he now had no feeling in his right hand, which significantly reduced his chances of survival in a battle with such an opponent. He immediately came into view, jumping into the hole in the wall that Hyun-soo had left when he fell. But the most unpleasant thing is that this time, Hackson was preparing to use a supersonic strike of 5 Machs and not 3 as last time. Here the master asked the student whether it was in vain that he had learned the movement of the heavenly demon, and let him use his capabilities to the maximum. This sobered the hero up, and he instantly jumped to his feet, preparing to use the heavenly demon walk technique. A message appeared that the understanding of the walk technique had increased, and the guy decided to take a risk and use flight to jump over the enemy, but at the last moment, he changed his mind. He decided to attack, so he summoned the maximum amount of energy into his fist, so that the result would not be disappointing. It turned out pretty well, but Hackson hit back. The hero flew back several meters. The fragments of the walls flew apart no less spectacularly than last time. The guy hit the wall of the opposite house, but he felt much more cheerful, and the blow was weaker. The building survived. Meanwhile, Hayurak flew over the city like a fiery comet in order to get to the aid of the newcomer as quickly as possible. The girl left the area of skyscrapers with office centers of large companies, and all she was interested in was that the hunters would not meet before she appeared. At the same time, the head of the Red Lions Guild was tormented by curiosity about how many seconds our hero would last in the confrontation with Bandur. According to her predictions, the battle should be over in an instant, so she had to hurry. It would be a shame if Hyun-soo died. The even distribution of energy throughout the body once again saved the young man from serious injuries, and he mentally thanked the teacher. Hackson headed straight to the place where the young man was lying, and thought that everything that was happening looked rather suspicious. It was very strange that someone survived 2 blows of such force, and what's more, was not even too hurt. The hunter told Hyun-soo that he was going to finish him off in 1 blow. Well, he miscalculated a bit. It looks like it will take 3. The heavenly demon watched them, and thought that despite his disciple's low level of understanding, he was able to immediately attack such a high-class opponent. The old man decided with satisfaction that his protege was indeed strong, but if he failed today, he would not be able to grow as a heavenly demon. Hackson also noted that he had a worthy opponent and said that he admired his resilience. Our hero had no idea whether this was a trick, a mockery, or sincere praise. He cursed and closed his eyes. But then the hunter's face reflected extreme amazement. He realized that his opponent was accumulating his energy for a new attack. With a cry that he had absolutely no idea what they were talking about, our hero prepared an energy projectile of enormous power and was getting ready to use it. Hackson even had to raise his hand to block the blow it was capable of knocking him off his feet. The second one didn't take long to come, and our hero decided to use the piercing technique, which belonged to the sky demon's crushing blows. It was something much more powerful than before, even a bid to leave the confines of A rank. The opponent crossed his arms in a defensive stance and even covered his right arm with a metal shell so as not to injure him. Hyun-sung pushed him back. The guy was really strong, considering his lack of combat experience. You could say he was incredible. Haxon slowed down for a few meters, but finally stopped and cursed. The impact was much more significant than he expected. But it wasn't that simple. He looked at his reinforced metal arm and suddenly realized that it was destroyed. And this was done by an A-rank. It was simply impossible. The hunter cast a silver pulse spell and started regeneration. Now both arms were strengthened and looked like new. The heavenly demon noted that the man's recovery level was about the same as that of demons. The old man advised not to let the enemy rest and to destroy his insides with the help of the heavenly tree's strike, and the student did just that. He was about to slowly destroy each of Haxon's transmutations, but he rose up from the blow and seemed to evaporate, using some kind of water magic. Now it was necessary to understand whether the blow from the tree had really destroyed the hunter, or whether it was another of his tricks. The master reported that he felt Haxon's energy somewhere nearby. The man was definitely alive. Hyun-soo gritted his teeth in anger and began to wait for the spectacular appearance of his enemy. The hero did not even doubt that it would be exactly like this. Here, the mentor commanded to look down. The young man noticed that at great speed Haxon was attacking him with his iron hand from under his feet. The young man managed to jump back just in time to avoid being cut in half by one super powerful blow from the blade on the hunter's hand. Now it was necessary to respond with dignity, and the newcomer put emphasis on his hand to strengthen the attack. The opponent understood everything and immediately took a defensive stance. Hyun-soo didn't have time to hit, because Haxon simply disappeared from sight again. In fact, he was moving at ultrasonic speed, but the hero didn't know that. A metal hand landed on the back of his head, but not to crush his skull. The enemy wanted to kill the guy more effectively. The hunter grabbed him by the hair and raised the blade to strike, saying that he would be happy to finish him off painlessly. Enveloping his hand in energy, Hyun-soo muttered in a dissatisfied voice that he couldn't be so boring. It was always the same thing. Screaming that it wouldn't work with him, he slipped out from under the metal arm and was about to cut Haxon with a blow from the leaf. It was an incredible blow, which, in addition to slashing the enemy, also broke a traffic light and a lamppost to hell. The damage was quite noticeable, and the killer was really angry. He hadn't been seriously hurt by anyone for a long time. He used recovery magic again, and Hyun-soo regretted not using a series of attacks, but it was more difficult to do now that the street was more crowded. The enemy had to be dealt with before classes at the local school ended to avoid casualties, but then the guy remembered that today was a day off. This meant that the school building, located on a hill, was empty. It was necessary to lure the enemy there. The guy rushed to the target. In general, there were several other rather deserted areas in the area, so the main thing was to get away from the busy street. Haxon held his side. He couldn't completely heal the wound even with the silver pulse. It was too serious. He suddenly realized that while he was busy with the restoration, Hyun-soo had disappeared somewhere. This was an interesting development. The villain appreciated the trick. At this time, Hyun-soo was quickly like the wind, covering the space above the school stadium. He needed to get inside. Having jumped through the window, the young man rushed to run along the deserted corridor. It was necessary to confuse the trail. Fortunately, there was no one on the top floor. The hero breathed a sigh of relief. If everything went according to plan, there would be no unnecessary casualties among civilians. But the enemy was already here, his supersonic speed many times exceeding even the sky demon flight technique. Haxon mockingly asked why so much body movement. Was it really concern for others? His blow was so powerful that the explosion destroyed the wall and threw the young man aside. The board, tables, and chairs flew apart as if they were toys. It seems there will be no lessons in this class on Monday. Hyun-soo tried to stand up and stated that non-humans like his opponent, who fought in residential areas, had no right to be called hunters. He was so angry that he literally rushed into attack from the spot, hoping that the element of surprise would work. Haxon had anticipated this development and disappeared from where he had just been, appearing right behind the guy. He readied his blade, and without a second's hesitation, he used it, swinging it the length of his arm. The hero managed to jump to the side, but the room was damaged even more. In the clouds of flame and dust, it was impossible to see what was happening. Hyun-soo managed to jump back from the magical projectiles, but a series of explosions turned the school building into ruins right before his eyes. Haxin looked into the hole he had left in the floor and shouted to the guy that he had held out for so long. It would even be a bit of a shame to kill him. One spell followed another, and now a whole whirlwind of smoke and fire appeared, pursuing the young man. Only the top of the newcomer's head was sticking out of this fiery whirlpool, and it served as the next target for attack. With a cry that he should blame his boss for his death, the hunter prepared some particularly powerful spell, the projectile glowing with a bright purple light, the same as his eyes. The projectile flew very quickly and in the process increased in size many times over. It was already a weapon of mass destruction. The explosion illuminated the entire school grounds along with the stadium, and was so powerful that even the windows in the surrounding houses were blown out. Even the stadium stands, which could have survived, were simply blown away by the shock wave, and tons of debris flew into the air. Above all this horror, Haxin flew in clouds of smoke, his arms crossed in a victorious pose in his metal armor. In the place where children were studying just yesterday, only ashes and piles of bricks and broken glass remained. The hunter landed on the ground at the very epicenter of the explosion. He was incredibly pleased with himself and did not regret what he had done at all. He only thought that the rank assessment in this country was not that important. In front of him was not an A, but a real S rank. There was no doubt that Hyun-soo had survived. The hero had just begun to climb out from under the rubble, simultaneously restoring himself with the help of energy distribution. The enemy thought whether it was time to escape. He looked again in the direction where the newcomer was and thought that he had already spent too much time on this venture, so he had to finish what he had started. The young man rose into the air using Sky Demon Flight and was now preparing to take revenge on his opponent for destroying the school. Looking at his face distorted with anger, Haxin only laughed. He liked to attack people not only physically, but also mentally. As he watched the young man wrap himself in yin energy for his next attack, he noticed that he had been surprised once again. Hyun-soo approached slowly but resolutely. He was completely calm and completely unharmed. The enemy prepared a new energy projectile and proudly declared that he would burn the newcomer to ashes time and time again. But he was disappointed. Neither the explosion nor the flame caused the slightest harm to our hero, because he was immune to the fire from the sea serpent. Haxin squinted. The energy of the projectile simply disappeared. He had never seen anything like that before. How the newbie absorbed it remained a mystery. The guy continued to approach. The hunter became noticeably nervous. He had never had an opponent equal to him in strength. The terrifyingly black Hyun-soo with shining eyes stood right in front of him, and Haxin decided that his body was quite capable of engaging in hand-to-hand combat. He was still strong. Readying his metal-enhanced arms for battle, he screamed menacingly at the boy that this was the end for him. The young man dodged the blow with ease, somehow becoming much faster than he had been 10 minutes ago. Then he himself attacked, and with a loud curse, the enemy flew back, completely helplessly spreading his arms and legs. The young man looked after him and headed in the same direction. It was necessary to put an end to this whole unpleasant story. He used the second technique of the heavenly demon crushing blows, and it was the right choice, practically eliminating Haxin from the game. The hunter narrowed his eyes, realizing his complete helplessness in the current situation. He understood that he had lost. This blow was followed by another one, and now someone else could be climbing out from under the pile of rubble. But he didn't do that. Hyun-soo stood there, ready to repel any attack, but there were no more people willing to engage in a duel with him. This was the result of the events that happened some time ago, when the young man and the heavenly demon had another training session. As always for these purposes, they went into the portal. Fortunately, Lee Mi-na did not have time to wipe it off instead of mold. The old man taught Hyun-soo how to strike by predicting which way his opponent would try to dodge them. The hero tried to hit with both his hands and feet, but he was completely unable to even lightly hit his mentor. No matter how much he practiced the heavenly demon walk and the heavenly demon appearance, the teacher was always one step ahead. Soon, the young man fell into a genuine rage, trying to get his opponent, but he still won. The old man moved very quickly and stopped just as quickly, braking with his feet. Watching him, the guy realized that he was doing it wrong. But now it was the turn of the heavenly demon himself to attack, and he did so with great pleasure. The hero, like a cotton doll, flew back from one quick and almost imperceptible blow from the old man. The master sat Hyun-soo down so that he could distribute the energy throughout his body and began to explain that the boy had both the heavenly demon seed and the incredible energy of the Imugi. All that remains is to learn how to use them correctly, then no enemy will be scary. The young man understood that this was so. He felt that he received additional energy, but he did not become stronger, except for high-level recovery. The mentor advised to think of energy as a deep well. The water in it is that very energy. A strong person will be able to bring water from a well dozens and even hundreds of times, but a weak person will give up after several attempts. But the most important thing is to understand that the water in the well will not run dry without special reasons, so this process can be repeated countless times. This means that you need to become stronger. Proper training will teach the hero to properly accumulate and use his internal energy. And the best training to become stronger is fighting in real battles with worthy opponents. Taking a fighting stance, the heavenly demon concluded that defeating a strong opponent would replace hundreds of ordinary training sessions. Standing in the middle of the ruins of the school, Hyun-soo remembered that conversation and realized what he should do now. Right in front of him now was the first strong opponent who could become a stepping stone in his growth as an invincible warrior. The stone stirred, and enveloping himself in the magic of restoration, Haxan jumped out of the rubble, enveloped in a pink glow. The spell ended, and the hunter checked how well the body had regenerated and how well the muscles were working. After 2 crushing blows from the heavenly demon, he not only survived, but also stood on his feet quite confidently, which shocked the hero. Looking at the dark silhouette and glowing eye of his opponent, the young man thought with horror that there was a real monster in front of him. On the other hand, he even felt hidden joy. His body was literally burning from this fight, becoming stronger. Haxan approached and said menacingly that he never imagined that the boy could hit him so hard. No wonder the Red Lion wanted him. The guy prepared to repel the attack that would definitely follow immediately after these words. He was ready for a fight. But something went wrong. The hunter was going to use the magic projectile again, but his energy was not enough for this spell. Well then, it will be close combat. Even though he was called an astral demon, Haxan was also very strong in hand-to-hand combat. He took off so quickly that a flame flared up under his feet from contact with the surface. The hunter was about to use a 5 Mach attack and rushed towards Hyun-soo at supersonic speed, leaving behind a pink glow. The young man screamed. He didn't expect everything to happen so quickly, but at the last moment he pulled himself together, activating the circulation of energy. The blow hit him right in the chest, and now both opponents were rushing at great speed, Haxan by inertia, and the newcomer by the force of the blow. The boy then continued flying alone, his eyes closed in pain and his arms spread helplessly, but he was definitely alive. As he prepared to land on his back on the ground, the enemy rushed forward to meet the hero with a new attack. He was behind Hyun-soo faster than he could fall. It was a very sneaky move, very much in the spirit of a hunter. Turning his hands into blades, he leaned over the place where the young man was supposed to land, saying that he couldn't escape. He would take his head. The old man managed to warn his student that he was in danger and risked literally being left without a head. The mentor shouted that if he didn't use the heavenly demon's soul, he would die, and the skill of following hints was activated. The level of understanding of this technique increased to 65%, and the hero opened his eyes wide, determined to fight for his life. The master encouraged him with the words that if he concentrated well, then everything would work out. He was sincerely worried about Hyun-soo. The young man remembered in a split second how they had recently trained in the interdimensional dimension, where they had entered through a portal in the room. Then the hero complained to the teacher that the soul technique was too difficult for him, and he advised him to think of it as a key. The heavenly demon pointed his finger and said that the first step would be to step back and let his consciousness pass through this point. The guy looked at him with a completely uncomprehending look. It was clear that he didn't even know what point he was talking about. Now everything was different. Haxon prepared to cut off the boy's head, saying goodbye to him with a nasty grin. And then the heavenly demon soul technique worked. The hero managed to leave the confines of his physical body. It was incredible. As the physical shell completed its flight to the ground, Hyun-Soo's astral essence parried the blow and launched a counterattack. The enemy, writhing in pain, flew backwards upside down. He hadn't even imagined that such a thing was possible. He stood up and began to think that what had just happened was that the guy had flown at him at great speed and hit him, but now he was lying sprawled on the ground. A bright shining spot was approaching from above. It was moving quickly and was quite large. At the last moment, Haxon managed to block, and another blow of incredible force fell on him. The man remained on his feet but was injured, dust was swirling around, and absolutely nothing could be seen. All of a sudden, Hyun-Soo appeared right in front of him, and with a scream, attacked his opponent with an explosive punching technique. Immediately after this, the guy used a tree strike. The hunter realized that he would not be able to block this technique. There was a powerful explosion, but Haxon did not fly back. Our hero continued to hold his hands at the level of the enemy's solar plexus. He tried to repeat the technique, but found that he no longer had enough chi energy. The guy made another attempt, but it was also unsuccessful, and the situation began to smell of absurdity. The tension reached its breaking point, and the young man realized that he had used all his strength to draw water from the well, but he could not do it anymore. Haxon grinned maliciously and announced that it was now his turn, which sounded like a death sentence. He struck from the bottom up, landing right under Hyun-Soo's chin, almost breaking his neck. Any heavenly demon sooner or later finds himself in a similar situation. It happened in the life of our hero's mentor many hundreds of years ago, when the battle was simply epic. Many heroes died fighting the huge demon. Only one warrior remained alive. It was the future master Hyun-Soo. He declared that he would kill the enemy. The monster, hearing his threat, laughed, saying that the heavenly demon had spent most of his strength and energy. He would not be able to defeat him. The man did not give in to the difficulties. He was confident that his promise to destroy the monster was entirely feasible. The master declared that he swears on the honor of his fallen comrades that he will destroy the demon, dry out its skin, and eat it in memory of them. The monster said that he would give this powerful man a chance to become his right hand and rule this world together. In response, the master asked him to shut up, his feet pressed against the stone as far as possible in order to carry out the attack. The demon was surprised to hear what he had in mind, since he had no internal energy left, and the man replied that the heavenly demons could use this martial art without it. He explained that he could borrow powers from nature, but he didn't have time to finish his sentence because he decided to do something rather than just talk. The master used the heavenly body technique and rose quite high, ending up right in front of his opponent. Now Hyun-Soo used the same technique again. He started the circulation of chi and raised the heavenly body from the rubble. The crowd watched from afar. People were very scared. The school building was completely destroyed in just 20 minutes. A support group of hunters sent by the association arrived at the scene, their motorcycles just entering the territory. It was dangerous to move further, and when everyone had driven behind the fence, it was decided to stop. The leader of the squad slowed down and announced that they would not go any further for safety reasons. Since it is necessary to act with the utmost caution, the squad will conduct reconnaissance and report to the leadership on the state of affairs. The girl launched a drone, but it was already clear that the scale of the destruction was simply catastrophic. One of the men said that he heard that Haxon was hunting for a newcomer, Hyun-Soo. Most likely the guy has long been dead. But then he saw something through his binoculars that made him scream loudly in surprise. It was simply incredible. The young man was not only alive, but also delivered some pretty hefty blows to his opponent's body and face. After another one, Haxen flipped over himself and flew back several meters. The force of the blow was astonishing, but the hero himself could not stay on his feet. Both of them slowly started to rise to their feet, and Hyun-soo wondered why the hunter had appeared out of nowhere and attacked him. He smiled and said that he didn't understand what they were talking about. The guy got angry and yelled that the idiot couldn't help but understand. It was his decision. The leader of the hunting party reported that Pa Hyun-soo was alive and that he and Haxen were in hand-to-hand combat. It was simply impossible to believe. Meanwhile, both of them had risen, and the hunter, with a sinister laugh, was preparing to close the distance with the newcomer again. He just discovered that his energy beam was working again, which means the kid is doomed. With a loud laugh, Haxen flew high into the air, shouting that now that he had recovered, he would not delay the process too much. The young man stood on the ground with literally nothing, observing only the emptiness where the enemy had just been. Feeling incredibly powerful again, the hunter cast some kind of incredible energy tornado. The next moment, he unleashed all his power on where Hyun-soo was. It was a death sentence for the hero. But fortunately, the hero was not alone. The master came to the aid of his student and literally at the last moment pulled him out from under the blow. Meanwhile, Haxen created that very celestial flying object, which was a clot of energy, which so interested the association. The hunters watched what was happening in horror and wondered how they were supposed to stop this monster. It was just madness. The villain looked down and tried to understand what had just happened. It was as if someone had pushed the enemy away from his blow. He looked at the crater left by his attack and lowered his altitude a little to get a better look at his enemy. He lay motionless, but was clearly alive, and Haxen thought that the young man could withstand one more attack at most. A support group was also watching him from a drone, but for some reason, the hunters were in no hurry to provide this support. The association director was also watching, and Lee Mi-na was silently begging Hyun-soo to get up and fight for her life. The master crouched over him and commanded the brat to get up immediately. Even though he was his student, he should not count on any further help. Looking at the teacher, the hero called out to him. His voice was weak, but sounded quite confident and optimistic. The thing is, at some point the young man saw his master in his youth, just like the one he used to defeat the demon using the heavenly body technique. Now he could see his mentor at a young age quite clearly, hanging right over him and imparting special skills, instilling confidence in his heart. In reality, something a little different was happening. Realizing that Hyun-soo was already on the edge, the heavenly demon decided to dive into his consciousness completely. Lee Mi-na was just then giving orders to a group of hunters to intervene before Park Hyun-soo died. The members of the Azure Dragon Squad froze. They were seriously afraid to carry out this order from their boss. The leader hesitated. Now that he had seen both hunters in action, entering into battle was seriously scary. He decided to delay the moment and looked through the binoculars again. It seemed that the need to fight with Haxen had disappeared. Zensu stood up, which the hunter quickly reported to the leadership in the hope that Lee Mi-na would order him not to interfere. The heavenly demon assessed the situation and thought that it was impolite to interfere in someone else's fight, but he had to help the disciple escape. He said that it was time to stop, that nothing could be done, to which the student replied that this was not entirely true. Hyun-soo reminded him that he could use one of his mentor's skills once a day, and that's exactly what he was going to do now. The director of the association met the squad leader's expectations and told him to observe for now and be there for support if necessary. Meanwhile, Haxen approached our hero and mockingly asked what he was muttering. The enemy rose into the air again to attack, and Hyun-soo quickly used a martial art that did not require internal energy. He used the heavenly spiritual body technique, and the patriarch was very surprised because he had not taught him this. The young man soared into the air no worse than his opponent. He was ready for a decisive and quick attack. Haxen admitted that the hero was strong, but then added that he was already tired of all this, and again used the most powerful energy projectile. He was approaching the newcomer, but no one was going to dodge. The blue energy field would allow the guy to protect himself. At the same time, the hero decided to make a counterattack and also created his own projectile. It had a pleasant blue color. Apparently, it depended on the personal aura. A bright flash of light rushed towards the enemy. Everyone was very interested in how this confrontation would end. Somehow both power flows stopped, and a round mirror and several of its clones flashed in the sky above them. Hakusen's projectile entered the mirror. The same thing happened with Hyunsu's projectile. Both were indignant because it ruined all their plans. The mirror world worked as expected, absorbing the energies of both crazed hunters like a sponge. When the deed was done, and the last streams of energy were absorbed by the atmosphere, it became noticeable that a hole had appeared right in the middle of the magical artifact. The next moment, the mirror world crumbled into pieces, unable to withstand the amount of force it had to absorb. Both Hakusen and Hyunsu dropped to the ground to attack in the air again, as both of them didn't have enough energy. The young man looked up and saw a falcon man hovering there, the one who had worked to bring the mirror here. The hunter folded his arms across his chest and stated that using the mirror world against him was smart. It made his attempt at attack hopeless. The members of the Azure Dragon Squad were literally taken aback. None of them could have imagined that such a powerful artifact could be destroyed so easily. Here, both opponents were forced to look up once again. A female voice called out to Hakusen straight from the sky. A fiery comet was rushing towards them from the sky. Could a celestial body really talk? The answer to this question was obvious. Hayurak landed on the ground, leaving a small crater around her. The girl's bare feet were stronger than steel. Watching the flames gradually die down, Hyunsu cautiously called out to the boss. He didn't know if it was acceptable to do so at this moment. There was bewilderment in his gaze, but the huntress was in no hurry to explain why she had arrived at the scene, and so effectively, then she praised the newcomer for his work. Hayurak then ordered the Azure Dragon Squad to stay behind, and she would take care of Hakusen personally. The hunters couldn't hide their joy that the leader of the Red Lions had arrived so timely and that they wouldn't have to fight an S-Rank. The villain clenched his fists and shouted that if she expected to deal with him alone, then she was a complete idiot who thought too much of herself. Here they both froze. A very loud and characteristic sound appeared, as if a portal was about to open right now. And so it happened, and now all three characters looked at the blue rectangle and wondered who would appear from there. The guests did not keep us waiting long. Takeshi Yamamoto was the first to come out, followed by Gil Lordeman. Their appearance was prompted by the events that took place a week ago in the Portal Affairs Committee. The highest ranks and almost all the S-rank hunters in the world gathered around a round, or rather square, table, and an automatic translation device was turned on so that they could understand each other. The talk was about the portals that the ancient dragon created. All countries that have S-rank hunters will now be responsible for paradise. If a portal appears in a country where there are no such hunters, the guild that is closest will go there. Hakusen asked the man who had said this why it was necessary to gather everyone just because this decision needed to be announced. How can we talk about heaven when the survival of humanity depends only on how strong it is? The hunter stated that his guild would act on its own without getting involved. Hayurak stood up and asked him to think twice. The girl accused him of selfishness. When it comes to the survival of the whole world, you can't swim against the current. You need to join forces. Hakusen stated that if he could stop it, then humanity would survive. If he couldn't, then it would die. That was the whole point. Back on the day of Hyunsu and the villain's battle, the area where he was fighting was in chaos. The traffic controllers couldn't cope with the flow of cars, and the townspeople tried to get as far away as possible, having heard that a portal had opened on the ruins of the school and that hunters had gathered. People called their families in panic and tried to guess what kind of monsters might appear from the portal and when it would happen. Meanwhile, the flames and the glow from the energy shells died down over the ruins, and the opponents negotiated. When the leader of the Azure Dragon Squad saw who appeared from the portal, he cursed. He did not understand why the best of the best had gathered here. If four S-rank hunters started a battle, it would be a national-level disaster, nothing less. Takeshi, being the most well-mannered, went straight to Ha-Yurak, who, with a displeased look, waited for him to tell her. While Gil Lordeman tried to calm Hakusen down, Yamamoto apologized for his boss's stupidity again. Hyun-soo remembered seeing this man in a magazine. He was ranked 8th in the world's hunter rankings, the divine sword Yamamoto Takeshi. Lordeman asked his friend what he had done, especially in a foreign country. Our hero recognized him. It was Hunter number 9, the mage of space and time. This meant that the person he had to fight was Gil's best friend, Hakusen, the number 2 ranked hunter. Just at that moment the guess was confirmed. Lordeman loudly shouted out Hakusen's name and asked him to stop provoking people. The young man was simply beside himself with amazement. He fought almost on equal terms with the German Hakusen Baldur, a hunter who was ranked 2nd in the world in strength. The hunter never appeared in newspapers or on television, so his appearance was not widely publicized. People only knew that he was very cruel. Takeshi announced that their guild would make a national apology and fully compensate for the damage caused. Ha-Yurak nodded and smiled. But then Hyun-soo stepped forward and shouted angrily that he was not going to forgive anyone. It was simply unimaginable. The boy clenched his fists and screamed that he had been attacked without explanation and that the school he went to had been destroyed. He waved his arms and spoke about the locals who could suffer because of this, but Gil Lordeman did not let him finish, calling out to the boy. The man raised his hand in greeting and introduced himself, then asked if it was Hyun-soo in front of him, and added that he was glad to meet him. The young man was surprised that the hunter spoke Korean, and he explained that he could compare brainwave lengths, which is why he spoke all languages. Gil added that they were not here to fight, but to get that guy over there, so it would be better to calm down. Takeshi bowed to the hero and introduced himself, after which he added that, as he had told Yurak, they would apologize and make up for everything. The guy was indignant. He shouted that an apology was not enough, and that compensation could not repair the damage caused. Hyun-soo stated that he intended to see this through to the end and deal with that bastard, so that Takeshi's path would be out of the way. His boss stopped him, saying that Yamamoto could be trusted, there were no casualties, so that would be the end of it. At this time, the hunter tried to convince Hansen to cool down. This was an open act of invasion of someone else's territory. The consequences could be very serious. He urged the boss to come to his senses and return to his place. He remained tensely silent, but it was clear that he was not delighted with such a prospect. Finally, the hunter made a decision and looked back at our hero, advising the kid to become stronger, and then they would talk some more. With these words, Hakusen soared into the air at supersonic speed, leaving Takeshi with the mission of saying goodbye to the others on his own. The Japanese grabbed his head. It seems they managed to prevent another crisis, but how many more there will be is unknown. He looked at Hyun-soo and said that he heard that the guy was an A-rank hunter. Every time a strong warrior appeared, it should be celebrated. Lordeman raised his hand in farewell and shouted that he and the boy would definitely get along. The newbie was seething. He was already 20. Why call him that? The mage activated the portal again. It seemed to be his main means of transportation. Very convenient, it should be noted. The man waved his hand again and promised that he and the boy would see each other again. It seemed that he was amused by our hero's reaction to this address. The young man continued to be angry even after the uninvited guests had disappeared, and Ha-Yurak also liked that he was angry. The girl looked at the hero and thought that she only hoped that he would not die, who knew that the guy was capable of fighting Hakusen on equal terms. She wondered how strong Park Hyun-soo had become, and whether a new star was rising before her. Work continued in the association's office center, even though the day was drawing to an end, and Ha-Yurak and his ward went to the hospital. The doctor said that the guy's regeneration is working very quickly, and he will be completely fine by tomorrow. The Red Lion Guild leader laughed that the boy seemed to have become stronger after eating the snake. She advised him to spend the night in the hospital if he was tired. The young man began to get dressed and replied that he would sleep at home. The journey from the hospital to his neighborhood was not short, and Hyun-soo decided to use the subway to get there faster. The master asked why the hero chose this method instead of the flight of the heavenly demon, to which he received the answer that the day had been difficult, and it was more convenient when there was no strength. The guy leaned back, going over everything that had happened today in his head. It was incredible. He sighed loudly. The young man thought that he should continue to be extremely careful. It was too dangerous to fight next to ordinary people. The thought that there could have been hundreds of victims today if it hadn't been a day off literally made his eyes go dark. He walked to his house thinking about what the residents of the area would think of him now. He had to cause such a mess. The guy walked slowly down the street. His house was already visible ahead, but he didn't want to go closer and meet his neighbors at all. He looked cautiously at the glowing windows, thinking that everyone must be worried and angry about the destruction of the school. But what he saw ahead made him cry out in surprise. It seemed that the surprises of this difficult day were not over yet. Then a familiar voice came from behind him, saying that Park Hyun-soo had done a good job today. It was Lee Mi-na who said with a smile that she was very worried about him. The girl was especially beautiful in the light of the lanterns. The hero bowed in greeting and asked what Director Lee was doing here. She replied that the association had a department responsible for the restoration and renovation of buildings. The girl sheepishly explained that she was there to take care of the future restoration of the area. Unable to contain his emotions, the guy rushed to hug the beauty with words of gratitude. He insisted that Lee couldn't even imagine how worried he was on the way here. It didn't immediately dawn on him that this was inappropriate. Hyun-soo pulled back and started apologizing. Lee Mi-na stood there blushing deeply from embarrassment. Here, welcoming cries were heard. Residents thanked the hero for saving the area, and grateful smiles were visible in all the windows. The director of the association and our hero were incredibly embarrassed. The young man began to thank his neighbors. He did not expect anything like this at all. The beautiful palace was built with taste and decorated as if it were intended for kings, although at one time it apparently was. The interior was as luxurious as the exterior, and the reception area in the lobby was covered with a red carpet. Like the red carpet in Hollywood, it looked simply luxurious. The man smoking a pipe reported that the king was unhappy that the water portal plan had failed due to a misjudgment of the monsters. A girl knelt before him and said that a fragment from the Western Sea of Korea should be enough to destroy them. The man asked if everything was okay with the parallel plan, and the beauty reported that it was 72% complete. If necessary, he could intervene personally, and everything would be over. The man's eyes flashed as he agreed that it was true, but he was pleased to see the plan's progress. The news reported that German hunter Haxen Baldur was behind the destruction of Dovon High School on the 12th. It happened while he was trying to eliminate Hunter Hyun-soo by illegally entering our country. The announcer reported that as a result, the Haxen Guild issued a public apology and pledged to pay all costs for the restoration work. The hooded man watching the news tilted his head forward and muttered that this was all very cool. Like, very cool. He laughed as if he had heard a funny joke and repeated Park Hyun-soo's name after the announcer, his voice laced with contempt. The guy leaned even lower and said that you had to be a really cool A rank to survive the White Wolf's attack. He raised his metal gauntlet and exclaimed that his sister would not like it if he broke the neck of someone like a newbie. The guy slapped his hands together, causing a pink glow of energy to appear, as if he could already imagine our hero's bones cracking under his gloves. Meanwhile, at Hyun-soo's house, everything was going as usual, except for one small incident in the morning. The old man sat with his arms folded at the table and loudly commanded the boy that if he had already finished washing himself, then it was time to prepare breakfast. The young man stepped out of the shower with a towel around his neck, noticing that the cool water was very refreshing. The mentor didn't like this appearance. He slapped the young man for going out naked. The hero was indignant that there was nothing wrong with that. Hyun-soo put the phone on the table next to the TV and said that he had an expedition tomorrow, so he ordered special food for them today. His gaze was cunning when the master began to ask what they were talking about. the student maintained the intrigue until the very end. Sky Demon assumed that he was going to make 2 packs of ramen instead of 1. Hyun-soo waved his hands. Then he explained that this would no longer be a surprise, but he himself thought that the master was too predictable. Looking at the TV and the telephone on the table with a skeptical look, the patriarch asked what they would eat in that case. Finally, Hyun-soo lost his nerve and solemnly announced that today they had spicy pork with rice on the menu. When the dish was on the table, the mentor asked if it was better than ramen. The guy replied that these foods cannot be compared. They are too different. The old man tasted the dish and his face changed its expression, but it was simply impossible to decipher the emotions. The boy cautiously pulled the spoon away and asked what was wrong, whether the mentor didn't like the new food. The room shook with the cry that the brat was constantly feeding him ramen when there was such a great alternative. Hyun-soo tried to justify himself by saying that the patriarch himself asked for ramen. After breakfast, the young man went to the Red Lion's office. Ha-yurak called and made an urgent appointment. Walking down the corridor, the guy tried to guess the reason for this emergency visit, perhaps tomorrow's expedition or a reprimand for the fight with Haksen. As he walked towards the elevator, he thought that he could never have imagined that he would become a hunter for such a large guild, and even go on a raid with them. The hero stopped in anticipation and caught himself thinking that everything that was happening was more like a dream than reality. Then someone called out to him. The newcomer looked back. It was Sun Myung-jin, a famous hunter, who greeted him and added that he was glad to meet him. Hyun-soo was shocked. He extended his hands in greeting and said that he was a fan of the steel god of death and had never even dreamed of such a meeting. The man was a little embarrassed and wished the boy luck on his first expedition for the fragment. They should try hard together. The master asked who it was, so the rascal almost fainted. The young man explained that it was the hunter Sun Myung-jin. The old man announced that he had heard the name before, and Hyun-soo then explained that the steel god of death could not be defeated and had saved thousands of lives. Then he turned his head and saw Hunter Ho Jun-sung reading something on his phone. This was even more unexpected. He also greeted him and extended his hand, greeting him, adding that he was glad to meet him. Our hero almost melted into a puddle. The heavenly demon was indignant. He asked who it was, to which he received the answer that the hunter Ho Jun-sung, although he looks thin, has incredible strength and is loved by many people. For the second time that day, the patriarch's nerves gave out, and he again slapped his student so hard that he almost knocked him off his feet. The young man asked what he had done to deserve such treatment this time, and the old man only chuckled. He hissed that Hyun-soo was not a servant to these people. Why was he hanging his head so low? The guy explained that he was a fan of these hunters. What's wrong with that? There was no need to be so angry all the time. The master reminded him that before him was a disciple of the heavenly demon, who had no right to bow down to anyone. This information surprised the hero quite a bit. He had not thought about it before. Upon hearing that he would become a heavenly demon and lead a crowd of successors in the future to save the world, Hyun-soo promised to act accordingly. In her office, Ha-yurak looked at a framed photograph on her desk. It was of her and Sun Myung-jin. The girl was already dressed in a suit for the expedition, and for some reason her look was a little sad, full of some kind of bright melancholy. Then Hyun-soo entered the office, saying that he had arrived for a meeting, and the huntress rose from the table in greeting. She pulled herself together and said in a cheerful voice that she had something to ask the newcomer, something important. The young man looked at her equipment and didn't listen, but when the huntress said that she wouldn't delay and would ask straight to the point, he got involved. Ha-yurak looked him straight in the eyes and asked if he was going to continue working for the Red Lion Guild. Hyun-soo responded in surprise that he was already working for them. What had changed? The boss pointedly said that he had survived the battle against Haksen. The evaluation may have shown that he was an A rank, or maybe it was an A rank back then. But now it has become obvious that this is not the case. Pointing her finger at the guy, she loudly declared that he was now, without a doubt, an S-rank hunter. The young man was shocked again. It seemed that this day had turned his whole life upside down. It was difficult to realize his power. Ha-Yurak explained that she promised to help him until she became an S-Rank, which meant that their contract could now be considered invalid. She asked the hero in a serious tone what he was going to do, and sweat broke out on his forehead from the tension. Finally, Hyun-soo replied that he was going to continue collaborating, since he hadn't done anything for the guild yet, despite receiving his first salary. The guy with the funny face snorted that he was not that shameless, and the boss couldn't hold back her laughter. But she immediately became serious and said that in that case, Hunter Park Hyun-soo should take the upcoming operation as seriously as possible. Together they will try their best. The girl added that his personalized equipment was already waiting for him in the basement, and the young man's delight knew no bounds. He thanked the boss. He bowed and said that in that case he would go. Ha-Yurak replied that it was an excellent idea. When the hero walked out the door, he saw the master, who had again assumed his favorite pose, with his arms folded across his chest. The teacher asked what was the matter, whether the young man had done something indecent again, and he explained that he had lowered his head again out of habit. He immediately received another slap in the face when he heard that Ha-Yurak was his boss, and not just some guy Hunter, as expected. Then the heavenly demon added meaningfully that she was also a good boss. The guy asked if he knew the meaning of this word. The old man said that he watches news and dramas on TV naturally. He knows who the taco boss is. Hyun-soo smiled. Soon all the members of the expedition lined up on both sides of the corridor, and the corresponding command was given. Ha-Yurak proudly announced to her soldiers that it was time to obtain another fragment of paradise. She thought for a second and repeated again, much more quietly, that they were going for a fragment of paradise. They would need high-level artifacts, weapons, and healing potions. But most importantly, they will need courage to protect their comrades. The hunters shouted that this is the most important thing. Hyun-soo felt out of place, and the old man remarked that he had always thought of the boss as an amazing woman, but today she had shown herself to be a heroine. The guild leader extended her hand forward and asked everyone to look at the comrade standing next to them to see if they were confident that they could protect them. The hunters began to exchange glances and laugh, saying that they would undoubtedly be able to do it. Mutual assistance was half the battle. Ha-Yurak raised her hand in triumph and shouted that in that case they would move forward for the artifact. The luxurious palace, like last time, glittered and sparkled in the sun. I wonder if its facade is cleaned with the help of magic or by the hands of servants. The girl we already knew in knight's armor walked softly along the same red carpet. She bowed to Mr. Knight and reported that the Red Lion Guild expeditionary force had just arrived at the Western Sea. The man's eyes flashed with a dangerous fire, and he asked what their military strength was and how many participants there were. The blonde reported with a satisfied smile that, in addition to the S-rank Ha-Yurak, there were 30 more A-ranks. It was clear that she liked the information. The man stood up and in a serious tone gave the order not to let down their guard for a second. It could still be dangerous. He waved his cloak decisively and laughed that, in any case, today would be the end of the Red Lion. His visitor beamed. She was already imagining how it would be, and this thought made her very happy. Knight added that Korea would also disappear from the face of the earth today, after which he left the emergency room. A bright shining spot appeared in the sky above the sea, which became larger and larger with each passing second. It was a portal that gradually descended to the water itself. It was not square, but round in shape, that is, elemental. A warship of the Red Lion Guild was approaching him at full speed, and the expedition members were preparing to land. Someone behind our hero said that this was his first time in paradise. Hyun-soo looked back and thought that he could say the same thing about himself. The hunter who spoke added that in the first part of this expedition, all participants, except for the S-rank, died. He was noticeably nervous. In the second part, there were fewer victims. About 20 people died. Everyone else was only injured. The man was noticeably nervous. He ended by saying that people go to heaven and die. That's why it's actually called heaven. Our hero was really scared. He didn't know that. Someone added that just by coming face to face with one of the fragments of paradise, everyone begins to shake with fear. The sky demon looked ahead and thoughtfully said that death awaited within these gates. Hyun-soo thought that if even his teacher was warning about something like this, then it was truly a very dangerous matter. Ha-yurak enveloped herself in flames and commanded them to move forward. In this portal they were destined to find the key to saving all of humanity. She was the first to risk passing through the gate, and the rest of the Red Lion Guild soldiers rushed after her with a loud cry. The girl flew at great speed like a fiery comet. The rest of the hunters moved more slowly, preferring to group together. When Hyun-soo reached the other side of the portal, he saw that their boss had already flown a good 10 meters forward. The exit was high above the ground. Ha-yurak began to gradually descend to scout out the situation below and, if necessary, cover the others. Having turned over his head several times, the young man landed on the ground, or rather the sand. The area was deserted. He dropped to one knee and began to look around, but apart from the sand dunes and cacti, he didn't notice anything interesting. For some time, the teacher and his student contemplated the desert. It seemed to have no end, no edge. There was not a soul around. Finally, the heavenly demon declared that this place was too big to be an illusion, and the boy asked what that meant. The old man explained that in his youth, he almost died because of the price he had to pay for an illusion called Heavenly Guardian, a technique of the mystical dimension. He explained that if they were now in an illusion, then they needed to find something that would reveal it and destroy it. The young man replied that he understood, although in reality, Hyun-soo was still very far from understanding what was happening. He scratched his ear and reported that everyone had already left after the leader. Apparently, the patriarch objected that there was definitely someone nearby. He was so sure of this that the boy began to wonder whether the teacher had a sharper vision or whether he sensed the presence through energy. One of the hunters who had set out on an expedition to retrieve the fragment was indeed wandering nearby. It was the same long-haired guy who saw the new guy on the news and dreamed of meeting him. He was walking through the desert and wondering where everyone could have gone. For a moment, he even decided that he was left alone due to some monstrous mistake, having mixed up his plans when passing through the portal. He had already walked quite a bit, but had not seen anything more interesting than the cacti, but after about 15 minutes he noticed some kind of shine ahead. There was a huge diamond lying in the sand, 500 carats, no less. The hunter was delighted with such a generous gift of fate. With the thought that he had literally hit the jackpot, the boy bent down to pick up the gem. Along with the stone, he also picked up some strange growth, and then a huge, toothy mouth of a monster appeared from the sand. The hunter jumped back and laughed at the thought that he had been so naive when he thought he had found a diamond in the portal. At this time, the monster's tongue flew over him. Apparently it fed with its help, like a huge frog. Enveloping his armored gloves in energy, the young man offered the monster a taste of his rock-breaker's treat. He rushed into the attack, counting on the fact that he wouldn't have to mess around for long. He needed to find the rest of the squad members. The monster prepared to counterattack. He crouched down to the ground and waited for the most opportune moment. But the main thing that awaited the hunter was the sharpest sting on the tail of the monster, which was somewhat reminiscent of a scorpion. The hunter used the Spartan shield spell literally at the last moment. Another second and he would not have survived. Cho-jae, and it was he, extended his hand and demanded that the bone spear be handed over, but he remembered that he had gone on this raid without a support. Well, I'll have to fight hand to hand. Fortunately, the metal gloves were in place and ready for battle. The rock destroyer's blow was quite powerful. Everything around burst into flames when the glove and the monster came into contact. The hunter looked at the work of his hands and thought that such a weak opponent was nothing compared to his greatness. At this time, another exactly the same monster jumped out of the sand and pounced on him, showing countless sharp teeth. And this time the monster was several times larger than the previous one, maybe even 10 times, so it was necessary to cast a double shield to save oneself. Cho-jae was literally knocked off his feet by a powerful blow. Fortunately, the creature did not start the attack with its teeth. The hunter flew about 10 meters before he fell into the sand, The giant was already approaching, following him. With a loud cry, the monster raised its tail with a sting to attack. The guy barely managed to get to his feet and thought about what was the best thing to do. He was prepared for death because the forces were absolutely not equal, but then Hyun-soo fell upon the monster with a blow using the piercing technique. The young man then unleashed another one of the heavenly demon's crushing blows, causing the monster to burst into flames. In order to destroy the creature completely, our hero had to undertake more than 1 or 2 attacks. The monster had very powerful armor, which absorbed even the most powerful blows almost immediately. Hyun-soo attacked in every possible way. Everything was burning, the energy was running out, but most of the time, it was necessary to dodge the sting. Cho-jae watched what was happening and thought that the newcomer had arrived just in time, and that he was much stronger than expected. Meanwhile, the head of the Red Lion Guild had somehow jumped from one portal in the sky straight into the next, and was now flying on a completely different plane. At first she didn't understand this. Looking for other hunters from the squad below, the girl decided that they were simply scattered around the area. But then, among the pink clouds, she noticed a haze and guessed that there was another gate inside those gates. Hayorak had been flying for about 15 minutes, but all she saw during that time was the endless sea and pink sky. Finally, her patience ran out, and the huntress stopped, launching a test projectile into the water to check if there were any enemies there. She thought that it was impossible to just fly around all the time. She needed to go underwater and see what was there. Hayorak used the Hell Night spell, which allowed her to breathe underwater for quite a long time, and prepared to dive. Before jumping, the boss put her hands in front of her. After all, her element was fire, the complete opposite of water, and that's why she didn't like the sea. Upon contact with the sea surface, a huge and powerful explosion occurred, as if a chemical reaction had taken place. Then the water surface became calm again, as if nothing had happened here for hundreds or even thousands of years. There was a funnel under the water, into which streams of water flowed, as if there was air above it, and not the sea. Hayorak decided to fly straight there to find out what it was, maybe another portal. She stopped. A whirlpool of water was spinning around her, but the girl herself was not wet at all. It was very strange. Then ahead, she saw something that looked like the night sky, and in it there were flashes, like from magic spells. Some mountains and valleys were covered in clouds of black smoke. Spells flared up, trees and even the ground were ablaze. The hunters from the squad, who were forced to engage in battle with the monsters immediately upon landing, clung to her with their last strength. There were many monsters. They were somewhat reminiscent of monkeys and were just as dexterous and agile, and also possessed the rudiments of intelligence. The hunter who spoke with Hyun-soo on the ship was armed with an excellent short sword and urged his colleagues not to give up. In his other hand, Sun Myung-jin held another identical sword, and the hunter explained that as soon as one of them surrendered, his comrades would die. His blonde colleague tried to tear the monster's mouth apart with his bare hands, but even he barely had enough strength to do it. When the creature was destroyed, he shouted that none of them even thought about surrendering. Fighting off another monster with his elbow, he added that he was going to come back and get a great bonus. Sun Myung-jin, who was chopping up the creatures like cabbage, agreed that it goes without saying that they would be paid a bonus. Another hunter cast the Lightning of Destruction spell, hoping to kill several monsters at once. He told the creatures not to dare look down on the A-rank hunters, and they didn't dare. They died, but new ones came after them. There were a lot of them. A huge black mutant wolf attacked from behind and sank its teeth into the hunter's shoulder. Since he did not expect an attack from behind, he did not have time to react. Having made sure that the wound was fatal and the enemy would simply bleed to death, the monster simply threw him away and began to look for a new victim. Jun-sung, who was tearing apart the jaws of one monster, was also attacked from behind by another, the horn piercing him right through the heart. The steel god of death rushed to help without hesitation, but it was hardly possible to do anything. Before his death, his comrades shouted at him not to come near. Sun Myung-jin himself could easily suffer from the vile attack, and that is what happened. The creature was going to crush him with a boulder. More precisely, two stone circles connected like a huge barbell. The hunter noticed them only when the blow had already been made. The man shouted that it was not for nothing that he was called the steel god of death. It was a shame to lose to such a worthless person. He was confused about holding this stone weapon. This could have continued for a long time, but a whole flock of new species monsters was approaching from the side, ready to attack. X legs and tails ended in the sharpest blades, which they immediately put to use. The hunter did not expect this. Within seconds, he was pierced through and through several times, leaving no chance of survival. Jun Sung screamed his friend's name. He didn't believe that everything was happening in reality. He used a spell and destroyed the enemy with an energy volley. Blood was gushing from the man's chest. A huge monster was already approaching him from behind. Shouting that they had not come here to die, the hunter rushed into battle. He grabbed the monster tightly by the horn, the same one that pierced his body along with his armor, and then twisted it to the side. It was not possible to tear off the horn. The strength was running out, but now the monster rushed forward at great speed, carrying a man on its back. The remaining members of the squad were still fighting a whole pack of creatures that resembled shaggy monkeys, but there were hundreds of them, and people were tens of times smaller. The blonde, reporting the situation to Knight, watched what was happening. The battlefield seemed to be burning from the blows and spells. So much energy was expended by the hunters. The boss took a sip of tea and said that it was boring. It would all be over before he finished drinking, and the gulag hadn't even opened yet. The girl agreed that it was a bit weak. Knight put his cup down, and his eyes lit up as he exclaimed that there was a chance that when the gulag came out, it might get even more boring. He asked what the name of the guy who killed the Imugi and survived the Haxan was. The girl muttered that she had already said that 3 times, but still said the name Park Hyun-soo. The blonde continued to look at everything through the funny binoculars with the face of a pink panther, and the boss waited for information. She reported that she had chosen one of the strongest sorcerer kings as an opponent for the hero, and did not think it was possible to defeat him. The girl added that they had already met. Joyful excitement was written on her face. Everything was going according to plan. Even better. She met Hyun-soo and Choi Jae-hyuk. The guy killed the monster, and now they were moving through the desert together. The leader of the Aegis Guild lamented that after passing through the portal he was left alone, without all his hunters, and did not know where they were. The guy replied that it was unpleasant. The hunter continued that it was fate itself that sent him a newcomer. He never dreamed of such a meeting. The hero reacted with caution. But when Choi Jae-hyuk said that he almost cried when he thought that he was the only one who was separated, the young man also laughed, because he had experienced the same thing. The constant chatter of his fellow traveler was beginning to tire him. It was hard to believe that the head of the guild behaved like this. The hunter continued to admire the hero, saying that the victory over the Imugi and the confrontation with the White Wolf Haxan were a sign of his superpowers. The heavenly demon advised the disciple to hit the sycophant once to shut him up. Hyun-soo laughed, but he really wanted to do it. Jae-hyuk ended up watching all the videos of the battle with Haxan. Now he can consider himself a fan of the young man. The old man insisted on swinging his fist right now, the boy said, embarrassed, that he couldn't do it. Choi Jae-hyuk realized that something strange was happening. His fellow traveler was somehow talking to himself, and not to him. The man noticed that he looked at the sky several times, wondering why and what for he needed to do that. He remembered how he was collecting a dossier on Park Hyun-soo and saw his special skill of following clues. Then the hunter decided that the young man wrote the first thing that came to his mind. Probably to hide his true abilities, but what if he really is constantly listening to hints? The newcomer's fighting style was unlike anything he had ever seen, somewhat reminiscent of an ancient martial art. Each attack was like someone invisible was telling him about a new technique, and the boy was trying it out in real time. The old man noticed that Choi Jae-hyuk was closely watching our hero, observing his every move. He asked the student to be careful. The man's eyes showed hidden hostility towards him, and the look did not bode well. The hunter guessed that the young man was listening to instructions on martial arts from someone invisible, Like a ghost, he was surprisingly perceptive. These speculations made Choi Jae-hyuk's mood worsen greatly, and it became noticeable on his face. Hyun-soo became wary, noticing this change. The man noticed this look and asked what was wrong, why the newcomer started looking at him like that. Here they noticed something interesting that caught both of their attention and made them forget about everything else. It was a round portal, glowing with a bright blue light. The hunters froze in front of it, wondering how there could be another portal in one. Jae-hyuk screamed that this was unbelievable. He had never heard of anything like this happening. At this time, 2 Korean ships were sailing side by side near the first gate to paradise in the Western Sea. One of them, number 313, was the association's hunters, led by the organization's director, Lee Mi-na. They were ready to come to the aid of their colleagues from the Red Lion and Aegis guilds, if necessary. The commander gave the order to be ready at any moment, and the soldiers gathered on deck in full combat readiness. The girl once again reminded that they would only act in case of extreme necessity in order to prevent the failure of the operation. The support connected the equipment and reported that Anderson's intensity is now 24%. When it reaches 100%, the portals will collide. Lee Mi-na mentally addressed Hyun-soo, asking him to be careful and not to risk himself unless absolutely necessary. The guy was standing in front of the second portal and didn't know what to answer to the offer of the head of the Aegis Guild to go inside. He said that he didn't even know where they were now, so another portal was too much. Then Choi Jae-hyuk said that in that case, he would go first. The man stepped through the gate and disappeared before our hero could shout at him not to rush into it. The master was delighted and ordered to forget about the hunter. Without this noisy bastard, they would be able to calmly explore the place where they were. Hyun-soo stepped towards the portal and said that he simply couldn't do that, since they came here as a team. The heavenly demon asked how he dared to ignore his teacher's words. His expression was very menacing. The young man did not answer and resolutely stepped into the gate, but his foot found no support on the other side. The portal led to the outside of some tower, and our hero immediately began to fall from the wall, with Choi Jae-hyuk climbing a little lower down. In order not to crash, it was necessary to use the Sky Demon's flight technique, which is what our hero did. Soon he jumped onto the edge of the fortress wall, trying to catch his breath, but then he remembered his partner, who remained below. The portal at the top of the castle, that was something new. Hyun-soo looked down to see how Guildmaster Aegis was doing. He had special metal gloves that allowed him to grab any material, even stone, and they saved the hunter. Choi Hyuk was already approaching the top when the guy called out to him. Instead of greeting him, he stated that the newbie was flying everywhere. It was incredible. The young man helped him climb the wall and received several more compliments on his technique and speed. The head of Aegis looked inside the fortress walls and said that they should most likely get there. He noticed that he had been to many places, but this was the first time he had encountered a civilization that had grown inside the portal. The city looked very large and densely built up, and the buildings gave the impression of being expensive and solid. Choi Jae-hyuk pointed with his hand in the direction he was going to go, suggesting that Hyun-soo go in the opposite direction and enter the city from there. Before saying goodbye for good, the man called out to the young man and said that he had forgotten something important. He handed the hero a signal flare, saying that there was no communication here, so if anything happened, he should use it. The young man was glad that the head of Agita showed concern for him and thanked him for his participation, agreeing. Choi Hyuk waved goodbye and said that they would see each other again soon, after which he confidently walked along the wall. The newbie thought that this was how a veteran should behave. After some time, a dilapidated, tall, and beautiful tower appeared ahead, which was decorated with a giant clock mechanism. The young man decided to go into the building. It was very impressive, and besides, it was right on his way. Inside, on a throne, sat a skeleton wearing a crown, armed with a huge sword, and his clothes were very rich. The king raised his bony hand, something sparkling lit up in his fingers. The skeleton was clearly waiting for something, waiting for the gates of light to open. As we remember, almost all the hunters from the Red Lion Guild fought fiercely with a horde of monsters. Almost all the people died. The blonde lowered her binoculars and informed the boss that it looked like the A-rank soldiers had been almost completely wiped out. Knight looked up from his reading and said that he was tired of just waiting. How about the 2 remaining guild members? The blonde said that Park Hyun-soo had just entered the ancient castle of Anthropy, and that she would now find out what Ha-Yurak was. A minute later, the girl reported that the hunter was fighting monsters alone in the waters of the Obeah Sea and was coping so far. The head of the Red Lion Guild clenched her fists and shouted menacingly for the creatures not to hesitate, but to come towards her en masse. She was going to use Mephisto's flames to burn all her opponents at once, without distinguishing between who was stronger and who was weaker. The waters of the sea burst into flames, and the remains of monsters appeared on the surface faster than expected. But then new ones swam in their place. Ha-Yurak bowed her head in anger at the thought that she would have to repeat everything. But she couldn't just leave everything and go away, and besides, the internal portal had most likely already closed. A whole flock of fish-like monsters had already gathered around her from all sides. It seemed that leaving the waters would not be as easy as it seemed. With a cry of anger and despair, Ha-Yurak used another powerful spell from her arsenal. It had the same mass damage as the previous one, and also worked underwater. The technique was called Flame Brush. The sea monsters were destroyed, but new ones immediately swam to replace the dead ones. The huntress did not understand where so many of them came from. The fish united into a huge net. Soon the net became denser, forming a huge black body of a monster. Consisting of many others, it even rose above the surface of the water. Ha-Yurak looked tiny in comparison to him, and the girl had no choice but to curse loudly and accept the fight. But before that, she simply had to survive, and the head of the Red Lion Guild rushed forward, jumping out from under the giant's attack. Meanwhile, Cho-jae Hyuk moved along the wall, but the further he went, the more bored he became. It seemed like this road never ended. He decided to go down, but he couldn't do it slowly. The metal claws didn't catch on the rocks, but slid down. Finally, the man found himself at the bottom and detached himself from the surface of the wall, leaving traces of his presence on it. The hunter jumped to the ground and began to look around. He was met with ruins and piles of rubbish. It became obvious that this place was abandoned. The head of the Agita Guild smiled. He liked this arrangement. He decided that nothing bad would likely happen to him here. He activated the gauntlet, intending to carry out the main plan of his raid into the portal for profit. Cho-jae Hyuk activated something like an onboard computer and released a scouting ball, asking it to search for treasures within a radius of hundreds of meters. The glowing object, leaving behind an energy trail, rushed towards the abandoned houses. The hunter was pleased. He had once obtained the rock destroyer in the same way. It would be interesting to see what he could get today. Before entering the tower, Hyun-soo and the old man walked along the wall. They also noticed that there was no one in the city. Something must have happened. But then the heavenly demon noticed the presence of someone alien and huge, and also of incredible strength. The aura was so powerful that it extended beyond the tower where our hero was standing. He and his mentor raised their heads up to understand where the unknown enemy was hiding. At that moment, a deafening explosion thundered right at the guy's feet. Fragments of stones flew towards him, but did not touch him. As the clouds of dust began to settle, Hyun-soo and his mentor stared at the person who stood before them. It was the Skeleton King we already knew, huge as a house. He menacingly asked what they were doing here. Were they really trying to get into the gates of light? By striking the ground with his staff, he instantly transported the traveler inside that very clock tower. Once inside, the guy thought that the place looked deserted and majestic at the same time. The skeleton sat down on his luxurious throne and thanked the guests for accepting his invitation. Now it was time to answer a few questions. He raised his bony hand and asked how they got here, and whether they had come through the gates of light. Hyun-soo replied that if he meant a portal, then yes, they got here through it. The king asked again what a portal was. At this point, the heavenly demon said quite loudly that the skeleton seemed to be able to see him somehow. The young man exclaimed in surprise that this could not be, but the owner of the house said that he really saw him. Why should it be otherwise? The skeleton pointed at our hero and asked if he was a sorcerer who controlled souls. The guy replied that he was not. The owner snapped his fingers and conjured up a table, chairs, and 2 cups of tea, inviting the guests to sit down. Hyun-soo was very surprised. The teacher did not accept the invitation and sternly asked who was in front of him, perhaps the king of these lands. The skeleton grabbed his head and said that he had no answer to this question. His memories were too vague. He explained that he had been living for about 283 years, and the young man was surprised, although one could have easily guessed from the appearance of the king and his chambers. Then the skeleton added that he took about 10 years per year, and now both guests were surprised. It seemed that he had already lived about 2,000 years. The king asked why they didn't drink tea. It was believed that it increases mana reserves and restores health. He prepared it because he had not received guests for a very long time. The guy sat down and took a few sips, wondering if mana was really something edible, and then thanked them for the hospitality. Then the old man asked what he would do if the drink was poisoned, and the young man spat out everything that was in his mouth. He had not thought about this. But then the master smiled and said that if it were not tea, but ramen, he would have eaten it without thinking. Everything around suddenly acquired a pinkish tint. It was some kind of magical glow caused by the skeleton. The heavenly demon asked what had happened. The inside of the castle was very dirty. His disciple apologized for such tactlessness. The king said that everything was fine. Then he sighed and added that he was glad to have the opportunity to talk to someone, which really touched our hero. The skeleton reported that he was most likely the king of this place, and the old man noted that he at least looked the part. Immersing himself in foggy memories, the former ruler began to gradually voice what he managed to dig up in his memory. He said that his country was prosperous and everyone envied it because it had all the opportunities for those who were willing to work hard. People were happy until the moment when gates of light began to appear chaotically, and from there came monsters of all kinds. Panic began among the population. Those who did not die immediately came to the castle and began to demand quick decisions from the authorities. The skeleton added that he didn't remember if he was king back then, which literally drove the sky demon into hysterics, because it was obvious. The former ruler continued that back then he had mastered magic and used every drop of it he had in the fight against the monsters. Then his eyes glowed blue and it became clear how much the king hated the portals that destroyed his country and him. Where the battle between the Red Lion A ranks and the monsters had just recently raged, everything had become quiet, and there was no one left who could fight. But it didn't last long. A huge monster came to those parts. Awakened from hibernation, he slowly moved forward. This was the very gulag that Knight had spoken of. He had come to get some food because he was so lazy that he wanted nothing else. Somewhat reminiscent of a huge winged orc or troll, the monster looked down and discovered many dead people and their own kind. His drool flowing from his mouth in streams, Gulag raised one of the hunters who had the greatest appetite. This was not enough, and the clawed paw reached for the next one. Then came the turn of monsters resembling wolves. The blonde working for Knight was delighted when she saw it through her binoculars. Gulag had finally woken up. She hastened to inform the gentleman of this, but he only muttered that it was very disappointing and boring. The girl looked at him with excitement and asked what they would do. Knight sighed that there was only one option, to gather everyone in one place. Hayurak was just once again attacked by a horde of monsters and was fleeing from those who came in their place. The girl was doing turns over the sea and had no idea when it would all end, or how. It was very exhausting to fight with such a horde. She stopped and began to think about how to get rid of the pursuer, since defeating him seemed absurd and unnecessary. Here her attention was drawn to some kind of glow ahead. The huntress was surprised because she did not expect to find a portal in a portal again. But the guess was confirmed. It was exactly like that, and Hayurak hurried to approach this new gate. But she was unable to fly through them. Some huge and extremely unpleasant monster was moving towards her from the portal. It was Gulag, who seemed to be experiencing something like this for the first time, and looked a little puzzled. Its lower half was still standing on the ground in one dimension, while the upper half had already begun to move into another. The monster was puzzled by what was happening, and what puzzled him most was the water that was about to pour down on his head. Soon Gulag was standing waist-deep in seawater and wondering if it was time to learn to swim, but it was much more convenient to simply take off. Meanwhile, in his castle, the king finished his story by saying that even so he was unable to destroy absolutely all the monsters. Hyun-soo asked what happened next. The king lowered his head and sadly said that he had no idea that when he woke up, he was already like this. He grabbed his head and exclaimed that the thought of what had happened to his people still gnawed at his soul. The guy looked at him sympathetically. But then common sense returned to the hero, and he thought that this was a bit too much, so he said that he simply did not know what to say. Then the skeleton looked at him and put his hand on the handle of the throne, after which he leaned over and menacingly announced that he felt that the guests had come to kill him. He looked at Hyun-soo and his mentor again and asked them to do it as quickly as possible. The hero thought that the skeleton was dead now, wasn't he? And the old man asked again if he really wanted to die. At that moment, Ka-yurak was swimming among the waves, which suddenly rushed at her so that the girl did not have time to fly. There was still the glow of the portal around, and things from another subspace were falling into the water. It was very strange. The huntress realized that the two portals blocked each other, but she had no idea how that was possible. Here she saw her dead comrades from the Red Lion Guild, who were also brought to this dimension along with the water. Following them, like a rocket, Gulag rose from the water into the sky, loudly shouting its name like a battle cry. Hayurak almost cried from the pain for her subordinates, but a thirst for revenge was already beginning to boil in her heart. She looked at the monster in such a way that it became clear that killing him was the guild leader's main goal, and she intended to achieve it at any cost. The blonde stood on a rock in the middle of the sea and was glad that the battle would soon begin, asking the gentleman who he was betting on. He lay there with a book on his face so that the sun wouldn't interfere with his sleep, and mumbled that he would bet on the Gulag, of course. Ha-yurak just clenched her fist to attack the one at whose hands the hunters from her squad died. She was furious. Now she had two opponents, the Gulag and a horde of sea monsters, but this time the girl had no intention of running away. Shouting that the bastards must die, the Red Lion Guildmaster initiated the transition to Firebird mode, her main weapon. Gulag yawned. The spell should have hit him right in the mouth, but this did not bother the monster at all. Ha-yurak, like a comet, rushed to attack the opponents, first of all deciding to deal with him, and only then with the sea creatures. The Gulag froze, and now it looked not menacing but comical, somewhat reminiscent of a grilled chicken preparing to be roasted. A huge flash of light accompanied the explosion that occurred after the huntress's first blow. Gulag managed to release a beam of protective spell. It turns out that the monster even had intelligence. Then Hayurak decided to attack the sea creatures and rushed straight at them, illuminated by tongues of flame. The explosion was so powerful that all the individual fish and the huge organism into which they had united simply burned up in the fire. The flames spread across the water as if someone had spilled gasoline on the sea. The waves swirled around the Gulag. Now it was his turn. After looking at the result of her actions, the head of the Red Lions Guild stated that all the midges were dead. She rushed full speed towards the Gulag. Now there were no distractions to prevent her from destroying the enemy. The castle was once again filled with pink and purple magical light. The sky demon asked if the king really wanted them to kill him. He nodded, to which the master asked why he didn't do it himself. Hyun-soo was again forced to apologize for the teacher's rudeness. The skeleton asked how it could have come to mind to take a soul as a teacher. It was just ridiculous. The young man explained that it was not that simple. The king's hand rested on the shaft of a huge stone, the tip of which was carved from some kind of magical crystal. With a deft movement of his hand, he simply brought this improvised staff down right on his head, splitting it into pieces. Where the skull had just been, there was nothing left, only clouds of dust. The crown lay on the floor. While our heroes were looking at the bone fragments around the symbol of power, some kind of witchcraft began to happen in the room. Looking up at the king, Hyun-soo saw that the new skull was already on his shoulders, and soon a crown was placed on it. The skeleton explained to the heavenly demon that he had tried to kill himself hundreds of times, but each time he was resurrected. He bowed his head to the guests and asked them to relieve him of the pain of existing in complete solitude. When the old man cheerfully announced that he was ready to fulfill this request, the ruler's eyes sparkled with joy. The master folded his arms across his chest in his signature pose and added that he would do it on one condition. Guildmaster Aegis followed his glowing gauntlet ball, expecting an easy catch. The flow of energy led him to a huge building with a door of the appropriate size. It was quite strange. The other houses were much smaller. Cho Jae-hyuk clearly felt someone's presence inside, but he hadn't yet decided whether to go in or not. There was nothing to lose, and in the end, the man decided to simply break down the doors and go in. He had no desire to mess with the lock. The blow was very strong, the glove worked just fine, spending a lot of energy, but also guaranteeing the result. The hunter stepped into clouds of smoke and dust, not having time to really see what was right in front of him. It was a huge hall with a balcony balustrade, decorated on both sides with sculptures of either wolves or monsters resembling dogs. Walking to the edge, Cho Jae-hyuk noticed that the building appeared to be very ancient and looked somewhat like a theater or a temple. He walked further, but then he clearly heard the clicking of the stone monster's teeth. This was very unexpected. The man stopped and turned around abruptly, and what he saw made his blood run cold with fear. The head of the Agita Guild realized that the stone sculptures had come to life, and now he alone would have to fight a good dozen huge, bloodthirsty monsters. The condition that the heavenly demon voiced to the skeleton was to tell him how to get out of here, and he noticed that the question was quite reasonable. Hyun-soo laughed and told the teacher that all they had to do was go through the same portal they had entered through. He instantly received a flick so hard that he almost sat down on the floor. It seemed that the master did not like being lectured by self-confident fools. The hero raised his hands in a questioning gesture, and the mentor yelled that you'd have to be a complete idiot not to notice that the portal was gone. He added in a didactic tone that one should always keep in sight the entrance to the place through which one entered it. The skill of following hints was activated, and the young man humbly promised to do so in the future. The king sat on his throne and thoughtfully said that this condition was quite difficult for him to fulfill. Because if I knew how to get out of here, I would have done it a long time ago and wouldn't need help. Then he stood up and added that he had an idea about how to help the guests escape to freedom. The king began to slowly climb the stairs, as if inviting the heroes to follow him there. The master told the student that the king might be up to no good, so he should be on guard, but the naive Hyun-soo replied that he didn't think the king would harm them. They stopped in front of huge doors, somewhat reminiscent of the doors Cho Jae-hyuk had stood in front of. The skeleton cast some kind of spell and shouted for the power of mana to immediately open the door for the master. He struck his staff spear on the ground and once again gave the order for the door to open, and gradually the doors began to move. The first to step into the darkness of the doorway behind him was the heavenly demon, who decided to control the process himself for a while. Before following his teacher, the boy suddenly felt that this could really be a trap, but he immediately pushed these thoughts away. They approached a huge clock mechanism. The hero asked what kind of energy it was. It was not like chi. The mentor replied that he had never encountered anything like that before. The doors slammed shut, but the king promised to help open them at any time so that the guests would not be afraid. They stopped in front of a stone figure that looked like a pawn. The king explained that it was made of marble called entropy. The skeleton added that nothing in the world could compare to him and invited the young man to put his hand on top. The king explained that he did not know what entropy would show, perhaps the future or an ordinary day, but it would be what the hero desired most. The young man looked at the master with a silent question, and he replied that there was no point in doubting when he had already come this far. Hyun-soo placed his hands on the ball. The pink lilac glow that we were already familiar with immediately appeared around him, and then figures that looked like ghosts appeared. They grew larger and larger, as if rising up from under the hands of our hero. The king watched silently. Finally, the ghosts became quite material. They opened their mouths as if in a silent scream, but absolutely no sounds were heard. At this point, Hyun-soo's face became worried, and he called out to the teacher and said that it seemed like the thing was trying to pull him inside itself. The hero screamed in fear that it looked like the skeleton had deceived them. He was terrified that he would now find himself trapped in stone. The king began to chuckle nastily, apologizing between giggles for his innocent and forced lie. The young man screamed at his mentor that he couldn't take his hands off the ball. The ghosts around him swirled like a whirlwind, as if trying to push him inside. The heavenly demon calmly asked the enemy why he did this. What was the reason? The skeleton answered that he just wanted to get out of here, just like them. He solemnly announced that after centuries of searching, he had finally managed to find a way to manifest the gates of light. Looking at Hyun-soo trying to free his hands from the ball, the king added that he didn't have enough energy to do that yet. And when the guests arrived at the castle, intuition told me that this was the right moment to fix everything. The young man screamed at the top of his voice that the vile bastard had simply deceived him, the damned, worthless, vile creature. Meanwhile, the king continued to talk about his past. He absorbed all the souls of his people and thus defeated the monsters. But because of this, he was left here completely alone, and he no longer had any energy or its source. Magic became unattainable. And then the guests appeared, possessing the energy of thousands of people. It would have been foolish not to take advantage of the opportunity that presented itself. Watching Hyun-soo try to free himself, the skeleton concluded that he wouldn't ask how the boy managed to gather this energy. In any case, he would take every drop of it for himself. Here his speech was interrupted by the heavenly demon, who said that he had learned everything he needed from the monster. Bewilderment appeared on the enemy's face. The master urged his student to calm down, because the martial arts he taught him would help solve the problem in no time. The mentor suggested using the heavenly demon's dominant step, and the hint-following skill was activated. The guy remembered that everyone worshipped the heavenly demon. He panicked simply because he couldn't remove his hands. Now he managed to do it without much difficulty. After the hero used the necessary technique, he was freed, and an explosion thundered in the tower. Debris flew down like hail. The skeleton began to look down at the foot of the tree. He screamed that something was happening that was not foreseen by his previous instructions. Finally, he looked at the ball. It was no longer glowing. There was not a drop of energy in it. The king fell to his knees in a sorrowful pose. The young man placed his foot on the ball, towering over the former ruler to his full height. He asked menacingly how he dared to bring him, the future heavenly demon, to his knees. Now the king was on his knees, and the hero's master declared that this was how the situation should look in the future. The skeleton cursed under his breath. He was so angry that he completely forgot about the rules of etiquette prescribed to him. Before the enemy could get up, the hero used a technique called Foundation Destroying Force to attack him. The king exclaimed threateningly. Since when was it customary to attack someone who was not yet ready for battle? He was furious. This did not stop the young man, who was already preparing to deliver the next blow directly to the skull under the crown. Hyun-soo used his signature tree strike, which had already saved his life several times that day. The ruler's head cracked, and then cracks appeared on it, indicating that the hero's strength had not failed. At about the same moment, a huge fork-shaped monster with glowing eyes also attacked its opponent. Cho Jin-hyuk prepared to fight him off with his reinforced armored gauntlets. At the last moment, having assessed the situation, he additionally used magic, casting the Spartan shield. The monster was so huge and strong that the hunter could hardly hold back its attack. It was not easy. As soon as he managed to push one monster back, the next one prepared to jump, intending to tear the man to pieces. He was approaching from behind, and Cho Hyuk noticed him at the last moment. There was no time to use magic. So the hunter hit the monster with his signature crushing blow, and the result was quite satisfactory. But that was far from the end. So many new creatures were approaching the leader of the Aegis Guild that fighting them all was simply stupid and pointless. Saying that it was high time to run away, he began to run away at maximum speed. Because the decision was spontaneous, Cho Jae-hyuk didn't notice the square hole in the floor right in front of him and fell sharply downwards. The man fell to the bottom, hitting his back hard on the floor, which almost put him out of action, but thanks to the armor, his bones remained intact. What was much worse was that the man bounced back from the blow into a new rectangular hole, but at the bottom of it were the sharpest spikes. In order to survive, the hunter had to cling to the sheer wall with the claws of his gloves again, and he once again praised himself for such a useful acquisition. When Cho Jae-hyuk got to the horizontal surface, he thought that everything turned out not so bad. At least he survived and got rid of the monsters. The man closed his eyes from fatigue, but then he felt the presence of his magic scout ball, which had sent him for the jewels. He circled around some huge crystal that resembled a precious stone. The head of Aegis even whistled, "What luck?" Shouting that he had finally received a reward for all his troubles, he ran towards the unexpected find. With a crushing blow of his fist, the man hoped to split the crystal into pieces so that he could take it with him. The impact caused the golden crown to fall to the floor with a loud thud and roll across the floor like an omen of ill will. At exactly that moment, the king Hyun-soo was fighting fell to his knees, his head falling apart. The heavenly demon felt that the life force had not left the ruler, so he warned the disciple that this was not all. The greenish glow inside the skeleton's armor became brighter, as if confirming the old man's words. Immediately, flashes of spells cast by the king appeared throughout the hall. I wonder where he got the energy from if he said that he spent every drop. Our hero was impressed. The enemy was able to withstand his tree strike and even retain the ability to fight further. The king rose to his full height. He was seriously angry and intended to destroy the uninvited guests here and now. He picked up the crown and placed it on his head, saying that the boy was fighting well, but to him he was like a speck of dust. Here the skeleton put his staff forward and said that the boy's teacher seemed to be capable of something, after which he laughed. The old man did not fall for the provocation and diversionary maneuver. Instead, he advised the student to watch his back. The hero turned back, but there was nothing there yet. But that was only for now. The enemy was already preparing a spell of special power. It flew to the vault of the hall and then rushed downwards in pink rays. Hyun-soo, on the advice of his mentor, decided to use materialization of the heavenly demon. The master began to instruct the hero, and the skill was successfully recorded into memory and immediately applied, because time was running out. The king did not stop there. He raised the glowing ball into the air and now used it as a source of power for the spell. The guy jumped out from under the attacking projectiles and dodged the damaging beams like a ninja, or rather, like a heavenly demon. The skeleton called him a slimy guy, but the hero used sky demon flight and refuted the accusation. Suddenly he began to fall from the tower into the hole formed by the spiral of steps, but at the last moment he grabbed the edge with his hand. The king looked down. He stopped attacking because it made no sense. A man would not last long like that. But the young man was not alone. The teacher confidently said that he was quite capable of rising if he achieved maximum concentration and correctly distributed energy throughout the body. A second later, Hyun-soo had already jumped out of the hole onto a flat surface and was looking disdainfully at his opponent. The skeleton said that using such tricks against him was simply ridiculous, and the heavenly demon advised him to shut up immediately. The old man frowned and informed the king that he was just an insect who should not even dream of competing with him. He shouted that a skeleton could not reach the heavens. Let him bow down to the heavenly demon, to which the monster objected that he was just a soul that did not even go to the toilet. The old man declared that he could be arrogant because he was in heaven, and the king did not know how to react to this. But then he decided that there was no point in wasting time and cast a new spell, promising to grind the impudent student into dust. A whole bunch of pink magical rays rushed towards Hyun-soo. The guy froze, calculating the trajectory. Finally, with the help of the heavenly demon's walk, he avoided all the projectiles rushing towards him quite successfully. The floor was completely destroyed, and the young man decided to use the pillars and columns of the hall as support. He slipped between the beams of the spell, climbing up like a mountain climber. The hero did not even think about giving up. Getting as close to the enemy as possible, Hyun-soo attacked him with one of his crushing pierce techniques. Then came the blow of the grain of knowledge. It seemed that the young man was in earnest and was ready to go to the end. The king froze, realizing that it would be much more difficult for him to repel the attack now than the previous time. Meanwhile, Cho Jae-hyuk tried blow after blow to break the huge precious crystal in order to take the shards with him as a trophy. Finally, one of the blows proved decisive, and precious fragments fell to the floor, making a pleasant ringing sound. But inside, a pleasant surprise awaited the man. There was a magic stone, apparently. The sarcophagus made of precious stone served only as protection for him. Saying that he would now swallow it up, the head of the guild, Ajita, grabbed the magical artifact with his hand and lifted it from its place. The king howled in a voice that was not his own, asking if someone had really played such a cruel joke, playing with a fragment like this. Taking advantage of his confusion, our hero closed the distance and struck with one of the sky demon's crushing blows. Looking at the magic stone in his hand, Cho Jae-hyuk thought that the strength was clearly above A rank. The front one was definitely S rank. Here the skeleton regenerated again and menacingly asked who had touched his precious vessel of life. The guy was already flying towards him with the heavenly demon's erasing fists tactic from the 6th crushing blows technique. The cherry on the cake was the heavenly spiritual body technique, with which the hero decided to finish the job, rushing towards the enemy like a comet. The king froze. He was frightened by Cho Hyuk's actions and puzzled by Hyun-soo's superpowers, who wasted no time. The young man, with calm determination, headed straight for his goal, deciding that nothing and no one could stop him. The head of the Aegis Guild screamed in pain. The power of the magical artifact was too much for him. Everything around was burning with a pink-purple light. The man closed his eyes from the tension, but he did not let go of the stone, intending to absorb its power in any way. Everything around sparkled with flashes of magical discharges. Nothing but the king's glowing ball was visible. Cho Jae-hyuk did not let go of his hands, even though the force flow literally blew him away from the spot, risking tearing him into pieces. Soon the ball cracked, and this time it was some strange green shade, similar to the glow of the king's mana. Our hero was already flying towards him to make another attack, determination still visible in his gaze. This time the hero used the heavenly spirit technique. His opponent did not expect to see something so unusual. The guy delivered a slashing blow, and the trace from it sparkled with white fire. The king flew into numerous pieces. His skull fell apart, and his last words were that if someone hadn't taken his fragment of life, he would have won. This was followed by 2 explosions, one blue, energetic, and another normal orange flame, as the former ruler left this dimension. Then the smoke and energy swirled into a vortex, with a white glowing circular hole in the middle and ghosts scurrying around. This whirlwind of ghosts rose up like a whirlpool. The young man and his mentor simply stood, watching what was happening. At this time, the head of the Aegis Guild was on all fours, finishing absorbing the fragment. Streams of energy and steam swirled around him. Finally, the hunter was able to sit up. He felt a new kind of energy flowing through his body, powerful and unfamiliar. Cho Jae-hyuk looked at his hands. They were no longer wearing gloves, but the muscles had become much stronger, so much so that the need for weapons was reduced. The man jumped to his feet in one jerk and clenched his fists. He had never been as powerful as he was now before. The leader of the Aegis Guild wanted to test his abilities and jumped as high as he could. The push was so strong that a flame flared up under his feet. Cho Jae-hyuk felt invincible. His muscles became like steel, and energy filled every cell of his body. When he landed after jumping down, he destroyed the floor, and pieces of stone flew from under his feet. Now his conversation with the monsters would follow a completely different scenario. The hunter confidently walked towards his opponents. The closer he got, the more battle options his brain threw up, but he had to choose one, the most effective and spectacular one. Remembering his gloves, the man decided to try them out with their new capabilities, and together they made him feel so strong that it drove him crazy. The monsters were very close. Their eyes and mouths glowed pink, but now the head of Aegis did not feel a drop of fear. He really wanted to test not only his physical abilities, but also the power of magic that he received. The man used a wide-range spell that would have killed a couple of monsters before. Now the beam of energy was so wide and powerful that it destroyed all the creatures in the direction Cho Jae-hyuk extended his hand. The hunter turned and used the same technique in the other direction. Clearing the room was now a matter of seconds. Another side of the world and another flock of monsters were destroyed, although the columns and vaults of the palace were also slightly damaged. Finally, the man stopped. None of the monsters survived. Everything around was swirling with streams of energy and dust. Cho-hyuk felt that he was now so strong that he didn't need any support. He could defeat any enemy. His body and his witchcraft capabilities were flawless. The hunter laughed ominously. He felt like the strongest creature in the world, the most powerful warrior and sorcerer. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo told the teacher that when he touched the ball, he felt something entering his body. Ghosts were flying and screaming as if they wanted to get inside. The hero heard countless cries for salvation from the people who died when the gates of the Veda began to appear. He told the master that he was going to return at that time and that he should stay here and wait. The old man did not answer. Then he simply asked what would happen if the guy failed. The young man said that he intended to try in any case. The heavenly demon called the student a stubborn bastard, and he bowed and replied that that was why he would go. Hyun-soo approached the ball again to lay his hands on it once more. Ghosts were flying around and screaming. Here, the hand of his teacher fell on the hero's shoulder. It seemed he decided to give his parting words before everything began. But looking at the face of the heavenly demon, the boy realized that the matter was different. The old man intended to go inside the ball with him. The mentor shouted that he was not going to just sit and wait for the bastard to screw up. The young man laughed that they were one in soul and body, so he did not want to be separated. Amid cries that he was simply mocking the master, both began to perform a ritual to delve into the past. There was so much energy that Hyun-soo even screamed, just like last time. He felt uncontrollable fear. A second later, the boy and his teacher seemed to melt into thin air. They were being sucked inside. Everything was going according to plan. The city, as the king had said, was very rich and prosperous. Everything was clean and new, like a toy. The streets were filled with truly happy people in expensive and clean clothes, with smiles shining on their faces. The townspeople bought picture-perfect fruits and vegetables. It seemed like a real idyll. It seemed to be a place from the Lich's memories. The boy near the counter pointed his finger at something in the sky. It was undoubtedly a portal. It appeared right above the central street of the city, illuminating everything with a bright blue glow, even blinding, one might say. Some people did not understand what this phenomenon was, but some of the inhabitants of the settlement immediately realized that this was the Gate of Light, which should be immediately reported to the king. Soon the threat became obvious to everyone. The first monsters began to emerge from the portal. Their appearance was extremely unpleasant and frightening. The first victims were not long in coming, and ghosts appeared, begging to be saved. But the men who rushed to the aid of women and children died even faster than those they were trying to protect. Some tried to fight hand to hand, some even showed their first special abilities, but without training it couldn't help. At first, the city guards also rushed into battle, but then the ranks began to thin. Many could not stand the emotional strain and began to flee. People called on the soldiers not to run away, but to fight, because the fate of the city depended on it, but few listened to their pleas. The kingdom's warriors died just as quickly as ordinary citizens. Their armor and weapons were of little use, since the monsters had a numerical superiority. The king, sitting on a dragon, watched what was happening. When he lost half of his troops, he gave the command to retreat. His white dragon looked at his brothers below, and it was clear that he, too, would not mind joining the monsters. The ruler began to descend and shouted that the king was here. Let everyone run as far away from the monsters as possible. He would use magic. He cast a wide-range spell with Mori's honor and the spirit of Jabargo, who touched the sky. It was a heavenly crushing strike, similar to the ones Hyun Su had learned under his spiritual master, but with massive damage. The monsters died one after another. The spell worked as expected. The flames engulfed the entire city center. The king's magic projectiles left holes in the monsters, and he fought to the limit of his abilities to protect the city. The soldiers below cheered, waving their spears as the ruler rode across the skies on his dragon. Soon the streets were empty. Only the clock on the tower ticked, reminding us that time had not stopped and life went on. The king sat in the military tent, where a miniature version of his throne had been brought for him, his shadow looking a little lonely. The man sat with his eyes closed. His face looked completely exhausted, and judging by the color, he felt bad. His hand reached for a glass of water. It would have been better if it had been wine, but the wine reserves did not allow for luxury, and he had no appetite. There was a bottle on the table nearby, but the ruler would have preferred to take a sip of mana potion or restoration potion right now. He swirled the energy around the cup to make sure the water wasn't poisoned, then took a sip, thinking that if this continued, the city was doomed. The man leaned forward, exhausted, and wondered what good this world was if he died of exhaustion fighting for it. The king leaned back sharply and thought that no one except him could stop the monsters from the Gate of Light. Didn't that mean that he alone was the country? The ruler closed his eyes and thought that there was only one way out, to use necromancy to restore lost powers and absorb new ones. He had several books detailing how to use people's lives to generate enough energy to completely solve the problem. But then the man thought that he had to drive away such thoughts. How could a country be called a country if there were no people in it? He hit his knee and almost shouted Eureka, because he could create a new country for himself. Two sides, light and dark, fought within the man. He could not decide what to do, in his own interests or in the interests of his subjects. He waved his staff, trying to drown out the voices in his head. One of them was the voice of conscience and honor. The other belonged to pride and selfishness. The weight of responsibility forced the ruler to his knees, but even so he could not rid himself of the doubts that tore at his mind. Then someone's voice informed His Majesty that another gate of light had opened near the eastern wall of the castle, and the king's eyes flashed with an evil fire. The blond man, who looked like a wealthy peasant, added that a monster had appeared, somewhat reminiscent of a dragon. Noticing that the ruler was not reacting, but continued to stand on all fours, the man asked if everything was okay. At this point, the king jumped up and shouted that he was tired of the endless requests for help from his subjects, comparing them to parasites who had attached themselves to him for the sake of survival. He pierced the peasant with a spear, saying that he would give their lives at least some value, and that the blood would not be shed in vain. With her help, the ruler began to draw right on the carpet that very necromancy spell that would radically change everything. The king stood up straight, determined to summon all who would be needed to make the magic work. The magic began to work, and the ruler became determined to collect all the souls of people in order to rule for eternity in the name of the forbidden god Gomorrah. The sorcerer began to read the black magic spell. Now in his heart, there was not a shadow of doubt that he was doing absolutely the right thing. Having completed the ritual, the king raised his hands up, calling on the souls of all his subjects to give him strength. The spell began to spread from the tower to all surrounding areas very quickly, like a hurricane. People on the streets of the city noticed his sign, but did not understand what was happening and for what purpose the witchcraft was being performed. The monster that appeared from the portal was indeed a huge dragon. It circled over the country, paying no attention to magic. But then the souls began to leave the bodies of the local residents, who never realized the betrayal of their ruler. Lifeless bodies fell to the pavement, and ghosts rushed to the top of the tower where the sorcerer was. Soon, they began to penetrate inside, gathering around the magician who had risked using necromancy for personal purposes. He stood in that very pose and prepared to take in as much energy as his body would allow. The king's eyes were shining with joy. He felt himself becoming stronger with every second. It was magnificent. A villainous laugh resounded over the tower when the ruler gained power and gathered a real whirlpool of human souls over the building. The monster continued its journey over the city, seeming to be attracted by the energy source that had appeared there. The king walked proudly towards the monster, confident that he would deal with the enemy without any particular problems. A magical ball, engulfed in a pink glow, rose into the air, ready to strike the creature in one fell swoop. There was no doubt in the ruler's eyes, only a pink glow from the mana he had put into the spell. He realized that he would never lose to any monster that came from the Gate of Light again. Just at that moment, the monster rushed towards him, attacking. The king said menacingly that from now on and forever, his kingdom of Riord is eternal, no one can destroy it. The monster was so huge that the king was comparable to one finger on its powerful clawed paw. The man disappeared from where he stood when the monster was already sure that it would turn him into a pancake right now. Here the dragon noticed a pink glowing ball. At first he did not see it as a threat, but now he became a little wary. Gradually the ball became larger and larger, and it became obvious that it carried within itself the death of the monster. And that's what happened. The explosion was so powerful that it simply tore the monster apart, leaving it no chance to escape. Hyun-soo was forced to cover his ears as his head was torn apart by the screams of thousands of people begging for mercy. One of them was supposed to get married, another was supposed to celebrate a child's birthday. The souls did not understand how they ended up in the tower. The guy complained to the teacher that he could hear every scream. He fell to his knees and asked what to do now. The heavenly demon replied that it was for this very reason that he asked him not to come here. The master clenched his fists and ordered the student to be patient. Since the master was here, he simply had to endure the test. The young man's face was distorted by a grimace of fear. The souls began to demand that he leave his body and join them. It would be fair. The guy stood up and took a few steps forward like a zombie, his eyes completely empty. But then the thought came to them that the ghosts had figured out his secret and understood his pain from losing his parents to the monsters. Suddenly, Hyun-soo saw a blurry glowing spot in front of him. It didn't look dangerous and was somehow warm. The boy turned in the direction where he was used to seeing his mentor and asked the teacher what it was. There was no answer. The hero began to excitedly turn his head from side to side, trying to find his mentor. Here, a pleasant voice ordered him to come here. It seemed that it was talking about that stream of light that was floating in the air as a spot. It was a portal, but an unusual one. Hyun-soo stepped into it and quickly found himself on the other side of this plane. In front of him, an elderly man who looked like a ghost sat on the throne and told Park Hyun-soo that he had done a good job calling the hero by name. On the head of this ghostly king was a crown that seemed familiar to the young man, and a warm light was spreading around it as well. The king's hand brushed the sweat-matted hair from the boy's forehead, saying that he had suffered so much because of all these souls. Some kind of huge spell began to unfold around them, apparently connected with space and time. Suddenly the hunter realized that he was in the center of the city with the tower, only it was not in disrepair or destroyed. The trees were green, merchants were delivering their wares, and in front of him on the throne sat a majestic gray-haired ruler, smiling. Our hero noticed his magic staff and crown. At first, he didn't understand where he had seen them, but then he recognized them. With a somewhat frightened and puzzled face, the young man asked if it was really a skeleton in front of him. The king smiled and praised him for his insight. Hyun-soo was ready to pounce on him with his fists, suspecting him of another deception. The ruler smiled and said that no way. He had waited 3,024 years for this moment. The guy's face lengthened. The man added that it was not only the skeleton that was waiting for the arrival of a strong man. The hunter objected that he had spoken of 2 millennia, and in response he heard only laughter. The guy asked who the skeleton was, whether he and the king who was now in front of him were the same person or not. The ruler answered that both yes and no. The old man explained that when he used necromancy, he separated from his evil personality and plunged into entropia. If you look at it from another angle, he was simply thrown out of his body, just like the souls of the people living in the city. The evil entity had no need for morality or conscience, so it easily got rid of them. In Anthropy, the king pulled himself together and created another world in a new dimension. He tried to correct his mistake. He even managed to save several souls that fell into Anthropy, although every day of these people is similar to the previous one, but they do not suffer from mental pain. Here the king began to stare at his guest, who was indignant that this was somehow indecent and even offensive. The sorcerer said thoughtfully that for the first time in 3,000 years he saw the skill of listening to instructions. Hyun-soo was dumbfounded. Hyun-soo was extremely surprised and shouted that it was not so easy to find out about this. How could he? To which the ruler only smiled mysteriously. He asked the hero not to feel insulted, because they had little time. The young man replied that it would happen anyway, and then asked what happened with the time. The young man turned towards the direction where the heavenly demon usually was and asked the teacher what to do with the king. Maybe he should hit him. But there was still no one there. Hyun-soo called out to the teacher again, after which the ruler said that he had called him here. The old man leaned to the side and muttered barely audibly that listening to instructions was exactly what he needed. The hero asked him to stop speaking in riddles and voicing things that no one understands except the speaker himself. The king explained that his evil essence kept the source of its life force separate from their body in order to live an eternal life. But the guy and another man who came from the outside world through the gate took this source, or rather the other man took it. Now this man is looking for Hyun-soo, having become the new reincarnation of the evil force. Our hero realized that we are talking about Cho Jae-hyuk. The ruler said that he was no longer the same as he used to be, and the man's main goal was now to kill the guy. This news made the young man feel uneasy. Not only did he find himself in some strange place without a teacher, but the head of the Aegis Guild was also trying to kill him. He sat down on the ground and said that now he understood everything. He had to do what the king was suggesting as soon as possible. Without wasting a minute, the old man asked to make him his teacher. To clarify the situation, Hyun-soo began to look through his statistics. It was indicated that the teacher could be anyone. The sorcerer king was listed as an option. Meanwhile, 2 ships continued to drift in the Western Sea. One, as we remember, belonged to the Red Lion Guild, and the second to the Association. The support looked at the readings of the device and informed Lee Mina that the intensity of Anderson had risen to 63. The girl was alarmed. She looked at the screen and thought that all she could do at the moment was just wait here. But she was ready to give her life if the portal was affected. This decision was unshakable. Ha-Yurak just used the Firebird technique while fighting Gulag. It was her special skill, but for some reason the monster didn't receive much damage. The girl decided to increase the pressure and use the Hellish Night spell. She still had enough energy. But this attack did not bring the desired result, only angering the enemy even more. He did not understand what kind of jokes these were. Gulag's eyes were blazing with flames. He was fierce and growled from time to time, but he was in no hurry to attack. Ha-Yurak decided to finish him off with everything she had, and with a loud cry, she rushed forward fast as an arrow. The monster took a defensive stance, putting his hands forward, clenched into fists. He was not afraid at all. The explosion was very powerful, and the huntress hurried to fly up to avoid getting damaged by her own attack. She looked down at the plumes of smoke with a tired expression, confident that the monster had been destroyed once and for all. This was not the case. The smoke began to clear, and the gulag was in place, safe and sound, and had even increased in size somewhat. The head of the Red Lion Guild was completely unprepared for this. She had spent most of her strength, and was now thinking about what to do. Hayurek had never before encountered an opponent that she was completely unable to damage, no matter what she could do. The king told Hyun-soo that he spent all his strength to build this world, so in order to free people, the hero needs to study how everything works. First of all, you need to learn what mana is and master it. The guy thought it was something like the chi energy he had worked with before. The ruler explained that chi is the purified energy of nature, while mana is raw, which surprised the young man. The king said that it was now time to absorb mana, the unrefined energy of nature, and the skill of following instructions was activated. The guy felt a new, previously unknown force entering his body, which literally permeated everything around him. He accepted this energy and tried to get used to it. It turned out to be not as easy as one might think. Finally, it worked. A message appeared that he understood what natural mana energy was, and his experience points increased. The king was surprised that the boy had settled in so quickly. He thought that such a thing was simply impossible. He, the best magician in the world, once took his first breath of mana after 3 hours, and here the guy managed it in the first minutes. Even if he used the skill of listening to instructions, it was impossible, judging by the looks of it. The person sitting in front of him was very powerful. No, that's not it. This man is actually the most outstanding genius, capable of changing the fate of the world, nothing else. The boy asked the king what to do next, since he had already learned to feel mana. The old man replied that it was not difficult anymore. You need to lay your hands on the ball and gradually take control of all the souls trapped inside this body. The king added that most likely the young man would feel the pain of each such soul, and it should be returned back, released into freedom. The hero concentrated. Cries for help and pleas for salvation completely filled his consciousness. It was difficult to endure. Hyun-soo sank deeper and deeper into the stream of soul pain, but he didn't take his hands off the glowing ball of entropy for a second. Then someone appeared behind him who definitely shouldn't have been there at such a crucial moment. It was the evil personification of the king, which was now Cho Jae-hyuk, who smirked and said that he was just looking for the Hunter Park Hyun-soo. The man did not quite understand what was happening and slowly walked towards our hero, without waiting for any reaction from him to his appearance. The man activated the spell and said that it was a pity. If the enemy was sleeping, he wanted to assess his strength before killing him. Meanwhile, the guy complained to his mentor that he felt like his heart was about to burst. Could it really be because of the mana? He advised him to be careful. There would be no second chance. You have to put mana into every word you say, and the first word you say will be disappear. Hyun-soo obediently followed the instructions. A bright blue glow began to emanate from the guy. Then hundreds of ghosts became visible in it. These were liberated souls. Then, these ghosts began to seem to flow towards the ball, filling it. With each second there were more and more of them. Finally the vessel overflowed and could not withstand it. Then a strange ringing sound was heard, and millions of sharp fragments, transparent and sharp like glass or crystals, flew in all directions. The heavenly demon watched this. He couldn't believe that his disciple had made all the vengeful and miserable spirits disappear at once. The old man thought that he was incredibly lucky and that Park Hyun-soo was a genius that this world had never seen before. Here he saw the king in the form of an elderly gray-haired man and asked if it was really that skeleton in front of him. The ruler smiled and said that the master's disciple had accomplished an unprecedented feat. He and his subjects had been mentally destroyed and had gained freedom. The heavenly demon asked whether the word destroyed meant complete disappearance and received an affirmative answer. The king finally asked the heavenly demon to tell Hyun-soo that they were all free now. He would be very grateful for this favor, and then disappeared forever. Meanwhile, Cho Jae-hyuk tensed his muscles, gathering energy into a glowing ball to attack our hero. The spell turned out to be very powerful. All the energy of the ruler's evil essence passed to the hunter. Hyun-soo, unsuspecting, continued his difficult work of freeing the souls of the inhabitants of this place. The more effort he put in, the faster the clock hand on the tower turned, the gears of the mechanism spun, and everything around was filled with streams of mana. Just when the ball of entropy cracked, the hero felt that he had coped with his difficult task properly. A beam of light from the ball hit the direction of the tower, and the young man squinted to see what happened. He destroyed the building right under the place where the part hiding the clock mechanism began, and then all the buildings in the city were supposed to disappear. Reflecting off the tower, the beam began to incinerate the houses of the inhabitants of this country stuck in time. Cho Jae-hyuk closed his eyes as the light around the young man became blinding. Hyun-soo's consciousness returned to his body, and he finally destroyed the little world created by the king, in which the souls of people and his own were imprisoned. The spell of the guild leader Aegis also served as an incentive, adding energy to destroy the city. Now the man greeted our hero. The guy was surprised. The hunter did not abandon his intention to kill the newcomer. He had already prepared for battle and was now only waiting for the right moment. Saying that it was time to say goodbye, Cho Jae-ek released a magic projectile that was supposed to destroy the enemy. Our hero was a little confused, but still prepared to repel the attack. He already understood that the hunter was not scary to him. That's why when Cho Hyuk approached, his face twisted in a brutal grimace, our hero struck first and did it with lightning speed. The man exhaled from the unexpected pain. There was surprise on his face. He did not expect that he would miss the attack, not keeping an eye on the boy. The second blow was so powerful that the head of the Aegis Guild could not be seen due to the flash of energy. The man was thrown back as if instead of muscles and skeleton he had jelly and jelly. This was something new. Rising, the hunter wondered in surprise how this could have happened with his new power, but then decided that he simply had not had time to use it. Hyun-soo jumped out of the tower after the enemy he had thrown out with his blow. He was going to finish what he had started right in the air. As he fell, Cho Jae-hyuk prepared to attack. He was going to show the newcomer all the power he had gained by absorbing the king's life force. The guy felt it. It turns out that the enemy really did absorb the evil energy of the sorcerer king. In that case, it was impossible to just take and let go of the former head of the Aegis Guild. Both hunters had not yet reached the ground, but were prepared for battle. Their collision happened right in the fall. Hyun-soo's fist and Cho Jae-hyuk's fist met in midair, striking at the same time. The young man proved to be stronger, the pink glow of his own attack engulfing the hunter. He grimaced in pain and annoyance, thinking that this was all just ridiculous. Now he had S-rank strength, so why did the opponent have an advantage? The next roundhouse kick made the man literally howl with anger, and he tried to counterattack. The enemy's leg prevented Cho Jae-hyuk's fist from reaching its target. The hero had a faster reaction. His face twisted in pain, and the armored glove began to fall apart. No one expected that. Another round of battle proved that the leader of the Aegis Guild couldn't even block the enemy's attack in such a state. The last blow that our hero made again threw the hunter far back, so hard that he crashed into the wall surrounding the city with an explosion of energy. At this point, his flight stopped. Cho Jae-hyuk was left hanging, imprinted on the stone, showing no signs of life. The gloves fell off, and this brought the man back to his senses. He checked if his hands were intact and began to gradually free himself from the rubble. Having freed the upper half of the body, the hunter began to pull out his legs, but this turned out to be not so easy. He didn't have time to do this before our hero launched an attack. Wasting time was absolutely not in his interests. The face of the head of the Aegis Guild was distorted by anger from the realization of his own powerlessness, and yet, just recently, he had rejoiced in his power. If Cho Jae-hyuk met the attack of Pierce while imprisoned in stone, then one of the crushing blows of the grain freed his limbs, throwing him back several meters. The man hit the ground several times before his body finally stopped falling. Eventually he lay completely motionless, seemingly unconscious from the force of the blow. Hyun-soo stopped. He informed the master that he was overflowing with power. The heavenly demon guessed that it was the mana that had entered into synergy with the internal energy of Chi. The hero straightened his shoulders and said that in this state he could defeat even Haksun if he attacked again. The teacher admitted that this was indeed the case. The old man's face reflected the pride he felt as he watched his ward's power grow. The boy was surprised to hear the master's words that the power he now felt in him was comparable to the highest peak level of the world he had lived in before. The young man looked askance at his mentor, to which the old man asked why he was looking like that. It would break his eyes. The hero explained that he was not used to praise from his lips, and the patriarch shouted that the student was too picky. He did not like it when he was scolded, and he did not like it when he was praised either. Hyun-soo retorted that he only disliked it when the teacher became as irritable as he was now. The heavenly demon's eyes bulged out of his head. A moment later he turned away, leaving the young man with a huge bump on his forehead from the slap. Listening to the muttering that he would never receive praise from him again, the hero looked at his hand, from which strange streams of energy were emanating. It was mana. It seemed that now he could receive the energy of nature at any moment, even without consciously controlling the process, and he lost it just as uncontrollably. The heavenly demon looked at what was happening and stated that his disciple had become a weakling again, or something like that. He explained that mana probably couldn't be used and stored for as long as Kai, and then both of them felt the ground beneath them shake. Something was happening. Through the opened portal, the battle in the sea of Ka-Yurak with Gulag became visible. The girl was working in her favorite technique, so the hero immediately recognized her. He froze, trying to get a better look at what was happening to understand who was winning the battle. The space continued to shake because the portal was getting bigger. What Hyun-soo saw did not make him happy. The balance of power in the battle was far from in favor of the boss. She shot up into the sky like a bird of fire, escaping the attack of a huge monster that fired a beam of energy right where the huntress had just been. The monster's attack was so strong that no armor could withstand it. The girl had to constantly dodge, using acceleration. Knight asked the blonde if the Sorcerer King had really lost and fled from Anthropy, and she confirmed what he had said. He said thoughtfully that if the Gulag lost, this place would be destroyed, even though they tried to prevent that from happening. The man swore loudly and slammed the book he had been reading shut with a loud sound, which was unexpected. The girl said that Gulag would never lose. Even if the two sides of the Sorcerer King united, they would not be able to defeat him. Knight said that he had no choice. He took hold of the sword hilt and said that he would personally take care of destroying the remaining bugs. The blonde whistled happily. Gulag and Ha-Yurak continued to fight. Both managed to avoid serious damage, but the hunter's strength was running out. Hyun-soo asked the heavenly demon what he thought about why the Red Lion Guild leader was suddenly here. There was no answer, but the space shook again, as if another gate had opened again, and the young man panicked a little. It was indeed a third portal within a portal, and what's more, its size was larger than all the previous ones combined. Our hero was seriously worried. He already knew very well that something like this would not bring anything good. Moreover, it was simply dangerous. Meanwhile, the sky demon looked inside and saw a desert, reporting that it seemed like this was where they started. The guy was excited. He realized that several portals were trying to gather in one place at the same time, but for what purpose, it was unclear. A voice from the side explained that this process was called overlapping, but the worst part was that the voice was completely unfamiliar. Hyun-soo turned around abruptly, screaming. Next to him stood a blonde in a raincoat, leaning on her cane umbrella. The girl said with a smile that our hero's very existence was a source of grief to her master Night-Nim. The heavenly demon worriedly reported that he could sense the energy of an overwhelming bloodlust around them. The blonde, smiling sweetly, handed the young man a glowing heart and muttered something like, "Take it." Instantly, sharp spikes appeared from under the ground, and Hyun-soo barely had time to jump back to avoid being pierced through. The guy jumped to the side, watching as the blue glow on the spikes gradually faded. The blonde was moving in his direction. It was the afterimage of the hero. He was so fast that he left it in the place where he had just been. The girl appreciated the speed. Hyun-soo used mana to instantly increase his speed and strength, earning praise from his teacher, albeit unspoken. The blonde intended to attack again, but the guy counterattacked with his signature crushing blow, the grain. Realizing that she couldn't avoid the blow, the villain had to come up with another way to defend herself. She found nothing better to do than hide behind her pink umbrella. Apparently, it was a powerful magical artifact. When the opponents collided, an explosion occurred and, as usual, dust and smoke made it difficult to assess the effectiveness of the attack. It turned out that this was not entirely true. The girl used the umbrella as a parachute, only the other way around, rising above the ground with its help. The young man hit the stones, and it seemed that his opponent's speed was also in perfect order. Hyun-soo thought that if an ordinary umbrella helped avoid his signature move, then the blonde was simply mocking him. She stood on top of the fortress wall and reproached him for his cruelty, for how one could treat a weak girl in such a way. Both her hearts and her honeyed voice irritated our hero beyond measure. He already understood that this was a form of manipulation. To get to her, Hyun-soo used heavenly demon flight. This was the most sensible decision. The blonde instantly found herself in another place, thinking about the fact that the guy had a rather original and interesting technique of movement. Jumping up the wall with his fist at the ready, the young man asked why she had attacked him, for what purpose. The girl snapped her fingers and said that she was not going to answer the man who was rushing towards her with such a scary face. With a click, the entire wall became covered with the same sharp spikes as in the previous trick with the heart. Some of them injured the young man, some broke, but he did not stop and continued to move forward. He was so angry that he used the tree's blow against the impudent girl without stopping. This should have given her some intelligence, provided that she survived. The girl flew back 10 meters in one fell swoop and began to tease Hyun-soo that he couldn't reach her. But then her fun suddenly stopped. A bright blue flash of energy appeared right behind her shoulder. Having screamed, the girl managed to cover herself with an umbrella, but the explosion was quite strong and knocked her off her feet. This time the umbrella didn't help, and the girl and him were knocked off their feet by crushing blow number 2. Mr. Knight stopped her from falling, appearing just in time to catch the blonde, who sadly reported that she had underestimated the man. The man continued to hug her shoulders and looked closely at Hyun-soo, who was approaching them. Noticing a new enemy, our hero froze in indecision. He tried to understand who it was in front of him. Knight looked at the guy and said that Park Hyun-soo was only supposed to wear out the Sorcerer King, but he started such an activity. Who is this person? He speculated that the rookie hunter had discovered an unexpected resource in this dimension to increase his strength. The guy asked a counter question, wondering who was in front of him, but the man continued to reflect on the fact that there was no doubt about the hero's strength. With a cry that he shouldn't care because he was about to die, Knight attacked Hyun-soo with lightning speed. The young man appreciated his speed, but was not at all afraid, intending to block the attack with a punch. Noticing this, Knight chuckled and sped up even more, a dangerous red glow appearing around him. Instead of striking, the hero had to block. Otherwise, he would have simply been blown away by this indomitable, evil whirlwind. Under the pressure, the young man had to take a few steps back, and he thought that the enemy was really quite strong. His next strike sent Hyun-soo flying into the air like a volleyball. This was done more on purpose to increase the distance. The guy dropped onto the wall, still in a blocking stance, but was also considering an attack. The blonde didn't let him finish his thoughts by snapping her fingers, which, as we know, was her signature spellcaster gesture. And again, spikes appeared on the wall, in such numbers that if the hero had fallen on them, he would have instantly turned into a sieve. Although why, if that's what happened, the click knocked the young man down with a powerful stream of air and threw him back. At the same time, Gulag screamed his battle cry, attacking Hayurak. The monster also noticed the new portal and tried to enter it. He shouted his name, Gulag, a few more times, and the girl decided that the enemy was also taking their fight seriously. The Red Lion Guildmaster hovered in space right in front of the monster, turning off her Firebird mode. Gulag looked at her questioningly and said something, but it was impossible to understand what exactly. The warrior said that it doesn't matter which of them dies today, but you need to know the name of the one who will put an end to your life. She raised her head proudly and announced that her name was Ha-Yurak of the Red Lion, flames flickering here and there on her armor. Here the girl changed her mood to the exact opposite. She screamed that in the name of her fallen comrades, she would destroy the monster. A ball of magic projectile was shining in her hands. And she will do it with all her strength. At these words, Gulag opened all 3 pairs of his additional eyes, which he had kept closed until then. Ha-Yurak knew that most hunters of her level had techniques that took away life energy to the last drop, until death, but gave power. She decided that in the name of all the dead hunters of her squad, she would destroy Gulag at the cost of her own life. The girl used her last spell, screaming that plasma should burn everything here to the last atom. The support person taking measurements on the association ship pulled his hands away from the device. It had overheated. The man shouted that the Anderson density was already 84, no, 95, and continuing to rise. He was seriously worried. Limina and the Raider squad, ready to head into the portal at any second, waited for new information. The girl thought that the portal was about to explode, but if even S-Rank Ha-Yurak couldn't stop it, then they had no chance at all. The head of the department called and asked about the number the device was showing. The heroine replied that at the moment it was 85 according to Anderson. She looked at the portal and said that she didn't think they could withstand it, then asked why from the perimeter, but there was no answer yet. Limina realized that no reinforcements were likely to arrive, and then asked what they should do in that case. The boss replied that someone would come to help. They are amazing people, so there is hope. The girl thought that they would all die today. Then the soldiers on deck began to look up and ask each other what was going on. They noticed a strange movement in the sky. A glowing pink wedge swooped down on them from the sky, hovered in the middle between the 2 ships, and then descended onto the deck of the Association's vessel. The impact raised a column of dust. The glow began to slowly fade, and the director of the Association ran closer, covering her face with her hands. When the girl saw who was the cause of what was happening, her eyes widened in surprise. She stammered out Haxon's name. It was indeed him. After landing on the deck, the man had not yet had time to rise. Shortly before this, near his home in Germany, a conversation with friends took place that had a direct impact on subsequent events. Gil Lordeman asked White Wolf in surprise if he really intended to go alone after accepting the Korean request for help. Takeshi sarcastically remarked that in this way he would help Ha-Yurak, and yet he hated this girl with all his heart. Hansen said that he would only help if the operation failed without him. If the Koreans found someone else, he would not participate. He added that hunters are there to save people, which brought smiles to his friends who knew his views on this issue well. Literally a second later, the hunter soared into the air at supersonic speed to avoid continuing this awkward conversation. Yamamoto said that he loved it when his colleague behaved so heroically. Gil replied that they had to hurry up too, so as not to fall behind. The support on the ship reported that the Anderson index had reached 89%. If this continued, the portal would explode in half an hour. Lee Mi-na reported to Haxon that there were currently 30 A-rank hunters and Ha-Yurak in the portal. The man nodded. Here another portal appeared, and the face of the association director changed. The hunter glanced warily behind his back. It turned out that Takeshi and Lordman had arrived, the latter just coming out onto the deck of the ship. Lee Mi-na thought that there was still hope, but then Haxion asked where Park Hyun-soo was, and the girl couldn't hide her surprise. She replied that Hyun-soo was already inside, and that Cho from Aegis was also there, but White Wolf did not let her finish, saying that that was enough. Looking at the portal, the man said in a confident tone that if that boy was inside, then everything would be fine. After some thought, Haxon concluded that our hero had more than just abilities, but no one understood what he meant. A message appeared that the creation of the plasma sword was complete, and it instantly appeared in Ha-Yurak's hands. The monster's additional 6 eyes began to emit blinding rays of light. It seemed that this was also some kind of weapon. These beams gathered in front of the monster's face into a ball, similar to a magic projectile, but using a different type of energy. With a loud, simply deafening roar, he launched this bomb straight at where the head of the Red Lion Guild was located. The girl leapt forward and tried to block this incredible attack with her plasma sword. The heavenly demon watched the scene and noted that the fireworks woman was using her signature technique. It was hard to believe that she had such powerful fire energy under her control. Then he heard a cough behind him and remembered that his student was also fighting now. Hyun-soo said that if he hadn't managed to gather his mana and chi together and then strengthened it all with defensive power, he would have already died, but even so, he had received enormous damage. The old man looked at the hero in surprise. He was a little distracted and now did not understand why he was covered in blood. Hyun-soo asked the master not to be sarcastic, at least now, and then asked how Ha-yurak was. The patriarch replied that she was going to finish the battle. Knight became furious when he noticed that his opponent was distracted during the battle, so he immediately rushed into a new attack. The heavenly demon advised the disciple to use the yin-yang demon, and he looked at him for more information. The skill of following instructions was activated. The opponent put all his strength into the blow, but the young man managed to master a new technique and successfully dodged. The man simply could not believe in something like this, but he had a special remedy prepared for this case. He launched a full-throated kick, doing it completely unexpectedly. Hyun-soo was taken aback. Such attacks were impossible to predict, but the master continued to suggest techniques. The hero used a leaf strike, and it was so powerful that an explosion occurred, but the enemy jumped back at the last moment, avoiding damage. He tried to counterattack, but Hyun-soo managed to anticipate this blow as well. Knight stood completely confused. He even forgot to lower his fist. Meanwhile, the young man took advantage of the confusion and used the leaf strike again, intending to cut the villain in half. It was truly dangerous, but somehow the enemy managed to dodge it by jumping high into the air. Falling to the ground, he was incredibly happy that it had worked, but he didn't understand how to continue the battle. He needed to think through his next strategy carefully, but rage prevented Knight from thinking. Anger clouded his eyes, and he missed the blow. Meanwhile, Ha-yurak rushed forward, intending to destroy the gulag with her plasma sword. She moved at great speed and put all her remaining energy into the blow, just a little more, just a little more. A warning appeared that she was almost at her limit and should stop using internal energy, but the girl did not stop. Gulag, who was about to attack the enemy with a glowing magical charge again, raised his head up. He realized that death was approaching. With a loud cry, Ha-yurak pierced the monster with her plasma sword. This was revenge for the lives of all her comrades who died in this portal. The tip of the sword entered straight into the open mouth of Gulag. He was prepared for such an ending and did not try to dodge or block the blow. The monster was defeated. She had never seen such a bright and huge flash of radiance in her life, however. This was the last thing she saw now. Ha-yurak lost consciousness and all her energy to the last drop. Her hair turned from fiery to black. The girl fell down. It was the end. Her brain threw up memories from the past. The huntress mentally turned to the captain. The overturned cars were burning. A huge, one-eyed monster walked across the bridge and threw cars like toys. The girl stood in his way. Another car flew at Ha-yurak, but she dodged it and looked menacingly at the monster that was destroying the city. Then beams of light flew at the monster from different sides, and the girl realized that help had arrived. These were fellow hunters. And of course the captain, who with a few movements of his fingers released a whole series of light beams sharp as a razor. After destroying the monster, the man landed on the ground right in front of Ha-yurak, smiling warmly at the girl. She smiled happily in response. The captain arrived just in time to solve all the problems in one fell swoop, covering her and saving the people. He praised the young huntress, patting her on the head, and then noted that she had done a great job, even though her help had been a little late. The man said with a satisfied look that the girl would soon become S-Rank. When that happened, let her cover his back. She only laughed in response. The captain added that if anything happened to him, she should take care of his son, Jae-hyuk. He was such a klutz. Ha-Yurak screamed at him to stop this conversation immediately. Nothing would happen. Looking at the smoking buildings, the hunter objected that anything could happen to their work. Now the girl was falling down, thinking that she had not kept her promise. She mentally asked the captain for forgiveness. Meanwhile, on the fortress wall, the blonde called out to Night Nim, saying that the portal to the gulag was closing. He answered her that he knew, reaching for the scabbard of his sword, after which he asked her not to make unnecessary noise here. It was dangerous. A second later, the man pulled out his sword and drew a cross in the air, the blade leaving a reddish mark behind. He did it right on the portal, thus closing it, or something like that, apparently. Knight knew how to handle the gates no worse than Lordman. Our hero looked at this and thought that the enemy seemed to have cut the portal with a sword, deactivating it. This was something new. The enemy thoughtfully reported that the young man surprised him by being able to hold out for so long. The ocean from the dimension where Ha-Yurak had fought poured into the city, now practically spilling over the fortress walls. Knight said that he was far from certain that Hyun-Soo would survive today, but if he did, he promised that they would meet again. With these words, he opened a new portal in the sky and, taking the blonde with him, without thinking, rose to it, as if he could fly. Illuminated by an infernal red glow, the man added that then he would appear before the hunter in his true form, and then he would not survive. As they passed through the gate, a cross appeared in the sky, indicating that further use of this passage was blocked. The young man looked at what was happening and thought that this operation was not just considered very dangerous, but people on Earth did not even suspect how much. He was badly wounded and could barely stand on his feet, but was disappointed that he could not finish the fight, so he called Knight a coward. After these words, the hero coughed, spitting out blood. Only now did he realize how serious the damage he had received was. The heavenly demon approached the disciple and advised him to start restoring now. The enemy was still unreachable. The guy replied that he would do it, but what next? He couldn't just hang around here doing nothing. The water was rising higher. The master prompted him to turn around, and right behind the guy he saw a sword that he had forgotten, or that the enemy had deliberately left behind. Hyun-Soo grabbed the handle and the blade burst into flames. It wasn't very pleasant to hold the bastard's weapon in his hand. The patriarch said that this place would soon close and they needed to cut the portal just like Knight did to get out of here. The young man looked at the sword and asked how he should swing it. The teacher replied that he had no idea. Let him try different ways, use mana or chi energy. The guy decided to try starting with internal energy and poured a fair amount of it into the blade, which glowed much brighter. After that, Hyun-Soo drew a cross in the air, but nothing happened. Apparently, it was not chi energy that was needed, but something else. So it was necessary to use mana. The young man directed the flow into the sword, and it glowed blue. At that moment, a stream of water poured over the wall and almost knocked him off his feet. Our hero stayed on his feet only by some miracle. There was more and more water, so now the guy focused all his attention not on the sword, but on saving his own life. Now the very existence of the city was in great question. Most likely it would simply turn into a huge pool inside the fortress walls. Hyun-Soo almost went there to feed the fish, but by some miracle he managed to grab the edge of the wall with one hand. The heavenly demon watched him struggle and advised him to get out quickly. Time was running out, while he himself thought that the student was weaker than he seemed. Hanging on one hand, the boy raised the sword with the other, trying to swing it the way Knight did. He got a corresponding cross, glowing red and not disappearing from sight, which meant that the portal was activated. The gates appeared instantly. They were quite large. All that was left now was to reach them in order to move into another subspace. Having assessed the situation, the hero decided that the simplest and most reliable way would be to simply jump into the gates he had opened. That's what he did, not forgetting to take the sword with him. You never know how many more times he'll have to use this method. Since they were in the sky on this side of the gate, it took Hyun-Soo quite a long time to fly to the ground, but he landed successfully on his feet. He looked around carefully. It seemed that all around was the same desert they had found themselves in at the very beginning of the operation. The sky demon darkly joked that this place looked familiar. Had he been here before? They looked up into the sky through the portal to where they came from, only the tower was sticking out of the water. The old man explained that the world with the city had merged with the one where the fire woman fought. Hyun-soo was scared by this thought. He looked a little confused because he didn't know how Hayurak's battle ended. But then he thought that the head of the Red Lion Guild was now there and shouted that they should immediately return and help her. He instantly grabbed his sword and began to draw a new portal cross to go in search of the boss. Meanwhile, Knight and the blonde returned to their luxurious palace, where they were given a proper welcome. A portal opened right in the ceiling of the reception room. Two knights stood at attention, waiting for the appearance of the master. The couple descended onto a luxurious red carpet along with a fair amount of seawater. The landing was almost soft, but both began to cough, as they had swallowed liquid while passing through the gate. Seeing that Knight was seriously injured and could barely stand on his feet, the girl immediately rushed to his aid. The man stopped her with a gesture and said that it would be unnecessary, everything was fine, he could handle it himself. The blonde noticed that Knight had not changed his form despite the serious injuries. The promise to the king was important. It was impossible to break the order. Meanwhile, the man took off the top part of his suit in order to treat the wound, and he lay down. A servant had already appeared nearby, unrolling the cloth to bandage the wound. Everything was very clean and looked as if it had been in use for years. While the doctor was performing the treatment, the servants assisted, and when everything was done, the doctor assured that by tomorrow the gentleman would be completely fine. Knight didn't listen. He was thinking that he was very sorry that the Sorcerer King died. But if the overlapping portal was destroyed, the problems would get worse. The man hoped that he could fight Hyun-soo again, but he couldn't understand why the information about the hero and his actual strength were so different. At this time, a new visitor entered the room. He was wearing expensive shoes and an equally expensive suit. However, this was also a servant, or rather a secretary. He brought the master a glass of healing potion and fresh news. Knight asked if the king had contacted him. The answer was negative, but there was information about a message from the Rook. The secretary reported that he did not want to upset the gentleman, but if his plan failed, the punishment would be death. The man almost choked on the potion. He squeezed the cup so hard that it shattered into pieces, injuring his hand. These walls had not heard such choice curses for a long time. The blonde watched Knight and thought that she was ready to carry out any of his orders, while the man cursed Rook, who dared to say such a thing. He stood up and muttered that now was the best time, because everyone else was busy with the paradise fragment and thinking only about it. The blonde looked the boss straight in the eye and asked if he really wanted to start looking for it as soon as possible. The man began to dress, saying that now the destruction of the portal did not matter. He would find it first and make Rook bow before him and regret her words. It took his partner a few minutes to digest this information, and she remained silent. He headed towards the exit and, without turning around, commanded the girl to tell Peshka that it was time to begin the search. Knight moved forward, his eyes burning with a determined fire. He dared to begin searching for the singularity in secret from the king. Sea waves splashed around the fortress walls, and powerful streams of water flowed from them into the city. Most of the buildings were almost completely underwater, with some having roofs and upper floors visible. The tower, as the tallest structure, could have remained visible, but due to the pressure of the water and previous events, its walls began to crack. A blonde stood on the balcony near the clock face and watched as the water took away the houses one by one. She thought that the stupid knight had not noticed the singularity right under his nose, and also had not appreciated Hyun-soo's strength. She leaned on the railing and told herself that she couldn't wait to see Knight lose and be punished, and there was a special reason for that. At this point, the girl started dancing and shouted that the reason was that it would be even more fun. Here, a subordinate called out to her, addressing her by name, and so we learned that before us was an elephant, another chess piece. The guy bowed and said that the goal had been achieved and they had managed to find the one the lady had asked for. The girl came very close to him and put her hand on his chest, saying that the dear one was not in too much of a hurry. She hugged the guy, and he snapped his fingers to show her the result of his search. Cho Jae-hyuk slowly flew into the hall through the air. Apparently he was dead or unconscious. His whole body was covered in wounds. The secretary made a characteristic gesture with his hand, and the dead body fell with a loud thud on the floor in front of the elephant. For some reason, the girl was very happy to see Cho Jae-hyuk. She began to clap her hands, showing her emotions, and said that she was happy. The boy sighed and reminded her that Jae-hyuk was dead, but it couldn't be said that this information upset the elephant too much. The beauty sat down on the floor next to the dead body, and sadly noticed that the hunter lost to Park Hyun-soo, even with the bracelet and gloves that she gave him. She took the dead man's face in her hands, as if regretting his death, and added that at least Knight's plans had gone to waste, which was already good. The subordinate did not want to watch for long as his mistress fiddled with the corpse and coldly asked what he should do next. The elephant looked at Cho Jae-hyuk and said that since he had swallowed the life vessel, he could still be useful to them, so they should take him with them. The guy nodded that he understood, put the dead man on his shoulder, and activated the portal to leave the tower. As she left, Slan muttered to Park Hyun-soo that she believed in him, placing her hand on her hip and adding that she was confident that our hero would be able to find the oasis. Just at that moment, the guy and his mentor passed through another portal, but this time they also saw a desert in front of them. Instead of returning to the flooded world to find and save Hayurak, they found themselves, time after time, from portal to portal in the sands. The sky demon assumed his favorite pose, folding his arms across his chest, and commanded to try again. He liked the fireworks woman. With a shout that if that's the case, let's go, Hyun-soo again pulled out his sword and with all his might drew a cross in the air. The portal opened right in front of the young man, and he prepared to take a step forward, hoping that there would be water on the other side. In the human world, in Korea, a TV in a hospital reported that a portal could explode in the West Sea right now. People began to talk fearfully, saying that in this case monsters could break out. All hope was on the Red Lion hunters, who had already arrived at the scene. At this time, Yoon was sitting at the bedside of our hero's brother, and telling him that Yoon-soo was simply incredible, he became a hunter and went into the portal. She added that her brother was very upset because he was bedridden and asked the boy to wake up quickly. The girl was telling how Hyun-soo was now saving people, and his brother and sister were playing some kind of noisy game behind his back. Yoon had to say goodbye to the patient and take the children out of the room, reminding them that this is not the way to behave in a hospital. Looking back at Hyun-tae at the door, she added with a smile that she would definitely visit him again soon. There was no reaction. The boy continued to lie motionless. All that was left was to hope that he could hear kind words addressed to him. Meanwhile, another portal appeared in the desert. It was definitely the work of his brother and the heavenly demon. Soon the heroes themselves appeared. The first thing the patriarch exclaimed was a curse. They came back there again. The master looked ahead carefully and said that he could not understand how this was possible. They were just running in circles in this desert. Hyun-soo replied that he himself had no idea, but the situation was starting to irritate him to the extreme. There was no time to waste. But then the hero noticed something ahead that was slightly different from all the previous landscapes of the desert in which they found themselves. It was an oasis or something like that. I needed to get closer and take a better look at the area. He moved forward and began to carefully descend towards the water because it looked somehow suspicious. Looking down, the guy said that regular water doesn't look like that. He can't see his own reflection properly. Carefully lowering his hand into the lake, Hyun-soo informed the teacher that, as he suspected, what lay before them was not water at all. The sky demon asked if he meant that it was a disguised portal, and the student replied that it most likely was. Saying that now was a great opportunity to check it out, the young man began to decisively enter the lake. The master followed him. The bed was clean and warm. Hyun-soo stretched sweetly from sleep, but was in no hurry to open his eyes, enjoying the light sunlight on his face. Finally, he sat up and stretched again, yawning, saying that he had seen a long and wonderful dream, and that he needed to write it down in his diary before he forgot. The hero looked at his watch and realized that it was quite late to get up. He got up and went to the kitchen. The father sat at the table with a newspaper in his hands and joked that the guy, it turns out, was alive, although he had slept for a whole day. Mom muttered reproachfully that there was no need to be so rude, to which the man laughed. He was just joking. The younger brother was about to take a bite of his huge burger and said that Hyun-soo seemed to have just gone into hibernation. The hero took away the food and said that if Hyun-tae was insolent, he would be left without lunch. He would eat his burger himself. Watching his older brother begin to eat, the boy began to whine about how he had only managed to bite once. In order to console him, Hyun-soo simply slapped a fairly large bill right on the guy's forehead. Satisfied, he began to finish his burger, explaining that he had just received his payment yesterday, and Hyun-tae bowed in gratitude. The guy asked his parents what they would like to eat today. He treats them. It was very nice. There was a traffic jam on the street, as always in this area, with many cars honking in an unsuccessful attempt to somehow get through. Hyun-soo's family went to a restaurant, but it was difficult to get to their destination, although the traffic was usually a little lighter at this time of day. The father decided to make a small detour and go around so that at least they would be moving and not standing still. The car turned onto a small street. There was no one there at all, and it was possible to increase the speed to the maximum permitted within the populated area. Our hero laughed that it really was better, to which his father joked that no navigator could compare with a road veteran. Then Hyun-tae looked out the window and noticed something strange. He became worried and asked his brother to look too. The sky above the building they had just passed had turned pink and orange, indicating that a portal was about to open there. Hyun-tae couldn't know about this, so he assumed that a thunderstorm was starting and lightning was flashing in the sky. Then, a real fiery rain of burning debris fell on the car. It wasn't lightning, it was an explosion. Following the fire, monsters appeared. These were the same monsters that Ha-yurak had recently remembered, and, well, Hyun-soo was in one of the cars. The monster grabbed the car and threw it aside. The whole family screamed in horror, but they could no longer do anything in this situation. The front of the car crashed into the pavement. The passengers in the front seats would hardly have survived such a blow. When our hero opened his eyes, he saw a hospital room. On the bed opposite, connected to machines, lay his younger brother. The nurse noticed that the young man had opened his eyes and called out to the doctor, saying that Park Hyun-soo had woken up. The guy sat up in bed. His arm was in a cast. There was a bandage on his head. He asked the hospital staff what happened. They began to explain, and the young man jerked to stand up, shouting that he wanted to know where his family was. Sometime later, Hyun-soo visited the columbarium where his parents' ashes rested, and he looked for a long time at the photographs of his smiling mother and father. Tears streamed from the hero's eyes. He still could not comprehend that he would never see them again. And the thought that he was now the head of the family and responsible not only for his own fate, but also for the life of his brother, made him want to howl. Tears streamed down onto the young man's clothes and hands. His grief was so great that it was impossible to bear. Hyun-soo collapsed on the floor and began to sob loudly. He didn't care at all that all the visitors in the columbarium were grieving for the deceased, but he was the only one making noise. Here he heard a sharp call. Someone called him by name and commanded him to come to his senses immediately. The hero fell silent. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he screamed in a voice that was not his own. He was in armor again. He was a hunter in the portal again. Tears continued to roll down her cheeks, but now the teacher was nearby, looking reproachfully at Hyun-soo. In an irritated voice, the heavenly demon reported that the disciple had not woken up, so he had to take some measures. Then, from somewhere to the side, an unfamiliar voice was heard saying, "Unknown variable." Our heroes looked in the direction of the speaker. The man in the shroud-like clothing continued that this time the unknown variable was an otherworldly being, and that was very strange. He stated that he had summoned one person, so why are there two here now, and one of them is a soul? Ignoring him, the heavenly demon began to scold the student for crying so much. I wonder what kind of dream he had. It was unacceptable to behave like that. Hearing that it was not proper for the future heavenly demon to roar under any circumstances, the stranger smirked. He started to get angry and cast a magic projectile, saying something about how if the visitors decided to deliberately ignore him, it was in vain, but he didn't have time to finish. The sky demon launched a lightning-fast counterattack, and the opponent's ball flew straight towards his face. He moved just as quickly and stopped a centimeter from the tip of the man's nose, his eyes even more angry and hard than before. The master ordered in a stern voice not to move even a finger without his order, if he did not want to cease to exist right now. Hyun-soo was surprised that the mentor could attack a stranger. He explained that he felt it as soon as he saw him. It was an intangible entity. The master could not fight the skeleton. It had belonged to the physical world for a long time, but the good essence of the sorcerer king could be attacked by him, but there was no reason for this. The stranger admitted that the master was capable of destroying him. He never thought he would ever meet someone so outstanding. He cast a network of protective spells around himself and apologized for the situation. The man added that a year ago, people almost managed to kill him, so most of his strength was lost, and he still needed to maintain this peace. Hyun-soo got really angry and screamed at how dare the scoundrel make him watch that horrible dream about the past. The stranger asked whether he had really pressed on the sore spot, and then addressed our hero by name and asked him to listen. The hero thought that his thoughts were being read, to which the man replied that this is exactly what he does, and that dreams of this kind are seen by everyone who comes to this place. It shows the sweetest, but also the most terrible dreams, from which people will never wake up. In this way, one can obtain a precious vessel which is not valued until it is lost, but then it is too late. The stranger pointed his finger at the young man and solemnly explained that the vessel was his body. The original plan was to lure the firewoman to this place, that is, to summon her here, but the guy managed to find the oasis before her. These words hit a nerve almost as hard as the situation from before. Hyun-soo was simply seething with rage and began using mana without even noticing it. Shouting that stealing other people's bodies was the height of meanness, the boy clenched his fist and prepared to attack the man. He was very fast, and in a couple of seconds he was within striking distance, and he didn't keep waiting long. The hand passed through the smiling face of the enemy. He did not even try to dodge or block the attack. There was absolutely no need for it. The stranger disappeared, and in his place appeared some kind of whirlpool of energy of various kinds, and a voice reported that the attack was useless. The heavenly demon guessed what was about to happen and shouted at the disciple to immediately move away. The guy didn't have time to do this. Now his fist was right in the mouth of a huge toothy monster that had no material shell, but was no less dangerous for that. With a few swings, the creature destroyed our hero's armor and inflicted wounds on him that prevented him from retreating back. At that very moment, the boy's eyes turned black, and blood appeared on the wounds, too dark to belong to a person. He thought that the bastard was now in his body. Hyun-soo's face was distorted by a sinister grin, and he answered himself that this was far from all. The guy, against his will, assumed some kind of fighting stance, as if preparing to use a special tactic, and the voice declared that this beautiful body was not suitable for his weak soul. A huge force filled every cell of Hyun-soo's body. His eyes rolled back and his hair stood on end. He raised his hands to the sky. Then the body, along with streams of blood, tore out the soul of the young man and threw it aside like garbage. Our hero looked at himself from the side, but understood perfectly well that his body now belonged to someone else. With Hyun-soo's lips, the monster enthusiastically said that it was worth waiting for a whole year. He looked extremely satisfied. The stranger noticed that this was an excellent body. He could feel the remnants of mana, and there was so much chi energy, as if it had been accumulated for thousands of years. He clenched his fists and laughed, then joyfully proclaimed that this body would serve him well. Overwhelmed by emotion, the monster did not notice that a heavenly demon had appeared behind him, preparing to attack. The master said that when he was in Murim, for such actions one could be burned to the bone at the stake, and with these words he knocked the stranger's soul out of Hyun-Soo's body. With the next blow, he returned the soul of his student to where it belonged. The body spread its arms and screamed. The stranger regained his original appearance, and now his eyes widened in anger. He did not expect that someone would be able to expel him from the vessel. While Hyun-Soo was trying to comprehend that he had returned, the stranger asked the master how he was able to interfere with other people's bodies. The boy was shaking and feeling his own muscles with his hands, and the heavenly demon silently assumed his favorite pose. The patriarch replied that for him this was also a mystery. Perhaps this skill was supposed to manifest itself right here and now, but something else was more important. It was time for the stranger to prepare for death, since he dared to challenge the heavenly demon himself. Hyun-Soo asked the mentor to wait a bit before attacking. If he killed the enemy now, they might be stuck in this place forever. The master replied that after the death of the creator, this place must also collapse. It could not be otherwise. Our hero said that if this did not happen, they were doomed. If the stranger was not there and the world did not disappear, there was no escape from it. The young man explained that the sword that remained after Knight's escape no longer obeyed him, so it was impossible to create a portal and leave. The enemy started laughing quite loudly, and Hyun-Soo asked what was making him laugh so much. The man grabbed his head. The spells around him became even more intense. He continued to laugh and said that it was just driving him crazy. As if from nowhere, a throne materialized, and the stranger sat down in it, continuing to fight back fits of laughter. He explained that after countless calculations, he had figured out that he would be able to leave this place today, but now he simply could not believe that this was happening. The man covered his face with his hand and said that he wanted to introduce himself properly. People usually call him Pavlision. Then the man added that they might know him by the name of Ancestral Dragon. Hyun-Soo couldn't hide his surprise, and Heavenly Demon didn't believe a single word. The boy angrily shouted that the Red Lion Guild leader said that the Ancestral Dragon was sealed a year ago, so it was a lie. The man straightened up and assumed a majestic pose on his throne. He did not make any excuses or explain anything. Then he decided to clear the air and admitted that he had made people believe it, even using the language of souls. The Ancestral Dragon reported that, being on the verge of death, he could not do anything, since he no longer had the strength to do so, but he had been thinking about a plan for a whole year. He spread his fragments and remained here, waiting for someone suitable, a vessel, to come. Hyun-Soo could understand his opponent's motivation, but he couldn't understand why he was telling him all this now. He read his thoughts and replied that he was doing this because he had no reason to lie to the hero. There was no point in it. His time was coming to an end. The man explained that he would no longer be here by tomorrow. The stranger's face became sad. The Ancestral Dragon stated that he had been counting on the Fire Woman coming here, taking her body and returning to the outside world, plunging it into absolute chaos. But things didn't go according to plan. It all started with the Sorcerer King, who somehow managed to retain his good nature, and the skeleton fell. Moreover, he fell at the hands of an incredible creature that came here contrary to all his calculations and made the implementation of this plan impossible. The Heavenly Demon ignored the flattery and asked why his opponent coveted other people's worlds so much. He explained that the world he had lived in before was completely devastated. There was no mana left in it, and new mana had stopped appearing due to the decline of nature. And when the Ancestral Dragon was ready to accept his fate and die, they appeared and offered a deal. They suggested how to get out of the desert world into a new one and continue to exist as before. These were the kings. Our hero could not understand what kind of kings these were, so he asked the man why anyone would call themselves kings. The man asked if he really didn't understand what was happening after the battle with Knight, aka Horse. The boy realized that the characters were named after chess pieces, but he thought it was extremely stupid. The ancestral dragon noticed that he was having fun in vain. If he laughed when meeting them, he would die instantly, or perhaps long and painfully. Because if the horse takes on its true form, it will become stronger than the Sorcerer King before it split into two. Hyun-soo and his teacher listened to the end. The man finished by saying that both the Sorcerer King and Knight were fighting the hero with half their strength, and he indignantly took a few steps forward. The ancestral dragon's face turned sinister, and he asked him to imagine what would happen when he met Knight if he did not restrain himself. Well, having met the king, the young man will die in that very second, there is no doubt about that, the man summed up. The kings taught him how to create portals, and in this way he came up with the idea of connecting parts of his world with the earth. Because of people, it was not easy. The villain believed that as long as humanity existed, it was simply impossible to completely connect their worlds. The hunters were followed by others, and it soon became clear that by successfully luring them here, it was possible to destroy all the strong opponents one by one. That's why the dragon came up with his great plan, making people think that they had defeated him. He divided his world into fragments. This is how portals appeared, appearing from time to time in different places on Earth. But all of them, like links, were connected into one chain. Rising from the throne, the dragon announced that now his time had come. What happened next, the heavenly demon and his disciple already knew. He told the old man that he had come to meet him, an outstanding master, to which he decided to give his name, Chonggen. The man turned around and addressed Cheongen by name, saying that although he had failed with his plan, there was definitely a special reason for it. Now he can calmly go to the next world. Hearing this, Hyun-soo became wary. He did not understand what caused such a change in mood. The stranger added that he had not closed the passage from here, so let them get out quickly. This world is ending. He heard the hunters call the operation a raid and added that he had some good advice for the hero. Let him take a deep breath of mana when he leaves here. This is his parting gift, so to speak. The young man wondered for a moment if this was a trap, but then nodded, expressing gratitude. An explosion thundered off to the side, and the ancestral dragon turned away, preparing for the fact that he and his world were about to be destroyed. Our hero took the first step into the portal. Everything felt as usual, so the passage did not take much time. But before he completely went out into another world, he followed the advice and inhaled mana, and a message immediately appeared that its amount in the body had increased to the maximum. Then the amount of mana began to increase exponentially, and a message appeared that an overload had begun. It was necessary to process mana. The pressure was so strong that the young man could not even open his eyes. He had never worked with such a large amount of mana before, which needed to be converted into internal chi energy. It was a revelation to the guy that he could create internal energy from mana, but he tried to do it as quickly as possible. The tension was growing. Soon a feeling of fullness appeared in his body. The guy realized that he was succeeding. He began to feel much stronger. A message appeared that his body was beginning to transform in order to bear the enormous power. It felt like the master was clearing his meridians. No, even worse, it was like he was receiving the body of a heavenly demon. Enduring the process without screaming was very difficult. The guy consoled himself with the fact that he had already experienced this, so he just needed to concentrate as much as possible to make everything go faster. Finally, he spread his arms out to the sides. The matter was approaching the end. Hyun-soo felt more powerful than ever before. There was a message that he had reached the peak of flowering of 3 flowers. We remember that the beginning of flowering at one time greatly surprised the hero's mentor. It was a whole new level of power, and the realization of it came to the young man very gently and calmly. The Sky Demon decided to take advantage of the moment and sort out the situation with their recent opponent to the end. He felt that the ancestral dragon was no longer there, but some strong immaterial entity was hovering nearby. The old man asked who was there. There was no answer, but the glowing spot became a little larger and brighter. The master crossed his arms over his chest and said that there was no point in hiding, saying that while his student was not here, he could go wild, He made an incredible blow right where he felt the energy. At first, the sound of breaking glass was heard, followed by a powerful explosion. The invisible enemy obviously received significant damage. The Sky Demon prepared to make another attack, but then someone's voice asked him not to do it and just talk. The master asked again who he was dealing with, and the voice replied that he would not recognize him even if he heard his name. The old man raised his hand, preparing it for another blow, and the voice again asked him not to do this, but to wait a little. The heavenly demon offered to introduce himself. The voice replied that he could not. The master clarified whether he could not or did not want to. The voice said that it was the latter. The old man asked who he was and why he had called him here. The voice replied that it would not name him, but had called him because it was curious to look at him at least once. An ominous flame appeared in the master's eyes, and he asked again what he meant by curious, after which he laughed menacingly. He started the attack again, and the stranger shouted that he shouldn't do this, that he should stop, but no one listened to him. The heavenly demon's dominant step was used, and the sound of breaking glass was heard again. The patriarch soared upward and now hung like a menacing shadow over the one who chose not to identify himself, despite the direct threat. The voice said that for an old man, he was simply incredible. Without denying it, the hero crossed his arms and asked the entity to get lost. He thought about how for some reason any idiot thought he could get close to him without revealing his true identity. The master introduced the ancestral dragon and began to get angry that he too dared to summon him simply on a whim. But the anger instantly evaporated, and the heavenly demon laughed. The thought that came to his mind was really interesting. Our hero hovered over the city without any effort at all. A message appeared that the body transformation was completely complete, and the skill of listening to instructions was increased. The level of the yin-yang body has also increased. Now you can use other people's skills twice a day and absorb information faster. The body of the heavenly demon has been strengthened by 200%. Hearing that his immunity to attacks of any kind had increased, and that all his physical abilities had increased by 300%, the young man even blinked in surprise. He began to descend slowly, and finding a small ledge of rock above the water level, landed on it. Hyun-soo looked at the tower. It was the only one left visible. All the other buildings were swallowed up by the sea from the portal where Ha-Yurak fought. Then the teacher called out to him, and the boy did not hide that he was incredibly happy to see him. It seemed to him that a lot of time had passed since the conversation with the ancestral dragon. The teacher praised the young man for having managed to grow so much physically and in skills in the short time of his absence, and the hero laughed. Here the young man suddenly became serious, instantly forgetting about the fun. He remembered why he came here. Having declared that it was necessary to find Ha-Yurak immediately, he began to peer into the distance, trying to figure out where to go. The Sky Demon reported that he did not feel the presence of the Fire Woman here, after which he suggested flying and looking for her. The young man was surprised that he could fly too, and the teacher reminded him that he had already done so after obtaining the heavenly demon body. The mentor explained how to use this technique. It was necessary to block and then reactivate the acupuncture points in the legs, releasing the energy. He added that now the guy is quite capable of this, and the hero's eyes lit up with happiness. He could not even imagine that he would learn to fly. Hyun-soo slightly bent his knees. Following the instructions he received from the teacher, it turned out to be quite simple. Then he released energy and soared into the sky like a bird, only the speed was slightly higher. In the human world, everything was as before, except that Anderson's density in the portal above the Western Sea reached 90%, and people began to leave the city. Everyone was afraid of a possible explosion of the gate, called the Paradise Fragment, and the news reported that evacuation was not mandatory, but recommended. Usually with such numbers, the portal explodes, but so far this has not happened, and besides, several S-Rank hunters have moved to the scene, including that same Haxon. Our hero flew over the sea. Its waves acquired a pinkish-orange hue, like in the place where the Battle of Ha-Yurak took place. They and the teacher flew around the area several times, but still did not find the head of the Red Lion Guild. The guy really enjoyed using this type of movement in space, and he said that the master should have told him about it earlier. He objected because there was no point in talking about what the hero could not do then. Everything has its time. Here, on one of the rock ledges, Hyun-soo noticed the boss. She was lying motionless, sprawled out on the rocks. He asked how he should land, to which the teacher advised him to reduce the amount of energy released. The student did it too abruptly and began to dive down, risking falling straight into the sea or crashing into the rocks. He rushed down like a comet, immediately remembering that something similar had happened to both Ha-yurak and Haksen, but at the last moment the hunters landed on their feet. The young man failed to follow their example, but fortunately he fell not on the spot where the head of the Red Lion Guild lay, but into the water nearby. The impact was so strong that Hyun-soo, like a frog, made several jumps on the surface, but he was not a pebble. The final chord was the rock. It was necessary to learn to land better, otherwise it would not take long to die. The heavenly demon advised that he needed to better control his power. The disciple agreed and rushed towards Ha-yurak. The girl's hair color was no longer fiery. The young man was surprised that his boss was now a brunette. The patriarch sadly noted that she had had quite a battle, since she had no energy left at all. The ships of the Red Lion Guild and the Association were anchored side by side near the portal, and it began to emit a slight vibration. The support person taking measurements shouted that the device had stopped at 95 and was not increasing any further. Takeshi thoughtfully reported that this was rather strange. By all indications, it should have exploded long ago. Here, the portal vibrated again, and it became clear that something was about to emerge from it. People began to bustle about. The order was given for everyone to prepare for battle, and the hunters, each in his own way, hastened to carry it out. The S-rank warriors took up the first line of defense, all of them completely calm but extremely focused. Lee-mina decided to use magic and prepared a long-range spell, lining up a string of bullets around herself. There was no need to defend herself. A woman's head began to appear from the portal, her dark hair swaying with every step, her arms hanging limply down. When Hyun-soo appeared, carrying the head of the Red Lion Guild in his arms, everyone calmed down completely. Hansen was more surprised than the others. He was irritated by this girl, but even more irritated by the fact that our hero's strength had clearly increased. The young man took a few steps along the deck and then stopped. It wasn't hard for him, but it was unusual to return to his world. Haksen, Lordaman, Takeshi, and Lee-mina watched him take these first steps and remained silent. The portal behind our hero began to disappear, and a message appeared that Hunter Park Hyun-soo had completed the raid. The director of the association whispered the name after the message, and her face showed that the girl was experiencing incredible relief. Finally, the huntress ran towards the guy, completely ignoring the others present. Lee began to hug Hyun-soo. She did not hide her joy that the young man survived and returned. The girl started crying and said that she was very worried that something irreparable would happen. It was very touching. Hyun-soo was embarrassed, but he found the strength to say that the most important thing now was to take care of the Red Lion Guild leader. Lee-mina peeled herself away from him and looked at the girl whom the hero carried out of the portal in his arms. For some reason, she had completely forgotten about her. With a trembling voice, the director of the association clarified whether it was really Ha-yurak. It was very difficult to recognize the huntress. The girl also noticed the changed hair color and became seriously alarmed. She did not expect the guild leader to be in such a deplorable state. Then she noticed that Hyun-soo had also changed. The guy was embarrassed and laughed nervously. The support informed the others that Ha-yurak was here. Our hero held her in his arms and caught himself feeling that he had become a different person, that he had received something great. He placed the girl on a stretcher, and just at that moment he heard someone remark that he had become much stronger. It was Haksen, and the young man asked in bewilderment what the hunter was doing here. He was seriously surprised. He nervously shouted that Haksen had a restraining order against approaching him. The White Wolf calmly repeated the words he had already said about the guy becoming stronger. Hyun-soo was calling for someone to get Haksen away from him when Gil Lordaman appeared and greeted him cheerfully, saying that there was no need to worry so much and that he would take care of everything now. The hunter activated his friend's ability to understand and speak Korean. Haksen asked the young man what had happened in the portal, but he still did not understand how their communication was now taking place. But then he pulled himself together and said with a smile that he was an ordinary member of the guild, and therefore had no right to divulge the details of the operation. Haksen guessed that the boy simply couldn't, so he replied that although he was an ordinary member of the guild, he was not an ordinary hunter, was he? The ship headed towards the shore, and the two continued to exchange barbed phrases, but there was little sense in it. Finally, Hyun-soo couldn't stand it any longer and poked himself in the chest, saying that he had learned something new about himself. His appearance was defiant. Haksen turned away and muttered that the hero had become less nervous, but he retorted that he was no less nervous than at their last meeting. The White Wolf said that he wanted to test him. It was clear that he was counting on a duel right now. Hyun-soo also wanted to kick his ass, but Lee Mi-na called him out in a tone that made it obvious that it wouldn't happen. The hero replied that not now, but next time Haksen had better be prepared. The man nodded and said goodbye. A second later, the hunter soared into the air, his face completely serious. He realized that now their strength was equal, and maybe the guy had already overtaken him. Takeshi approached Hyun-soo and said that although his friend was not very polite, he was a very reliable person. He put aside all his business and rushed here because he believes that hunters are needed to protect all of humanity. The young man snorted, reminding him of his school. Yamamoto added that he also came here to fulfill his promise, but in fact, he didn't help much. Hyun-soo replied that in that case, it would be better to keep that promise until it was really needed. Takeshi went into the portal, and Lordman said at the end that the boy could call them at any moment. They would drop everything they were doing and come back. Lee Mi-na looked at the gates closing behind the foreign hunters and muttered that they were probably very good people. Our hero and the other hunters on deck did not comment on this assumption, each one remaining with his own point of view. All megacities are similar to each other, skyscrapers and crazy traffic. Even at night there is no peace. Now we will be transported to exactly such a place, where among millions of nightlights and the noise of the big city, there was time and place for meditation. The candles burned in the circle of the spell. Everything was organized in such a way as not to distract from the process, and nothing would interfere with it. A man with snow-white hair and steel-like muscles was finishing his work of refining his internal energy. Sharp rays of pinkish-red light appeared around his head. The accumulation and restructuring of energy had reached its peak. Suddenly the stranger heard strange sounds. His eyes became angry, and an unkind light appeared in them. He stood up to his full height and, as if reading the thoughts of the man who entered before he voiced them, asked if it was really Park Hyun-soo again. The man's name was Raven Ordeman. A secretary named Sherry confirmed the guess of the S-Rank hunter, who held the first place in the ranking and was also the head of the portal department. The girl also added that the hunters had completed the raid. Raven's face became completely angry. Then the girl remembered something else, but did not say anything, because she noticed a terrible scar right on her boss's chest. He apologized and asked not to pay attention to it, promising to be more careful next time. The hunter began to get dressed, and they left the room into the corridor. Sherry said that she was sure that Hyun-soo was the singularity. Raven replied that he thought so too. The man began to put on an expensive watch, and the secretary chose a tie for him. Taking a red one, she asked if it was too provocative. The girl began to tie it, and Raven said that he really hoped that the second singularity would join them soon. 2 years ago, on the day of the invasion, their squad saw an image, then no one understood what kind of vision it was, but now the situation has begun to clear up. It was an image of hope and great evil that would come in the future, and a hope that came at the cost of the captain's life. It was Desky, the dragon of the apocalypse, and the hunters had to work hard just to save this world. The vision also showed an image of 3 singularities that would fight this great monster. Raven said he needed to go to Korea, Sherry asked if he really intended to go there in person. The boss explained that he didn't want anyone to make the first move instead of him, so yes, he would go himself. Then someone from behind said that he would go too. The young man asked with an impudent look how the teacher dared to forget about him. It was Isaac, a 17-year-old boy who became the first singularity. In Korea, there was a rally against the government, the main slogan of which was the idea that people also have the right to know the truth. People were outraged that the government had kept information secret from the people, choosing the awakened and hunters as their main priorities. The Sky Demon watched the TV, where it was reported that thanks to the Red Lions, the situation with the portal had been stabilized. He asked Hyun-soo why people were doing this. They had saved them, so why protest? The guy replied that it was because they had the right to know the truth. The mentor replied that there was no point in that. What was the point of knowing if you couldn't influence anything? He looked at the portal on his wall and thought that he had never seen such black ones before. It looked like a hole into the abyss. With this thought, the hero gathered in the gate for training. But before that, I thought that it wouldn't be a bad idea to report this to the association in case it was something truly dangerous. The teacher advised not to do this yet, because the portal, or rather the subspace behind it, is still necessary for them. The guy jumped up. The mentor read his thoughts. I wonder if he learned this from the Sorcerer King or the Ancestral Dragon. He instantly received a kick to the jaw with the words that the master does not need to learn from anyone, he just guessed. Folding his arms across his chest, the patriarch added that in any case, the guy is now absolutely ready. Hyun-soo couldn't believe his luck. Could he really learn the remaining 6 techniques? The teacher confirmed that it was so. The mentor explained that if the basis of the first 6 techniques is earth, then these 6 are heaven. Maybe the guy will explain how he used the heavenly demon body tactic. The guy thought he couldn't do it and asked for help, to which the master asked him to wait a little. He cheekily suggested that before we started, we should eat rice with fried pork. The mentor had an excellent sense of humor. In the office complex in the middle of Sydney, the atmosphere was not much different from that in the Red Lion Guild building. Only the equipment and technologies here were a little more thoroughly developed. Some devices were unique. A man with long dark hair raised his hands to some device, and several light diagrams immediately opened. A few minutes later, he received information about Soul. Raven was standing next to him, telling him that everything would be fine. Anderson Walker, the top research director of the Portal Department and an S-Rank hunter, replied that in that case, he was at ease. The man looked at the graphs again and now reported with complete confidence that the calculations were correct. He then added that the device was still being tested, so he should ask Lordman if he wanted more details. Raven replied that he wasn't particularly keen on meeting him, and that if the hunter found out they were trying to copy his technology, he would be really angry. Anderson replied that he would sue them then, after which he suggested grabbing some fried chicken from Korea. Raven promised to bring a treat. He extended his hand in farewell and asked to take care of him. Walker asked how Sherry was. The man replied that he knew everything himself. The troubled kid doesn't listen to anyone weaker than him, so all hope is on Anderson if anything happens to Raven. The hunter adjusted his glasses, cursing. Isaac stated that he was not at all problematic, and, as he had already said, he would also go to Korea with a teacher. He was determined, and Sherry's call from behind him was completely ignored. The girl explained that the boy did not stop making noise, and she suggested that he talk to the teacher again. Raven reached out and used a spell to immobilize Isaac, saying that it was too early for him. It worked for literally a second, and the guy immediately began to complain that in terms of strength, he had almost caught up with his mentor. The man explained that it was not about strength now, and the boy was outraged that they would start telling him about damn etiquette again. Anderson smirked and asked why the hunter didn't take Isaac with him this time. The look the Raven gave him was deadly. Walker continued that Korea is famous for its traditions and upbringing, and perhaps this would benefit the young man. The young man suddenly became polite and asked the teacher to believe in his good intentions for just a second. He asked if he would believe in himself if he were in his place, and the teenager enthusiastically shouted that it goes without saying. The heavenly demon watched as his student mastered new techniques, which came quite easily to him. After each attempt, the guy was engaged in restoring his strength with the help of circulating chi energy. When everything stabilized, streams of energy began to slowly wrap around his head and body. This was a signal that he could continue. Then the teacher began to transmit information about the next appointment. It looked like a blue glow. When the skill was recorded into memory, the hero's eyes became the same color. Since the memorization speed was now twice as fast, everything went perfectly. Having risen a little higher, right in front of Hyun-soo, the master asked who he thought the heavenly demons were. The hero's eyes widened, and he looked at the patriarch in surprise. He did not understand why the question was asked in such a harsh tone. He replied that he didn't know for sure, but he could base his conclusions on the name. These are demons descended from heaven. The old man said that partly yes, partly no, but did not have time to continue the explanation, looking at the portal through which they came. The young man also looked there and listened, after which he exclaimed that there was someone outside. Standing at the front door, the hero couldn't believe that the energy of whoever was behind it was so strong that it passed through the portal and reached them there. As you probably guessed, Raven and his student Isaac came to Hyun-soo. They had been waiting for quite a long time to be let inside. Our hero invited the guests to enter, after which he spent quite a long time looking at the business card that the hunter gave him. The most surprising thing is that what he read did not make any particular impression on the guy. He continued to remain absolutely calm. Raven looked at the young man and could not believe that he had awakened only a month ago. The energy pouring out of him was incredible. Hyun-soo also felt the energy of the visitors. The man had reached the pinnacle of hunting skills and was #1 in the world. Finally, he said he was glad to meet him and gave his name. The man could not believe that the young man could talk so calmly while being next to him. The hunter also greeted the hero and noted that he was not at all surprised that he spoke Korean. Lordman's special device helped him. But when he mentioned Gil's name, Hyun-soo's expression changed, something he didn't expect to hear at all. Here, Isaac demonstratively pinched his nose and said that the apartment simply stunk unbearably. Our hero was indignant because it smelled delicious. The teacher shouted at the teenager, reminding him that he had given clear instructions on how to behave, and he demonstratively chuckled. What followed was a whole tirade of moralizing, but Isaac said that he did not understand a word, and Raven realized that he was speaking Korean. The man ordered the student to activate the intercom, and he did so as if he were the smartest person in the room. Overdemon commanded the student to introduce himself properly. The boy did not respond to this for a while. Thinking that the ill-mannered idiot needed an example, Hyun-soo waved his hand in greeting and said his name. There was no reaction. Raven apologized that the student was still inexperienced. Our hero sighed that everyone behaved like that at his age. The boy was indignant that this was complete nonsense, after which he received a good punch to the teeth. It seemed the teacher knew how to make him think. Isaac was indignant that it was always like this. Then why tell him about Gandhi? Raven grinned and replied that there are always exceptions. Hyun-soo asked why the guests had come to see him, and the heavenly demon thought that his disciple was simply a model of politeness. He was proud that the guy had become so patient, and thought that today he would try not to interfere in the conversation and not give hints. Raven said that he would not beat around the bush. As the head of the portal department, he would like the young man to join the organization. In the world that remained inside the portal of the ancestral dragon, it was raining, and drops mixed with tears were running down the blonde's face. She watched the explosions that accompanied someone's fight. The blows were so strong that fragments of stones flew at the girl. Knight, aka Horse, was lying on the ground in a puddle. An enemy was approaching him, ready for another attack, as evidenced by the streams of energy around his fists. The man, apparently Rook, said that he was carrying out the king's will and then began to rub his hands together. The horse asked him in a weak voice to stop. He could no longer continue the fight, but he did not want to die either. The enemy prepared to deliver another series of blows. saying that the king was disappointed that the knight had failed in his plan. The blow was enhanced by the spell, and Knight was thrown up so hard that he almost broke through the interdimensional connections. The man flew into the sky like a discarded toy. It seemed that he was already unconscious, or even dead. Rook smirked as he watched the effect of his fist strike, and then asked what Knight would do next. The man came back down again, passing through the ring of the spell. He fell completely helpless. The blonde knelt down, ready to help her master if he had not already died. Knight lay on the ground and did not move. Rook shouted menacingly that not only had he failed the plan, but he had also failed to notice the singularity right under his nose. He added that if the decision were up to him, there would not be a wet spot left of the horse, but the king was merciful and decided to give him a second chance. Then a girl with an umbrella appeared and headed straight towards the stage participants. Her steps were light and graceful. She approached Rook and opened an umbrella over him. The man told Horse that catching the singularity was his only chance to survive. The couple turned and walked away. Knight continued to lie helplessly on the ground, raindrops running down his clothes. The blonde rushed towards him as fast as she could. She was afraid that it was too late, but Rook's words gave her hope that the horse was still alive. The girl lowered herself over the gentleman and opened her umbrella, protecting him from the rain. It was necessary to take the man home. Meanwhile, at Hyun-Soo's house, the conversation continued with his high-ranking guest and his ill-mannered student. Raven talked about singularity. For example, he decided to use a glass of water more precisely, to demonstrate skills. The hunter told our hero that 2 years ago in the portal, he had a vision of singularities. 3 creatures that would protect the earth from great evil. The guy asked if there was any reason to consider him one of the 3, since he had never seen anything like it. Oberdemon reported that his superpower was a temporary interference. Park Hyun-Soo's face became puzzled. The man added that it was temporary intervention and recovery, after which he drank water from a glass. He placed a completely empty vessel on the table, and right before our hero's eyes, it began to fill with water again. Raven explained that he could break time to see and interfere with events. The guy asked if it was like a time machine. The hunter replied that yes and no. Overdemon reported that he had seen all of the hero's battles, both with Haxen and even with the Sorcerer King, and the guy was surprised once again. Seeing Hyun-Soo start to get angry, the man remarked that it must not be very pleasant to know. The man apologized and said that he didn't pay attention to his personal life. The hero nodded that the apology was accepted. The heavenly demon appreciated his patience and ability to control himself. Raven continued that after watching all these battles, he came to the conclusion that Park Hyun-Soo was the second singularity. He added that Isaac was also a singularity that the committee had found, information that came as a surprise to the teenager. Raven invited our hero to join the portal committee and save the Earth, to which the young man replied that he agreed, but he still belonged to the Red Lions. Isaac was surprised to hear him suggest that they first talk to Ha-Yurak, to which his teacher responded that this was exactly what he intended to do. After seeing the guests to the door, Hyun-Soo said that he needed to think about it. When he decided he would call the hunter at the number indicated on his business card, he nodded. Saying that he hoped for cooperation, Raven resolutely stepped into the portal, calling Isaac to follow him. The guy closed the door and returned to the apartment. He felt relieved that the guests had left and that he had managed to close the black hole in time. He was about to remove the paper screen, but the heavenly demon stopped the disciple, saying that it was too early. Then the door handle began to move, and Overdemon's student looked into the apartment. For some reason, he decided not to follow his mentor. Hyun-Soo greeted him with the phrase that breaking into someone else's apartment was unacceptable, and now he had every right to take appropriate measures. Isaac asked how the hero found out. Since he hid his presence, the guy answered that at his level it was easy as pie. The teenager clenched his fists. He rushed to attack the young man, saying that these words made him want to hit him even harder than before. The blow was parried, but a fight began between 2 warriors possessing colossal energy and strength. Their impacts and movements deprived the entire building of windows in a matter of seconds. The walls literally shook. Hyun-soo's apartment was also completely trashed. He was fighting with Isaac among the flying food from the refrigerator, completely oblivious to it. It seemed like the teenager didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. As the hero grabbed his arm, blocking another attack, it became obvious. Hyun-soo said with a smile that Isaac was so slow that he was even starting to feel sleepy. A second later, he flipped his opponent upside down. His eyes widened and sparkled in surprise. The boy had never seen such speed before. The teenager flew to the floor and hit it so hard that his legs jumped up, and the floor almost collapsed downwards towards the neighbors. In the luxurious palace that had become the horse's refuge, the blonde was finishing the bandaging. She felt so sorry for the gentleman that tears kept rolling down her cheeks. The girl was afraid to even touch the wounds that the ruthless bastard Rook had left on Night. Then, the elephant entered the room and said that there was no need to worry too much about the horse's groans. He was actually a malingerer. The guest was in a wonderful mood. She greeted us cheerfully and enthusiastically, waving her hand for added joy. The horse asked what she was doing there, to which the visitor replied that she had every right to come to this house even without a special reason. She sat down in a chair and said that she came to see the aftermath of the fight with Rook. The blonde wanted to be indignant, but Knight stopped her with a wave of his hand. The horse said that the punishment was from the king. The elephant replied that she did not think that he had any respect for him, and the man jumped up and said that he would like to kill her on the spot. He ordered them to get lost, but Elephant asked with a smile if he wanted to ask why the older sister had come, since she had come to help. Knight calmed down a bit and asked what it was about. Let him explain it properly and not speak in hints. The sister stood up and said that if he wanted to know, then he should fulfill one condition. If, thanks to her advice, everything worked out, then she would have a request. And if the mission is completed, the horse must unconditionally fulfill this request. The elephant smiled. Knight thought that even the king and queen did not know what was on his elder sister's mind, and said that he agreed, after which he swore on his name. The man began to dress, and Slán reported that the dark spirit had awakened, a group of people opposing the hunters and the portal committee. These are ordinary people, but they intend to overthrow the government because it is now all in the hands of the awakened. The committee has banned ordinary people from using any kind of weapons, and now they feel helpless, like sheep in a pen, as if they are chained. Knight added that he had heard that they even carried out terrorist attacks. The girl nodded and handed him a business card. The man asked what it was, to which Slán replied that they had elected Black Lightning Henry as their leader, and these were his contacts. The girl explained that this was one of the strongest A-ranks who turned his back on his colleagues, and she had a great plan. Let him listen carefully. Hyun-soo's neighbors were horrified by what had happened to their home, and they assumed there had been an earthquake or a power surge. Our hero came out to them and apologized for what happened, explaining that this was the result of training and that he had screwed up, but would compensate for all the costs of restoring the house. Someone accused him of going too far. Someone said that the hero could be forgiven for a lot. The guy promised that he would immediately put everything in order. The neighbors agreed and offered to go inside so that they could assess the damage. They were a little scared. Hyun-soo felt very awkward and annoyed that he had caused so much trouble to people because of some idiot. He looked at the house and thought that since he couldn't move anywhere because of the portal, maybe it made sense to buy the entire building. The master suggested engraving the sign of the heavenly demon on the roof and black dragons on each pillar. But before cleaning anything up, the student and his mentor had something very important to do that could not wait. The young man treated the patriarch to pizza. This was the first time the heavenly demon ate Italian food. He noted that the dish was interesting, but he still liked the rice with fried pork a little better. The teacher asked how many delicacies there were in this world, and Hyun-soo promised him that he would let him try them all. Then they heard a loud sigh. It seemed that Isaac was starting to come to his senses, or it was the smell of pizza that had this effect on him. Our hero wiped his hands and looked at the teenager, asking how he felt. He had slept for a very long time. Hyun-soo offered Isaac a pizza and asked him why he attacked him. If he continued like this, he wouldn't live long. The teenager realized with horror that he had lost. He asked if this was true, and the owner of the house said that he had lost everything. Isaac shouted indignantly that he couldn't lose to someone of his level, and the young man snorted contemptuously. The heavenly demon explained to the student that, apparently, this teenager had his own history that influenced his actions and thoughts. Our hero laughingly replied that everyone had one, which puzzled the guest, because it looked like he was talking to himself. Isaac asked where he was looking and who he was talking to. Hyun-soo covered his mouth, realizing that he had almost gotten caught. He waved his hand and said that it didn't concern the boy, who responded by calling the young man a fucking nutcase. At that very moment, the teenager jumped to his feet, intending to attack, and shouted that he offered to fight again. Nothing came of this plan, because just at that moment, the doors opened and Raven appeared, shouting what the hell the student was doing here. He apologized to Hyun-soo, saying that he was truly sorry, and our hero hastened to assure that everything was completely fine. The teacher demanded that Isaac also apologize immediately. The boy tried to explain something. No one listened to him. Overdemon shouted that this had to be done from the heart and immediately, according to all the rules. The teenager sighed and bowed, saying that he was asking for forgiveness. Hyun-soo smiled and nodded, showing that everything was okay. Yelling that it was time to leave, Raven literally kicked the student through the portal to Sydney. Finally, he reminded the hunter that he would wait until he contacted him. Our hero replied that he would definitely do so, after which he said goodbye. He had almost entered the apartment when Overdemon suddenly swore and said that he had completely forgotten to tell him something else. The Portal Affairs Committee officially recognized Hyun-soo as an S-Rank hunter. Raven congratulated the young man, who stood there half dead from surprise. Half immersed in the portal, the man waved his hand, saying that the birth of an S-Rank hunter would be a celebration for all of humanity. When the guest disappeared, the guy looked at his hands as if they no longer belonged to him. He never thought that something like this would happen. The heavenly demon called out to him, telling him that it was time to stop fooling around and that it was time to train properly. As they passed through the portal, the master explained that the remaining 6 crushing blow techniques were all about tearing apart the heavens. The mentor revealed the most important secret. The meaning of the existence of heavenly demons is to kill gods. The young man exhaled loudly and asked if it was really possible to kill gods in principle. The mentor replied that he had previously thought that this was a fantasy, but then he realized that the gods were strong opponents that he would have to face sooner or later. Fighting them requires mastery of all the techniques, energy, and knowledge collected by the heavenly demons throughout time. Hyun-soo became serious and thought that this was what it really meant to be a heavenly demon. Without further ado, the master began to show the last 6 of the heaven-destroying crushing blows. The first technique is called Cloud-Scattered Sky, and it is designed to deal massive damage. Hyun-soo felt an incredible pressure. He knew that his teacher was strong, but sometimes the old man's power frightened the hero. The heavenly demon rose up, concentrating all of his energy into his raised hands, looking like a true demon. Then the patriarch dropped his hands sharply downwards, and there was an explosion of such force that if they had been in the guy's room, all that would have remained of the building would have been a crater in the ground. There was a message that the young man had mastered the technique by 37%, and he immediately decided to repeat the technique. It was weaker, but it worked. The master began to show the second technique, which was called Black Crow Heaven, as if releasing old crows into the heavens to mock them. Moving through the air in huge leaps, the mentor managed to perform several unusual somersaults in flight. At the end, he made a swing of his hand, as if delivering a pinpoint and very strong blow, and a message appeared that Hyun-soo had mastered the technique by 33%. The heavenly demon's eyes began to burn like flames, and he announced that the third technique was called Make the Heavens Weep. The young man tried to repeat what he saw. The movement seemed simply incredible to him, but it turned out well, especially after he managed to synchronize his mana and his internal chi energy The master was pleased with the student. The heavenly demon showed another move to strike the heavens with lightning. Hyun-soo thought that if someone like the old man became the enemy of the hunters, the world would turn upside down. The fourth technique is a combination of fallen heaven and lightning from the sky. It looked very spectacular. With a cry that the time had come to strike the stricken heavens, the patriarch struck again, raising above himself a huge energy projectile resembling a portal. Saying that the fifth technique was heaven's explosion, he launched the projectile and abruptly dove down. Before the explosion had even died down, the heavenly demon commanded to cut out the fallen heavens. This was the final technique of the crushing blows. It was called the spiritual body of heaven, but our hero didn't understand what exactly he needed to do, because everything around him was simply blazing with fire. Around the same time, someone was heading to the hospital, having previously bought a nice bouquet of flowers. Ha-yurak approached the mirror in the room. What she saw there upset the girl to the extreme. She burst into tears and turned to the wall, thinking that she was a lousy leader who had lost so many people during the operation. There was a knock at the door, and Lee Mi-na was standing on the threshold, asking her little sister to come in. This was the first time she had used such an address. She slowly walked into the room and carefully said that she had arrived as soon as they reported that Ha-yurak had woken up. Her friend said that she liked the address, sister. This confused the head of the association a little, and she explained that she was simply very glad to see the girl conscious. The head of the Red Lion Guild reported that she could not use her abilities. They had disappeared. Her friend tried to console her by suggesting that it was temporary. Ha-yurak asked if everything was okay. Lee Mi-na replied that they took care of the fragment, and Hyun-soo became a national hero. The boss snorted. He didn't come to her. The friend said that since Raven came to the guy, the hero did not take any action. This upset Ha-yurak even more. The building where our hero lived had new window panes that sparkled in the sun and looked brand new. Hyun-soo followed his teacher through the portal into the room, his face slightly puzzled. But it was necessary to find out how much stronger he had become. The heavenly demon replied that he should dream another time. The young man laughed. Our hero was extremely tired and collapsed on the bed, saying that he could have praised him, to which the patriarch remarked that he had become too arrogant. The teacher folded his hands and thought that the guy was actually good. He mastered the lightning of heaven in just a few repetitions. Then Hyun-soo picked up the phone and saw a message that Ha-yurak had woken up. The master noticed that 2 days had already passed since that happened. Hyun-soo began to be indignant. Why didn't he say anything about it earlier? If he knew, the heavenly demon turned on, ignoring. The boy sat up on the bed and said that he needed to go. The teacher asked if he wanted to wash himself, then carried him a mile away. The hero's t-shirt was wet and stuck to his body. He thought that the old man understood some things much better than he did. Our hero went to a place where he could wash himself and relax his muscles, but first he had to change his clothes. The mentor asked if a shower was not suitable, to which he received the answer that there were more pleasant ways to relax. The heavenly demon instantly got rid of his clothes and soaped himself, saying that in that case he needed to do the same. The young man was dumbfounded. He didn't know that the old man could do such a thing. The teacher immediately changed his clothes into an elegant suit and said that his clothes and appearance depended solely on his desires. A second later, he was already in the robes of the ancestral monk, which caused even more stormy delight in the student. The guy put on special clothes. The same ones appeared on the patriarch. Before washing, it was necessary to visit the sauna. There were several girls in the room watching television. The air was dry and scorching hot. The sky demon asked why people were lying there. The hero laughed and said that this was how they had fun. The teacher asked what they had in their hands, and Hyun-soo replied that it was a special drink, sikye, rice kvass. The young man added that the drink goes best with boiled eggs, and the teacher replied that he wouldn't eat that with a towel on his head, like a ram. The guy noticed that he was becoming too picky and offered to try it. The sky demon agreed to the egg, but asked for soda with it. Here the girls noticed that someone was talking to himself, and then they recognized the hunter who was shown on TV, Park Hyun-soo. They surrounded the young man with requests for autographs. The situation was becoming a little awkward. Hyun-soo then went to the steam room and the master joked about how he was now popular despite not looking so good. The student replied that he was handsome compared to his mentor, for which he received a poke, and the patriarch went to the pool, admiring the interior. Our hero joined him, the water was hot, and the young man experienced real bliss. The master asked if it was really as good as it looked, and Hyun-soo nodded several times in the affirmative. The heavenly demon also wanted to enjoy himself, but he was not material, so this goal seemed unattainable. The boy realized that this was a good way to tease the teacher and waved his hand at him in a friendly manner, which gave the old man an idea. He dived into the water and took the student's hand, so he could feel everything as if he was really in the pool. Hyun-soo turned out to be a very useful find. After the sauna, the young man finally carried out his plan and went to Ha-yurak. When the girl heard that he was a singularity, she became gloomy. Hyun-soo said that these were just Raven's words. He was not at all sure if they were true. The girl came closer to him and patted him on the cheek, saying only that it was hard not to notice because he was constantly under her nose. While preparing tea, the guild leader asked if Overdemon had said anything else important or interesting. Hyun-soo replied that he reported that he was recognized as an S-Rank. Ha-yurak immediately assumed that he probably tried to recruit him. The hero replied that this was true, which is why he came here today to talk to her first. The boss replied that Raven seemed to have missed one important detail. The young man listened attentively. The girl reminded them of the vision that the deceased leader of the first expedition had shown them, about 3 singularities, and she put the glass on the table. Ha-yurak explained that because of this, all the hunters were divided into 2 conditional camps, each adhering to their own idea. Raven believes in sacrificing the majority for the sake of the singularity and is joined by Armand and Anderson, who enjoy research. In fact, this is how the Gate Committee came into being. It was Anderson who came up with both the idea and the implementation of this association. Haxon, on the contrary, believed that one cannot rely on singularities, but must become stronger themselves. Lordaman and Takeshi joined him, organizing their own guild. The Huntress continued that Queen Lan of China and Alexander of America each led their own guilds for their own reasons. She took a sip of tea, and our hero asked what point of view Ha-yurak herself held. The girl replied that she had never thought about it. She just wanted to protect her comrades with her own hands. It doesn't sound very good, but it's true. Hyun-soo replied that it actually sounded cool, and the beauty, a little embarrassed, thanked him for these words. She said gloomily that now she would not be able to save anyone, and this was a war. The guy replied that while they were running to save people, no one would dare to blame the leader for failures. Ha-yurak thought that the child was trying to comfort her. It was out, but she said out loud that our hero knows how to choose the right words very well. The girl looked at the young man and asked what he was going to do and whether he would continue with them. Hyun-soo replied that after talking with her, he was finally convinced that he was right in his decision to become stronger. The heavenly demon didn't say anything, but it was clear from his face that he approved of his disciple's behavior, although he was a little offended on behalf of the fiery woman. The beauty tilted her head slightly and looked closely at the guy, as if trying to read his thoughts from his face. Finally, she asked with a smile if he was going to go his own way. The answer was affirmative. Ha-yurak stated that it would be strange if he decided otherwise. She decided to give the young man some advice regarding the people he had recently met. They needed to be wary of, because everyone wanted to get the singularity. Our hero replied that he had no desire whatsoever to let anyone get him, which sounded a bit childish. The girl frowned and said in an angry voice that if she could, she would lock him up on a deserted island, period. Hyun-soo threateningly said that there was no person in this world who would be able to hold him back by force. The former boss smiled and came closer, offering the young man a farewell hug. He was embarrassed, but happy. Ha-yurak whispered that with his strength, the hero cannot relax for a moment. From a hunter to a villain is only one step. She put her hands on the guy's shoulders and said that she would look forward to their further work together. In any major city, there are places that no longer attract people, usually poor areas and abandoned businesses on the outskirts. There can be an incredible number of reasons why destruction comes, but locations appear that are suitable for various attackers. In the dilapidated hangar of one of these places, those who were dissatisfied with the power and dominance of the Awakened, the Usurp organization, gathered. Its leader, Henry, nicknamed Black Lightning, was just giving a speech about how the Hunters, although they have special abilities, deprived people of their power by taking away their weapons. He shouted that they must be crushed in order to restore to the people their legitimate right to defend themselves and uphold their interests. The guy raised his hand up and added that his black lightning of retribution would fall on anyone who dared to betray their organization. A stream of energy actually burst from his finger, so strong that it broke through the roof and rose high above the hangar. The man walked resolutely towards the exit, leaving the crowd to discuss how lucky they were that a man with superpowers had gone against the system. When Henry left the building, he saw someone in a clown costume, which made him a little angry because the makeup was stupid. He asked who was in front of him, but instead the stranger gave Henry's full name, noting that he had access to the ability to use lightning at the S-Rank level. The clown was indignant at how it was possible to rebel against those who had awakened like you, to which Black Lightning shouted again that it would be nice to introduce himself. The man in makeup replied that he was Piero, immediately after which Henry sent a blast of energy at him with a wish for him to die. The magic projectile froze a few centimeters from the red nose, but a real smile appeared under the painted smile. There was a powerful explosion that should have torn the clown to pieces, leaving nothing of him. From the clouds of smoke came laughter and words about how little tricks wouldn't work on him, and a gap appeared, somewhat reminiscent of a portal. Henry didn't understand what was happening. He just stood and listened to the muttering from the clouds of smoke, wondering who this Piero was and why he survived. Finally, the clown became visible. Knight was standing next to him. Both reported with satisfaction that they had not made a mistake in coming here. Henry's lightning was really impressive. The clown spread his arms, and Black Lightning realized that it was just an illusion. His guests confirmed that it was so, praising the acuity of thought. The hunter, rebelling against the system, stuck a cigarette in his mouth and asked why he needed to talk to someone who wasn't even there. The clown suggested that Henry create an alliance with him, but he was indignant and did not understand why he should agree. Piero replied that there were plenty of reasons. They could provide the guy with firepower, give him weapons, explosives, even missiles if he wanted. This interested Black Lightning, and he began to think about agreeing. For a terrorist, a weapon is half the battle. Notre Dame in Paris has survived a lot, but still stands on the site where it was built many centuries ago, decorating the city. People, as usual, were hurrying about their business, some to work, some to school, some just walking, and there were also tourists. Suddenly, an explosion thundered, right in the crowd, in the middle of a busy street in the very center of the city. The terrorist attack killed several people at the scene, but worse, explosives in one of the towers destroyed the landmark with those inside. Men in black with machine guns launched the hashtag Number Fireworks Festival and Number on a Sunny Day. This was a kind of mockery of terrorists, and as a threat, the hashtag Number Starting Paris. Meanwhile, the news in Korea reported that Hyun-soo had been promoted to a new rank, making the country one of the strongest in the world, with 2 S-rank hunters. Yoon saw this information while in the hero's brother's hospital room, exclaiming that it was simply amazing. She looked at the boy and thought that his brother was now an international hero. I wonder how that would affect their communication. The girl decided that nothing would change on her part, and she would try to behave the same way as before. Then Hyun-soo entered the room and thanked Yoon for keeping her promise to visit his brother. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the girl said that the hero had changed a little. He squinted, wondering if even ordinary people could notice it. At this point, Yoon exclaimed that Hyun-tae moved his fingers. It couldn't have been her imagination, it really happened. The heavenly demon reported that the sky-breaking language they used last time had not gone completely unnoticed. Hyun-soo asked Yoon to go to the store to get a lunchbox. He needed her to leave the room. The girl smiled. She was afraid that the guy would change his habits a lot, but he remained exactly the same as she knew him. The hero began by using an imitation of his teacher Cheonggen's sky-breaking tongue. His brother was bathed in a pleasant greenish glow. Even the boy's hair began to rise up along with the energy pouring into his body. Just a little more was needed. Hyun-soo felt that he was getting closer to success and added a little more power to the spell. And then a little more, and a little more. It was simply impossible to stop. The thought that my brother might wake up inspired me. The guy felt that this time the tactics worked more effectively than last time. I wonder if it was because of him or because of Hyun-tae. The vase of flowers that stood on the table rose into the air and shattered into small pieces. So strong was the tension. The heavenly demon said that it was enough and ordered to stop. The young man did not listen to the mentor, muttering that there was still very little left. The patriarch asked if the hero really intended to destroy his own brother's body. There was already too much energy for him. Hyun-soo stopped and looked at his hands, from which streams of internal chi energy continued to rise. He looked at Hyun-tae and wondered if the seal on his heart was really that strong. Who could have placed such a curse? At this point, the boy's eyes lit up with a bright green light, which looked scary even for an S-rank hunter. Streams of energy began to creep around the bed, and it seemed to our hero that a wave of tremors passed through his brother's body. En opened his mouth in surprise, not knowing how to react to this. Perhaps Hyun-tae was able to move, but the seal was holding him back. In Sydney, the Hunters Guild building was one of the tallest in the city and had several training areas, one of them on the roof. Isaac practiced his crushing blows in another room. He believed that even the corridor was quite suitable for this. He first used the punch technique, thrusting his fist forward, causing everything around him to burst into bright flames from the force of the blow. Then the favorite tactic called leg axe came into play. The technique looked very impressive. After this, the young man spun into a fiery tornado, moving so fast that he could have flown if not for the ceiling. Finally, the guy got tired and stopped. He was pleased with the result, feeling incredibly strong and powerful. He clenched his fists and muttered that he just couldn't believe that he lost to a Korean brat. How was that even possible at his level? Anderson adjusted his glasses and thought that sending Isaac to Park Hyun-soo was a great idea. Now the lazy teenager had some motivation. Then Armand, the third S-rank hunter in the guild, entered the room, although he was French by origin. The man called out to Walker, and he turned around. Armand listened to Isaac's successes, but then said that he didn't need the boy, but Raven, maybe someone knew where he was. Anderson replied that Overdemon had gone into a deep meditation to learn as much as possible about the king and his gang, as there was no information about them anywhere. Armand asked to immediately open a portal to Paris, and Walker asked if he would go alone or take someone with him to help. The man explained that the Croisier Guild would only need the help of one S-rank to survive, so he was heading to his homeland to support them. Anderson replied that the dark ghosts had become very strong, and he doubted that the French guild could do anything to counter them. Armand suggested that the terrorists had investors, and that they had received not only firearms, but also explosives. The portal immediately appeared, and the hunter prepared to go save the capital of his home country. Walker once again offered his help, to which he received the answer that his task would be to create a portal to return the hunter back to Sydney. Explosives were planted not only in Notre Dame Cathedral, but remote-controlled suicide cars drove around the city, exploding in the busiest places. The terrorists did not spare bullets, shooting at passers-by and hunters who came to their aid with machine guns. The Croisier Guild was in the thick of things. They did not spare themselves and rushed to help the civilians, but the forces were far from equal. Neither swords nor superpowers were as effective as thousands of bullets in the hands of skilled shooters. By killing one terrorist, the hunters made a significant breakthrough in the defense. By killing the second, they saved themselves from hundreds of shots, but new ones came to replace those killed. The shells fell to the ground like rain. Dodging the bullets was very troublesome. It took away resources from the attack. The mage decided to use a protective barrier against bullets and cast the appropriate spell, but it was also impossible to attack from under the dome. For a while, there was enough energy to hold this fatal barrier, but soon the bullets began to break through it. Until they were left completely defenseless, the hunters began to use long-range spells to reduce the number of attackers. The terrorists had a hard time. They had to urgently regroup and change their battle tactics. One of the men, armed with some kind of particularly powerful gun, ordered his colleagues to move away. He prepared to fire 400 bullets at the hunters at once, and hashtags about the massacre of hunters and the extermination of the guild immediately appeared. The shots followed one after another, and it seemed that the recoil should have sent the terrorist flying into the air, but he continued to stand on the ground. The hunters froze under their dome and then directed all their free energy to increase its power. The tension grew, and then their shield couldn't withstand it, crumbling like dust in the air. Now the defense was completely destroyed. The man with the machine gun grinned maliciously and said that it was time to have some fun. The party had begun. The hunters were shot on the spot. They had good regeneration, so the warriors did not die immediately, but the terrorist decided to finish the job. The man didn't have time to do this. Some force lifted him into the air, and the bullets, deprived of gravity, stopped flying out of the barrel. Soon, one after another, the attackers flew into the walls of the surrounding houses at such a speed that bones broke like dry pasta. The other terrorists could not understand what was happening to their comrades. They were so confused that they even stopped shooting. Armand appeared. The counterattack was his doing. The hunter's superpower was moving objects in space and playing with gravity. The hunters from the local guild were truly relieved to realize that their renowned colleague had arrived on time. The terrorists lined up and started firing volleys in an attempt to kill the hunter, but he calmly walked straight towards them. Armand used the shield and slowly approached the stunned enemies, who sensed a real threat. His eyes lit up with fire, and the hunter extended his hand forward, stating that it was quite a bold move to go up against an S-Rank. Blood flowed from the mouths of the attackers. The hunter simply tore their internal organs apart without damaging the outer shell. When Armand clenched his hand into a fist, the hearts of most of the terrorists stopped beating once and for all. The weapons fell from their hands, and the men began to fall to the ground, surrounded by streams of the hunter's energy. Armand rose up. His silhouette looked especially terrifying against the sky. It was necessary to assess the balance of forces. It seemed that all the enemies were defeated, but there were also many civilian casualties. Armand looked around, his heart ready to burst with grief when he saw the inhabitants of the city mourning their relatives. Men, women, and children lay on the streets. The terrorists tried to make the number of victims as large as possible. Public utilities have already begun to eliminate the consequences. Doctors are treating the victims, and firefighters are trying to extinguish the flames. The entire city was on fire. Residential buildings and government buildings were burning. The attackers did not spare explosives. It became dark from the smoke. Armand was able to put out the fire, but it required a huge amount of energy. The hunter raised his hands up, collecting it. He put so much power into the spell that he couldn't help but scream when he cast it. The city center was engulfed in a pleasant pink glow, covering one building after another. The smoke disappeared. The flames went out. The firefighters gave the signal that the supply of water and foam could be stopped. They were extremely surprised. Residents looked out of the windows of their houses and, noticing the hunter, waved to him in a friendly and grateful manner. Armand waved his hand at them in response, as if to say that there was no need for gratitude. It was a hero's duty to help ordinary people. He began to peer down, trying to figure out if all the criminals had been destroyed or if there was someone else still lurking. It really was like that, and from the bright orange flash the man realized that someone was trying to attack him. When the blow reached Armand, it became clear that this someone was quite strong and capable of inflicting enormous damage. The lightning bolt was so strong that it knocked down the S-Rank hunter like some defenseless sparrow, and the man began to fall to the ground. Armand quickly rose to his feet and realized who dared to strike him so meanly from the ground. It was Henry, who said that only a great hunter could put out the huge fire. Moreover, Having been hit directly by lightning, the hero not only survived, but also felt quite well, which seemed incredible to Black Lightning. Armand looked at his opponent with a stern gaze and said that no one dared to look down on him. Henry said that after a couple more of his lightning bolts, anything could happen. The hunter asked if the guy knew that the same attack wouldn't work on an S rank. He already knew about the damn lightning. Henry narrowed his eyes slyly and asked his opponent not to be so arrogant, otherwise he might burst from pathos. He kicked a small ball lying on the ground, and an explosion thundered near Armand. The enemy was using explosives. Shouting farewell wishes to Armand, the terrorist raised his finger, beginning his lightning trick and promising that he would die instantly. The hunter decided that this was a funny distraction and confidently cast a spiritual shield of protection. For some reason it didn't work, and the lightning struck the hero at full force. He screamed, more from surprise than pain. Armand fell to the ground, his legs jumping up high from the impact. It might have looked funny, but in fact it was a tragedy of global proportions. Henry sat down next to the hunter, asking if the arrogant bastard didn't expect this. He used the artifact to suppress the enemy's abilities. Now he intended to kill the S-rank hunter so that the fame of the dark spirits would quickly spread throughout the world, but at that moment, Anderson appeared. Saying that Black Lightning was finished, he attacked the criminal, but he somehow managed to dodge. However, even the direct damage was thrown aside by the villain, and he rolled on the ground, shouting curses. Henry quickly jumped up and leaned his hand on the ground, preparing to counterattack. He didn't expect another S-rank to arrive. He called Anderson a damn cheater for teleporting to coordinates using a new device. The terrorist folded his arms across his chest and said that the result he had achieved would be enough for everyone in the world to talk about their organization. With a terrifying laugh, he used his signature lightning tactic in several directions at once. Meanwhile, our hero continued to be in the hospital, trying to bring his younger brother back to consciousness. His face looked stunned because what was happening did not fit into any framework at all. The boy's eyes continued to glow, and he suddenly began to speak in a strange voice about how the uncontrollable darkness would continue to spread throughout the world. The child's body rose above the bed, and the voice continued that there would be no life in the lands of darkness. All living things would perish, and it was not only about death. Hyun-Soo's eyes widened in horror. The voice added that its goal was to absorb all living things and all lives as such. Concluding that it was inevitable, the spirit left Hyun-Tae's body, and the glow began to weaken, and the child's body began to sink. As he collapsed onto the bed, it became obvious that the seal on his heart was the work of some incredible dark force. The oxygen mask was returned to its place, but it no longer fit tightly, and the glow had disappeared completely. Hyun-Soo walked over and adjusted her to make sure his brother could breathe. The heart sensors showed that he had a pulse. The boy looked at the heavenly demon and asked who it was and why he used his brother's body to report this. The master said that it resembled a prophecy. Most likely, this was the creature that cast the curse on Hyun-Tae, but the mentor could not say anything more. But he decided to tell the boy about what happened when they were separated after the heroes left the ancestral dragon. He started by saying that some unknown force had dragged him into an unknown subspace, and the young man opened his mouth in surprise. The old man added that this was done in a special cunning way, which was unknown even to him. The enemy did not appear before the master, but he could sense his essence. He could not find out his name either, but he did not sense any evil intentions. The boy asked if it was the king. The patriarch replied that it didn't look like it, but he felt that this man was so strong that he could compete with him. The heavenly demon added that he couldn't think of anyone else except the one who had managed to cast a seal that even the heavenly tongue severing was helpless against. The young man asked why he hadn't told him right away, and the teacher, his eyes flashing, said that this could have driven Hyun-Soo and all of humanity into despair. He suggested imagining that someone like him comes into this world in a physical body and tries to conquer it. Our hero imagined his mentor as an enemy and immediately realized that in this case, humanity would truly be doomed. The old man added that this is exactly what that person is like. Maybe the king is like that too. This is what the ancestral dragon said. Hyun-soo must become stronger to protect the world. Then Yun returned to the room. She was concerned about the fact that windows had blown out all over the building and was a little worried. The girl asked if the hero was hurt and began to tidy up the room. Hyun-soo was pleased that she was worried about him, an S-Rank. The young man clenched his fist resolutely. He intended to protect everyone around him, and especially his loved ones. He proved his determination during training. They used the portal again, and Hyun-soo gave it his all. The heavenly demon was pleased, but did not show it, forcing the young man to improve his techniques time after time. Sometimes it became difficult to control the energy. The student was able to use such powerful flows. He remembered visiting Ha-yorak and her asking if Hyun-soo had heard about the terrorist attack in France. The hero replied that Lee had told him. The girl slowly closed her eyes and took a sip of tea and added that, now there is complete devastation there. The S-Rank has fallen. Remembering this, the young man, together with his teacher, began to improve the technique of flight and landing so that he could reach any point on the globe. After that, he actively practiced the heavenly lightning technique, because the potential enemy, as they say, also uses lightning. Hyun-soo managed to release a colossal charge of electrical energy, which was guaranteed to be enough to destroy Henry. But he failed to attack the mentor. The speed was too slow. The heavenly demon reproached the student for being like a sleepy fly. The master himself moved and attacked so quickly that it remained completely unnoticeable to the eye. He appeared behind him as if from nowhere and disappeared just as quickly. The guy was seriously puzzled. The hero remembered how Ha-yorak complained to him that her abilities had not returned to her even after 2 weeks. Then he promised that he would be there, but in any case she would soon feel better. The girl smiled, but seemed not to believe it. Now, in the space beyond the black hole, the young man trained and recuperated with such zeal as if he had received a new purpose in life. The mentor watched him, but thought about something else, about the fact that the place where they were training was being restored very quickly, even with enormous destruction. He also wondered if it was really his invisible stranger who had taken care of moving the master here. It happened in a moment of weakness, when his spirit left his body. Well, next time he will knock the necessary information out of the enemy. After finishing the training, both of them returned to Hyun-soo's apartment. They needed to rest and do other things. The guy came out and showered and said that after buying the building, the water pressure was much better than before, because the neighbors don't use the running water. The phone rang. It was Lee Mi-na. Our hero was glad to hear from her, but was surprised that he was invited to a meeting. An hour later, he arrived at the Hunters Association building, burning with curiosity as to why he had been called, although he had some guesses. The CEO of the organization shook the young man's hand and said that he was extremely pleased to meet him. Hyun-soo replied that it was mutual. What he knew about the leader inspired respect for this man and his capabilities. While the men were taking comfortable places to talk, Lee Mi-na used the switchboard to ask for 2 cups of tea to be brought to them. The CEO revealed that the reason he called Hyun-soo was because the boy had been appointed as the head of the counterterrorism department. The guy didn't answer, but to hide the awkward pause, he began to drink tea, thinking about what he had heard. The mustachioed man asked if the hero knew about Armand from France. Hyun-soo replied that he knew. He was very sorry. He added that the opponents used marble that suppressed abilities, and there was no guarantee that something similar would not happen in our country, which is why they were asking him for help. The hero apologized and said that he had to refuse. The faces of the director of the association and the head of the organization darkened. Hyun-soo continued that he was ready to help personally, but not as the leader of the squad. This turn of events suited everyone present. When they said goodbye, the men shook hands and discussed the details of their future cooperation. Lee Mi-na was pleased. But when the young man said goodbye and walked down the corridor without telling her a word, other than the necessary information, the girl became sad. Apart from official meetings and conversations, she and Hyun-soo had no contact at all, and she would have liked that. The heavenly demon asked why the disciple had refused the role of squad leader, and he explained that when you have power, you don't need leadership. The guy added with a satisfied look that he was the successor of the heavenly demon. After all, the old man snorted loudly. The young man added that he would visit the association from time to time, and the master noted that it was probably for the sake of information that Hyun-soo had shouted that he was not that kind of person. The city lived its own life. Evening lights decorated the streets. The young man had not walked for a long time and decided to take a walk. It was possible to get something to eat. There was now money for everything that was necessary, but time was tight. Some people had a picnic, some went for an evening jog. People spent the evening as if nothing could happen. But the threat was very great. Terrorists were already marching through Seoul, spreading another series of hashtags hinting at their actions in Korea. The hooded man looked at the unsuspecting townspeople and grinned. Everything was going according to plan. He took out his phone to report to his superiors. After all, the road was not short, and he had to try hard to transport the weapon unnoticed. The terrorist informed the captain that they were already there in Seoul, and he was awaiting further orders, if any. Then he turned away so that no one else could hear, and added that there were a lot of people and tall buildings here. It would be nice to light a couple. Henry grinned and replied that he really hoped that the device they had brought with them would work well. The men in red began to draw something on the wall with a special pink spray, speculating about who their mysterious captain might be. He must have been a very rich and very powerful man to have given them such a valuable and useful thing, unique, one might say. Then a policeman shone a flashlight in their faces, after which he ran forward, shouting that it was forbidden to draw on the walls. The man in red did not react, and the law enforcement officer came even closer, after which he repeated that drawing was prohibited here. The next moment, the flashlight flew to the ground, and a fountain of blood gushed from the policeman's chest. It seemed that he himself did not have time to understand what had happened. The hooded man still stood with his hand outstretched after using the magic projectile. He muttered that if the fool had not made noise, he would have survived. Now the body of the law enforcement officer began to burn in several places at once. It was definitely bad luck to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. The man in the red robe stopped drawing. The circle he had drawn was turning into a portal. Even the terrorist himself refused to believe it, saying that this was just an introduction to the city, but that they would definitely return here. The strangers stepped through the gates one after another. Meanwhile, in Sydney, they were discussing the situation that had developed in Paris. Both participants in the events were alive, but far from delighted with what had happened. Armand complained to Anderson that the item that disables special abilities is very rare, one might even say unique, so the supplier can be identified. Walker replied that since they couldn't reach the gate, it certainly wasn't from there. It seemed like something beyond his understanding had been created. The Frenchman shouted that 10 seconds of neutralization was enough to kill any other hunter. He miraculously survived, but would be more careful in the future. He was so angry that he slammed his palms on the table and yelled that he would crush Henry with these very hands. Armand asked if there were any suggestions about the terrorist's next target, and Anderson replied that he had thought about it and had come to certain conclusions. The gate fragment that recently appeared and the new hero who took care of this fragment is a great reason to visit Seoul. The police were working at the scene of the incident. There was no trace left of the portal, and there were no traces of paint on the wall either. The spot where the policeman had been lying was outlined with chalk, and there were no more prints, tracks, or any other evidence. One of the men remarked that it was as if a ghost had visited the place, and the second asked if there was an awakened one in the country who was known for killing people. Lee Mi-na replied that she felt the remnants of the awakened energy here, and the investigators said that nothing should be touched at the crime scene. The girl introduced herself and said that since the main suspect had superpowers, the association would be handling the investigation from now on. The police and detectives began to collect their equipment. They were even glad to get rid of such a difficult case. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed over the girl. She didn't even have time to turn around. This creature was moving so fast. It turned out that it was just a hunter. The guy landed next to the boss. He looked very businesslike and interested. The hero's name was Gaon, and Lee Mi-na greeted him, saying that her colleague was there at the right time. The beauty asked why he had to jump from above. He scared her. The guy replied that he was just inspecting the roofs, and it was easier that way. He contacted his partner, Oral, and asked him to report the situation and whether anything suspicious could be seen from above. The eagle circled over the area and reported that nothing suspicious was happening at the moment, but he would keep the situation under control. Bee, Cheetah, and Ant reported from different points on the ground that everything was clear for them too, which was encouraging. Then a bald man appeared and thoughtfully said that he had never even thought that they could meet like this, under such circumstances. Gaon explained to Lee Mi-na that it was his Friday night bar partner, Monk Lim, and the girl greeted the hunter. She added that she had heard about his special skills and was sure that they would all be very useful today. The fat man bowed and said that he would be glad to help the director of the association, Lee Mi-na. He had also heard about her. Monk Lim added that he was surprised because they both used telekinesis, but now one of the main users of telekinesis is damaged. The girl nodded sadly. Gaon interrupted their conversation and asked if his friend had already wondered whether they needed to quickly find out what would happen to their country. The fat man said that in the end there would be a disaster. It was all because of the guys who showed up here. The man laid out his cards and laughed, asking if they were counting on dumping all the work on him. Countermeasures had been taken after the terrorist attack in Paris. Lee Mi-na explained that their squad would not be the only one, if you count her. There are 5 hunters here. Monk Lim laughed that with his amulets he would work for 3. She added that they would be led by an outstanding person. Hyun-soo joined the hunters and said that he believed it would be Armand from the Portal Affairs Committee. Gaon and Monk Lim shouted in unison that it was Park Hyun-soo, which confused our hero a little. Lee Mi-na explained that he would also join them, and the men perked up. There were 2 S ranks on the team. They couldn't lose. Gaon asked again whether the young man was the captain, to which our hero replied that he would act alone and share information with them. Lee Mi-na was glad that Hyun-soo had arrived and asked if he was wearing a special watch for quick signal exchange. Suddenly, Monk Lim sat down on the ground with a strange cry. It was obvious that he was in extreme emotional shock. The man, his eyes wide, asked what kind of great spirit, no, deity, was standing next to our hero. The heavenly demon laughed, and the guy became embarrassed, explaining that it was a demonic god who had no influence on anything at all, who had followed him into one of the portals. He extended his hand to the fat man and helped him up. He had to be as polite as possible so as not to scare anyone. Lee Mi-na said that only an hour had passed since Armand returned to the association when Hyun-soo found out about it. The hero smiled and replied that it was just an inner feeling. After all, he lost to the terrorists, which means he wants to restore his reputation. Gaon muttered something about how it would be better if our hero became the captain, but the guy waved his hand and laughed that even Gaon himself could very well be the leader. The man couldn't wrap his head around the idea of how one could voluntarily give up the leading role. The fat man whispered to his friend that Park Hyun-soo had decided to act alone, just so they wouldn't get in his way. Suddenly, the watch on the hand of each of those present began to glow blue and make a beeping sound. It was Armand, who had prepared a message for all the units participating in the anti-terrorist operation. He said he was connecting them with Mr. Raven. Anderson activated the portal so they could see everything clearly. Overdemon's face was haggard and sad, and he said that since the situation was at a stalemate, he would get straight to the point. The man said that he had gone into meditation and investigated the incident in Paris, and was now sure that the same people, dark souls, were operating in Korea. Most likely, this is preparation for a terrorist attack. Unfortunately, he himself is not in a condition to provide support, but Anders, he and Armand will arrive immediately. An explosion was heard behind the operation participants in Seoul, thus confirming the invasion of the dark spirits. The attackers did not spare explosives. One of the skyscrapers was completely destroyed, and parked cars were scattered in all directions. Solt Going Wad appeared online. The bandits' weapons were even more powerful than in Paris. Now, there were more than a dozen cannons that fired 200 bullets at a time. Houses were ablaze, spent cartridges were falling to the ground like hail. It was simply impossible to count them. Passers-by scattered, covering their heads with their hands, because the debris of buildings flew in all directions with each explosion and shot. But that was not all. Suddenly, in the very center of the city, an incredible pink lightning appeared, the likes of which the world had never seen before, followed by an explosion. Henry decided to appear so effectively this time, his face breaking into an idiotic, villainous grin. He shouted that this city deserved to be destroyed, and the terrorists began shooting even more actively than before the boss appeared. In the association building, the CEO was talking with Anderson and Armand. The meeting had already lasted quite a long time. The Korean poured tea for the guests and thanked them for their help in such a serious matter. He was counting on them, like all the city's residents. Armand adjusted the intercom and took a sip of his drink, noting that there was no need to speak to them so formally, especially after he had fallen in Paris. The head of the association added that he had already notified all units that they should be on full combat alert. The Frenchman put the cup on the table and said that he had a small remark about it. He raised his hand sharply and stopped it a millimeter from the CEO's face. It was impressive, but not entirely clear. Anderson explained that S-ranks had special reflexes, so they would ask for the job to be given to them, and A-ranks would keep their distance for extreme cases. The man asked what to do with the civilians. Anderson replied that they should be evacuated. The first to accept the fight would be the ranks. That is, they and Park Hyun-soo, Hayurak, are not yet in a condition. Then a man in headphones, whose job it was to monitor information from the streets, shouted that terrorists were in the city. The CEO yelled that exact coordinates were needed, and the employee replied that the message had come from Samson Station. Immediately, 2 more workers reported that another signal had arrived, this time from the Tom Damon area. The men stood up and headed towards the monitors. It became obvious that the terrorists had split into several groups. This time, the bandits used a completely different strategy, blowing up buildings and cars in completely different parts of the city. After the explosion, a column with machine guns came out into the street and shot absolutely everything in front of them. Civilians died in droves. Even those who tried to save themselves and begged for help lived no longer than they managed to finish the word help. Panic began. People ran in all directions in search of shelter, but it was not easy to hide from such a massive attack. The terrorists continued to shoot incessantly and advanced along the streets towards the city center from different directions. At first there was an explosion, scattering people like ants, then a cleanup squad followed with firearms. But the strangest thing started to happen when the villains ran out of ammunition or the explosives failed to work. Somehow they learned to activate superpowers and use magical projectiles. People were panicking and trying to save themselves, but they didn't understand that they were doomed simply because they found themselves on the street at the wrong time. The news reported about the tragedy in Seoul. People all over the world were glued to their TV screens and phones. No one could believe that this was happening in real time. Henry went down to the street and accused the townspeople of allowing themselves to be bullied like cattle by the government and the hunters, and therefore deserved to die. At first, no one listened to him, but when the hunter used lightning techniques in different directions, people scattered. They did not expect that the hunter would attack civilians. The villain climbed up to the roof of the building again to assess the results of his actions. He liked the fact that the residents were panicking. The horse and the blonde were also here, and they were also happy about the commotion. Let the people run, let their provocations anger Park Hyun-soo. Looking at the monitors, Armand was so angry that he was ready to tear the terrorists apart with his bare hands. As a true hero, he could not remain inactive in such a situation. He enveloped himself in energy and announced that since the terrorists were attacking in different places, they would also split up in order to stop them. Someone in the crowd shouted that the electronic display on the roof of the skyscraper was still holding up, but was about to collapse right on top of them. Somehow the bodies of people and cars began to rise into the air. As we remember, One of the hunters specialized in playing with gravity and moving objects. The people were delighted, deciding that since the hunters had come to their aid, everything would definitely be fine. Anderson announced to all the squads that they should not engage in combat with the enemy for now. A man had already left for the scene and would now sort everything out. Walker then sent a personal message to Hunter Park Hyun-soo, who, unlike his colleagues, was to act immediately. The man explained that Henry Black Lightning was now in Mendon. Our hero responded that he was already there, on the spot. Henry approached the young man, hovering in the air, with dead civilians lying at his feet. Hyun-soo's eyes flashed with a fierce fire. He couldn't allow anyone to harm the ordinary people of the city, but this had already happened. The enemy looked at the guy with disdain and asked if he was by any chance Korea's new S-Rank, which he had seen briefly on the news. Our hero asked him what he thought of the enemy, but the Sky Demon decided to talk about the ability-neutralizing marble that the terrorists were using. The master said that he didn't think that this trick would work on martial arts in any way. He had encountered something similar before, and all the techniques worked perfectly. Then the mentor added that there were so many strange things happening in the world that he couldn't guarantee anything. Hyun-soo replied that there was no better way to find out than to try. Henry didn't like that the Korean was talking as if to himself. He clenched his fists and declared that he would kill the S-Rank and the whole world would talk about dark spirits. Abilam sa ponban erte afiatalembert, esa robanas nagyon erotelyes bolt. When the smoke cleared, Black Lightning was surprised to see that there was no one at the impact site, which was strange. He asked himself how he could have escaped such an attack, and where the hell was that bastard now? Hyun-soo gently shook his enemy's shoulder and asked where he was looking so intently. The villain began to prepare another lightning discharge. The guy said that for a successful attack one should move faster. He himself used the strike of the heavenly demon grain. The enemy flew very far, each time hitting the ground and bouncing off it like a ball, his bones cracking. Henry tried to slow down using his abilities, but it didn't work very well. Earth's gravity worked much better. The terrorist still managed to get up. The confidence on his face was replaced by a grimace of pain, but it did not last long. Hyun-soo was already running towards him to continue the battle, reporting that the enemy was indeed not yet up to par for S-Rank. But since he survived this crushing blow, he deserves praise. Our hero was in no hurry to finish off the enemy, giving him the opportunity to rise. Saying that all S-Rank bastards were so damn self-confident, Henry threw a marble at the young man's feet. Completely unexpectedly for the young man, an explosion occurred. Rays of energy illuminated his face and blinded his eyes for a split second. In another area, terrorists continued to shoot civilians, but A-rank hunters were ordered not to interfere. Some could not stand by and ignored it. Choi Hyun-woo, the Panther Man, charged, shouting that his sense of justice did not allow him to simply watch what was happening. With one blow of his clawed paw, he tore the terrorist to shreds. The sight was spectacular. We won't argue. The attackers continued to shoot, but were instantly killed by the panther's claws. Unfortunately, they quickly realized that it was not a wild animal that was fighting them, but a hunter. The hooded man picked up the marble and thought, "This is justice. Choi Hyun-woo will be the first of the A-ranks to die." He threw a stone towards the panther, and the glow from the explosion came as a complete surprise to him. But what was even more of a surprise was that the guy took on his human form and could not transform back. The terrorist said that for S ranks, the powers would disappear for 10 seconds, and for A ranks for a week, after which he arranged a public execution for the hunter, shooting him with a machine gun. Armand was a little late. Muttering that they had asked him not to interfere, he headed towards the shooter. The hunter put his hand forward. This did not bode well for the man in the hood. He screamed in horror. Meanwhile, the second terrorist reported that he had prepared for the meeting and had taken out a marble that neutralized the abilities. The villain failed to use it. His chest was torn apart by a powerful explosion before he could launch the stone. In another part of the city, terrorists shot everyone they could, and one of them even used telepathy in search of the hunters. He disappointedly called the A-ranks cowards, but at the same moment he was hit by a cast-iron cannonball, Lee Mina was not afraid of danger. The girl pointedly said that there was no point in throwing around unfounded accusations. They were just a little late. Two men with machine guns were already moving towards the hunter. They were in no hurry to shoot, and it was completely in vain. In this case, they could have survived. And so both of them simply burned alive in the flames of Gaon's spell, which covered the boss at the most opportune moment. The guy jumped out from somewhere above again and attacked so quickly that he didn't give his opponents a chance to understand what had happened. Lee Mina suggested that her superiors had advised her not to do so, but the hero replied that great power comes with great responsibility and he could not remain inactive. Shouting that they would now sing differently, the terrorist threw a pea of ability-neutralizing marble at the hunters. The girl realized that if nothing happened right now, they would remain completely helpless in the face of death. Here the pea began to spin and rise into the air, and a stream of orange energy formed around it. It was Armand. He said that there was no need to panic. He had learned to control this marble, and now it was completely useless. He subjected the stone to enormous pressure, so strong that he could turn coal into diamond, and a magic stone into an ordinary one, and then make it disappear. Screaming that the fucking S-Ranks were ruining the operation again, one of the terrorists attempted to use an energy projectile attack. Armand simply waved his hand a few times, and the man was torn to pieces as if he had stepped on a mine. The hunter was satisfied with the result and informed Lee Mina and Gaon that he could now leave this place to them. It was necessary to hurry to where Park Hyun-soo was fighting with Henry, because for Armand, it was a matter of honor to take revenge on the offender. Our hero was doing great. He stood in a cloud of smoke after another lightning strike and thought that all the enemy's attacks were very similar. The terrorist, on the contrary, was inspired. He perceived the guy's thoughtfulness as fear and said that he would finish him off right now. Hyun-soo attacked with lightning speed and told Henry right in his ear that he was too slow. How many times do I have to repeat it? Immediately after these words followed a crushing blow, one of those that the young man had mastered at the very beginning. But his power was enough to break Henry's jaw and throw him back a couple of meters. The terrorist, who found himself on the ground, was immediately hit with a heel kick, which had been practiced during the penultimate training session. Its power was so great that it caused a small explosion, beautifully illuminating the silhouette of our hero. The horse and the blonde watched what was happening. The man assumed that the marble did not affect the guy because he was a singularity. The girl replied that now was just the right moment to take it, then the mission would be completed. Knight looked at her a little offended. She meant the demonic sword, instant death. The man asked if the blonde really thought that he, with the seal removed, would lose to that brat, since she was offering such a weapon. The friend replied that she simply needed to prepare for the unexpected. Henry was lying at our hero's feet, showing no signs of life at all. After a while, he began to move and tried to get up, coughing up blood and dust that he had eaten during the fall. Hyun-soo had already raised his leg for the final blow, but then he remembered that his superiors had asked him to take the terrorist alive. This means that the blow should not be the strongest, just such that the enemy would not rise again. The guy tried to make it exactly like that. It didn't work out very well. In the clouds of dust, it was impossible to tell whether the enemy had died or survived. Since he had just reached the S-rank level, someone's voice asked Hyun-soo to wait. It was Armand, who arrived just in time to prevent the young man from making an irreparable mistake. The man explained that he had run here to personally take care of Henry. Hyun-soo offered to finish him off himself, but the hunter explained that that was not the point. The Frenchman caught himself thinking that the Korean must be an singularity since he defeated Black Lightning so easily, but he didn't say it out loud. The guy looked very collected and serious, the complete opposite of Isaac, which was probably how it was supposed to be. Then from somewhere above, someone called out to Park Hyun-soo. A strange vibration in the air appeared, as if a thunderstorm was approaching. The hunters looked up. There was a strange whirlwind spinning, somewhat reminiscent of a tornado but a little slower, and right from the middle someone called our hero once again. Then something appeared in the center of the tornado. Debris began to fall and a glow appeared. It was the horse who shouted that he promised to meet again in his true form to break the neck of the little impudent fellow. The young man looked at him as if he had just been stabbed in the back and said that night was at the wrong time. The Frenchman was surprised that the boy knew the name of one of the people about whom even Raven had failed to obtain information, and he rushed into the attack, shouting that he would not forgive the scumbags. The horse looked at him and suggested that he wait a little, after which he decided to knock out the unnecessary opponent. Armand appreciated the speed of his reaction and managed to prevent his instant death by casting a protective dome. He couldn't withstand the horse's blow. There was a deafening explosion, and the hunter was thrown high into the sky as if he weighed nothing. There was a whole burning furrow left on the ground from his body, and our hero began to worry about Armand. He looked at the one who did this and was determined to immediately teach the horse a lesson for all his misdeeds. The monster, or rather the demon, descended a little lower and offered to finish what they had not been able to complete last time. Armand climbed out from under the rubble, remembering Raven's words that these people were creating portals and moving through them, and when they came, they would try to take the singularity. The hunter decided that he could not allow this to happen. He rose into the air and lifted a whole mountain of stones with him, intending to attack the horse with them. The man called out to Park Hyun-soo and said that he would take care of his opponent himself, but doubt could be seen in the hero's gaze. Knight cast a huge energy projectile and hissed that he had asked them to stay away and not distract him. He unleashed a Gatling rain on the hunter, endless streams of energy pounding like the damned. Armand managed to cover himself, and Hyun-soo skillfully avoided damage, jumping between the streams at great speed. He thought that the knight was using the same skill that he saw the sorcerer king use, only stronger. Apparently, it wasn't just like that. The blonde appeared behind the boss's shoulder and asked him to refrain from unnecessary destruction. The king might not like it. The monster obeyed and slightly reduced the size of the glowing ball, making its next attack more accurate. At this time, a huge stone boulder, like a ball, passed along the highway, leaving deep craters behind it. Finally, he came up against two crumpled cars and stopped, without causing the slightest harm to the hero or anyone else, but he did damage the road thoroughly. When the stone stopped, Armand breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing what was happening, he disappeared for a while. He was expecting something powerful, but instead he got a dud. Knight was completely focused on getting the singularity. Here he turned around in surprise. The guy used the heavenly demon pursuit technique, appearing right behind the enemy. With a cry that it was his turn, Hyun-soo rushed forward to attack the one who was many times stronger than him. The impact was so strong that everything around was flooded with pink light from the huge amount of energy released. Our hero was sure that his tree strike would wipe out the monster, but it simply had no effect. The horse was safe and sound. Hyun-soo raised his fist for another attack, this time hitting Zern, saying that he wasn't afraid at all to face such an opponent. Their fists met and a wave of energy flew out in all directions. It was far from easy to understand what exactly was happening and how it would all end. The enemies hovered over the city. Their combined energy would be enough to wipe most of it off the face of the earth. Houses shook. Shards of glass began to fall from the surrounding skyscrapers. Something incredible was happening. Our hero realized that their blows were destroying the city, and he had no intention of doing so. He needed to either rise higher or change his battle tactics. The horse froze with a raised fist. The young man was able to take his blow. Moreover, he felt quite well after it. The monster rose higher after Hyun-soo and prepared to perform another series of punches. But instead, he got hit himself and crashed into the house, after which, together with the rubble, he began his rapid fall downwards. It was Armand who came to the boy's aid, launching the stones he had collected beforehand at night. They did not cause serious damage, but gave Hyun-soo the opportunity to recover. Soon another huge stone ball, assembled from various debris under enormous pressure, flew at the enemy. Armand called out to our hero from the ground. He had an excellent plan on how to win this fight with joint efforts. The hunter said that he would put pressure on the horse that would create a black hole, so the hero should be careful for a while and not get too close to the enemy. The stone rose into the sky, and under the pressure of Armand, began to change its color to a darker one. Steam began to pour from it. The hunter was unable to carry out his plan to the end. He was attacked by someone almost at the last moment, and everything around was covered by the red energy of the attacker. It was the blonde with her ever-present umbrella who announced that she would not allow anyone to disturb her boss. He just took the blow of the ball, breaking it into many pieces, and because Armand was unable to finish the job, the attack failed. The man cursed and tried to collect the stones again, but this time he realized that he had a different problem to deal with. He launched a powerful blast of energy at the blonde, but she dodged both the blast and the stones that followed. The girl dealt with the latter with the help of her pink umbrella, which worked not only as a magical artifact, but also simply as a physical barrier. Among other things, the umbrella helped the owner to climb up. She jumped to the very top of the stone ridge, reaching the height of the banner with the map. Armand, using pressure, crushed and broke the pole that held the banner. He had a new plan. The card flew straight into the blonde's face and hit her so hard that it knocked her down. If it weren't for the umbrella, her face would have been minced meat. Moreover, the girl released spikes at the hunter, who grabbed his chest, not understanding how his opponent managed to wound him because even bullets couldn't take him. While Armand was busy with the restoration, the blonde galloped straight along the sheer wall of the skyscraper and then, pushing off from the building, hung in the air. She shouted to Horse that she would now create a portal, let him use it, and then he would be able to fight as soon as he wanted. From words, the villainess immediately moved on to action, and now the gates behind Knight's back lit up blue, and he commanded Hyun-Soo to follow him. The heavenly demon asked his disciple what he intended to do. It might be a trap. The hero rushed straight into the portal, screaming that if this was so, it would destroy both him and her at the same time. Armand looked up at the sky and realized that both warriors fighting had disappeared into the portal, an unexpected turn of events. Hyun-Soo was standing in the middle of some deserted countryside. The sight was rather depressing. The guy asked Knight where they were. He was silent, and then the young man continued that he heard from the ancestral dragon that their world was being destroyed, and that was why it was connected to the earth. The monster growled that he shouldn't meddle in other people's business. The guy asked to repeat. The enemy again created a huge glowing ball, shouting that it was none of his business. The attack was exactly the same as last time. This tactic was already starting to bore Hyun-Soo. He was waiting for something new. Nothing new followed, and the hero also chose a proven method and used the flight of the heavenly demon. The horse brought his disgusting muzzle closer to our hero and proudly announced that there were many different attacks among his. He made a sharp chopping blow with his hand, and everything around burst into bright flames. There was no explosion, but the power of the fire was comparable to napalm. In the association building, they continued to monitor all events in the city. Monitors recorded every corner. The CEO noticed that Hunter Park Hyun-Soo had disappeared. Anderson explained that he likely followed the enemies into the portal. They looked at Henry lying sprawled on the ground, and the head of the association asked if he was dead. Walker replied that he didn't think so. Immediately, a call came from the Samson station. An employee reported that all the terrorists there had been neutralized and arrested. The huntress reported to the management that everything was fine in Tondamungu, too. The attackers were handed over to the police. Gan and his fortune-telling drinking buddy stood over Henry, wondering how he was still alive. He was beaten so badly that there shouldn't have been a single whole bone left, and his muscles were turned into mincemeat. The fortune-teller reminded them that they were ordered to take the enemy alive, so he used the cards to create the magic of containment. Henry's body rose into the air and began to spin in a circle like some kind of huge yin-yang. He was in an energy capsule. The fortune-teller said goodbye to Gayun and said that he was heading to headquarters with the trophy, and he thanked him for his excellent work. Armand rose into the air again to look around the area, and what he saw made him curse loudly. More precisely, not seen, the hunter was unable to pass through the portal or even look into it, Lee Mi-na appeared nearby. The girl asked where Hyun-soo had gone, and the hunter briefly described the situation to her. Then his attention was drawn to the cast-iron weight in the beauty's hand. It was something interesting, but Armand did not voice the assumption that she was involved in sports. They said goodbye, and Lee Mi-na flew away, asking to be informed if there were any changes in the area. On the other side of the portal, the sun was setting, illuminating strange wooden structures that looked more like ruins. The horse stood in the clouds of smoke and dust that rose from his fire attack. The monster looked incredibly ferocious. It turned out that there was no enemy at the site of the strike. This was the biggest disappointment in recent times, but far from the only one. The blonde screamed that the enemy was behind her. Hyun-soo was just using the heavenly demon soul pursuit technique. Then the boy performed a grain strike, but this time something went wrong. The horse did not reflect the attack, but dodged it. The master also warned the student about the threat from behind, but Hyun-soo simply did not have time to react in time. Night grabbed him in an armful and began to squeeze him like a vice, not even allowing him to breathe normally. Our hero tried to free himself, but even the circulation of internal energy throughout the body did not help much. Then he used the heavenly demon soul refining technique. This time, the technique worked just fine. Hyun-soo slipped out of the enemy's hands and jumped forward just enough so that he couldn't reach him, but the attack didn't have to be delayed. The horse couldn't understand how the guy had escaped, but he had an idea. Another glowing ball appeared in the air, but it was no longer pink, but silver. Then there was an explosion. Nothing was visible except the dark silhouette of the horse, with eyes burning with a bright flame. Suddenly, Hyun-soo attacked him. The monster asked what kind of tactics this was, to which the hero replied that even if he told him, the enemy would not understand. He raised his fist to once again use one of the heavenly demon-crushing blows. It was not for nothing that the master showed them. The explosion from the blow was almost the same as the previous attack of the monster on the hunter, maybe even more. But there was no effect at all. The horse put his hand forward and stood where he was. His face began to spread into a semblance of a smile. Hyun-soo dodged his fist, but the monster grabbed his arm. The boy used sickle slash, a slicing kick. After this, the enemy should have fallen apart into two parts. The energy trace indicated that the attack was successful, but nothing happened. The horse quickly jumped up somewhere. It was not visible. Only the wooden houses in the background were illuminated by a glow, and then an explosion thundered behind them. Hyun-soo attacked so suddenly that the enemy involuntarily opened up, exposing his most vulnerable spot to the enemy. The young man decided to use the tree strike. This tearing technique should work perfectly. This did not happen. The monster leaned forward a little, and in an ingratiating voice informed the hero that his techniques no longer worked on him. After that, the horse delivered a punch that threw the guy back tens of meters like a toy. It pierced the building and fell to the ground along with debris from the walls and stones, starting another fire. To rise, the young man would have to make a lot of effort, almost as much as to stop his flight. He squatted down, leaning on his hands. Rising to his full height was not yet possible due to the injuries. He needed to regenerate. The guy had time to think that his opponent was incredibly fast when he appeared right next to him and made another blow. With a cry of checkmate, the knight struck so hard that this time Hyun-soo flew even further and even faster. There were doubts that he had even survived. In appearance, its flight resembled a fiery comet, and Ha-yurak moved in the same way, but of its own free will and not as a result of a blow. The young man landed with his back against a stone embankment, and to his enemy's great surprise, he was still alive. And he even retained the ability to move, but he couldn't get up. He only managed to rise to a sitting position. The heavenly demon appeared behind his shoulder and calmly commanded the student to get ready, which made him extremely angry. The master reminded that the last 6 techniques that Hyun-soo taught were for killing a god. If the horse seemed so powerful to him, let him use them. Looking at the monster that was approaching him accompanied by a blonde, the young man replied that the enemy was too fast. The old man reminded that it doesn't matter how much internal energy a person has if he doesn't know how to use it. He added that 3 flowers had already bloomed twice, so the hero definitely knows how to create energy out of nothing and do it endlessly. The mentor explained in detail how to collect and circulate internal chi energy in this situation, and the guy began to follow the instructions. A message appeared that his speed had increased. The sky demon explained that he had just taught him how to apply acceleration to himself. The horse was very close, and the master advised not to waste time, but to finish off the enemy as quickly as possible. Hyun-soo was barely able to stand on his feet, but he decided to make the most of the advantage he had gained. He did what the heavenly demon taught him and began to glow as if he himself was an immaterial object. The acceleration kicked in, and the guy immediately rushed to attack the horse. He was more determined than ever before, helped by desperation. The patriarch muttered that the student was in good shape today. The young man was ready to deliver a crushing blow. He didn't just knock the monster down, he hit it so hard that it caused massive damage. Knight cursed foully. The guy jumped up to him from an unexpected direction and prepared to strike again. The enemy was puzzled as to where he got his strength and such speed. Hyun-soo decided to use the Heaven Scattering Strike. He suddenly felt an uncontrollable surge of energy and intended to put everything he could into the battle. The clouds of the scattered skies threw the horse back. As if it were not a huge monster, but a 3-year-old child, our hero seemed to have been replaced. The enemy also paid attention to this, noticing that the guy was acting in a completely different way than he had 5 minutes ago. At this moment, the young man used the old crow's release technique to mock the heavens, or rather, began to jump before attacking. He was throwing pinpoint strikes at such speed that it was unclear which side of night he was on. Explosions and streams of energy completely enveloped the monster. Only glowing eyes and a mouth distorted with anger and pain were visible. The blonde watched the battle. She also noticed that, having changed his technique, the hunter seemed to become a different person. If you try to intervene in the fight, you can get hurt, but it's good that you have a magical artifact, a special short sword, in reserve for emergencies. The girl hugged it to her chest and decided that she would only hand it over to her boss if absolutely necessary, when there were no other options. The horse was just trying to attack the young man, but he was much faster, and the monster did not stop cursing. The heavenly demon's disciple was everywhere and nowhere at once. He finally started to use his mentor's techniques correctly. Now Knight's attacks didn't work. The guy also teased his opponent, shouting that he was as slow as a damn snail. Right after these words, he hit the horse with such force that he lost the ability to breathe. The hero had more than enough energy. He constantly replenished the supply. The master watched the student. The Black Crow's heaven could be attributed to mystical techniques more than fist techniques. He was pleased. In the same plane, under the black moon and red skies, a huge Gothic castle towered. It gave the impression of a new building imitating an ancient one. Whether this was actually the case, we will not know today. The man reported that the horse had successfully drawn the singularity into this world, possibly due to the order to minimize destruction. Rook continued that Knight was fighting in his true form, afraid of the curse, but could not win. This proved the uniqueness of the man he brought here. The king, and the report was intended specifically for him, looked away from the landscape outside the window and ordered the visitor to stand up. He asked if he really would have to go through a lot of trouble because of him. Rook bowed his head and replied that such was their duty as vassals. The man continued to look out the window, and streams of energy began to emanate from him, so strong that the room began to acquire a pinkish tint. Rook screamed in horror that it was the energy of death, and the ruler apologized. He did not think about how it would affect his subordinate. The king paused and added that death was hard for him too, and with these words he let his subject go, citing the fact that he wanted to rest. The warrior had already left the chambers when he heard that he was being called back. The ruler said that he had forgotten to ask how the bishop was doing. The rook replied that the bishop was not under his command, but if the king ordered, he would find her. The ruler was silent, but then waved his hand that this was unnecessary and released the vassal. After the visitor left, the man opened both sashes of the huge window. Something subtly changed in his posture. The the stoop disappeared. The face also changed. Instead of the wise old man, there was now a handsome young man in the room. His gaze was sad. Meanwhile, Horse continued to receive more and more blows from Hyun-soo, and practically all he could do was spew curses. Having accumulated some strength, the monster decided to put it all into a counterattack and rose into the air. Now he cast not one glowing ball, but 3. Rock fragments rained down on our hero, but with his speed, this was not a problem at all. Meanwhile, the glow became brighter, and the balls rose higher. The monster directed all his energy into them. When the moment came, the rays, as in previous attempts, poured down, only now there were 3 times more of them. The heavenly demon asked the disciple what he would do, and he muttered that it was a very high level before deciding. But it was clear from his face that he had made his decision. The hero pushed off the ground and rushed upward, intending to counterattack. He used the falling skies technique and rushed forward like a comet, dodging all the beams. Like a needle in embroidery, he bypassed the flows of energy, which, like threads of fabric, were located in one direction and in one plane. The horse realized that he had miscalculated. The guy was very fast. The monster decided to change his plans to take the enemy alive. He turned out to be too strong. He would destroy everything in the area, along with Hyun-soo. The heavenly demon warned the student that the enemy intended to blow everything up, but he shouted that he would be faster than the horse. He attacked Night from above using the stormy skies technique, which was one of the moves he showed during the last training session. The young man used so much energy that he began to glow himself. His hair rose up, and his appearance became absolutely demonic. The blue flow of his internal ki energy entangled the horse like a rope, and the monster itself began to glow like a Christmas tree. Now that the enemy was immobilized, Hyun-soo decided to use the 5th technique of the demonic fists to finish off the enemy. He made his strike, and for a moment it seemed to the horse that the sky and the earth had changed places. His consciousness began to fail him. The exploding heavens seemed to have broken the beast's skull, and now the same flames were burning above its head as in its eyes. With the thought that his opponent had just nearly killed him, Knight stood up to finish off the bastard once and for all. The hero had no intention of turning into a corpse, so he used the last, 6th technique of the demonic fists that explode the heavens. Just a second before the boy was about to deliver the finishing blow, Horse extended his hand forward and asked him to wait. This was a signal for the blonde. The boss was hinting that it was time to use the short sword of absolute death. The girl understood everything correctly and threw it in Knight's direction, as if all she had done all her life was throw daggers. The sky demon caught himself on some new sensation. It was very strange and ominous. The horse and the blonde stood opposite each other. They had just done something they intended to use only when threatened with their own destruction. A huge black sphere formed around the young man, created by a magical artifact, and death was everywhere. The tip of the sword was right in front of our hero's face, as if it mentally pinned him, immobilizing him. Hyun-soo couldn't understand why everything around him had turned black, and he couldn't even blink. The situation was becoming more and more dramatic. The young man's consciousness began to leave him. At first his thoughts became cloudy, and then his body relaxed. It no longer belonged to the hero. For a moment, Hyun-soo's mind returned to him, and he thought that he simply couldn't lose like this, since he was the successor of the heavenly demon. He regained control of his body and used the heavenly demon breakthrough technique, delivering a series of powerful strikes to the sphere. The blow was very strong, but it had no effect. The hero began to call for the heavenly demon, but the teacher was not nearby. The situation became stalemate. Hyun-soo found himself trapped in a black sphere that reeked of death, leaving no doubt about his fate. The horse and the blonde could not understand how the guy managed to enter the realm of absolute death. Even though he is a singularity, it is something above human resources. The heavenly demon began to knock on the ball, trying to get through to the student, but it was all useless. He did not see or hear him. Even after the old man performed one of his signature moves, he was unable to pass through the walls of the sphere. The young man at that moment was fighting for his life and his mind, and not with just anyone, but with death itself. The fact that there had already been many like him here was clear from the countless number of skulls below. The clothes had disappeared somewhere, and the guy, as if in a vacuum, was floating around the sphere, surrounded by the energy of the dead. Somehow he managed to regain control of his muscles and stand up. The surrounding area was strange. The last thing Hyun-soo remembered was a dagger flying towards him. He continued to move forward, but all his eyes saw were mountains of corpses, bones and skeletons, and a few streams of energy. Suddenly the young man saw that same short magic sword, bound with chains. It looked like it had been sealed. The hero looked up at him and decided that he should get his weapon. It would be calmer in such a gloomy place. Hyun-soo wanted to pull the chain, but he pulled his hand back, as if he had been electrocuted or something like that. The boy tried again and heard a child's voice asking him not to touch the chain, with a boy standing behind him. The child explained that the short sword was his incarnation, so he asked not to touch it. Then he looked at the young man and asked how he managed to end up in this place alive. Usually only those who were killed by the dagger appear here. The child added that death was normal, and that only one person had ever come to him alive before. Hyun-soo asked how to get out of here. He was a little surprised that such a small child could be in such a situation. He tried to take the boy's hand, but he was again struck by a discharge of energy so strong that his head began to spin. Our hero felt that it was the child's consciousness that was resisting, and that it was beating against the bars, locked here as if in a prison. The boy remembered how he came here alive for the first time and created this prison with the words that he would look after him. He cried that he didn't want to hurt people anymore, but the man replied that he was now his property, so he had to obey. The child begged not to be forced to kill, begged to be let out of here, but no one cared about his tears. The man said that he was born to be a demonic weapon and had no right to change his purpose. The man ordered the child, and along with him the dagger, to become his shadow and help him, after which he placed a curse seal. He put his hand on the boy's head and his whole body, like glass, began to crack. It was terrible. The next moment the child shattered into pieces, and there was just a sea of despair and pain in his eyes. This is how that very magical artifact appeared, a deadly short sword or dagger. It was impossible to determine exactly. The sorcerer declared that everything had gone perfectly, that great power was hidden in great opportunity and would serve him. Then he conjured up chains and said that now the weapon could not escape from him. Let him accept this fact as a given. The first thing the boy tried to do was to free himself. The blade glowed, the chains swung, but nothing changed. Hyun-soo listened to this story. His heart was breaking from pain and resentment for the boy. The guy did not believe that someone could be so cruel. He looked down at the child and decided that he simply had to do something for him, at least try. The only logical solution was to break the chains. The boy asked in surprise what he had decided. The boy said that no one could break the seal because it was placed by the strongest man in the world. Our hero looked meaningfully at the child and reminded him that he too had come here alive, perhaps for a reason. The boy's eyes sparkled with hope and fear at the same time. He wanted freedom, but he was afraid that the stranger would do something even more terrible to him than the previous one. Hyun-soo added that he knew the strongest man in the world, and as long as he was here, the bastard who did this to him couldn't be called that. The kid was delighted, and now watched with curiosity as the young man tried to break the chain. At first, the hero simply broke the metal as if it were normal, but it soon became obvious that this did not work. The hero remembered the master's advice and first of all decided to focus and stir the air around his hands. The links cracked, the chains swung and glowed red. The muscles on the guy's back and arms became hard as stone. The boy's mouth dropped open in surprise. He noticed that the previous living person had a strength of a completely different level and nature. Hyun-soo said that he was the disciple of the strongest man in the world, and talking about it helped him concentrate. He created a super vibration based on the movement of his internal chi energy, and the chain cracked and gave way. To finish what he started, the hunter resorted to the acceleration technique. It looked impressive, but it became difficult to speak. Finally, the chain broke, and Hyun-soo shouted that one day he would surpass his mentor, and that would be a great day. The links began to fall from under the hero's hand. He was beaming with happiness, because deep down he doubted that he would succeed. The seal was broken, meaning that the prisoner could now leave the place of his eternal imprisonment. The sword was freed, the shackles fell, the seal of the curse placed on the boy by the king was broken. Now the child was free. Hyun-soo extended his hand to the child, saying that it was time to get out of here, but the child did not yet realize that he had such an opportunity. Our hero promised to punish those who kept the boy in captivity for so long and forced him to kill. He offered to join forces. At first the child doubted whether he could, but then with a joyful and confident face, he shook the hand extended to him. Someone evil, apparently a demon, received mortal wounds and bared his teeth in a grimace of furious anger. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon continued to attack the sphere. He managed to get hold of the material body of that demon, but even this did not help to destroy the shell. The old man repeated his attempts to get inside over and over again, deciding that he could not lose his student so stupidly. The horse and the blonde watched our hero with the thought that he had managed to hold out for a surprisingly long time. This had never happened before. Suddenly, the master tragically shouted Hyun-soo's name, his face looking shocked and full of grief. The ball exploded with a terrible sound, and a powerful and dense stream of pinkish-red energy burst out of it. The blonde clenched her teeth. As if she was not ready for such an ending, the horse solemnly announced that it was all over. Suddenly, a round ball of a bluish hue, the same as our hero's internal chi energy, appeared in the whirlpool of glow. He emerged from the clouds of smoke, proudly carrying on his hand a new ring, which the short sword of death had transformed into. The young man said that he had made it just in time. If he had hesitated even for a couple of seconds, he would have certainly died. The mentor immediately forgot how sincerely he wanted to save his student, attacking him with reproach for making him so worried. Hyun-soo apologized to the teacher with a smile and said that he was indeed fine and had no serious injuries. The sky demon shouted that in that case he deserved a good spanking. He could somehow give a sign that everything was okay a little earlier. In fact, both understood that he could not. The horse and the blonde watched in surprise as Hyun-soo apologized and bowed to someone invisible. They decided that the guy had gone crazy in the sphere. The degree of shock from what they saw was so high that they even forgot about their main goal, to obtain the singularity at any cost. Our hero looked in their direction and informed his mentor that there were a couple of scores to settle, and he intended to punish the bastards. The horse rushed into the attack, saying that the young man would be muttering under his breath and talking to himself in the next world. The young man didn't think so. He had already mastered the acceleration technique perfectly and understood in which situations it works best. In addition, there was a surprising amount of mana in the air, which could also be used for one's own purposes. A message appeared that the hero had inhaled it. The next step was the tree strike attack. This time it was effective. The enemy flew back, so strong was Hyun-soo's strike. The horse screamed in horror that our hero had become even stronger. He had absolutely no idea how to perceive the guy's constant self-improvement, but there was no time for these thoughts. With a terrifying explosion, the villain flew into the air, his figure dwarfed by the flames. It was the explosive power of mana that created the tree's explosive strike, a technique that Hyun-soo had invented on his own. Now it was the blonde's turn. Shouting at him not to get cocky, she began casting her spell. Most likely the thorns would appear again. That's what happened, but the hero already knew her capabilities, so he flew into the air before the girl had time to attack. He jumped over obstacles as if playfully, heading towards the witch, looking completely relaxed and carefree. A moment later, he was already tête-à-tête with the blonde, informing her that this wish was mutual and that she shouldn't get too cocky. Hyun-soo delivered a punch so powerful that his opponent flew high on her umbrella like Mary Poppins, only the landing was not so soft. Our hero's next blow was no less crushing. He was seething with anger for what these people had done to the child trapped in the dagger. The girl found the strength to rise to her feet. Now she watched the young man, realizing with horror that he was even faster than the horse. Just at that moment, the guy appeared behind her, asking if he was moving too slowly. The blonde looked back. She didn't notice at all how he ended up there. Fear was visible in her gaze. Hyun-soo showed the villainess the ring on his index finger and asked if she could recognize the item. The girl looked again at our hero's hand. Quite strong streams of energy were coming from the ring. She thought that the thing looked vaguely familiar. The guy explained that the ring came from a child they had tortured, and now it was time to answer for all their sins. The hero used the tree's ripping strike again. The blonde flew back again, but now the force of the attack was such that her heart almost stopped. The horse came to his senses and was now trying to get up to come to the aid of his girlfriend. But these attempts were not crowned with success. Then he remembered that he had not used another remedy. It was a red pea, similar to marble that the terrorists used. In fact, it was an elixir. The potion was called Immortal Supreme and increased strength by 3 times. The horse decided that this was his chance to win back, but the post-effect of the elixir was a year without movement. Deciding that it was worth it, the monster swallowed the pill, as if he had already emerged victorious from the battle. The villain jumped to his feet. He felt incredibly powerful and even increased significantly in size. He was determined to see it through to the end, because the price the monster had paid for this power was very high. The monster screamed deafeningly, challenging Park Hyun-soo to a fight. The hero was in no hurry to respond to this call. He was busy with something else. The horse flew into a rage and once again loudly shouted the hero's name, accusing him of cowardice. This was the last straw. Before the enemy could finish speaking, he received a blow to the face with such force that the words got stuck right in his throat. The young man did not keep himself waiting long. The horse flew helplessly somewhere far away, knocked down by the force of the blow. He thought that even after the elixir, he was not fast enough to compare with Park Hyun-soo. The next technique used by the hero was called Heaven's Fall, the blow once again causing a powerful explosion. The young man, like a shining meteor, caught up with his opponent, who did not even try to get up. An elbow strike finished the job. Now no elixir in the world could help the horse. The job was practically finished. The monster howled in pain, raising its head upwards. Something strange was happening to it, but what exactly he did not yet understand. The hero's hand was suddenly covered in metal armor, saying that it belonged to the one he tortured. Hyun-soo struck, after which Knight could no longer do anything. The monster's face twisted in a grimace of pain. Black blood poured over its fur, but Hyun-soo did not stop. He struck again and again, as if his hand was controlled not by himself, but by the ring, which had turned into an armored gauntlet. The horse was knocked down and now lay on the ground in a shapeless mass, not making a sound, although he was still alive. The boy sat down, leaning on his knee with the glove that the ring had turned into. He heard the boy thank him. A message appeared about the ego ring named Hallie. The saved soul seeks to atone for the lives taken. The ring can take the form of any object or weapon, depending on the needs. The heavenly demon respectfully noted that the artifact was very powerful, and the student asked if martial artists didn't use things like that. Looking at the horse, whose face was frozen in an angry grimace, the mentor asked why the guy didn't kill him, and he replied that there were still many questions for this man. We need to find out why the portals were created, why they were connected to Earth, and what the ultimate goal of the attackers was. The old man offered to teach him a couple of torture techniques, but the hero replied that it would be better if he met someone and called out to Hallie. Streams of energy began to flow from the ring, and then a boy appeared. He looked a little wary. The master came right up to him and began to examine him carefully, his eyes turning white from the strain. The child jumped back and hid behind Hyun-soo's leg, screaming that this old man was really scary. The guy calmly stroked his head and said that there was nothing to worry about, but it wouldn't hurt to introduce himself. The boy nodded obediently and bowed to the heavenly demon, saying that his name was Hallie. the master muttered that he was a very polite child. Hyun-soo calmly explained that this little one was the very same short sword of death, a magical artifact. The look his mentor gave him after these words was impossible to describe. It was a mixture of extreme surprise and disbelief. The old man said that the short sword was the embodiment of death, which the young man only thought about. Hyun-soo replied that this boy was the true form of that sword. Hallie had killed against his will while sealed by a curse, and now that he was free, the master objected that they knew nothing of his true intentions. The young man put his arm around the boy's shoulders and repeated that he was just an unfortunate child who had been used by other people for their own purposes all his life. The patriarch closed his eyes, trying to accept the fact that the student had developed his own opinion that would have to be taken into account. Finally, the old man raised his eyelids and smiled, then waved at Hallie, beckoning him to come closer to him. Hyun-soo encouraged the boy, telling him that everything was fine. His teacher wasn't that scary, but the hero himself thought that sometimes the master was just scary. The child walked towards the heavenly demon, slouching and stumbling, yet he had boundless trust in the one who had freed him. The master placed his hand on the child's head, and everything around was painted in different colors from the energy flows that the old man used. Then there was an explosion, leaving behind a deep crater and clouds of smoke. The heavenly demon was finishing his spell. Hyun-soo looked worried. Finally, the patriarch's hand rose from the back of the boy's head, a whirlwind of the old man's remaining chi still swirling around his head. What our hero and his new friend saw amazed both of them. The boy joyfully exclaimed that the teacher was a real magician. All the writings on his body disappeared. The mentor quietly whispered to his student that he had erased only a small part, and he raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. The master reported that this little body had destroyed as many lives as there are grains of sand in the desert. He had merely wiped the dirt from its skin, nothing more. Remembering the mountains of skulls he had seen in the black sphere of death, the young man understood what his teacher was talking about. Hyun-soo confidently stated that since this was just the beginning, he would help Hallie free herself completely. The heavenly demon replied that he had matured greatly in his judgment. Then the guy looked at the little boy and asked if he knew how they could all get out of this world. The child turned out to be smart and observant. He reminded her of the pink umbrella with which the blonde created portals. Armand continued to hover above the city streets, watching the portal. All countless attempts to pass through it failed. The hero was in mixed feelings. He didn't think that he would ever have to feel so pathetic and helpless. Meanwhile, Lee Mina returned to the association office and reported that everything was calm at the scene, but Hunter Park Hyun-soo had not returned yet. The CEO suggested waiting and not calling Armand away from the portal for now, let him observe for a while longer. The decision turned out to be correct, as the hunter noticed that the gates began to vibrate and someone's bare feet appeared from them. What he saw next was shocking. A completely naked Hyun-soo was carrying the body of some man in his arms, smiling radiantly. He had an umbrella in his hand. Armand shuddered. When the boy landed on the ground, the hunter ran to meet him and joyfully greeted the hero, saying that they all believed that he would be able to escape. He laid the body he was carrying on the ground, saying that it was that strange guy nicknamed Horse. Armand looked at Hyun-soo with new eyes. Now he felt deep respect for him, because to defeat such a monster and return unharmed was a miracle. The young man suggested that the best solution now would be to send Knight to the committee managing the affairs of the gate in Sydney. The hunter agreed that it wouldn't hurt to investigate the situation and volunteered to carry out this assignment personally. As a bonus, he gave Armand an umbrella, explaining that this magical artifact controlled portals, so it should also be thoroughly studied. If Anderson's research is successful, they will have a new way to instantly travel through space and between worlds. Armand didn't listen. He pointed with his gaze somewhere below the hero's waist and muttered that, judging by the lack of clothes, the fight was not easy. Only then did Hyun-soo notice that he was naked. But the guy quickly pulled himself together and laughed cheerfully, appreciating the comic nature of the situation. He explained that the battle really was not easy. The hunter began to take off his shirt, explaining that people and possibly the press would soon appear here. He helped Hyun-soo cover his nakedness, adding that it was not appropriate for the hero to appear in public like that, and the guy thanked him for his help. Armand arrived just in time. The young man heard many voices calling his name and looked ahead. Journalists were already rushing towards him, shouting that Hunter Park Hyun-soo simply had to comment on the latest events. The microphones were aimed at our hero. The questions overlapped one another. He was completely confused. Unlike the Frenchman, the hunter had no such experience. At home, the young man hoped that he would be able to rest and enjoy the silence. He was very tired. But he couldn't do it in the apartment either. The master turned on the news. The press was making a noise that the hero saved the country. But where were his clothes? The teacher was unhappy with the increased interest in his students' nudity, and Hallie didn't understand what was wrong with Armand's shirt. Hyun-soo fell onto his bed and slept for almost a day. At noon, the next day he opened his eyes and thought that he had had a great rest. The first thing he saw was the sky demon hovering in front of the monitor and Hallie, who completely repeated his pose and behavior. The guy collapsed back into bed. He had expected that the next day the hype around his personality would die down, but it only got worse. The boy flew up to him and apologized for making so much noise. The hero replied that everything was fine and he was not offended. The mentor kept making jokes about what was under the shirt, and it was more than Hyun-soo could bear. Shouting that it was enough to make fun of him, the boy threw a pillow at his mentor, which caused a new wave of merriment. The sky demon and the boy began floating through the air, pretending to be targets for a pillow fight. It was simply impossible to stay angry at them for long. After a while, our hero calmed down and lay down to scroll through the newsfeed himself. The teacher sat down on the bed with a serious look. He told the young man that he wanted to talk to him, or rather, tell him something, so he should take a minute. From the tone, the guy understood that the matter was serious, so he sat down on his knees and bowed his head, saying that he was ready to listen to the master. After a long pause, the old man laughingly declared that he really wanted ramen, and let the young man cook it for him. The young man fell face down on the bed in anger and laughter. The young man was extremely indignant that he had been so deceived, and Hallie pestered the patriarch with questions about what ramen was, shouting that since their family was growing, he would reveal to them the great secret of home food delivery. Hyun-soo began choosing dishes for dinner. They ordered so much of everything that the ramen was modestly hidden in a corner against this backdrop. It seemed like a feast, for the whole world was brewing. The spicy fried chicken was the biggest hit, and both the heavenly demon and the boy were delighted. Smacking his lips, the old man thanked the student for the pleasure he had given him. The boy was glad that he had managed to please him and did not have to stand behind the stove himself. Next came the turn of the special noodles, bibimbap, which turned out to be so spicy and delicious that the master closed his eyes. Then he opened them so wide that the student was again afraid that he had screwed up the food order or something. But it turned out that everything was just the opposite. The heavenly demon shouted that the combination of products and spices was simply perfect. Let him immediately give him more. Hallie hadn't eaten human food for a long time. He sat sadly next to the box of chicken and didn't know where to start. Saying that there was no point in sitting there, he would feed him now. The master lifted the chicken leg into the air and sent it towards the boy. The child looked at the food and said that he could not eat it the same way as the teacher. The old man laughed, and the little boy almost cried. He was offended, so he had to complain to Hyun-soo. The heavenly demon immediately apologized for not thinking about it. A smiling student immediately leaned towards him, wondering if the patriarch had really just used telekinesis. The boy was delighted that the master could move objects without touching them, just like Armand did. The teacher said that the hero asks some basic things. He does it with the help of telekinesis chi and intends to teach Hyun-soo in the near future. He explained that you need to imagine an imaginary hand and direct energy into it, and then use it as if it were a real one. With the current level of the hero, this should be easy as pie for him. But this version of telekinesis is only suitable for small objects. Armand's abilities have nothing to do with it. Chaos reigned in the house. Everyone began to try out the new technique. Then the young man began to clean up, and the old man and the child began to fool around, both extremely pleased with the dinner. The Sky Demon remembered with surprise that when they first met, Hallie had called him scary and said that he looked like his grandfather. Looking at how the little boy was now having such a carefree time, the patriarch thought that now was a truly happy time for him. The young man remembered their recent training in the forest, when the mentor ordered him to find his way home on his own, without using his superpowers. At that time, this caused the guy genuine bewilderment, but then he realized that physical and mental qualities need to be practiced just as special abilities do. So Hyun-soo suddenly spontaneously approached the teacher and bowed to him, thanking him for everything he had done for him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the king's castle was far from as joyful and friendly as in our hero's apartment. The ruler was sitting in a deep armchair opposite the window, and a red-haired young man in uniform came to him with a report. The king leaned back, his face old and haggard, a thick black shadow falling over his eyes. The visitor, on the contrary, looked cheerful and full of life. His posture was relaxed and his gaze was sharp. He asked if the owner of the house had had a good nap, and he immediately jumped to his feet and asked why he had come. Now the king's face became young and carefree. The man said that he came here because the ruler was all alone. He needed company. The man told the guest that he was surprised that someone could think of him in such a way. Something like this had never happened before. The redhead smiled and explained that Holly, after all, was being stolen for the first time. It seemed that the singularity that was found had a mystical talent. The child was not supposed to even think about getting rid of the shackles and going free, and yet the boy ran away. The conversation then proceeded according to the standard small talk pattern, with the host and guest exchanging meaningless phrases while each was thinking about his own. Here the king suddenly spoke out about the fact that the singularity did not kill the horse. The visitor asked if the boss wanted him to live. After all, if Knight opens his mouth, everything could become much more complicated. The lord nodded. But then he explained that it is not so easy to make the horse talk. People think that they can get information, but this is doubtful. Red noticed that the king was calmer than he thought. The ruler said that in this world, everyone can be replaced. The visitor said that the owner of the house was kind of boring. He replied that he would not show him the door. The hint was understood correctly, and the guy hurried away. Already at the door, he turned around and waved his hand, saying that if anything was needed, let them send a messenger. The king rose from his chair, saying that it was very difficult for him to communicate with this man, but he had no choice. He came up and opened both window sashes again, letting fresh night air into the room. For some reason, it smelled like the sea. The ruler thought that he had not expected that Hallie could think about escaping. It seemed to him that he had completely suppressed the boy's will, so this is what Park Hyun-soo is capable of. The horse was in Sydney, and his stay at the Portal Affairs Committee was not pleasant, with people using special equipment to try to get information. The young man said that there was no need to be so stubborn. There was no point in it. His white sneakers were so clean, as if they had never touched the ground. Knight didn't answer. It was obvious that he was barely alive, and perhaps had lost consciousness. The man's eyes were closed. Isaac poked some more buttons on the remote, and it became obvious that the horse was, at the very least, alive. He screamed. Well, then he offered the boy to make a deal with him, or at least just talk. Apparently the villain was tired of enduring the torment. The teenager leaned forward angrily and shouted that in his situation, there should have been no strength left for conversation. The man gritted his teeth and began to promise Isaac that he would give him everything he could dream of, that he could get anything. In response, the guy said that he wanted one thing, to be the strongest man in the world. The horse answered, easily. Then the guy asked if he would then be the king. Knight cursed. Isaac pressed the button again. This time the flow of energy that hit the prisoner was even stronger than the previous one. The special device was designed to cause unbearable suffering to the nervous system, but not to kill. The horse screamed. He no longer had the moral strength to endure this execution in silence. The torture continued for several hours. The guy explained that he wanted to become the strongest person in the world because he was unique. Knight asked if this impudent teenager was a singularity. The thought that people already had two singularities made the villain suddenly start laughing uncontrollably. It looked like hysteria. Isaac looked at him puzzled and asked if the prisoner had gone crazy and why he was having so much fun. The young man was ready to throw himself at the man with his fists, asking why he was laughing. The horse tried hard to pretend that he found it very funny, but then explained that he was amused by the idea that the brat had called himself a singularity. He added that in this case, Isaac should at least be on the same level as Park Hyun-soo. The teenager made an offended face. The guy clenched his fists and shouted menacingly that one day he would definitely surpass the Korean in every sense. The horse gleefully reported that the problem was that Hyun-soo's strength was constantly growing. It was growing even now. Even during his battle with the horse, it was growing. The villain's eyes blazed with fire. He declared that Isaac was no match even for the hunters who helped in the fight against the terrorists. It was a blow to the heart. The teenager froze and then rushed to the control panel, saying that the bastard would die right now. He had already raised his hand over the red button, intending to make his terrible threat a reality. At the last moment, someone grabbed Isaac by the wrist, preventing him from making an irreparable mistake. It was Raven, and his face made it clear that someone was in deep trouble. The teenager was seriously scared. The teacher asked sternly how many times he had forbidden the boy to come here. How dare he enter the testing room of the research center? Raven ordered the boy to get out, and he headed down the corridor, muttering under his breath about how he was being pushed around here like a powerless slave and that it was unfair. The horse asked why the man stopped Isaac. Hadn't they realized yet that he didn't care about torture? The hunter addressed the villain by name, calling him Dia Chungun. The prisoner ignored the phrase and began to insist that his colleagues would come to free him. So wouldn't it be better to avoid unnecessary casualties and just let him go? Raven asked skeptically whether the fool really expected anyone to save him. The horse asked him in amazement what he meant, to which he received the answer that he had been abandoned, doomed to death, and that no one needed him. The natural reaction was anger, and the man began to yell that humans could not know anything about their relationship. Raven pressed the red button. A bolt of energy shot through the prisoner's body, silencing him mid-sentence. The torture was more severe than those carried out by Isaac. Knight endured the pain and said that the tormentor had no right to say such things. The king would not abandon him. It was simply ridiculous. Raven suddenly changed his appearance. His hair turned black, and a shadow fell on his face. He said that he could see different versions of the interweaving of time and events. Then he became himself again, and arrogantly announced that in none of these options did the king come and save him. The horse had no words to answer. He began to think over what he had heard with a surprised face, and understanding gradually appeared on his face. Suddenly he said the name Neiman. Raven's face did not change, but he froze tensely, as if rooted to the spot. The prisoner was confirmed in his guess and began to laugh loudly, saying that in front of him was Neiman, who would have thought. The man was hysterical, his fingers drumming on the armrests of the chair and his legs shaking, and the horse continued to laugh. The horse leaned forward and said that since Neiman was in front of him, the king really would not come. He continued to laugh, but it was the bitter laughter of the doomed. Raven asked who Neiman was, and then loudly, as if working on camera, said that the prisoner had apparently lost his mind. The hunter asked why the horse called him that, and he, laughing, said, turning to the king, that he would do whatever his majesty wished. Raven cried out indignantly, and the prisoner laughingly asked Neiman to try harder, otherwise the result was not so great. With a cry that he had had enough, Raven extended his hand forward. He had completely lost his composure, and it was obvious to the naked eye. There was an explosion. The hunter covered his face. He did not expect that something like this could happen, and tried to understand what was wrong with the horse. But if you look closely, you could see that the man's hands were not in a defensive position. They were casting a spell. The explosion was still going on, but Raven had already turned his back on it and headed towards the exit of the room. He walked out into the corridor with a gloomy look, as if he had just learned that humanity was doomed, or something like that. The hunter then went to the storage room and took a huge sword from there. Its hilt was decorated with a blue magic crystal. As we remember, Raven had the ability to move forward and backward in time, tracking various possible developments. Now he was moving back to the moment of the explosion to understand what exactly had happened in the test room. He saw that the horse's eyes flashed with light, and it was he who twirled a fiery whirlpool right on his chest, apparently to disguise his escape. Then the man returned to the moment when the prisoner laughingly asked him, Naaman, to try harder. Yes, this was the most opportune time to change the course of events. Raven raised his sword to strike. The horse's head flew off his shoulders, with a silent question frozen in his eyes. He still didn't understand how this could have happened and where the weapon came from. With a farewell horse, Raven kicked her straight down from the parapet as if she were ordinary trash. The hunter clutched his head and thought that he had never seen a future with a suicide bombing. How could he allow something like that to happen right under his nose? This was a sign of the creation of an unpredictable future, which meant that the others might also be in a completely different position than expected. Raven thought that if the others found out about this, they would definitely turn the whole world upside down. There was no doubt about it. He was angry and scared. At this time, the heavenly demon somehow returned 50 years ago to the place where the battle with evil took place, and he lost his previous disciple. The Murim factions then fell into a trap and retreated. Suddenly, the student appeared right in front of him, alive and well. The patriarch asked Kangso-il how he managed to survive, but the man only bowed respectfully. Changma Kangso-il was the most valuable and talented of the 6 students. He grimly replied that he was already dead. But he came here to tell the teacher that they need to get out of here as soon as possible. There is little time. The heavenly demon, only 50 years younger, said that he would avenge the deaths of all his disciples, his eyes blazing with the fire of self-sacrifice. The heavenly demon, in the form of an old man, told the disciple that he had kept his word by tearing his killer apart with his bare hands. He bowed gratefully and said that they had absolutely no time now, so let him listen carefully and do what he asked. Kangso-il said that when that day comes, let the teacher have no doubts. The master shouted that he did not understand what he was talking about, but the student did not answer. He only said goodbye and went into the clouds, from which he emerged to warn his mentor. The old man looked at the swirling clouds and thought about what exactly his student was trying to say. He would be trying to solve this riddle for the next few days. Suddenly he found himself in Hyun-Soo's room. Everything that happened was like a dream or a vision. The master was stunned. He rose into the air and began to meditate, thinking that he had never slept or dreamed since the moment he separated from his body. He went over in his mind once more the words of the disciple that when that day came, he should never doubt what it meant. Watching Hyun-Soo and Holly fooling around, the old man wondered what Kangso-il was trying to tell him. In China, the government dealt with portal-related issues directly, without intermediaries. In the building where state meetings were held, a meeting was taking place between a number of trusted persons and the president. One of his subordinates tried to explain to him that leaving the Black Dragon Society in the state it was in now was the right thing to do. The president asked what else they could do if neither the military nor the public safety structures had been able to cope. The vice president reminded that the world order is based on the balance of yin and yang, and it is in this matter that the Black Dragon can succeed. The secretary came in and said that a call had come in. The vice president waved his hand, saying that they should call back later. The president had a meeting. The girl said that it was Chinran from the Black Dragon Society, and the phone immediately ended up in the hands of the head of government. The man exclaimed where the information came from, that the portal would soon be broken through. Everyone present fell silent and looked in his direction. The female voice on the phone continued that this would happen in Tibet, she called, because she considered this information important. The girl in national dress added that she informed the president first, but asked to keep this information secret for now. Almost immediately after making this call, the hunter went to the Beijing airport. She walked around the terminal hall and tried to explain to the secretary that this unplanned trip to Korea was very important. The man asked if the boss was sure of her decision, and she replied that since they had already started, they couldn't stop. He reminded the huntress of the terrorist attack and the fragment of paradise, begging her to think before flying to this country. She was adamant in her intention. The girl added that she wanted to do it without any extra witnesses, so he should stop yelling and do everything quietly. Soon, the high-rises of Beijing gave way to the residential developments of Seoul, as if someone invisible had simply replaced one set of scenery with another. Our hero was in his home. Now we don't say apartment, because he bought the entire building. It turned out to be very convenient. First of all, because of the portal, Hyun-soo had a vision. Someone's voice said that the king was the main one among the enemies they would have to fight. The boy clearly felt the overwhelming presence of this person when he explored Hallie's mind. How strong must he become to defeat such a powerful opponent, perhaps the strongest being in existence? The guy started to crush rocks, practicing more and more new techniques. He trained so hard for many days in a row. When he finished, a whole mountain of rocks had formed behind him, his fists pounding the rock more effectively than an excavator. But this was not enough. Hyun-soo concentrated and started the circulation of chi to restore the resource, while the hero thought that he should become even stronger. Then the heavenly demon appeared and praised the disciple, saying that he had performed very well today. The young man made such a face that the teacher could not restrain himself and asked what he had said wrong. What kind of face was that? With an awkward smile, the student explained that the old man had always scolded and berated him, so why on earth had he decided to praise him now? The master yelled that it was because Hyun-soo was a masochist, but he laughed that such a reaction seemed much more normal. In the association building, everything went on as usual. The secretaries worked with papers, the hunters spent their time training. The CEO was sitting at his work computer and studying some papers, apparently contracts. There was a knock at the door, and the secretary reported that he had a visitor, and that this was not the kind of person he could refuse to see. The head of the association clarified who exactly he was talking about, to which the girl noted that now everything would become clear. A huntress in a red dress from China appeared on the threshold. She entered the office with a joyful face, without waiting for an invitation. The CEO greeted Chinran with open joy. They had been friends for a long time. The girl said with a smile that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The man noticed that she had become younger. The head of the Black Dragon Guild, a hunter in third place in the S-Rank rating, was 77 years old. The beauty laughed that it was because of the limitation she becomes younger when she uses her ability. She asked if the chief would like to offer his old friend a cup of tea, and the man immediately gave the appropriate order. The visitor shook her head and said that she would actually rather have some coffee. 2 cups of the drink were immediately on the table. The association knew that when guests of such caliber visited, they had to give it their all. The old friends sat down at the table, and the man asked to what he owed such a sudden, albeit very pleasant, visit. The huntress reported that a portal had appeared on the plateau in Tibet. It was now at 82 on the Anderson scale. The chief asked if it was time to evacuate the residents. Chinran said there was a small town there that had already been evacuated, and she had been instructed not to disclose the information. The association's director general suggested that since the government had even brought in the head of the Black Dragon, the situation was at a stalemate. The girl explained that in fact, no, it's just that only one person and only a man can enter that portal. None of those who entered there returned. The chief asked if this meant that they were all dead. The beauty took a sip of coffee and replied that she had no idea. Then she voiced the purpose of the visit. In the hunter's opinion, Park Hyun-soo and no one else should enter the portal next. The head of the association did not like this request. He said that he saw no need to send such a hunter to clear out an ordinary portal. The girl replied that this was not an ordinary portal, it was classified as an S rank. Hearing this, the man was stunned. Meanwhile, in China, the president and vice president were having a good time enjoying food. Taking another delicacy with his chopsticks, the head of government said that the situation was funny. His colleagues believe that nothing should be done regarding the Black Dragon Guild, and that this is dangerous. The servant brought tea and offered the gentleman to drink so as not to worry, it interferes with digestion. Then a man came up and started to move his chair to join the meal, and the president informed him that everyone was listening to Chinran like lapdogs. Chang, the king's subordinate, one of the pawns, folded his arms and explained that the huntress had just left for Korea. Meanwhile, our hero was called to the association office. It was evening, and he was surprised why they didn't schedule a meeting for the next morning. The CEO personally opened the door for the young man and invited him into the office. Something was clearly fishy here. As soon as they crossed the threshold, streams of flame and smoke rushed into the hero's face. It became so hot that it was impossible to breathe. The leader stood, engulfed in streams of flame, and looked at Chinran in surprise, not understanding what she had done. The man turned green. It became impossible for him to breathe. He still could not believe that his girlfriend was attempting on his life. And it wasn't necessary. Hyun-soo put his hand on the leader's back and poured some of his own chi energy into him. His breathing was restored. The flame went out. The CEO asked what it was, and the guy, smiling, replied that someone was just having fun. Chinran sat back on the sofa with a satisfied look and reported that the hero was simply incomparable, as befits an S rank. She invited the hunter to make himself comfortable. There was a serious and probably long conversation to be had. Hyun-soo sat up and asked the beauty if she thought the greeting was a bit too rude. The huntress laughed and explained that it was a test. The matter was so serious that it could not be trusted to just anyone. The girl said that her name was Chinran, and her position was called the chairman of the Black Dragon Hunters Society. The guy also gave his name. The girl added that the more she uses her power, the younger she becomes. Such a stupid limitation of her abilities, the hero was surprised. Chinran explained that this was the reason she looked so good now, and then apologized if the young man thought her behavior was rude. The chief and the huntress explained the essence of the question, and our hero replied that the task was perfectly clear to him. They waited for an answer, but the young man said nothing more. He was thinking about what he had just heard. Finally, with a slightly indignant look, Hyun-soo asked why they wanted to send him into the portal. At first, Chinran wanted to cheat by saying that the hero was currently the most popular hunter. Realizing that he had not fallen for the manipulation, the Black Dragon Chief gave in and said that the reason was that the guy was a singularity. Humanity's last chance to fight the Dragon of Destruction, Hyun-soo liked this explanation more. The beauty finished by saying that she wanted to see him in action and see with her own eyes that the singularity could save them. This is an S-rank dungeon, and only he can enter it. If he survives, he can count on her help and support in any matters. The young man agreed with the words that a portal of this level is a threat to all of humanity, so he will go. Besides, it was simply impossible to refuse Chinran. They shook hands, sealing their agreement. When the company left the meeting room, the guy asked the beauty what her schedule was, to which he received the answer that the girl was flying out that very day. When saying goodbye, she suggested that the hero visit his loved ones. Who knows if he will return here alive? Hyun-soo sighed. For some reason he hadn't thought about this. The leader said goodbye and wished the guest a successful flight. The heavenly demon decided to cheer up the student and said that as long as he was with him, there was no need to worry about such nonsense. The hero replied that he knew this, and besides, he was now much stronger than he had been just a couple of weeks ago. The palace in the world where the ancestral dragon lived and where the king's minions now settled was as beautiful as before. Only the knight was no longer there, and some chess pieces had gathered at the table to discuss it. Rook explained to those gathered that their comrade had chosen death over the possibility of revealing secret information under torture. Salden, one of the pawns, laughed that he didn't expect that idiot to make such a sensible decision. Chan, who we already knew, asked him to watch his language. One of their comrades had just died, so why such a tone? Rook stopped their bickering by shouting that now was not the time for strife. He was clearly not in the mood. He asked the elephant to temporarily take the place of the horse. Bishop replied that she would be happy to do so. At this time, whispers began at the table that this would not last long, and it would be interesting to see who would be the next knight. Saldan asked to take him. Katarina, another of the pawns, was indignant that this was pure rudeness on his part. The squabbling began again until Bordux, a pawn like the others but considerably older, commanded everyone to be quiet. Silence reigned and Rook stood up. He had news that needed to be voiced in the appropriate setting. Looking around at those present, the man said that none of them would take the position of horse. The king had already made the appropriate decision. He then asked Chan how things were going in China, and Chan replied that he was relying mainly on the greed and benevolence of the Chinese government. Rook announced that the meeting was over and everyone except Bishop could go. The girl went to the window and said that they hadn't been together for a long time. Both were busy all the time. The man nodded and asked if the rumors about Park Hyun-soo agreeing to the raid on the portal were true, and Slan answered in the affirmative. The plane on which our hero went to China was huge. The hero had never flown on anything like it before. At the airport, the young man looked around in bewilderment, thinking that someone had to pick him up from here. Just then, a man in a white shirt called out to him, after which he bowed in greeting, saying that his name was Khan, and it was an honor to accompany the hunter. 3 days before, a meeting of the Three Alliances, one of the country's largest firms, was held in Beijing. Chang Fu-wei, the head of the greed organization, dressed in a red suit, invited all the greeters to the negotiating table. The purpose of their meeting is very important. He said their association had dominated the global market for generations, and that could not be allowed to change now. The main threat to their well-being is Chinran and her Black Dragon Society. They are trying to destroy their organization. He raised his hand up and shouted that they were now called Greed because they would achieve their goal, regardless of anyone or anything, and would get what they wanted. Those present raised their fists and shouted that they were ready to wish and strive as much as it took. Chang Fu-wei added that they were entering a new era, and all they needed to do was trust him. Before flying to Beijing, our hero visited his brother in the hospital, as Chinran advised him to do. The doctor reported that the condition was stable, and there were no changes. Hyun-soo thought that he was very grateful to Yoon for looking after Hyun-tae. He voiced these thoughts to his mentor, who confirmed that the guy was very lucky to have such a reliable friend. The young man decided to leave, but the master laughed that there were rumors that gratitude could be expressed with a couple of bucks. Also, before the trip, it was necessary to drop by Hayurak. The heavenly demon couldn't wait to meet the fiery woman. The huntress was no longer in the hospital. She went to work at the office of the Red Lions Guild and waited for the hero in her office. Her hair began to take on a fiery hue again, which meant that her abilities were gradually being restored. Ha-Yurak handed Hyun-soo a drink and asked if Chinran really asked him for help. The hero nodded. The beauty advised to prepare properly before going in, and then added that she was sure that her Chinese friend would take care of the proper equipment. The young man was surprised that they were so close, to which the girl replied that despite the age difference, they became friends, because there are more women among S ranks. Hayurak looked at the boy intently and said that he had to return alive. He nodded that there could be no other options. With that, they said goodbye. Heading towards the door, Hyun-soo added that he hoped to see them soon. He smiled. Left alone, the girl lit a flame in her hand and looked sadly at how uncertainly it burned. There was still a lot to restore. After this, the plane took off into the air. As we remember, our hero was met at the airport by Mr. Khan. The man pointed Hyun-soo to the car that had been sent for him. This means of transportation was the safest right now. On the way to the car, Khan praised the young man's Chinese, to which he replied that, in fact, the language was unfamiliar to him. He showed Lordman's intercom and laughed when the sky demon remarked that a real man wouldn't reveal all his secrets right away. The car that was waiting for Hyun-soo was so luxurious that he felt embarrassed to even approach it. They drove onto the highway. The guy asked how far the final destination was. Khan replied that the journey would take about 4 hours. The young man did not like moving this way. He thought that it would be much faster if he just flew. Suddenly he heard screams outside the window. A flame broke out. The guy asked to stop the car immediately, but this did not happen. The Khan replied that such things happen from time to time. His task today is to deliver the hunter to his destination, and he will do it. Hyun-soo tried to insist, but the man assured him with a smile that someone else would definitely take care of this incident. Finally, the car passed under the beautiful arched gate of the Chinran estate, with a well-kept park visible ahead. Khan explained that this territory is also used as the main headquarters of the Black Dragon Society. Ahead, a huge palace was visible, somewhat similar to a temple since it was in the form of a pagoda. The guy thought that in real life it looked simply gorgeous. Han noted that the chairman had asked to bring the hero here. She wanted nothing to mar Hyun-soo's stay in the country. The huntress ran out to meet the guest almost with open arms. She was extremely happy about his arrival. The girl, in her usual manner, said that she had dressed up nicely today on purpose. Otherwise, who knows how long she would have to stay at this age. She treated the guy to tea, and he noticed that on the way here he saw an explosion. Chinran explained that it was the work of the Greed Association. The hero was surprised that there were terrorists in China too. The huntress explained that the action was against the Black Dragon, as they destroyed the black market, casinos and cartel. Hyun-soo regretted not intervening. She climbed into some black box and said that he shouldn't interfere in China's internal affairs since he came for the portal, will concentrate on it. Saying that she should use this gift before leaving, Chinran placed the elixir in a box on the table. The young man looked at its contents with disbelief, but his heavenly mentor was very impressed. The huntress explained that they had obtained this unique A-rank item from a raid on an A-rank portal, but the effects had not been properly researched. Hyun-soo couldn't believe they were giving the elixir to him, but Chinran explained that she wanted to increase his chances of success as much as possible. The guy doubted, but the girl insisted that he accept the gift. Now he is the only one who can save humanity. She added that nothing is a pity for the savior. Our hero did not expect to hear anything like that. Now he looked at what was happening from a slightly different angle. The master also emphasized his new status and position. But then, with a sly smile, he reminded him that he couldn't reject the gift of a grateful heart. Let him take the elixir, finally. When they left the estate, Chinran ordered the Khan to take the guest to the chambers prepared for him. Here the girl's face changed. She looked a little stunned. It soon became clear that she was looking at a box with a gift. The hero preferred to use telekinesis. The young man explained that he thought it would be safer, with fewer jolts and less risk of falling. The heavenly demon was furious that the brat was showing off in front of a beauty who, by the way, was old enough to be his grandmother. Chinran was pleasantly impressed that he had already mastered such skills. It took the boy's arrogance down a bit. Before they said goodnight, the Black Dragon leader reminded them that they could contact her with any questions and at any time. Once they arrived at the apartment where they were offered to spend the night, Hyun-soo stopped in front of the door. The mentor demanded that they open the box immediately. He explained that an emergency situation had arisen and someone had decided to activate the gift without permission. The elixir has the property of thinking. The master explained that he felt it as soon as it was activated. The guy replied that it felt like he now had two brains. The heavenly demon explained that this meant that his mental abilities were not that good. If he used thinking correctly, he would be able to reach a whole new level. Hyun-soo looked at the item and asked if his level of thinking would increase if he ate the elixir. The teacher replied that no, but it would become easier to maintain. The teacher said to eat faster. Thinking quickly absorbs internal energy, so you need to increase it as soon as possible. The boy put the object in his mouth and began to chew, his eyes widening as if atropine had been dropped into them. Then streams of energy poured out of the corner of his mouth, and sweat appeared on his forehead from the tension. It seemed that swallowing the elixir was not so easy. The sky demon cast a support spell, placing his hands on the hero's back, encouraging him as best he could. A message appeared that the yin and yang hero's body was reacting to the new yang energy. Hyun-soo grimaced. It was unpleasant. The imbalance caused considerable pain, and the mentor had to make efforts to alleviate the student's condition. The next message said that the celestial body was beginning to reject the new energy. The hero cowered. Hallie was very worried about his savior. All attempts to accept the new energy ended in failure. The body of the heavenly demon rejected it. The boy shouted to the old man to help Hyun-soo. The young man's eyes began to glow. He screamed in pain so much that the glass shook and objects fell from the shelves. After some time, Khan knocked on the door and said that he had brought the guy some food and that he should open it and have dinner. No one responded. The hunter listened, and then tried to check the hero's energetic presence. Feeling nothing, he took out his weapon. The man threw open the doors and rushed inside, ready to shoot any enemy he found in the room. Seeing that it was in pieces, Khan reflexively fired twice, breaking through the window, then froze, hearing footsteps. Hyun-soo appeared and calmly greeted him, and the man asked in shock what had happened here. Without the slightest bit of embarrassment, the young man scratched the back of his head and simply reported that he had consumed the elixir that the chairwoman had given him, adding that it had been a bit tense. With the words that the stats needed to be checked, Hyun-soo read with satisfaction that the heavenly demon's internal energy had successfully absorbed the powerful yang energy. Due to the imbalance, the body of the heavenly demon awakened, mystical skills improved, and this body absorbed the hero's body. It was already too much. The master noted with satisfaction that they had barely managed it. The guy grimaced, remembering how difficult the process had been. He started to warm up and said that he felt great. Khan could not understand why the hero was talking to himself and generally behaving so strangely. The man asked if the guy wanted to move to another room. He shook his head. The secretary said that in that case he would leave the food and go. Before he could thank them, Hyun-soo stared impatiently at the dish that was brought, and some people were eager to open the lid. Inside was a Peking duck, and the old man, the boy, and the young man literally began to choke on their saliva from the delicious smell. The mentor commanded that he would try first, which caused a wave of indignation, but soon everyone calmed down and began eating. The duck tasted as good as it looked. The hero's mood immediately improved, and life took on new colors. In the morning they met with Chinran. She noticed that the hero had become a completely different person. Even if he had eaten the elixir, it would not have changed him so much. The guy said that he came with a request, and soon he and the owner of the house went down to a special room. The girl said that she couldn't believe that he wanted to train so much. The hero explained that he was eager to test the effect of the elixir as soon as possible. When they reached the very bottom, the young man noted with respect that they were quite deep underground. Chinran explained that this was so that even in a nuclear explosion they would not be harmed, then added that there was no better place for training. She looked around the room with pride and explained that this was her personal training base. Hyun-soo asked if it was possible to destroy everything here. The girl coquettishly reminded that she was the head of the Black Dragon Society, just in case. Feeling the concrete wall with his hand, the guy swung and made an incredible punch, testing its strength. Cracks appeared on the surface, illuminated by the released chi energy. It looked very impressive. Then the wall collapsed, the hunters stood in clouds of dust, and it was clear that Chinran was not happy about what had happened. The young man looked at his hand, around which streams of energy were swirling. His abilities had increased by 150%. It was simply incredible. The hero decided to try to control his internal energy and make a neat hole, rather than smashing everything mindlessly. He was not very successful. The blow was still too strong and destructive. Another wall crumbled into pieces with a roar. Chinran began to panic a little. She didn't want to lose the base. Hyun-soo didn't pay any attention to her reaction. He was only upset that he had failed to complete the task. The master appeared and explained that the heavenly demon's body had not yet recognized him, and then asked what the disciple was going to do. There was no answer, and the patriarch explained that the body of the heavenly demon contained all the knowledge, techniques, and memories of the heavenly demons that came before it. The demon's body doesn't consider the hero good enough. Let him decide for himself what to do about it. but the logical answer is to become worthy. The guy decided to dive into the memories of the heavenly demons and find his way to solve this problem. Chinren watched his actions. She realized that something was wrong, but she couldn't know what exactly. The first heavenly demon's memories were closed to Hyun-soo due to his low level. The second one, too. It was unpleasant. The young man decided that it was because the events took place too long ago. He decided to try more recent ones. When he reached the sixth heavenly demon, nothing changed, but a message appeared that it was because the guy was at level 0. Only on the 10th heavenly demon did memories open up. They were dedicated to martial arts, primarily the mystical component. The 11th heavenly demon was a scholar whose main interests were medicine, and Hyun-soo was grateful for this knowledge. So the young man looked through almost everyone. He was especially struck by the demon number 21. Despite his cold appearance, he practiced mastery of fire and control of explosions. The further they went, the more the heavenly demons differed from each other. Techniques familiar to Hyun-soo began to appear, and on the 27th, the guy understood what was what. For many of them, it was very difficult to cope with their internal energy, just like our hero is now. The 28th demon found a way to control her, a way that was the best that could ever be devised. This was a technique of internal circulation of energy, knowledge, and experience of predecessors. It was this that the teacher showed among the first for the restoration of Hyun-soo. The guy realized that each of his cells must interact with energy, and the higher the level, the more thoroughly this process must be carried out. Our hero concentrated and began to apply the already familiar technique, but now on a completely new scale, it seems he found a solution to the problem. Meanwhile, events were taking place in Shanzai that would soon have a profound impact on history. Fu Wei talked to the king's pawn, claiming that he saw a terrorist attack near the airport. It turned out just great thanks to Chan. He added that he would soon make all of China talk about them. The main thing is that Chinran does not interfere in what is happening. Fu Wei was an A rank but was willing to bet his life. His guest said that it wasn't necessary. Besides, there was a way to become an S rank. He showed a box of immortal transcendence pills, the same ones that Horse had taken in the battle with Hyun-soo. Chan explained that for 10 minutes the product is able to remove all the power that is in the body. Previously, the post-effect was a year without movement. Now there is only severe pain. The head of greed took the pill in his hand and asked incredulously if his A rank would really rise a level. The king's henchman said that he could raise it even higher, but everything is very individual and depends on the specific person. Fu Bei decided not to test the pill on himself, but called the guard over to try the remedy on him. He approached cautiously and bowed, suspecting that he was now acting as a guinea pig. After swallowing the pill, the guard began to make strange sounds and writhe in pain, as if suffocating. His body began to transform. Quite unexpectedly, 2 huge wings like those of a bat grew out of the man's back. His eyes lit up with fire, and his mouth opened wide in a shrill scream. The guard clearly did not experience anything pleasant from taking the drug, but he was clearly changing. Finally, the hunter took on the final form of his maximum capabilities and happily reported that he felt A-rank energy within himself. He raised his paw and said that the energy was overflowing the body. What a miracle, the guard asked the boss. He thought that rising from rank C to A was really a miracle. Fu Bei thought that with such a stock of pills, they didn't need anyone's help at all, and it was time to get rid of Chan, who continued to calmly drink coffee. Hyun-soo had just finished circulating the energy and obtained the body of a heavenly demon. His energy was now visible to the naked eye. A message appeared that the level of the heavenly demon's body had increased. It began to recognize our hero. All of his stats increased by 170%. But then the guy's hand clenched into a fist involuntarily. His mystical body began to collect energy that he could not control. It was the new heavenly demon annihilation fist technique. The boy swung wide. Then came the blow of the grain. It became much more powerful than all the time before. The young man began to understand that he had absorbed the experience and power of his predecessors. He struck one block of the wall, but somehow managed to break through all the subsequent ones standing at a distance. A series of holes formed in them, through which one could see Hyun-soo, slightly stunned by his new abilities. He was delighted. The blow was exactly as he imagined it, but much more accurate and powerful. Chinran froze, trying to calculate how long she would have to delay her training because of this destruction. The heavenly demon was pleased with his disciple and praised him again in his usual cocky manner. Hallie did not hide his joy, and also gave his savior several compliments and words of admiration. Hyun-soo himself was pleased. He thought that such control could already be considered a success. The first step had been taken, but there was something else that needed to be tried. The Tibetan Plateau was a peaceful place. The area was not densely populated, and now it was completely empty. Near the portal that appeared there stood a bishop with some sheets of paper. She was checking the data. As the numbers stood at 92%, the woman thought that she had put in a lot of effort to see Park Hyun-soo suffer in this gate. Chang landed behind her. He also knew how to move at supersonic speeds like Hansen. Slan asked how it went. He replied that he slipped a pill to C rank. He rose to A rank for 11 minutes, but then died, unable to withstand the side effects. The girl gave him a remote control and said that it could be used to blow up those who had taken the pill when they became unnecessary. Chan bowed in gratitude. Then Bishop remembered something else and loudly called out to her assistant, who immediately responded. The lady ordered Choje Hyuk to be prepared in advance. The country continued to live its life. People quickly forgot about the terrorists and went about their daily business. As in the case of the Korean terrorist attack, the explosion thundered unexpectedly and instantly took dozens of lives. Panic set in, and the survivors began to run chaotically, trying to save themselves, but the smoke and fire made it difficult to move. Two figures appeared on the roof of the pagoda with some kind of red cloth, which they were trying to unfold. It was a huge banner with the organization's name, Greed, on it, looking like the swastika banners from World War II. Fu Wei was also on the roof of the building and waved his hand, shouting that it was time to notify the whole world that the time of greed had arrived. Hyun-soo was still in the Chinran training hall at this moment, finishing up his internal energy and celestial body. The mentor and Hallie watched his successes with undisguised joy and even pride, and there were reasons for this. Both loved the student. The heavenly demon knew that the black energy was the sign of his kin, and the blue was mana. Hyun-soo easily combined them, something no one had done before. The master could not restrain himself and said that it was amazing, and the guy was just a genius. He could not get used to praise from his mentor. Suddenly, Chinran's phone rang. Her voice became agitated. She asked several times what had happened, as if she couldn't believe it. The hero activated the detection of the heavenly demon's destroying fist energy, thus being able to scan the area. The territory of information discovery turned out to be quite vast, but what Hyun-soo wanted to know, he found out right away. When Chinran, with a worried face, said that she urgently needed to leave, the guy confidently declared that he would go with her. The Black Dragon chairman looked at him with surprise. The hero explained that he had guessed. It was about the terrorists from Greed. Let him not ask how. The young man said that he had to stop the enemies immediately before the number of civilian casualties increased even more. Saying that he simply couldn't stay away because he was a hunter, Hyun-soo warned that he would go first and abruptly took off at supersonic speed. Chinran looked at him with a smile and thought that this was really cool. It was a pity that not everyone shared the same opinion. Black smoke was pouring out from near the building, covered with a red banner with the word Greed, and the area of the fires was growing. Masked terrorists with machine guns surrounded a group of civilians and shouted at them to sit still. Fu Wei called the Black Dragon hotline, introduced himself, and asked to pass on important information to Chinran. The huntress must transfer 30 billion yuan to his account within half an hour. If the conditions are not met, the hostages will die. Shouting that the Black Dragon Society had brainwashed the idiots, the terrorists fired a couple of bursts into the air. They shouted to the people that they had no chance of being saved, that they should prepare for death, that no one would survive today. Here, one of the bandits noticed a dark silhouette in the clouds of smoke and asked his accomplice who could be there. Saying that whoever was there would die now, the terrorists began shooting in the direction of the stranger. The bullets hit the cloud of smoke, but nothing else could be seen. The silhouette had disappeared. The enemy should have been dead by now, but Hyun-soo caught the bullets with his bare hands, and the villains realized that they were dealing with a hunter. And he was very angry. No one has the right to just kill ordinary people, neither monsters nor other people. The heavenly demon said that if he had a material body, he would kill every single one of them, but let the disciples spare no one and punish them as severely as possible. The boy agreed with the teacher. The terrorists called him a damn lunatic who talks to himself. They started shooting again. Then Hyun-soo caught the bullets and launched them back at the same speed they came out of the guns. The shooting was just what it should be, because the bandits were not only not prepared for the attack, but also could not imagine that such a thing was possible in principle. Watching from the rooftop, someone said that it seemed like the Black Dragon Society had sent someone. Fu Wei dialed the right number and gave the order to use what he gave them. Apparently, it was about pills. The masked men immediately reached into their pockets and pulled out the magic potion, sending it into their mouths without a moment's hesitation. The men's appearance began to change rapidly. The transformation was fast, and now several monsters appeared before the people. They shouted that their strength had increased. Our hero looked at what was happening and realized that the terrorists used the same potion as the horse before. Apparently, they are also connected with the king. There were 7 monsters. The patriarch reported that in his world they also made similar drugs that revealed all the strongest flaws and worst sides of a person. The monsters were getting closer to Hyun-soo, but for some reason not too quickly and confidently. They had not yet gotten used to their new bodies. The hero didn't wait to be attacked. He jumped up and delivered several excellent kicks. Many of the terrorists fell to the ground, but one managed to sneak up on the guy from behind. He wished him death and prepared to attack. The young man used the same move from the heavenly demon's arsenal as in the Chinran basement. He struck once. But with this one blow, he destroyed all 7 monsters one after another. It was something never seen before. Fu Wei realized that there seemed to be another S-Rank in the Black Dragon Society, and he had no other explanation for what was happening. Since it was impossible to leave things like that, the hunter decided to take the pill himself and become an S-Rank to sort things out himself. Everything around was filled with light and a blue glow of energy, and someone else was watching what was happening in the sky. It was Chan who was keeping an eye on Hyun-soo. After the boy took down 7 A-rank hunters, the pawn realized that his level had already surpassed S. He planned an action to gather information, but something went wrong. A voice behind him asked if Chan was working for the king. Seeing Chinran, the man was truly horrified and couldn't hold back his scream. His glasses almost flew off his face. He asked the huntress what she was doing there, addressing her by name, and she happily informed him that since he recognized her, he should understand everything himself. Chan was thinking about how she had appeared behind him completely unnoticed, and the beauty was thinking about how he not only served the king, but also helped greed. What a coincidence. If so, then by catching it, you can get a ton of useful information that will affect a lot. Pawn muttered something about how if he got any younger, some problems would start, and the girl changed her mind about leaving him alive because of this insolence. Meanwhile, Fu Wei and his 2 bodyguards took the pills, and the transformation process of their bodies began. The head of greed shouted with fire and fury that he was simply overflowing with power. No one else had such power. He approached Hyun-soo from behind and thanked him. The young man asked in surprise what for. With a beastly roar, Fu Wei shouted that if he had not appeared in China, the man would never have achieved such power. People looked at what was happening in horror. Now they were much more frightened, because they had never seen such monsters before. Our hero decided that first of all it was necessary to protect the civilians, to take them away from here, so he used the matter shift technique. The hostages screamed even louder. They were all lifted into the air together, and people panicked because they were flying above the ground. Fu Wei, who was blazing with fire, noticed that this was a very strange technique, but did the hero really think that he would just let the prisoners go? Screaming that he was going to die, The man headed straight for Hyun-soo like a stream of fire, but he continued to stand there completely calmly. Only outwardly our hero did not move. In fact, he had already begun to use the technique of the mystic arts of the heavenly demon. His eyes glowed blue. He used Skyfall, and his opponent, along with 2 bodyguards and 2 projectiles, felt the world shake. A second later, everything up to the building with the banner was engulfed in such a fire that nothing could be seen. Meanwhile, Chinran was fighting Chan, using entire vortices of energy. It seemed like she and her opponent were inside a tornado. The girl then unleashed a hail of magical projectiles on Pawn, but he successfully parried them with his longsword. The man was surprisingly fast. His abilities surpassed A rank if we were to speak of human criteria. But even with such speed, it was difficult for him to resist the huntress. He suddenly realized that he would lose this fight. Chinran used the shockwave spell. It was clear that she was becoming younger and younger, turning into a girl. Chan summoned a second sword, resembling a machete, but he knew he couldn't hold out for long. The guess was correct. The shockwave shattered his weapon into pieces and threw the man himself far back. Hyun-soo appeared before the fire monster. He decided to use the second technique of the heavenly demon annihilating fists. The enemy laughed that this wouldn't work on him, because he had become nature itself, and therefore would accept the blow as a gift. Then our hero decided to play along with him and defeat him using the methods of nature. Using the root's blow, the force was such that the world shook. He put out the flames with his bare hands, but the wave hit people a little, and the hostages decided that the apocalypse was coming. Then the guy used his mystical arts again and used territorial movements to push the people a little further away. After that, he erected a barrier above them that would protect them from any possible side effects from the battle that he had already won, but Chinran had not yet won. Having risen up, the young man assessed the result of his efforts and was satisfied. It was time to descend to the ground. People cried with happiness and wanted to thank the one who saved them, although they still did not know the name of the hero. The mentor was also pleasantly surprised and asked how the guy came up with such a wonderful technique. Hyun-soo replied that he used mana, all thanks to the circulation of energy. Right in front of the heavenly demon, a magic projectile was fired and an explosion was heard. It seems that the praise will have to wait for now. Everyone looked up and saw a black, disheveled figure fly past at great speed, almost falling to the ground, but at the last moment it caught itself. Chan rolled over several times, but still managed to right himself and headed towards Chinran, but he was thinking about something else. He realized that he couldn't feel the energy of the terrorists, and they were A rank. Had they all already lost? It was simply impossible. Chinran, enveloped in streams of energy, appeared right in front of the man and said that if he did not give in peacefully, she would collect herself piece by piece. The threat was so real that even Chan's pigtail attempted to escape to a much safer place. The man understood what Horse felt then. If he was caught now, the organization would abandon him. Chan took his true form. He had been hiding it all along, but now there were no other options left. The strength and power of the pawn were much higher than his rank. The clawed paws stretched out towards the huntress. They were shrouded in mana. Chan smiled his widest smile. Chinran responded in kind. She whispered that she didn't want to become younger, but now there was no longer a question of choice. Hyun-soo shouted at the girl that there was no need for that. Using the leaf slicing technique, he attacked the monster with lightning speed. With his bare hand, the young man cut off Chan's paws and came down on him with another blow, this time with his foot. The monster screamed in a voice that was not his own. He was in pain and scared, and besides, he absolutely did not want to die like this. But he was destined to die today, or at least lose. Our hero wrapped his hand in metal, using Halley. A long iron arm grabbed the enemy tightly by the neck, not allowing him to move or even breathe. Hearing the cervical vertebrae break, Khan let out his loudest scream. He thought it was the last one in his life. Our hero turned out to be a little more merciful. He didn't kill, but immobilized the monster, and he even managed to ask what the hell the guy was doing. Hyun-soo lightly hit the man on the back of the head, and he flinched in fear. Such games were more like torture. Hyun-soo tightened his fingers and prepared his hand to strike, saying that it would be over soon. But someone asked him to wait. It was Chinran who shouted that the bastard couldn't be killed now. He had valuable information and could be useful. The girl explained that Chan was a pawn, a subordinate of the king, and the young man stopped his hand raised to attack. The Chinese government building was in chaos, the likes of which had never been seen before. People were running along the corridor, some employees were running across others. Everyone wanted to share information as quickly as possible, but most importantly, the police burst into the building. The door to the Deputy Prime Minister's office swung open, and it seemed as if the lock had simply been knocked out of it. The security service burst into the office and reported that Fu Wei's assistant had confessed to everything. They were too late. The man was holding a gun in his hand, but was dead. Peace and quiet reigned on the plateau of Tibet, but this idyllic picture was soon to change. Rook informed the elephant that Chan was also captured alive. This was not part of their plans. The girl noted that at least they tested the pills again. Bishop couldn't even imagine that the horse had saved such a valuable product for himself alone. If she had it, it would have been put to use long ago. The man in knight's armor said that if they were to catch Park Hyun-soo in the portal this time, there were a few more things they should try. Rook was worried about something else. He nervously asked if Albiza could make Chan talk. There was anxiety in his voice. Slán asked if he meant Anderson's invention, because in order to use Anderson's Albizu, one must have his abilities. Rook put his hand on the table and asked if she was afraid. Bishop replied that it was not scary, but funny that both Neiman and Albiza were now somewhere out there. The war that took place on the planet of Arya and the mighty warriors of Arya with whom they fought forced them to move to Earth. But the funniest thing is that now here on Earth they must fulfill the will of the Aryans, even though they defeated them then. Rook realized that her friend was really scared. Slán thoughtfully said that a singularity had appeared, which is why everything had become more complicated. The man looked at her with silent reproach, and then noticed that the king was on their side, and he believed in her. When Bishop heard this, her face became proud, and the thought that the king believed in her made her feel calmer. Chan's interrogation process took place in Sydney, but this time torture was not used, and Anderson decided to take a different approach. The staff reported that a gene sample had been taken from the subject, and all preparatory work had been completed. The scientist administered anesthesia to the man and noted that he would most likely be in shock upon waking up and seeing his clone. Raven and Chinrin watched the events. The hunter noted that Hyun-soo had contributed to their future. The girl added that from the outside, it seemed like it was a warm-up for him. She added that if it weren't for the guy, she would have had to work hard. He was already stronger than Haksen. Raven thought that Isaac had fallen behind, was spinning in one place, not growing. The hunter suddenly remembered something and asked Anderson if he had finished studying the umbrella and the immortal transcendence pills obtained from the fragment. Walker replied that the pills were complicated and that the umbrella worked on the same principle as their portal generator. Chinren happily exclaimed that technology was developing very quickly. The girl said that she had to go and asked to say hello to Armand. Raven noticed that he would be upset that he didn't see his friend. Chinren noted that she had many things to take care of, and the man remained silent, his expression rather gloomy. At parting, Chinren said that yes, the event will happen tomorrow, but it's enough to interfere with her future. Raven laughed that this happens arbitrarily. The next day, the huntress and Hyun-soo stood high in the mountains on the Tibetan plateau, a landscape that was already familiar to all of us. The portal that appeared there changed color from blue to black. It was not quite typical. The guy was getting ready to step into it. There was still a little preparation left, and besides, the huntress insisted on a full briefing. On the hero's hand was an A-rank black dragon cannon. On his waist was a belt with an invisible B-rank shield, and on his neck was an A+ rank clearing. He clarified whether all of this could be used. Chinren replied that she just needed to return with them alive. The guy took a step forward and said goodbye, saying that in that case, see you later. The guard reported to the dispatcher that the guy and the chairman were there. The helicopter couldn't get any closer, and everyone was worried that Shinran would be left unprotected. Khan repeated several times that help was not needed yet, as it was impossible to get closer due to the pressure in the portal. Shinran approached unnoticed and said that she had arrived on her own and did not need protection at all, then added that Park Hyun-soo had come in. She ordered the helicopter's engine to be turned off to avoid creating noise and vibration. Now all they could do was wait. Hyun-soo was calm inside the portal. The forest of fir trees he found there was quite beautiful. There was something magical and even peaceful in this green landscape. The young man noticed that even the air smelled of freshness and pine needles. The Sky Demon agreed that this portal looked nicer than a fragment of heaven, but he shouldn't relax. Energetically, he felt something frightening. Our hero raised his eyebrows in surprise. He hadn't felt anything like that yet. But a second later, it became clear what the teacher was talking about. The guy felt movement, and at great speed, he looked back. Just in time to jump out of the way of a magical projectile that struck right where he had just been standing. The tree that the shell hit was completely cut through, but the hero did not see this as he was looking in the other direction, trying to understand what it was all about. Since several more trees followed after one and they all started to fall, Hyun-soo had to practice his acrobatics a little more. This was not the end of the matter. After the fall of the fir trees, there was a rather powerful explosion. Fortunately, such things no longer created difficulties for the guy. But they had to jump quite a bit. The Sky Demon reported that their invisible enemy was using enhanced energy. Ahead, 2 more beams of light flashed, crossing right in front of the nose of the load, and behind them, the glowing eyes of the enemy appeared. Just in case, the young man decided to activate the invisible shield, and a transparent force ball instantly appeared around him. Hyun-soo dodged the next attack by jumping up, the sphere rising up with him just as quickly. The enemy's blow was so strong that it split the nearest rock into 4 pieces, and the attack came from 2 directions at once. The shot at the guy broke through his protective barrier, and if it weren't for the acceleration, the hero would already be dead. What kind of opponent is this that breaks through a B-rank shield with 1 blow? Hyun-soo stood up to his full height and shouted loudly that it was enough to hide. He didn't come here to play games. The guy looked at the beautiful spruce forest below and suddenly noticed where the subtle streams of energy were coming from. Shouting that he would no longer allow sneak attacks, the hero declared that he would make the enemy appear to be strong. He activated the Black Dragon cannon and fired. The recoil was so strong that the young man was thrown back. The attack was successful and was so powerful that it would have destroyed any monster, but not this one. The shot turned out to be long range and whistled through the spruce grove like blue lightning for a couple of 100 meters. There was an explosion. Nothing was visible for some time, and there was no way to understand the situation with the enemy. Hyun-soo's face was sweating from the tension. Heavenly Demon respectfully stated that it was very powerful. Apparently, the power of the cannon depended on the level of the user. The young man sensed that the monster he was fighting was alive, so he began preparing a new shot and said that he would destroy the entire forest if it did not come out. After these words, the fox girl appeared and screamed that this would not happen. No one dared to harm her forest. The hero froze right in the air. He looked at the creature in surprise. He had never seen anything like it before. The master was also surprised. After a pause to look at the multi-tailed fox hovering in the air, the heavenly demon announced that they were dealing with a mystical creature. She screamed in a piercing voice that the forest must not be destroyed. Her clenched fists indicated extreme anger, and an attack followed. Hyun-soo barely kept his feet. The flow of energy mixed with sound was incredibly powerful. The fox continued to scream for them to leave her forest alone. Her eyes began to glow, and the pressure of the flow increased even more. At the very end of the phrase, an explosion occurred, such that no protective barrier could save the young man. Only his outstanding physical abilities prevented him from dying. Hyun-soo stood up with difficulty and wondered how it was even possible to exert such a strong pressure with just his voice. He rose into the air to the same level as the fox, wondering how strong and powerful she was. The girl did not wait for him to attack first. so she immediately rushed to attack the young man herself. When she was within striking distance, the hero tried to counterattack, but nothing worked. The fox was faster. She was right next to him and was already preparing to pierce Hyun-Soo's stomach with her clawed paw. In order to save himself, the guy had to use acceleration. Literally a couple of millimeters saved him from decorating the Christmas trees below with his insides. But then the fox swung its tail and threw the hunter back a good 50 meters, and it didn't do it on purpose. She didn't give the young man the chance to simply fall to the ground, but rushed after him, preparing her clawed paw for a close combat strike. The girl swung and a fiery arc flared up following the movement. She was preparing a powerful energy strike. Our hero decided to respond in kind and prepared to use the cloud of destruction tactic. There was another explosion, and it was impossible to tell whose attack had worked, as the fire had completely covered everything up, just like last time. The fox was safe and sound, and as she descended a little closer to the ground, she thought that this opponent was really strong. Hyun-Soo was simply stunned. He was losing to the fox even in speed, and this was simply unheard of. While the opponent was thinking that it was highly unlikely that there was someone so strong among the people, the guy increased the distance. The fox laughed that it didn't change anything. But something did change. The young man got the opportunity to rest and consult with the teacher, who suggested using energy protection. This saved him from the enemy's attack and allowed him to strike at her with the mystical arts that the fox herself used. The hero then decided to use the sky demon's falling lightning tactic and stretched out his hand forward. His speed was very fast. The blow hit the fox right in the stomach. She screamed in horror. Her eyes rolled back. A cloud of energy enveloped the girl completely, and she began to fall down. At some point, the monster's consciousness left her. She had almost no control over her fall. But at the very ground, everything changed dramatically. The fox came to and instantly huddled up, slowing down enough to avoid crashing into the rocks. She landed on her feet, but the most amazing thing was that she was almost completely fine. She not only survived, but also retained the ability to fight. The girl screamed in rage that the man had taken her forest and was now trying to kill her, but this would not work. Only the hunter would die here. The guy hesitated, because he didn't understand how he had taken the forest. The enemy attacked, taking advantage of the moment, and Hyun-Soo simply didn't have time to do anything. With a terrible explosion, he fell down, shocked and half dead. A small fire started, but the flames quickly died down. The fox flew above, waving its tail and shouting that this is what he deserves. He will learn how to destroy this forest. The young man lay on the ground, wounded, his eyes closed and his consciousness apparently gone. The enemy dived down, screaming that it was time to say goodbye to life. The heavenly demon barely managed to make the student wake up. The hero didn't move, but he activated Halley and used the damage reflection technique. His ring glowed slightly. The girl, screaming that he was going to die, swung her mana-shrouded clawed paw, but for some reason the attack failed. The force of the blow did not cover the enemy, but returned to her. A pillar of glow literally shot up to the sky. The fox rose into the air in a cloud of smoke, completely unable to comprehend how this could have happened or what had happened at all. At first, she was surprised that the enemy had already woken up, but then she felt that something was wrong with her. The girl descended to the ground and, by inertia, hit it with her fist, but the crater from the previous explosion was completely empty, and there was no new one. Hyun-Soo called out to her from above, spreading his arms out to the sides in triumph. He was jubilant that he had managed to fully recover so quickly and come up with a new technique. He boastfully explained to the teacher that he had managed to return the damage that was intended for himself to the enemy, and his body had been completely restored. The fox guessed what had happened, but there was nothing she could do. Her eyes widened in surprise and fear. Then she began to cough up blood, screaming that the man had committed a huge stupidity that would cost him dearly. The girl grabbed her chest and began to make threats, while something in her began to change subtly. Then there was a bright flash of light, and the space around the fox was filled with thick white smoke. It became more and more, and soon the entire land in the shade of the fir trees was tightly shrouded in this camouflage haze. Hyun-soo realized that a transformation was taking place in her clubs, and that his opponent had not only survived, but had also become stronger. 2 yellow eyes flashed. Now a completely different-looking girl stood before him. The main color of her fur had become snow white. Her face was distorted by a grimace of anger. The hero asked where the red-haired little girl was. The blonde was surprised. How could she not recognize her? She is a mystical creature. The guy forced her to take this form himself, and now she will regret it. Swinging her 7 tails, the girl said that she could not maintain this form for long, but 5 seconds would be enough to destroy him. Hyun-soo muttered that his body was not obeying him, and the heavenly demon shouted at his disciple to stop reacting like that to close contact with girls. The young man woke up and moved to the side using the acceleration technique. The fox looked at him in surprise. She crossed her arms and said that in that case, the hunter would be destroyed by sheer force, without physical contact. At that very moment, the guy's body was entangled in glowing streams of energy, making him completely motionless in the air. The wounds were very severe. A message appeared that the technique reflect damage could only be used in 15 minutes. The hero began to fall down. In order to save himself, something had to be done. The young man chose the cleansing given to him by Chinran before heading into the portal. The fox was surprised to find that the guy had fully recovered and had even become stronger. Moreover, he was already ready to launch a counterattack. The master muttered that this was some kind of cheating. Hyun-soo happily noted that it was not for nothing that there were only a few A+ rank items in the world. The heavenly demon said that he could speed up the activation process of the damage reflection technique. Let the guy just distract the enemy for now. The student thanked him. He used the Heaven's Fall technique, and the fox began to descend, surrounded by black projectiles of his energy. She waved her arms incredibly quickly, beating them off. It took a lot of time and effort, which simply drove the heroine crazy. That's why she decided to take action and simply blocked Skyfall, screaming that she wouldn't fall for those tricks twice. Hyun-soo thought that it was okay, it was just bait anyway. He intended to use the 6th technique of destructive strikes. A celestial body appeared, and several fiery rings of the hero's magic projectile flew at the fox. The speed was incredibly high, but the girl dealt with them instantly, shouting that she didn't like such games either. The guy fired a few more projectiles, using up the maximum amount of energy, and for some reason, the fox opened its mouth wide. She then blew towards Hyun-soo, and his own attack turned against the boy himself, increasing both its power and speed in flight. The hero blocked it, but he understood that the power of this blow was so great that it could destroy him. And so it turned out, the damage was serious but fortunately not fatal. The blow fell on the shoulder. The young man began to fall down, but, as we know, he had the means to avoid crashing into the ground. Moreover, at the last moment, he managed to attack the fox. There was an explosion. The girl was completely unprepared for such a turn of events. She had never met such a powerful person. The girl was seriously wounded, but she was not going to stop. Excitement was activated in her, and her determination to kill the hunter at any cost grew. Our hero felt about the same way. He understood that only one would emerge from this confrontation alive. The opponents hovered opposite each other and tried to figure out how to find a way to destroy the enemy and survive in the process. Suddenly, the fox, with a sinister smile, announced that the man had managed to grow an 8th tail for her, something that had never happened before. With a cry that that was all, she crossed her clawed hands and waved them several times. Beams of energy appeared. The young man waited for them to reach him and called upon Hallie, enveloping his hand in iron armor. He decided that since his spiritual body had not worked, he would use the teacher's technique, which was still unknown to him, but was still available twice a day. The master's heavenly spiritual body struck the fox with such force that it screamed, a cry that sounded like a death cry. But the young man did not stop there and approached her to inflict physical damage with the help of Hallie and finally finish her off. The fox couldn't withstand the attack and began to simply fall down like an ordinary dead body and not a formidable monster, her strength leaving her. The young man thought with satisfaction that she didn't stand a chance against the teacher's technique and metal armor. The heavenly demon explained with satisfaction that this was a matter of course, since he was simply magnificent. Looking at the fox lying on the ground, who had assumed his true form, Hyun-soo thought that it seemed incredible that someone so strong even existed in this world. The mentor suggested not to take risks and finish off the enemy before she came to her senses. The hero replied that he intended to do so. He prepared to deliver a crushing blow with the glove that still wrapped around his hand. When the required amount of energy had already been prepared, the hero froze. The fox whispered that he should not take her forest. The girl muttered in a weak voice that this forest belonged to her and Reina, and she wanted to preserve it at the cost of her life. Some time before these events, the fox and her dark-haired friend met with people who came to this world from the portal. They stood on a cliff and watched the explosions. Reina's eyes were full of horror. These terrible creatures from the portal were shamelessly destroying their native forest. She started crying and suggested that at this rate, there would soon be absolutely nothing alive left here. The fox consoled her sister with the words that she would protect both them and this beautiful forest at any cost. For a while everything was calm and they continued to live their lives. The fox went to pick mushrooms with the intention of making soup. Then someone shouted that he had found a fox, and the heroine was surrounded by men in hoods, armed with spears. The girl attacked them in the same way as Hyun-soo had initially, screaming and saying that she was the mistress of this forest. The hunters were blown to pieces, their level was quite low, and no one was prepared for an attack of this kind. The fox was indignant and finished off the survivors. Her rage was simply boundless, and her anger was so strong that everything turned black. When it was all over, the girl hissed through her teeth that the damned people were clearly looking for something here. A voice from behind said that they were looking for her. Reina, to whose throat Slan held a knife, asked her friend to run. Now we know that her name was Iris. Hyun-soo felt sorry for the fox, realizing that she had no intention of destroying him personally, but was only protecting the forest, so he used cleansing and cured her. The artifact on her neck looked simply enormous. Iris's wounds gradually healed, and the girl began to come to her senses. The heavenly demon noted that after this, the magic item would become unusable, and the student confirmed that this was indeed the case. When the job was done, the fox sat up and began to look around, in complete confusion and bewilderment. She asked in surprise if the hunter had really cured her, and the young man simply nodded in response. He then briefly told Iris why he was in the forest and why he came here through the portal. She breathed a sigh of relief and asked again whether he really had no intention of destroying or seizing the forest. Hyun-soo explained to her once again that this place is an artificially created world with an entrance through a portal, and she is as if imprisoned here. The fox's face looked stunned when he explained that this was just a simulation of the place she used to live in, and not the same forest at all. As soon as the moment comes, the portal will explode, and everything that is here will be thrown out into the outside world, onto the earth with which it is connected. So people came here and tried to kill her. Iris wondered in horror if they really thought she was dangerous. The young man rose into the air a little to look around and said that since they were now communicating, it was not too much. Our hero suggested to the mistress of the forest to simply leave here, but she did not understand what exactly this meant. Then Hyun-soo used the mystical art of conceptualization. He used a scatter attack across the entire surrounding area to demonstrate that it was just a simulation. The fox began to panic and asked him to stop torturing her forest. She still doubted the hero's truthfulness. Then she asked him how he was going to get out of there, and the guy replied that he was just going to destroy the place. At first she was indignant, but then she heard a sound and became scared. Hyun-soo asked if Iris was afraid of ghosts. She nodded in confusion. There are still many houses on the Tibetan plateau from which residents were evacuated due to the threat of a portal explosion. One of these houses was occupied by Slan and her servant. The man was surprised that Hyun-soo still hadn't come out. She explained that when the hero loses, everything there will be destroyed. But then she thought that it had been 20 days since he came in. Something was definitely wrong. Of course, time flows differently inside the portal, and only 2 hours passed there. but the S-Rank battle takes 20 minutes at most. The woman rose decisively from the table and announced that it was time for her to go there and check. The man asked if there could be more than one person there, and Bishop replied that they were the exception. She instantly released a stream of energy from her hand, and a flaming portal window appeared in the wall. It looked very impressive. The girl shouted that Cho Jae-hyuk was going with her, and the man in knight's armor stood up. It was him. All three stood before the gate intending to enter it. Elephant was in a great mood. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo asked Iris how long she could maintain the 8-tails state, and she replied that it was currently around 7 to 8 minutes. The heavenly demon explained that there were different measures of time here, but that this should be quite sufficient for their purposes. The young man explained that he was going to use all his internal energy and mana to destroy this world through conceptualization and energy circulation. The mentor suggested that in this case it would be wiser to concentrate on one point rather than the entire area. The young man decided to enhance the effect of the blow with the help of Hallie, and this was also the right choice. The young man concentrated all his chi and mana energy in his hand with the glove. It was not easy. It was so difficult that I had to help the process with my second hand to ensure that the circulation was successful. Hyun-soo began to slide his feet along the ground, unable to withstand the power he had concentrated in his raised fist. Finally, the required concentration was achieved. The young man made every effort to release the charge into one single point in the sky. He felt like a huge cannon, loaded with an incredibly powerful projectile and firing it at maximum acceleration. A whole column of light formed above the hero, stones flew from under his feet, and from the recoil everything around began to collapse. Finally, Hyun-soo finished and lowered his hand, trying to figure out whether his plan had worked or not, whether a mistake had been made. When he looked up to the sky, it became obvious that the decision he had made was absolutely correct. In the sky, as if in some kind of glass vessel, there was a gaping black hole, from which a network of cracks radiated. The piece knocked out by the hero's blow fell to the ground, and now tongues of flame blazed there from the impact with the stones. A message appeared that the hero had awakened the unique conceptualization of mind destruction, and he looked at his hand in surprise. The heavenly demon thought that his disciple was sometimes simply incredible and asked, when he managed to create a unique conceptualization, he himself did not understand how it happened. The fox realized that this world was indeed a simulation. The guy said that he didn't know what was waiting for them outside, so let him transform into a stronger form. Iris looked at him indignantly, but still fulfilled the request. The transformation took place practically without special effects. The girl playfully clung to the hero, asking if he really liked it better this way. He muttered that it would be nice to move away from him a little. With a cry that they should hurry, the fox took off straight towards the cracked sky. The young man looked after her and wondered how she could be so impulsive. Apparently, this is a characteristic feature of all foxes. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that behind the hole there was something like another portal. The heroes came as close as possible, but did not dare to go there. It was too risky. Hyun-soo already had experience passing through the gate, so he looked a little more confident than his beautiful companion. Suddenly, Iris approached the young man and kissed him, gently holding him by the neck. The young man jumped back as if scalded and grabbed his face, screaming what she was doing. The girl explained that it was a gift. She happily pointed to a hole in the dome through which a portal was visible, announcing that she would go first. She didn't have time to do this. A chopped wound appeared on the fox's neck and chest. Blood spurted out, and bewilderment was reflected on the heroine's face. It soon became clear what had happened, as the upper half of a knight emerged from the hole, holding a huge sword in his hands. Hyun-soo screamed in fear. He was afraid that Iris had died. Someone's voice hissed from under the helmet, which served the arrogant demon right. The fox was alive, and she was not one to give up without a fight. Her eyes were shining, and her claws were striking one after another. The knight hid in the portal again. Our hero flew up to the girl and excitedly asked what happened because only one person can use this portal. With a creepy laugh, the stranger in armor emerged from the glowing gates below. This was completely unexpected. The fox quickly rushed to attack him, ignoring our hero's cry that there was no need to rush. Then the girl realized that he was right. Some flashes appeared behind her. She was attacked from behind. Many daggers were chasing the fox. They were moving much faster and would soon hit the target. And so it happened. Iris didn't have time to react and screamed in pain. Her body was pierced by countless blades. For the second time that day, the fox was defeated. Having assumed her true form, she again fell vertically down to the ground. Our hero hurried to the place where she had fallen. He was extremely agitated. Because of the dust, it was impossible to understand what was wrong with the girl. The young man lifted her body and began to call, but the beauty did not regain consciousness. Her eyelids were tightly closed. He heard footsteps and the light jingling of armor behind him, but the guy didn't pay any attention to it. Finally, the knight appeared before Hyun-soo and declared that he would finally finish him off. He had been waiting for this for a very long time. Our hero looked closely at the blade of the impressive weapon and asked in surprise who he was. Then another portal appeared, and the elephant emerged from it. She started saying something about how Park Hyun-soo was simply an amazing person. Raising an eyebrow, she continued that it wasn't that easy to get Iris on her side and to make a hole in the portal she created. The guy found himself surrounded, with Bishop approaching him on one side and a man in knight's armor on the other. Muttering that it was now clear whose handiwork this was, the woman subordinate to the king, the young man took off the ring given to Chinran from his finger and put it on the fox's finger. The elephant replied that he was right, and according to etiquette, she should introduce herself before killing him, and then introduced herself. Hyun-soo stated that the joke was a bad one, to which Bishop responded with a cry of indignation and immediately prepared an energy projectile. At that moment, the knight rushed to attack, holding his huge sword in front of him. The situation looked like a stalemate. But she wasn't like that. Hyun-soo activated damage reflection with the ring on Iris's hand and thus saved both of them. Most of the damage from Bishop's projectile was directed at the stranger's plated armor, which withstood it. The witch herself was no less wounded, but she continued to run. Without realizing it, she put all her strength into the attack. The knight stopped in front of Hyun-soo and managed to say that he intended to finish him off immediately. Instead, he received an incredibly powerful blow from our hero, because he had not planned anything like that. The force of the attack caused the helmet to fly off the stranger's head and back, and he himself barely managed to stay on his feet. The enemy hissed through his teeth. Did the young man really not remember him at all? Hyun-soo was a little taken aback by the sudden guess. The heavenly demon confirmed it, saying that the man was with them in the fragment of heaven, Cho Jae-hyuk. His appearance changed beyond recognition. Only his hair and voice remained the same, which continued to repeat that he was the strongest and would kill Park Hyun-soo. The young man's patience was no longer enough for this, and he ordered them to shut up, swinging his arm for another blow. The enemy flew back 10 meters and collapsed completely exhausted, like a pile of metal. Our hero used a leaf strike and secured the success, finishing off the enemy, or at least knocking him out. Jae-hyuk fell to the ground again, now unable to move, but continued to mumble something. The man was bleeding. There was a gleam in his eyes, and if you listened closely, you could tell he was saying that it was simply impossible. Hyun-soo looked back to see how Iris was doing. She had already completely come to her senses and even managed to get up. The girl turned her head around in confusion, surprised to discover that our hero had healed her again. He said that they should hurry and help the fox rise into the air, holding her by the shoulders. Near the split in the dome, the guy explained that they needed to get out as quickly as possible before the enemies recovered, and she agreed. The young man was about to enter the gate when he suddenly saw a new portal glowing orange near the split. The elephant emerged from it with a terrible scream. She was not going to let Park Hyun-soo escape so easily. The young man pushed the fox towards the split, shouting that she should go first this time too. Her face showed surprise when Iris realized that she would not pass through the portal on her own, but with the help of the acceleration received from the hero. Hyun-soo had already prepared his fist to fight Bishop, The last thing he heard from the split was a plea for him to survive. The fox plunged into the portal and began her rapid journey into the complete and frightening unknown. Daggers were already rushing towards the young man, the same ones that had taken out his new girlfriend some time ago. Hyun-soo decided to use the conceptualization of mind destruction. Everything around him turned blue from the light of his powerful energy. The hero then used a root strike and all the blades melted in mid-air, falling to the ground before they reached their target. The young man rushed forward towards his opponent. He was not going to wait long and wanted to kill the elephant as soon as possible. The woman was surprised. She did not understand how the hero managed to figure out her incredible dagger technique so quickly. The heavenly demon was delighted and reported that the conceptualization technique invented by the student was simply a masterpiece. The elephant looked at the guy and thought that he had become much stronger than during the battle with the horse. How could a singularity be so strong? The young man looked her straight in the eye and threatened her with his finger, saying that he intended to ruin all the plans of his enemies. Saying that he would not spare her because he was fed up with their antics, the guy began to prepare another blow. The elephant was not frightened. Her face was full of determination to destroy the enemy, since she could not capture him. But the woman didn't want to risk herself any further, so she quickly created a new portal and stepped into it. Hyun-soo struck, but his hand only touched the place where the portal had just been. It was no longer there, only a glow. But the most interesting thing is that a new one began to appear behind the hero. Apparently, this was the tactic used by the elephant. The young man used the heavenly demon flight technique to get closer to him. But as soon as he reached the tender spot, the portal disappeared again. The young man cursed. Exhausting him was a clever move, but ineffective. The young man decided to try to break through the portal in the same place and used the conceptualization of the mind with the greatest possible concentration. The elephant appeared from the gate, but her face showed that she herself had made this decision, not the young man. The hero used a grain strike, putting in the maximum amount of power he was capable of at the moment, his eyes glowing with fire. He knew what he was doing. The villainess barely withstood the attack. It seemed like she would just be torn to pieces, but this did not happen. Bishop gritted her teeth and closed her eyes tightly. She still couldn't believe that the singularity had become so strong and in such a short time. Hyun-soo didn't give her a chance to recover, preparing a new attack of Heaven's Fall, its speed becoming colossally high. The witch realized that in order not to die, she must immediately use all available means. She summoned countless vengeful spirits and ordered them to tear apart the body and soul of our hero. A horde of creatures rushed towards the target. The sorceress gathered all the vengeful spirits that had ever found their death in the portals. While Slan was screaming that the hero would not be able to resist the vengeful spirits of darkness, Holly called out to the hero and said that he could deal with it. The monsters were already rushing towards the young man. He began to doubt a little that the boy could somehow help him. But then his metal-clad hand began to say something, addressing the evil spirits in a majestic voice. The dagger of death separated from the hero's body and hung in space so as to have the widest possible area of effect, but this was not necessary. A glow appeared above the figure of the young man. The dagger announced that it would free all souls from shackles, destroying the chains that bound them. The vengeful souls froze and turned their gaze to him, a hope flickering in their eyes that they could truly become free. Hallie broke the chains. A huge magic circle formed above him, which became the exit from the portal for everyone who had ever died in the gate. The souls rushed to freedom. The most interesting thing is that all this was not noticeable to the naked eye. Hyun-soo still did not know that his problem had already been solved. Hallyeon, his hand took on a slightly more anthropomorphic form and reported that everything was done. The guy was surprised that it could happen so quickly. The heavenly demon was impressed by the boy's actions and admiringly reported that he was incredible. The child waved to the old man in greeting. Absolute death is the ego that was born from death. This force has absolute power over the dead. When Bishop realized this, she cursed dirty. Hyun-soo didn't delay his next attack and prepared to use the falling skies technique. black energy enveloping him. Almost instantly, this force rushed towards the elephant. The woman realized that she was in trouble. The space around her began to tremble. Then she tried to summon a shield to save herself. A pinkish glow appeared, but it was somehow weak and uncertain. It was no wonder that the protective sphere couldn't withstand the onslaught of the heavenly demon's black energy. Yun-Su was surprised to notice that his opponent wasn't that strong, and if compared to Iris and Horse, she was actually weak. With these words, he used the heavenly lightning technique and pointed his hand towards Bishop. Against the backdrop of the brightest glow, the woman looked like a charred skeleton. Fortunately, she did not turn into a skeleton. The elephant lost consciousness and began to dive downwards, almost exactly like the fox after her attack. Almost halfway to the ground, she suddenly woke up and called for Ronbel, her assistant. He flew up from the ground with lightning speed and picked up the lady in his arms so that she not only wouldn't get hurt, but also wouldn't twitch again. However, they still descended to the ground at a fairly high speed, and the man used his own knees as shock absorption. The elephant began to come to her senses and asked in a weak voice why it was taking so long. It seemed she was just looking for something to find fault with. The woman screamed that since he was so damn obedient, he should get rid of Hyun-Soo, and before she could finish speaking, Ronbel had already flown up. When he appeared in the sky opposite our hero, he asked in surprise who this new face was in their old play. Ronbel didn't answer, remaining silent, but there was no one else in the place where he had just been. The enemy appeared right in front of our hero suddenly and just as suddenly attacked him, and the guy was so taken by surprise that he forgot to block the blow. But he had already dodged the next one, as befits a disciple of the heavenly demon, although the situation did not become any clearer. In order to catch his breath, Hyun-Soo increased the distance. Apparently, his opponent preferred the close combat type. Moreover, when he rushed at our hero again, a pink glow appeared, which meant that the attacker's magic was also fine. Meanwhile, Yoon walked down the hospital corridor with a bouquet. The girl was glad that the flowers smelled very nice. Perhaps Hyun-Tae would smell the aroma and wake up. She opened the doors and said hello, heading straight to the vase, after which she said that today was her day off, so she was in a great mood. After finishing with the flowers, Yoon turned to go closer to the boy, but realized with horror that his bed was completely empty. Meanwhile, Iris was finishing her stay in the portal. It began to spin in some strange spiral. Time shifted a little. The girl couldn't understand where to move. Nothing was visible around her except a greenish-gray space with a bluish haze of mana. Then she heard a voice that said that she couldn't escape from them. It was Rook, who appeared as if from nowhere she recognized him. The man declared that the fox would finally die in an hour. He extended his hand forward and cast the appropriate spell. The demon screamed that there was no way she would give in to them, after which she swung her claws, enveloped in energy. The blow passed through the man, and it became obvious that this was not his real body. The enemy was physically in another place. Shouting that it was useless to attack him, he attacked the fox from a completely different direction, moving as fast as a meteor. But the worst thing was that a circle of demon exorcism spell unfolded above Iris, almost pulling her inside. The girl's strength allowed her to cope with this problem, but now she was truly angry and ready to tear the enemy to shreds. The scoundrel realized that he would not be able to stand against her alive, so he went the other way, saying that her friend Reina was still alive, and the fox froze in place. Rook said that they were keeping her under strict surveillance. Iris looked at him carefully, trying to guess if it was a bluff or the truth. The girl remembered how happy she and her sister Reina had been, and her heart sank. A spark of hope flared up in it. Rook asked what she would do now and asked her to think carefully, pointing a huge magic sword at the heroine. But then he grabbed the weapon with his hand and added that while the fox was thinking, he would finish her off in a moment. An unfamiliar voice behind the man said only one word, and that was the word, enough. A tall, thin guy, almost a boy, appeared behind him. His eyes were covered by long bangs and were not visible at all. The stranger extended his hand forward, and saying that the villain would now go back to where he came from, performed a forced teleportation. Rook began to dissolve into space. His face was literally stunned by the fact that someone would allow themselves such antics. The guy in the hospital pajamas made sure that the enemy was gone and went to Iris. She asked who he was. Maybe Hyun-soo. The smells were slightly different. The boy pointed in the direction with his hand and advised her to move towards the light so she would get out of here to freedom. Lisa asked who was helping her, someone from Hyun-soo's family. Probably the guy answered that he was not, but the body he was currently using was. He advised her to go faster, and Iris rushed forward to the place where she came from, to the place where Reina was waiting for her. As she was leaving, she shouted that she would definitely thank Hyun-soo someday for everything he had done for her. The hero himself was busy fighting with the elephant servant at this time. They went into hand-to-hand combat, once again almost falling to the ground. Somehow the enemy managed to avoid our hero's blows. Even Hansen couldn't boast of such a thing. Ronbell attacked with the same lightning speed, which was certainly not expected from someone in his position. When he kneed Hyun-soo in the groin, there was a bright flash of light, as if a spotlight had been turned on. Noticing that the man was preparing a left hook, the young man took a defensive stance to minimize damage. The blow missed, but it did not cool the ardor of the combatants. Ronbell immediately pulled off another one. This time he used his elbow, but Hyun-soo managed to put up a defense again. To be honest, he was already pretty tired of all this. The opponents exchanged blows without causing any significant damage to each other, and it seemed like this would go on forever. Receiving another elbow strike, the young man almost fell down. He decided that at this rate he would not have time to use any of his techniques. To change the course of events, he launched a mana bomb at Ronbell so that there would be time left for conceptualization. After the explosion, the enemy jumped to the side and ran away. Apparently, this was a diversionary maneuver. Down in the forest clearing, the elephant had already come to her senses and begun the regeneration process to join the fight. She was doing some kind of energy circulation to fully recover and fight on equal terms. The faster he regains his abilities, the faster he will deal with Hyun-soo, and then victory will be assured. Our hero looked around in search of the enemy, but then the master appeared and informed the student that he was chasing the wrong thing. When asked what he was talking about, he explained that Ronbell attacks the hero without the intent to kill, unlike his mistress. Hyun-soo extended his hand forward and said that in that case he had a surprise prepared for the elephant, and then began preparing the Fallen Heaven technique. This way, he would pay more attention to her, while his subordinate dealt with the countless number of magic projectiles. The man realized that he would now have to work a little to save his life, and after all, he was just following orders. The explosions followed one after another, and the elephant servant decided to simply run away before it was too late. He made an incredible jump, escaping from the explosion zone, and it seemed that his devotion to his mistress had completely evaporated. A moment later, Ronbell was already hovering high in the sky, moving at great speed and clearly not going to return. When the lady learned of the escape, she nearly burst with anger, and the epithets with which she awarded Ronbell were not intended for the ears of school-aged children. She began to cast some kind of spell around herself, continuing to persistently call the servant back, calling out his name. Hyun-soo, who appeared from behind her, advised her to finally forget about this cowardly bastard. Instead, it would be much more enjoyable to receive a powerful punch to the stomach from his own fist, wouldn't it? The girl, like a tennis ball, flew high into the air, flying over the fir trees. She definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand a second attack like that. But don't forget that the elephant restored her abilities, she quickly regenerated and cast a magic projectile, promising the hero that she would destroy him. Why the projectile didn't cause any damage, and what those beautiful pink sparks were around the guy, she understood a second later. Elephant's face became frightened and deathly pale. She realized that it was not Hyun-soo who would lose today. The young man did not disappoint her expectations, and struck with such force that there was no longer any doubt. Something out of the ordinary was happening in Sydney that day, perhaps the only time in the history of the corporation that something like this had happened. A beautiful and delicate strawberry cake, candles, and the signature congratulatory singing happened right in the research center. Isaac stood in the doorway, afraid to go inside, his face frozen in an expression of complete bewilderment and confusion. Raven, Anderson, and Sherry sang congratulations in chorus. The hunters even hit the right notes, which was especially nice. Then there was a suggestion to blow out the candles and make a wish. Once the treat was eaten and the birthday wishes were voiced, the boy thanked the teacher and admitted that he did not expect this from them. After taking a sip of tea, he asked Isaac if he believed in God. The guy replied that no, such things were alien to him. Raven replied that he too was like the boy, but until the moment he met God personally, the student replied that he did not believe. The man poked some buttons on the dashboard, and the huge flask of the safe they were standing next to began to move. The guy's mouth dropped open in surprise. He didn't even suspect that something like this was right under his nose. Raven showed him the magic sword and added that he had received orders to give it to Isaac when the right moment came. The man added that he believed the time had come, after which he took the weapon in his hand, pulling it out of the case. The boy looked at the sword that the teacher was holding out to him. He was confused and could not find the courage to accept the gift. In the portal, Hyun-soo was just observing all the beauty of nature, and Bishop, who was in the middle of this landscape, his mentor, was nearby. He commented that Ronbell probably didn't want to interfere in this fight, so he wouldn't come to the lady's aid. The woman dropped a pill, the same one that the horse had taken, and now she was busy trying to catch it. She almost fell to her knees, but the damned potion bounced off the ground like a ball and wouldn't come into her hands. Hyun-soo's patience snapped, and he told the woman that she looked absolutely disgusting and pathetic. He had already raised his hand, intending to use one of the techniques of mystical martial arts, when suddenly Slan asked the hero to wait. The young man did not do this, and unleashed a heaven's blast on his enemy to finish her off once and for all. The explosion was so loud that the smoke rose to the sky. Bishop had minimal chances of surviving. Her subordinate disappeared into the portal with the phrase that the hero was really very strong. Hyun-soo and his mentor waited until something became visible, curious to assess the elephant's abilities. The woman lay sprawled on the ground, half covered in earth, and the master advised him to kill her without a drop of sympathy. A message appeared that the ability to listen to instructions had increased in level. The hero was holding an item in his hands that the enemies used to create portals. The guy noticed that all his other skills, including physical and mystical ones, had also increased, and by 2 times at once, which he reported to the teacher, but he did not react. It turned out that the heavenly demon also leveled up. The world granted him the opportunity, the ability to master the target with all the skills and then disappear from this world. Hyun-soo asked what the master was thinking about. The old man thought that it was about taking over the student's body. Was this what Seo-il was talking about when he asked him not to doubt it? The young man looked up and noticed that the crack in the sky was beginning to heal. He asked out loud what was going on with Iris. The heavenly demon replied that the fox was alive and seemed quite happy, so there was nothing to worry about. The boy asked how he knew. The patriarch laughed that he must seem like a god to him. The hero intended to make a breach again. The teacher reminded him of the enemy artifact. Chinran and her guards rushed towards the portal as fast as they could when it became clear that its indicators had dropped sharply and were no longer critical. But when they all arrived, they realized that the main feature of this place was now different. Next to the first gate, another one appeared, this time in a much more pleasant blue color. The next second, Hyun-soo emerged from there, saying that here he is, back as if nothing had happened. Scratching the back of his head, the young man told the huntress that if it weren't for the things she gave him, he would have certainly died. The girl could not contain her emotions and hugged the hero tightly, praising him for his work and adding that he was an incredible person. Then Chinran suddenly became serious and asked why he came out of the other gate. Hyun-soo explained that he simply couldn't kill the creature inside the portal. The Black Dragon Chairman's face became sad and worried. She thought that in this case, the operation was bound to fail. At that moment, the guards screamed in fear that the portal was disappearing. which meant that the huntress's fears were completely unfounded. Chinrin pointed in that direction and said with a smile that in any case our hero succeeded, and he nodded. The girl added with a smile that she didn't think it would take him a whole month, and he exclaimed in surprise that only 2 hours had passed. The huntress's face expressed extreme surprise, but then she realized what the matter might be. Apparently, time passed at different speeds outside the portal and inside it, so for Hyun-soo it was only a little while, but for them it was several weeks. Chinrin added that it didn't matter. She had more important topics to talk about. Firstly, the young man's brother woke up. Hyun-soo almost jumped for joy. The Black Dragon president looked at the beautiful scenery around her and added that the second piece of news was that Raven had died yesterday. Now his body is not in the morgue, but in the church, so that everyone who wants to can come and say goodbye. Naturally, the coffin was closed, but for those who wanted to say their last words to the great hunter, they put up his portrait, an excellent photograph. It is not surprising that Isaac spent a lot of time near this image. For him, the loss of his teacher was a real blow. The young man shed so many tears in the church that a small puddle began to form under the bench. The day before, Raven had told him that he was going for a walk along the embankment, but the boy did not want to join his mentor. On the pier, the hunter saw a fisherman, an old man with long white hair and a hat. He asked what the young man was doing there at that time. Raven replied that he had come in search of peace, then asked if the old man often fished here, and he replied that it was his first time here and his first time fishing too. The hunter was very surprised by this, but he was even more surprised by the fisherman's question as to why he didn't ask his name. He thought it was really impolite and introduced himself, asking the old man to introduce himself too. Instead of an answer, his appearance began to change. His beard fell off. His wrinkles began to smooth out. His good-natured smile melted away as if it had never existed. The fisherman's hat flew off his head, and he, assuming his true form, announced that he was the king, although this was already obvious. He raised his hand and added that today Neiman would die again from these very hands. Raven stood, shocked. The king bid him farewell, but the hunter said that he would not die without a fight, beginning to envelop his fists with energy. Raven rose into the air and prepared to attack, saying that he would still see who would destroy whom today. At this time, Isaac was sleeping peacefully in his room, in the building of the research center of the Gate Affairs Committee. He liked the teacher's gift so much that he did not part with it. He was awakened by Raven's voice, and the student sat up in bed, surprised that the hunter had come into the room. The teacher said that he could no longer support him, but the hero's potential is endless. Let him not stop developing and not give in to the evil lurking inside. Raven disappeared. Shocked, Isaac began to call him, but the room was completely empty. He realized that thanks to his ability, the teacher came from the future or from the past. The area where the pier and embankment used to be was cordoned off with yellow tape. Workers combed the shore and even the bottom. The water evaporated. They were dressed in gas masks and protective suits, and walking through the scene wondered who could have done this. Suddenly, they saw a burnt skeleton, still standing in the clouds of smoke as if it were a living person, without falling apart. As you probably already guessed, this was Raven, or rather what was left of him. Now it is clear why the body was not in the morgue, but in the church. There was simply nothing left on the bones. Returning to Seoul, our hero first went to the hospital to see his brother. He couldn't believe that he had actually come to his senses. Hyun-soo burst into the room as if he couldn't wait for a second. He shouted a greeting while looking for Yun-tae with his eyes. He sat on the bed, his hands meekly folded, his long bangs still covering his eyes. They were not visible at all. Our hero, absolutely happy, rushed to his brother and asked how he was, if he was really okay. He replied that he never thought that they would meet like this, and then added that he was not Hyun-tae. Our hero grabbed him by the edge of his pajamas and shook him several times, accompanying this with screams, the essence of which boiled down to who dared to seize his brother's body and what happened to him. The heavenly demon advised to be careful not to harm the body. The guy unclenched his hands, The creature spoke of darkness and death. It was something like a prophecy. The guy asked who did this to his brother. The voice answered that the king did it, causing the portal to explode, and he put a seal on Hyun Tai to preserve his chance to wake up someday. The hero was taken aback and asked who he was then. The voice answered that his name was Mare and he was the god of the planet Ares. Hyun-soo asked again about the name of the planet, to which the guest replied that it was located 700 million light-years from Earth. For some time, the young man silently looked at the body of his brother, into which a god from some distant planet had entered. All this simply did not fit in his head. Then the heavenly demon appeared and asked what Mir was doing here. The boy was surprised that a god could also see the teacher. God replied that this was self-evident, since it was he who had transferred the heavenly demon here, to our hero's world, taking advantage of the fact that his soul had separated from his body. The master hissed through his teeth that he was lucky. If he were in his body, he would have torn Mare to pieces. The god admitted that this was indeed the case. He continued his story, saying that he had no choice, because by the will of the dead people of Ares, he was obliged to be here. Mir explained that he is something like a server for these people. If our hero wants, he can kill him after everything is over. Hyun-soo asked to explain what he was talking about. With the words that it is easier to show than to tell, God created something like a huge ball, somewhat reminiscent of a portal. They found themselves in the midst of a battle between some strange creatures in a place that resembled a spaceship and a research center at the same time. The creatures were asking where Karnak was. The fourth line of defense had been breached, and a disaster-level monster had appeared. Someone called out to Neiman, saying that the horse army had broken through and that time needed to be turned back. Hyun-soo thought that this was Raven's ability. The creatures shouted that the elephant was in the sky. Karak was fighting with him, so he couldn't deal with the horse now. Our hero realized that the battle was taking place with his enemies. Neiman was busy reversing time. Even his hairstyle was exactly the same as that of a person with such an ability. Here everything froze. As if someone had paused a movie, Mir explained that he had done so to explain everything. Neiman is the one who became Raven in their world. He can work with time and many other things that correspond to the earthly S-rank. The guy clarified that he did not have the same ability, but the same ability that Raven had, and God confirmed that the earthling had inherited it from a creature from the planet Ares. Hyun-soo asked if this meant that all the other awakened ones also inherited the abilities. The god replied that he would explain everything now. Ares' people had special powers and were at odds because of this, but Neiman managed to unite them by sitting them down at the negotiating table, and there were 11 of them in total. The guy immediately recognized who was who. Karak, the strongest, was incredibly similar to Haksen. He was the main one in the battles. The red-haired woman, Marin, had the powers of a fire dragon, which are now in the possession of Ha-Yurak. Although they all had a common enemy, the king, they never united together, but Neiman succeeded. And the one who helped him most in this most difficult task was Paul, a scientist and explorer, an excellent military leader who understood more than others. It was the main commander who led the hunters on Earth, Choi Sang-ho. Hyun-soo remembered the photograph standing in the boss's office. Mir confirmed that it was the same Choi Sang-ho, Ha-Yurak's boss, and Cho Jae-hyuk's father, and this news impressed the hero. God in Hyun Tai's body continued that with the help of Paul, Neiman managed to unite the people of Ares in order to save the planet. They fought the king and his minions using all available means, and at first it worked out well. But later, the enemy began to notice the shortcomings of individuals and come up with ways to destroy them. But the worst thing happened when the queen entered the battle. Our hero asked in surprise if it really existed. He suspected that since there was a knight, bishop, and king, there must also be a queen, but he did not dare to say so. Mir explained that the queen is the most powerful living weapon, created from the cells of the 4 previous kings and the one that lives now with the help of science and magic. The god added that the queen's power was far beyond the comprehension of ordinary strength. which is why Ares' men were defeated when she entered the battle. Her entire being was stronger than any of the attacks. She didn't need to do anything, just appear on the battlefield. Ares' men were no match for the queen, but neither were her minions, and even the king himself was no match. Karak initially challenged her rashly. Nothing could convince the hero that he was the strongest creature. Seeing that the enemy was simply smiling and in no hurry to attack, he attacked the furs first, but it was practically suicide. Karak became a toy for the queen, on which she demonstrated her abilities, simply so that others would learn a lesson. She hit him 100 times in a second, and each time the fist left a hole in the body and soul of the opponent, a terrible sight. The heroes could still do something against the knight and the bishop, but the appearance of the queen made any attempts at resistance completely pointless. Therefore, Niemann had no choice but to find God, Mare, and ask for help in saving the planet. The god appeared before Niemann in the form of a fiery creature living in one of the remote caves of Ares. The hunter asked if it was really the deity Ares in front of him, to which he received the answer that it was the god of his abilities. Niemann asked why he was not doing anything to save the people. Ares was in danger. He was threatened with complete destruction. The god explained that he could only support their abilities. He can't help them and save the planet. It means that in any case the inhabitants will die. Niemann began to scream and curse the king, calling him the last words. The hero asked if Ares could exist, and Mir replied that only if he transferred their abilities to people from another planet. Niemann asked to do so. God warned that this would doom their souls to eternal suffering, but the hero replied that if the king was destroyed in this way, then so be it. At this point Mir finished his story. Hyun-soo asked what about his teacher and who the singularities were. He explained that these were variables, a force the king did not know existed, and he asked if the young man knew that he was in this state because of them. God explained that he had traveled through countless dimensions to find his teacher, Cheong-Jenny. First of all, in order to pass the sword to Isaac, and soon, this will probably happen, Hyun-soo replied that he had one last question. The young man asked with hope in his voice if the prophecy about singularities saving the world was true. Mir replied that it was his wish. God explained that the hero had already killed the horse and the elephant, but on Ares this was impossible. They were too strong. He added that he felt sorry for the earthlings who had received abilities that they did not need initially, but as long as the king was alive, the power would not harm them. The hero looked at his hand. Then he asked why Raven did not see their conversation. Since he had the gift of looking into the future, Mare answered that he was invisible to Niemann and Raven. The ability to see into the future is incredible, but does not work in the case of gods. As long as he exists, he resists any manifestation of abilities in relation to himself. The boy asked who this powerful friend was who was helping the king. The god mentioned him in passing. The master suggested that it was the one who had summoned him after talking with the ancestral dragon. God replied that they had hope of victory because they all had his desires, the will of Ares and the singularity. The young man folded his arms across his chest, as if adopting his teacher's manner, and then said that Mare's wishes would come true, and he replied that he was glad to hear it. Hyun-soo asked why God kept his brother in a coma from dying, to which Mir replied that he did it for his sake, otherwise he would have committed suicide. The boy asked if he had been chosen from the very beginning. His mentor snorted and said that if he had been born in Murim, he would have ruled the world with him. God ended by saying that Hyun-soo, Isaac, and the third singularity were the hope for humanity. He had selected them and carefully nursed them back to health, while Isaac was practicing with his sword. Quite unexpectedly, the blade spoke and asked if the boy wanted strength. The hero almost dropped it from surprise. The sword repeated that he had asked a question. Let him answer whether he wanted strength. Isaac did not dare to answer. The guy asked why the sword talks, and he replied that it was the most demonic of all the demonic swords in the world. He is all-powerful. He can give the boy strength to make him the most powerful to avenge the death of his teacher. Isaac doubled over in rage and shouted that he simply had to finish off the bastard who killed Raven. The sword solemnly announced that in that case the guy needed his strength, and he asked to give it to him at any cost. Blade asked if he could handle whatever came next, and Isaac replied that he could, whatever it was. A piece of parchment appeared on which, apparently, it was written that in such a case one must give the sword one's blood. The boy pricked his finger with the tip of the blade and placed the bloody imprint on the sheet of paper of the contract, which was written in a language he did not even know. Strange things immediately began to happen. There was a lot of blood. It began to rise in some strange streams from Isaac's fingers to his shoulder and further. Soon it covered the whole guy, leaving only the area around his eyes free, and a second later it turned into black skin. Even his hair turned black. Isaac took the sword in his hand and he laughed that the hero had finally become strong enough to wield it. Armand came to say goodbye to his boss and friend at church, but before that, he decided to talk to the priest. He said that he was praying for the eternal peace of the deceased and would do so until tomorrow, the day of the funeral. The hunter thanked him and headed inside, but what he saw when he opened the door made the hunter furious. There was someone standing there in a black suit with a sword. He looked extremely suspicious, so the Frenchman angrily asked who was in front of him. In response, the creature said Isaac's name, and Armand became agitated, starting to shout that he should immediately explain where the boy was and what he had done to him. The teenager had to repeat several times that Isaac was him, and he became like that in order to avenge the teacher with his own hands. The hunter kept asking if it was really Isaac, and the guy even started to get a little angry that he was so suspicious. Having decided to end the conversation, the hero disappeared so quickly that Armand did not even understand in which direction. In the place where Isaac had just stood, only a little of his energy remained. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo promised the god Mir from the planet Ares that he would destroy him as soon as everything was over, and he replied that he would wait impatiently. He said that now he needed to rest. The young man was back in the room looking at his younger brother. The doctor reported that the patient had fully recovered. This news stunned Hyun-soo. He couldn't believe that all he had to do was wait until Hyun-tae got some sleep and opened his eyes. The doctor said that at first the boy would not be able to walk due to muscle dystrophy, but he would recover later. Mir explained that he had placed the seal to protect the body from external influences, let them now, when it was removed, restrict it and take care of it, keeping it calm. The young man looked back before leaving and said that it didn't matter. Let him just try to get out of his brother's body as quickly as possible. The god replied that he would try. Hyun-soo walked down the corridor, and the master noticed that he had learned a lot today. The hero replied that this was indeed the case, and that he needed to tell everyone about everything. Mir, in the body of the hunter's brother, thought that he was sorry, but Park Hyun-tae had already played his role. The hero was about to head to the Portal Affairs Committee building. A meeting of all the main hunters and management was planned, but first he dropped by the Red Lion Guild. He entered Ha Yurak's office. The girl stood up to greet her friend. Her hair was its usual color again, and her strength had returned. There was a portal in the middle of the office. The huntress reported that, on Anderson's orders, they were placed in all important points. She took the guy by the hand and said that everyone had been waiting for him. It was time to try out the new technologies. In one fell swoop, both of them found themselves in Sydney. Moving through the portal in the office was very convenient. All you had to do was name the coordinates. Sitting at the table were Haxon, Lordman, Armand, Chinran, Takeshi, Anderson, all waiting for Yoon-soo and Ha Yurak to arrive. The young man entered the room saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. It was half a joke, half a truth, depending on how you take it. A bald man with a gray beard extended his hand in greeting, saying that he was pleased to meet him. His name was Maud Alexander. Chinren reported that the reason they were all gathered here before Raven's funeral was because Hunter Hyun-soo had managed to kill one of the king's subordinates, Elephant. Hayurak added that he also received some information from a higher being, which he wants to share with everyone present. Armand and Haxon listened with disbelief, both unable to understand why the boy's powers were growing so rapidly. The young man said that he would try to keep it short. The king's gang was somewhat similar to space pirates. They land on the first planet they come across and completely capture it, using up its resources and killing the population. The easiest way to do this is to create portals and release monsters from them to do all the dirty work. The reason they do this is unknown to the higher being he was speaking to, named Meyer. Everyone present repeated the name after the boy. The hero explained that Meyer is the god of the planet Ares. He gave the people of the planet superpowers, but they lost the war with the king. Despite this, the abilities of people from Ares passed to Earth, and they awakened in each of those who are now in the hall, as well as in others who awakened. The hunters gnashed their teeth at this news. They considered themselves to be the only ones of their kind. There was immediate talk that it would be nice to meet the original owner of his gift and measure his strength, or something like that. Hyun-soo waited for a while, and then said that it was time to say the most important thing. He knew the reason why the king came to Earth. Not only that, there's a reason why he didn't take over the planet using full force. That would have happened long ago. On Earth, from generation to generation, a legend is passed down about a war between the gods, or rather between God and the devil. The latter lost and went into captivity in the depths of the earth. And the king came to our planet to awaken him, the devil, better known as the Dragon of Destruction. Even before Ares' conquest, it was known that Earth would be next. Mir doesn't know why the king needs a dragon, but he's sure that he wants to resurrect it. Alexander Mobb said that they use it as a combat unit. Why else? And they don't conquer the Earth using their full strength. Because of the contract with the hunter Choi Soon-ho, better known as the commander, everyone was extremely surprised. Especially Ha Yurak, who couldn't believe that her deceased boss could do something like that. The hunter had a special ability to seal seals, and he learned about the destruction dragon, starting to prepare a spell to strengthen the seal. The king learned of this and proposed negotiations, because if this happened, the seal would have been insurmountable for another 5 centuries. The king informed Paul, that is, the commander from Ares, that if he strengthened the seal, he would immediately destroy the Earth. The hunter remembered that singularities would appear soon, as promised by Mir, so he ordered in return not to attack the Earth for the next 5 years. The king laughed, as it was impossible to prepare for war in such a short time, but Paul continued that if the king broke his promise, his life force would be reduced. It was a verbal oath, and whoever breaks it loses his soul, so it was not so easy to decide, but the king agreed. True, he voiced the condition that the hunter must sacrifice his life so as not to pull the same trick in 5 years, and that's what happened. The commander fulfilled the condition. Hyun-soo explained that this is why Hunter Choi sacrificed his life for the Earth and why the king was forced to keep his oath. All the hunters began to discuss what they had heard. It seemed that the news would be a real headache for them. But then Shinran stood up and said that she wanted to express her gratitude to Hunter Pak for everything he does to save humanity. The huntress added that she personally and the Black Dragon Society, of which she is the chairman, have decided to follow him. Ha Yurak expressed her point of view. Now that the enemy's goal has become known, there is no reason to act separately. Everyone supported the idea of uniting against a common enemy under the leadership of Park Hyun-soo, except for Haksun, who refused to obey someone weaker than himself. The Sky Demon offered the student to show the hunter who was in charge here, and our hero rose from his seat. The young man asked Anderson if he still had the coordinates of his house, and Hyun-soo had a wonderful idea. Soon, everyone present in the Sydney conference room, one after another, went into the portal connected by the researcher. The hunters used the black portal in the hero's room. Inside it seemed endless. Anderson did not detect any signs of life, so no one was particularly worried. Hyun-soo explained that this was his personal training base, and Haksun replied that there was enough space to shake the crap out of him. Our hero tried to explain something else about how Haksun was an important combat unit in their war, but he ordered him to shut up and start fighting. With a cry that he shouldn't even dare lecture him, the hunter swung, intending to strike the first blow. He was very fast. The place where he was going to hit instantly became empty. The young man shot into the sky with such speed that fire burst from under his feet. Now he looked down at his opponent and hoped that he might still change his mind about fighting. Haxin didn't change his mind. He rushed towards Hyun-soo again to attack him as quickly as possible. The guy used the crush of the sky and the crushing fists. This combination always worked perfectly. The icing on the cake was Zern's strike, into which Park Hyun-soo put all his energy. Let's not forget that he learned to restore its reserves very quickly. Haxin realized that he had been a bit stupid. There was no time to dodge, so he decided to put up a defensive block. It didn't help much. From the force of the blow, he literally flew back. If there had been buildings here, the hunter would have broken through several walls with the wall. Moreover, during the fall, Haxin noticed a hole in his hand which his opponent had made with his fist. It looked like some kind of parallel reality. The man quickly recovered and cast the silver pulse spell, which we know from the previous battle between these hunters. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo used the Heaven's Fall technique, and many energy projectiles appeared around Haxin. After the explosion, the dark figure of the hunter remained in the air for some time, illuminated by the glow in the background. Before collapsing to the ground, the wounded Haxin noticed that this was a completely new technique that the hero did not possess last time. Hyun-soo snapped his fingers, dramatically launching an attack called Heavenly Lightning, which was now one of his favorite moves. An electric discharge of such force struck Haxin that he didn't even have time to catch his breath after the previous attack. Takeshi and Anderson were surprised to note that now the White Wolf is not at all our hero's equal. They are on different levels, and this is astonishing. The guy dropped to the ground and calmly watched as his opponent crawled, trying to get to his feet. Haxin was furious and hissed through his teeth that this was simply impossible, because he was the strongest. Finally, he managed to stand up, and the hunter immediately enveloped his hand in energy, shouting that the enemy should not be so self-confident. Having prepared an energy projectile, he prepared to fire it straight into the young man's face, promising that now everything would be over. Hyun-soo made no attempt to run, dodge, or use a shield, but solemnly raised his hand, intending to use Heaven's Burst. Our hero turned out to be much faster than his opponent. As expected, the explosion was very powerful. Haxin disappeared from sight. Looking at what had become of him, the young man sadly said that if the hunter wanted, they could continue. The White Wolf lay face down, pressed into the ground, streams of energy and dust rising above him. Alexander Maud reported that the hierarchy had apparently been established, and Chinran announced, not without pride, that Park Hyun-soo was now their leader. The boy headed towards the others, and the master reproached him that he should have taught a harsher lesson and brought the matter to an end. The student objected that then Haxin would have died. Here the hero heard his opponent call him by name and turned around. The White Wolf tried to say something and get to his feet at the same time, but neither worked. Then the young man simply extended his hand to help him. The White Wolf looked at her with distrust and anger. He lost for the first time. Park Hyun-soo looked at him with a smile and said that the hunter lost today, but this is not the final verdict. As compensation, he wants to invite him somewhere. Pushing Haxin by the shoulders, the guy promised him a great reward to recover and relieve stress, inviting him to the thermal baths. Oddly enough, White Wolf agreed. He was interested in the traditions of the Koreans and really wanted to relax. In the locker room, Hyun-soo suggested that he undress. The fact that he had to swim completely naked confused the man a little, and for a long time he did not dare to follow the boy's example and undress. The hero egged the hunter on several times, but then his patience snapped, and he used a special skill to speed up the process of introducing the foreigner to his culture. The clothes were torn to shreds, and Haxin became even angrier than before. Hyun-soo, with a beaming smile, invited him inside before the water cooled down. But once they got into the bath, the tension disappeared, but it was still a great way to relax and relieve fatigue. Our hero said that he doesn't really want to be a leader. To be strong and to lead people, these are different things. Haxin replied that he agreed to work with Hyun-soo, not for Hyun-soo. Once they dealt with the king and his henchmen, the agreement could be considered null and void. Suddenly, the White Wolf noticed that he had more than he thought, and then asked when exactly the portal appeared in the apartment and whether the guy was afraid of a monster attack. The guy replied that he was calm in this regard. His mentor and Hallie were frolicking in the bathhouse like little children, and this was partly true. They distracted Hyun-soo a little with the noise. Hackson noticed that he was distracted and rose from the water, saying that he was going to go. The young man asked him to stay a little longer. He would put out the beer. The church where Raven's farewell ceremony took place was truly huge and very beautiful. Our hero came to promise the hunter that his work would continue, now that they knew the motives of the king and his gang. Hyun-soo looked at the photo for a long time and then whispered that his revenge would be cruel and very well planned. All hunters united with a common goal, and the guilds ceased to exist. The New World Organization appeared. Its Korean office was located in the former association building. Lee Min-na gave interviews to the press as an authorized representative. The main question that everyone was worried about was why Park Hyun-soo gave up the leader's position to Ha Yurak. The girl replied that Hunter Pak was the strongest of them all and that he had too much responsibility, so organizational issues would only distract him. The curiosity of the press did not stop there, and the former director of the association had to rack her brains to answer everyone. When she returned to Ha Yurak's office, she was literally like a squeezed lemon, but her colleagues praised Lee Mi-nu for her excellent work, and she perked up a little. Most of the portals were closed. There was one A-rank one left, but Hackson took it upon himself to deal with it. The girls started giggling about how after the battle with Hyun-soo, White Wolf had become too accommodating. Then the portal on the wall in the office became active, and it became obvious that someone would soon come to visit them. I wonder who exactly. And so it turned out, Armand came out of the gate, and immediately everyone started asking what happened. The Frenchman would not have come for no reason. The hunter reported that a Y-rank portal had appeared over the Pacific Ocean, and the girls' faces changed from relaxed to worried. As you probably already guessed, the portal that appeared was the work of the king. He planned everything in advance. Special equipment appeared in the castle, on which the villain placed special hopes. The engineers and maintenance crews were finishing up their tests, time was running out, and the king was not a man to tolerate delays. Then footsteps were heard and someone entered the room. For some time he simply watched the staff work. The researchers greeted Rook and asked him if this was really the same creature that the boss had ordered to find and prepare. The man nodded. It was about the strongest body that the king had personally found in one of the countless dimensions. It was hard to believe that such strong energy could come from a corpse. Rook headed to the royal chambers. He had a lot to discuss with the chief and the others. The pawns had already gathered and were waiting for him in the hall. Their greeting was a little tense, because now there was neither a knight nor a bishop at the table. But there was one of the new pawns, a pink-haired man who didn't say hello, and when reminded of this, asked if it was really so necessary. Rook remarked that he was glad to meet him. This was their first meeting. Caven replied that it was exactly so. He was the best magician of the Eastern Kingdom, personally selected by the king. With the help of a special cube, those gathered learned that the Earth Hunters had found a portal and formed a squad of 30 A ranks and 1 S rank. There was no information about Park Hyun-soo. Ladia reported that at the moment, work on establishing a connection between the 7 portals is almost complete. Caven noted that there were only 4 of them, so how could they be in 7 portals at the same time? Rook explained that the central gate unites the remaining 6. They will enter 4 of them. The 2 that are not occupied will be discussed separately. He explained that there was already a suitable candidate for the 5th portal, and the one who would fight Park Hyun-soo would go to the 6th. Everyone present looked at him silently. Rook added that permission was granted to fight in their true forms and at full strength. Salden asked about the restriction due to Paul's contract. The man replied that he would take on all the restrictions using the causality clock. Katarina jumped up. Rook barked that they should fight without sparing themselves and bring Hyun-soo's head. 3 warships were approaching a huge portal in the Pacific Ocean. The operation was prepared almost instantly. The hunters agreed that such huge gates had never been seen before. They were about 2 kilometers in diameter. Chinran noticed that she didn't feel any of the ominous energy that the paradise fragment had. Hyun-soo approached unnoticed, but his appearance made everyone happy. The young man was smiling, as if he was just out for a walk. The girls noticed that the hero hadn't changed at all since their last meeting. Had he stopped training? Lordeman explained that the hero had reached the level of the reverse origin, and now his power had become invisible to others. It was so great. The young man noticed that the portal was surrounded by a barrier, so it was inaccessible. Hayurak replied that this was what they had been counting on. They have the world's most powerful nuclear weapons in stock to destroy the barrier and at the same time carry out tests that they have been waiting for years. The submarine was ready to fire a huge missile, and Anderson would take care of the radiation. Gil Lordeman said that he would personally absorb the damage from the first missile, and the rest could just watch for now. The man used the Chaos Lake technique and prepared to carry out the task assigned to him. The hunters watched in awe as Lordman's energy completely covered the giant portal. Now radiation would be a problem in another dimension. The commander started the countdown, and now the missile has been launched towards the target. There is no turning back. When the projectile reached the portal, there was no powerful explosion. The missile seemed to pass through the barrier without an obstacle. Only a second later, everything shook from the shock wave, and flames flared up. The ships rocked on the waves so much that they almost capsized. Lordeman struggled to hold back the protective layer that was supposed to save the Earth from the effects of a nuclear explosion. The fact is that the rocket turned out to be much more powerful than the hunter expected. The explosion could destroy an entire continent. But Jill was not one to give up. He made every effort to do his job with honor. His powers turned out to be very great, and after a minute, there was no trace left of the explosion. Everyone thanked Lordeman in admiration. The hunter nudged Hyun-soo and asked if it was cool. The guy confirmed that it was great. Ha-Yurak and Takeshi said that it was their turn now. The A-ranks went inside the portal. There were some abandoned ruins, which scared the hunters a little. They quickly spotted many monsters and managed to prepare for battle just in time for the insects to attack. The hunters entered into a fight with huge bugs that resembled bedbugs. At first, everything went relatively normally. The monsters weren't particularly powerful, so they died with one hit. The only problem was their numbers. But a much bigger problem was the fly-like monsters that also flew in to the sounds of the battle. Luckily, Ha-Yurak entered the portal. She thought that compared to the monsters from the Paradise Fragment, these looked just cute. The girl screamed that she would fry them all to a crisp and immediately fulfilled her promise. Chinran watched the monsters blaze and caught herself thinking that her colleague had become much stronger lately. She jumped into the air, thinking that she had to do her part of the job no worse than the fire woman. From Chinran's blows, the monsters died without even having time to understand what happened and who destroyed them. She was so fast. Hyun-soo rose into the air and began to study the structure of this world, or rather, the simulation. When the analysis was completed, the young man reported that there were 6 smaller portals here, connected together by one large one, the 7th. The hero then decided to reduce the number of monsters in one fell swoop and use the conceptualization of mystic arts to release projectiles of mass destruction. The fall of heaven had befallen the beetles, and now they were happily and noisily exploding like firecrackers on New Year's Eve. The A-ranks looked at how quickly the guy dealt with all the monsters and couldn't believe that someone could be so strong. They also appreciated Ha-Yurak's successes. After all, when S-Rank comes into play, everything goes smoothly. The girl stopped on a rock and Hyun-soo immediately flew to her to share information about the portal. The young man said that he was doing some reconnaissance and the boss smiled, saying that was a good place to start. Upon hearing about the portal network, the huntress noted that the enemy's technology had become even better since working in the Paradise Fragment. They decided to take on the bosses and leave the normal monsters to the A-ranks. With these words, Hyun-soo announced that he was going to tell the others. Ha-Yurak asked him to be careful, and the impudent fellow suddenly decided to stroke her cheek. The beauty was amazed beyond measure. Feeling that her wrath was about to fall on him, Hyun-soo instantly disappeared. Hayurak was taken aback at first, and then shouted after him that she would not let this insolence go unpunished. The guy was already so far away that he couldn't hear a sound. He was rushing towards his goal like a comet. Entering one of the small portals, the hero realized that he was in some kind of amusement park. This was unexpected. Not only were all the rides working properly, but there were also quite a lot of people riding them. The guy was confused. Some kid was asking his mother to buy him some cotton candy. The pawn, in his true form as a giant spider, was surprised that Park Hyun-soo entered first, but it was even better this way. He would deal with the guy and earn the title of king. Meanwhile, our hero felt more stupid than he had ever felt in his life, and there were quite understandable reasons for this. Instead of fighting the monsters in the portal, he was riding a roller coaster downhill with the sky demon screaming in delight next to him. The young man didn't even understand how he ended up there and tried to explain to his mentor that now was not the time to relax, but he was simply enjoying the fun. The route was very difficult, and the difference in altitude was too dangerous to be reality, and not a figment of the imagination. The heroes flew over one hill after another, and then the master noticed that the directions were somehow strange. He instantly became serious. Suddenly they saw that the track was breaking. The carriages, one after another, flew off the rails and began to fall apart. It was a disaster. People started falling from a great height, and there was no way to save them all, even for such a strong hunter as Hyun-soo. The guy dropped to the ground. For some reason, this seemed to him the only reasonable solution. He looked up and realized that the slides had exploded and the people on them had died. But for some reason, there were no signs of the incident around now. Here he heard a familiar voice asking his mother to buy him cotton candy. The boy glanced to the side and saw the same little boy. The circle was complete. The roller coaster cars went out on the route and everything was exactly the same as 5 minutes ago. Hyun-soo felt sick. The sky demon reported that they had entered a cycle. The boy nodded. He wondered what that could mean. He thought that time in the portal could be closed in the same way as in the realm of the ancestral dragon. Or, there was another explanation for this. Suddenly, a voice from the loudspeaker announced that Hyun-soo had lost the first race, something the guy was definitely not prepared for. The young man yelled that there was no point in making such jokes. The voice explained that it did not like to fight, so it created spaces of different dimensions as soon as the hero entered here. The spider said that his name was Bordex, and that this was his ability, and that fighting Hyun-soo was scary because he had defeated the horse and the elephant. The young man noticed that for a coward his opponent was too talkative. Something didn't add up here. The man noticed that he was no weaker than the elephant or the horse. He just wasn't acting head-on. The hero would definitely lose to him and get stuck here forever. The spider's terrifying smile could have been the worst nightmare in any child's life. Fortunately, not a single living soul saw it. Bordex announced that it was time for the second game, to which our hero remarked that he would not play his games. The spider objected that it was his territory, and he had to obey the rules, but Hyun-soo stated that he would not obey someone who was so weak that he was afraid to show his face. The hero added that this place was an illusion, and if so, he would destroy it easily and simply, after which he used the conceptualization of the mind. He immediately discovered the spider. It was actually tiny and practically defenseless in the face of the enemy. Hyun-soo used Zern's strike without even trying hard. It was obvious that it was enough. The explosion was for some reason very powerful, completely out of proportion to the force of the blow, but let's not forget that the hero was inside an illusion. The spider, whose eye was glowing, and Bordex, who was sticking out of the monster's belly, began to rapidly fall somewhere down. The web crumbled. The young man carefully approached the defeated enemy. The man asked how he managed to notice because the illusion was perfect. Hyun-soo extended his hand forward and explained that he noticed it because he had met a mage who was much stronger than Bordex. The guy didn't wait long and used Heaven's Blast. The next explosion was already as expected, without special effects. Before his death, the sorcerer warned our hero that his main enemy, the king, was very strong. It seemed that the man did not hold a grudge against Hyun-soo. However, the guy did not spare the enemy. He felt disgust towards him, like an insect, although why how? The hero looked at the spider, which had significantly decreased in size, and muttered that everything had ended too quickly. The heavenly demon agreed with him. At that moment, a message appeared that the portal was cleared. It was necessary to go to the next one before it closed. A pillar of blue glow rose into the sky. The A-rank hunters, who were finishing off the insects, saw him and were glad that one part of the task was already completed. Meanwhile, in another portal, someone had to fight a boss. It was a huge underwater snake. And the lucky one who got the honor of defeating her was Takeshi, although the process did not go exactly smoothly. The hunter plunged his sword up to the hilt into the monster's head, but it had absolutely no effect. When the monster finally emerged from the water, Yamamoto pulled out his sword, intending to strike again. This time he decided not to stab, but to cut, so he swung wide and put all his strength into the blade. The divine sword of space and time cut off the sea serpent's head. Since the boss was defeated, the portal could be considered cleared. The hunter jumped down onto the grass with a stern look, peering out to see if the monster would grow a new head. This did not happen, but the portal did not begin to close. It became obvious that the boss in these gates was someone else. White butterflies began to flutter around the hunter. They definitely had quite a strong charge of energy. In another portal, A-rank hunters were fighting a whole horde of zombies, the walking dead advancing in a dense crowd. The men gradually retreated under their onslaught, hoping that one of the S-ranks would come to their aid. The hunters understood that the zombies were weak, and if there had been even a little less of them, they would have dealt with them themselves. But there were a lot of enemies. Suddenly, Ha-Yurak appeared in the sky above the warriors in a halo of flame and asked if they were ashamed to lose to opponents of such a level. But then the girl looked at the number of zombies and understood everything. She rose a little higher and simply burned a whole column of monsters. Then she flew on like a comet and repeated the incineration ritual. The hunters shouted words of gratitude after their leader. But the fun did not last long. New monsters immediately took the place of the dead ones, and there were even more of them than before. Some strange worms were crawling around in the heads of the living dead, and it seemed that this was how they became zombies. On the top step of the temple there was a throne, in which Salden sat and cordially invited the parasites into his kingdom. He promised that soon they would all become like that too. Another batch of zombies with glowing eyes descended from the steps. They were also the product of the worm's life activity. Takeshi, meanwhile, continued walking through the beautiful forest, surrounded by butterflies. He still couldn't understand what the catch was. Suddenly his eyes were covered with a white veil, and his pupils narrowed and turned purple. Something strange was happening to the hunter. Two beauties, a brown-haired woman and a brunette, grabbed the man by the arms and asked him to take out his sword. They had plans for him. The girls began to treat Yamamoto to drinks and snacks. He sprawled on a soft sofa and received incredible pleasure from what was happening. In his thoughts, Takeshi was already climbing the steps to the hotel room with one of the seductresses. A blow to the cheek made the hunter wake up. Jill was standing next to him with a respirator in his hand, reminding him that he must always be ready to reflect an illusion. Yamamoto used the device and asked if the butterflies really were spraying illusory pollen. Lordman nodded. He then tried to make a joke about his friend's face when he was in the illusory world, but Yamamoto harshly stopped this attempt. Then, behind the men, a thin female voice said that it was a real pity that their comrade had managed to save the hunter. It was Katarina, who said with a smile that she would drink all their yang energy to the last drop, no matter what. The men asked if she was really the boss, and if so, then showing herself to them was a very presumptuous decision. The girl said that she knew the hero's abilities. She had already seen them in action on Ares, just as she had clearly seen their death today at her hands. Lordeman shouted that the villainess would not succeed this time, and then began to prepare a magic projectile for an attack. Then the hunter's vision went blurry, and he found himself in a thermal bath, surrounded by beauties offering their help with clothes. One of them leaned as close to Jill as possible, and suggested that he relieve his fatigue using a proven method. Katerina reported with satisfaction that her pollen was too fine for the respirators to catch. Takeshi asked if she was sure, holding his sword forward. The hunter explained that thanks to spiritual practices he can go without oxygen for up to 10 hours. He was a bit stupid at the beginning, but that was due to carelessness. He said goodbye and swung his blade. Katerina's head separated from her body, but she didn't realize it yet. A column of blue light rose into the sky. This time the portal was indeed cleared and closed shortly after the events described. Hayuraka noticed this and decided that Jill and Takeshi had done a great job. It was time for her to speed up a little too. At the very top of the temple steps, like some kind of black cuttlefish, Salden continued to sit. There were zombies huddled below. Many of them were missing certain body parts, but this no longer bothered anyone. The villain decided to change tactics and, using magic, appointed the zombies as new parasites in the army of the parasite king Salden. They instantly fell to the ground and began to make some strange crawling movements. The A-rank hunters noticed that even the monsters had shrunk a little in size, but they couldn't figure out what exactly was going on. Suddenly the zombies disappeared, and instead hordes of some kind of worms with strange heads appeared around the people. They began to vigorously crawl up the armor towards the people's heads, while some simply sank their teeth into their clothes. Some of the hunters began to choke. Worms tried to crawl into their mouths, noses, ears, and even eyes. Hayuraka realized that something urgently needed to be done. At first, the girl tried to find out from the A-ranks what was going on, but they could no longer speak and only moaned. Then one of the hunters fired a projectile at Hayuraka herself, and she realized that his brain had been taken over by a parasite. Another man immediately attacked the boss, and now she was in no mood for jokes. Hayuraka tried to reach the people's consciousness by shouting, but it was useless, so she changed tactics. Since they were high-level A ranks, they could very well survive the huntress's fire attack. The girl decided to simply burn all the worms at once. That was the only thing that came to her mind, and to carry the people out of the flames. The worms began to leave the bodies of their own mouths, unable to withstand the high temperature. It looked terrifying. But people began to regain consciousness faster than Hayuraka expected, and they began to thank the boss. The girl explained what had happened to her colleagues and added that she had already found the spellcaster, so the issue would soon be resolved. Salden continued to sit on his throne, seemingly not even noticing that Hayuraka had figured out his plans and was ready to counterattack. The huntress left the A-ranks in a safe place, asking them to just stand there and not interfere with anything, and she rushed towards the enemy. The man noticed her from afar and squinted because the fiery glow blinded his eyes. He was not afraid. Salden knew that the firewoman would be a difficult opponent for him, but in any case, a battle could not be avoided. He is, after all, the king of parasites, after which he again took on his true form, ugly to the point of impossibility. While the vile worm was making plans on how to control her body with the help of the worm, Hayuraka used the Night of Fire technique. The explosion was so powerful that the smoke from it hung in the air for a good 5 minutes. The huntress waited to make sure that she had not made a mistake with her choice. The worm, much larger than before, emerged as if from underground and screamed that her tricks weren't working on him. The huntress didn't answer. She simply summoned her prism sword and intended to put it to use as quickly as possible. It took literally 2 movements of the hand for the monster's head to fly down. Salden was destroyed, but the severed head said that it would not die so easily. Hayuraka could not understand how this was even possible. Someone was playing games with time. Rook and his assistant were drinking coffee near a huge hourglass and asked if it seemed to him that they had just lost a pawn. The girl replied that he knew better. The boss ordered her to shut up. She obeyed, saying that she was an ordinary military slave. She remembered the horse's servant and sighed that Eisen was very lucky to be the first of them to leave. Rook asked if she was thinking about death. The servant replied that no, her brother would come and save her. He is the 12th king of Ares, the god of battles. Rook asked if she was talking too much. The girl replied that if he was threatening her with death, then it would be a great gift. She looked at the gentleman and added that, given what was happening, they had all been stupidly abandoned here too. With words for her to shut her dirty mouth, the man extended his hand forward. It looked strange. At that very moment, a huge fist flew out of nowhere and crushed the servant before she even had time to squeak. Rook declared that there was no need for a dog to bite its owner. The girl whispered her brother's name, Ron Bell, and then died. Hyun-soo was floating in the air in front of his opponent, who said a meaningless phrase about them meeting again, but for him it meant a lot. Ron Bell was wearing the same suit as the last time they met. The elephant was gone now, but the king's orders were not so easily shaken off. He explained that he was the 12th king of Ares, Max, but was forced to betray his planet because his sister was in the hands of the king's gang. Our hero was surprised. The guy asked why he needed this information. Ron Bell's eyes lit up, and he replied that he would kill him and then go after his sister. The heavenly demon asked the disciple to be extremely careful. His opponent was very serious. Shouting that the boy had already killed one of his sisters, Ron Bell charged at Hyun-soo, determined to get revenge. The hunter thought that the second sister was probably the blonde who was with the horse, but he was not sure. He would have received a strong blow to the jaw, but he put his elbow out. The opponent struck another 10 times, or rather tried to strike, because Hyun-soo was still faster. The hero said that he was sorry that Ron Bell's sister died, but he would kill her again if the situation repeated itself. The guy became furious. Shouting that he didn't care about the thoughts of someone who was about to die himself, the servant rushed into the attack. Our hero blocked her too, but it was clear that each time he was more and more surprised by the attacker's strength. To cool his ardor, the young man used the cloud dispersal technique, and Ron Bell was literally blown away. He flew and turned over, then flew and turned over again, and it seemed like this fall would never end. Rising to his feet, the man thought that he had not received any damage. But what kind of enormous power was this? Hyun-soo had been weaker before. The enemy shouted that he was putting his life on the line and would fight with full dedication, just like the last time. While the hunter was using the lost heavens, his enemy decided to split, or rather clone himself, creating an illusion. Hyun-soo was surrounded by about 10 Ron Bells, and he was a little confused, trying to figure out how much weaker the clones were than the original. Without thinking twice, they all rushed to attack and turned out to be good enough for a simple illusion. Apparently, there was some other magical trick involved, but the blows were no less powerful than those of the real Ron Bell. The more of them there were, the more tired the guy became, so he simply didn't have time to block one of the attacks. 2 Ron Bells grabbed him from behind and held him so tightly that there was no chance to even move. The third one started to hit Hyun-soo in the stomach, putting in maximum effort. Apparently this opponent was the real one. Hyun-soo noted that he was strong. The hero began to cough. It was hard for him to breathe. It seemed like it was time to stop messing around with close combat. While the Ron Bells were enthusiastically beating out his entrails, the hunter thought about how unpredictable this life can be. The heavenly demon yelled at him that now was not the time for lyrical digressions. Let him use one of his techniques already, otherwise he would turn into a cutlet. The enemy was just flying towards him in some incredible attack. Our hero used the heavenly shield of the heavenly demon. The blow landed in an empty space. The young man slipped out of the tenacious embrace and finally began to behave as befits an S rank. The Ron Bells surrounded him again, but this time the boy knew exactly what to do and used Sky Walk and then Sky Burst. Every single clone was destroyed, and the enemy himself was badly battered, thrown high into the air. As he lowered himself, he shouted at Hyun-soo that the boy shouldn't think that things would always be the way he wanted them to be. The techniques he uses are impressive, but the hero will be destroyed in any case, and with only his steel muscles. An even larger crowd of Ron Bells than before surrounded the young man, each claiming to kill him. In another portal, a group of A-rank hunters were trying to fight a huge green monster, but were not very successful. He was so big that he would simply grab people with his hands and then throw them on the ground like an annoying toy. Chinren rushed to the aid of her subordinates, the girl holding a magic projectile in each hand. Their attack damage worked no worse than a sword. Literally in a second, the giant lost one upper limb. But in its place, some shoots appeared, and other shoots grew so quickly that they instantly reached Shinran and entangled her, immobilizing her. She tore them apart with ease, but the moment was still lost. The monster had already managed to recover and regroup. A huge fist, as if there hadn't been another one in its place just a minute ago, practically knocked the Black Dragon chairman off his feet. The blow sent her flying a good 100 meters, although she didn't receive much damage, but she needed to think through the attack better. Although it would have been nice to just stop at first, the girl flew, turning over her head and hitting the ground painfully. Finally, she just lay down on the grass and tried to catch her breath. The enemy was approaching. Fortunately, he was slow. It turned out that the boss of this portal was not the green big guy at all. A magician, Kaven, appeared in the clearing. He instantly cast some kind of tricky spell, and the monster fell to its knees before its master. A new arm grew back in literally a second, and Shinran realized that there was a powerful sorcerer in front of her. The man from above had already shouted that she had done well. It was a taunt that caused the huntress to immediately attack him, sending several streams of energy towards the target at once. With a slight movement of his hand, Kevin unfurled another magic circle in front of him, its glow beautifully illuminating his face. It wasn't hard to guess that it was a magical shield that neutralized the attack, but Shinran was surprised at how easily and beautifully it was done. The girl, like a dragon, breathed a stream of flame in the direction of the enemy, but the sorcerer continued to calmly stand on the monster's palm. At the very last moment, he simply put his hand forward and dispersed the fire with his shield, saying that her attack was somehow weak. Kaven decided to show how to carry out an attack, and with a sinister grin, began to cast a spell. However, he was in no hurry to use it. Shinran suddenly began to laugh, which confused her opponent. After a few minutes, the girl calmed down, and with a soft smile explained that she had not expected to become even younger here. At this point, the huntress's eyes flashed with fire, and she prepared to attack, shouting that nothing could be done about it. The more force the girl put into her future attack, the more childish her facial features became. The power of the impending attack was such that the heroine literally destroyed the ground under her feet, so high was the concentration. Finally, she transformed. The streams of black energy made Shinran look like a devil, and her gaze was corresponding. She ordered the enemy to grit his teeth. Meanwhile, Hyun-soo and Ronbel continued their competition in military skill. It was not for nothing that on Ares Max was the god of war. He was good. Moving quickly, he delivered pinpoint strikes with lightning speed. Our hero did not have time to block them or dodge them. After another push, the guy began to simply fall backwards under the pressure of the enemy's attack. It seemed like the final was near, and it wouldn't be pleasant for Hyun-soo, who would have thought that he would lose to the elephant servant. The Ronbels advanced in a tight circle, and one of them happily noted that he had overestimated the hunter. It was a mistake. The sky demon remembered who he was. The very first attack in the Heavenly Walk technique completely changed the balance of power in the battle. Hyun-soo increased the distance with one swing of his leg. The Ronbels flew back as a flock, disappearing into the clouds of dust raised by the young man's blow. The man and his clones tried to get up, but nothing worked. The hero used mind conceptualization. The icing on the cake was the skyburst strike, which hit the real servant, who was not that difficult to figure out. He flew back as if he weighed a couple of kilograms, his hair flying, adding drama to the scene. Shinran looked up at the sky where her opponent was hovering high above, Kevin's robe fluttering, looking like a demon. The huntress lay on a pile of rubble after his attack, horrified to realize that even in her true state she was no match for him, too weak. The mage approached and reported that she was not so hopeless, having even managed to protect her A-rank colleagues while fighting him. Shinran screamed that she didn't care about the scoundrel's compliments, but he suddenly declared that he urgently had to leave and instantly disappeared. But the most interesting thing is that at that moment, a stream of blue glow shot up into the sky, signaling that the portal was cleared. Chinran's anger knew no bounds. Hyun-soo's final attack made Ronbel change his mind about his opponent, and as he stood up, the man noticed that he was indeed strong. Adding that he really hoped that the hunter would cope, the enemy unexpectedly hit himself in the chest, as if tearing his body apart. The young man was taken aback and simply asked what the hell he was doing. It was obvious that something strange was happening. Ronbel pulled out his own core and explained that his second sister had just died. There was no point in carrying out the king's will now. He hoped that Hyun-soo would destroy the villain. He handed the life vessel to the hero and asked him to try to ensure that his sacrifice would not be in vain. After this, the man wished Hyun-soo good luck and began to dissolve into thin air, literally crumbling before our eyes. The heavenly demon informed the disciple that it was painful for his opponent to act as a slave to his enemy for the sake of the sisters' lives. The student looked at the gift he had received from his opponent and still could not believe that he had given him his life vessel. Then Hallie appeared, who had been sleeping for a long time. Exhausted, the boy asked to give the vessel to him. Saying that he was very hungry after such a long sleep, the child simply took and ate the energy core, without even waiting for permission. Hyun-soo was a little taken aback, but the ring on his finger suddenly sparkled, and some processes began to occur on a spiritual level. Both of the hero's arms became covered with a new type of armor, acquiring both a higher type of protection and additional power. A message appeared that the hero's level had increased, and he could now use a new skill called Pull to pull any target towards him. Happy that he had received a new skill, the hero watched as another portal closed in the distance. Apparently, everything was fine on the other side too. So, there was only one gate left. Hyun-soo asked if Hallie was ready, and then rushed straight there. After increasing the energy level, our hero had so much that he even increased his movement speed several times. At the same time as he disappeared, someone else burst into the gate, but it was still completely unclear who it was. We could guess that it was Kivan, but Hyun-soo was not yet familiar with the magician, so he remained in the dark that he had just avoided an unpleasant encounter. Kivan looked around and realized that the hunter was not here. He looked a little disappointed because he was expecting to fight Park Hyun-soo. The magician could not penetrate the last portal until the battle was over. All that was left was to watch how many forces of the singularity could be released. The hero was preparing to enter. He touched the pink barrier with his hand and thought that he couldn't just pass through, he had to do something. The technique of conceptualizing the mind helped, and soon the guy was already taking his first steps through the forest, noticing that it was somehow damp there. Suddenly his teacher appeared and said that the vegetation around him was suspiciously familiar. Then he said that he recognized this place. If they go straight, they will see a lake. This surprised Hyun-soo. The guy went in the indicated direction and pushed aside the thickets. Ahead, there really was a large and beautiful lake with blue transparent water. Instead of joy, the heavenly demon felt furious. He began to curse and ask what kind of bastard came up with the idea to do such a thing. The old man could not restrain himself and shouted in anger that some bastard dared to copy his native land. At that moment, some movement appeared on the surface of the reservoir, as if a portal was about to open there. The tip of a huge spear was the first to emerge from the water. It glittered in the sun, and it became clear that passing through the portal would not be easy. Further out of the water, a man rose, his shoes and clothes reminiscent of those worn by the heavenly demon. The old man froze in place, his eyes wide and his mouth open. He hadn't expected to see anything like this here. Hyun-soo froze, looking at the man with the spear. Judging by his appearance, he was dead, but with the help of some incredible force, he came back to life. The heavenly demon called out the name of the enemy, so ill, and our hero was surprised that the teacher knew him. The master explained that this was the best student, his favorite in the evil tiger squad, who gave his life for the teacher on this very spot, by the lake, in Murim. Hyun-soo didn't know how to react to what he heard, so he chose to remain silent and refrain from commenting. The patriarch, addressing himself, muttered that now it was clear why So-il came to him in his dreams. He cried out indignantly that he could not allow anyone to resurrect his disciple in such a state, whose courage and righteousness knew no bounds. Saying that he would not forgive the king, the master ordered Hyun-soo to defend the honor of his dead student and his own as if he were alive. Our hero enthusiastically promised to fulfill the teacher's will. This situation struck him to the depths of his soul. So Il climbed up to the ledge above the lake and clutched his spear tightly, trying to figure out who he would have to fight. His eye flashed red and the weapon rushed forward. The man screamed that he would kill everyone who appeared here. And he would do it for the sake of the heavenly demon. It sounded so surreal that I felt very sorry for all the participants in the events. The dead disciple used the dark mist spear technique, and everything around was covered in a bluish haze. The master explained that if the smoke touched the hero, he was dead. He had to dodge. The hero used fallen heaven and rushed upward. So Il shouted that no one dares to imitate the heavenly demon's techniques. The opponent will be severely punished for it. With a cry that he would now answer for this, the dead student rushed at the living one with such speed that he was dumbfounded. The teacher explained that So Il uses 3 main techniques: dark mist spear, heavenly wave, and heavenly black wind strike. He acted now in this order: first a dark wave, then fog, then an attacking dash. Once Hyun-soo received the instructions, he no longer feared that he would not be able to figure out the enemy's new attack. The sky demon shouted that he couldn't lose sight of the spear tip. He had to go straight towards it, then everything would be clearer. The hero used heavenly demon flight and rushed forward, his face full of determination to defend the honor of his teacher, his student, and his own. The attack was made using Zern's strike, and So Il was taken aback. He didn't expect to see his mentor's technique again. The spear almost took off the young man's head. His opponent was very fast as he was. They rose into the sky and began to fight there, with only sparks from the blows and flames from the exploding shells flying down. So Il used Dark Mist second spear strike Badger Hunt. It was his favorite strike. Hyun-soo didn't have time to dodge. The blow was so good that the guy lost consciousness and began to fall down. Fortunately, he came to his senses in flight and managed to take certain measures before falling into the thicket of the forest. The energy from his feet hitting the ground shot up like a splash of water, but it wasn't water. So Il was already there, preparing to make another attack, but Hyun-soo was already getting up. He felt like his whole body was burning. Soo-il demanded an answer to the question of how the enemy managed to learn his teacher's fighting techniques. The young man remained silent. Then the living student turned to the elder, saying that he wanted to warn him that he was no longer in this world. The king and his gang were using his body and soul for their own purposes, like a toy. The dead man screamed that he didn't believe a single word the scoundrel said. He had only one mission: to buy a little time for the teacher to recover. He used the third mist technique, Eagle Strike, soaring high above the ground like a bird of prey. Hyun-soo replied that his mission was to lay the dead student to rest with honor, which he would do immediately. The hero decided to use the demonic heaven-destroying fists, which was a close combat technique. And in order to shorten the distance, heavenly demon flight was the best choice, and the young man rushed upward. Realizing that it was the heavenly demon's body, So Il decided to respond with the explosive spear. He was beside himself with rage. 2 enormous forces collided, and the impact and explosion that followed were of incredible proportions. Hyun-soo survived, but was pretty battered and not thinking very well, as the explosion had stunned him. The dead disciple was in about the same condition, but his hands continued to confidently hold the spear. So Il repelled the hero's attack and shouted that the enemy was only imitating the mentor's techniques, and that he should immediately answer who he was. The young man answered honestly that he was a disciple of the heavenly demon, which caused a new wave of rage and another swift attack. The blow was repelled. The dead disciple shouted that the heavenly demon's mystical arts could only be passed on to heavenly demons. Let him tell the truth or die. Hyun-soo replied that he didn't even expect that he could convince the enemy with his words. He would have to act. The teacher suggested that now was the time to use the new ability gained upon leveling up, attraction. If he manages to separate So-il from his weapon, he can be considered victorious. Without a spear, the enemy is weak. The young man replied that the idea was good, but the opponent was very strong. He did not see any gaps in his defense, so he would not be able to carry out his plan. Just at that moment, the dead student attacked. Our hero only miraculously managed to dodge the blow of his deadly spear. So-il noticed that the hero had something extra in his body, on his hands, so he decided to simply knock the item out. To prevent this, Hyun-soo used the leaf strike technique, hoping to cut the spear shaft. Nothing worked. The enemy in turn repeated the eagle strike. He put almost all his strength into it. His attack also failed. Our hero looked at the dead student and thought that their capabilities were almost equal. The usual techniques did not work. Apparently, So-il thought the same thing. He used the sixth spear at the conceptualization level, the pinnacle of his martial art. The mentor told our hero that he should use the heavenly demon's spiritual shield to escape. It was not possible to do this. It turned out that So-il gradually immobilized the enemy so that he, carried away by the battle, did not even notice. The patriarch's eyes turned white, and he clenched his fists with a terrible cry, watching as the student was pierced by magical spears. Hyun-soo fell down quickly and now lay sprawled across the bottom of the crater created by his fall, his arms spread out to the sides. The heavenly demon hovered above him. He realized that the moment had come when there was no need to doubt. He must take possession of the disciple's body. Hyun-soo opened his eyes and smiled. He said that he had not yet had time to pay the teacher for his kindness, for everything he had done for him. The old man froze. He could not leave like that. Here So-il came down to our hero and resolutely walked forward to finish the job. He listened to the young man talking to the master, but decided that the guy was simply delirious. At this point, Hyun-soo stood up and said that they weren't done yet. He was trying to find a gap in the defense to get hold of the spear. He noticed that the enemy was now holding the spear with only one hand. This was a chance to try the attraction technique, as he had been advised. The hero extended his arm, covered in Hallie's armor, forward and spread his fingers. A glow appeared, and the technique began to work. The spear flew out of So-il's fingers and flew straight towards Hyun-soo. The enemy was shocked by this fact. He looked at his empty fingers and cursed, his eyes beginning to cloud over with a black haze of uncontrollable anger. With a cry that the younger comrade would now teach the older one a lesson, Hyun-soo pointed the weapon at its rightful owner. Meanwhile, Rook continued to sit near the huge hourglass. Now he was alone. The murdered servant, Ronbel's sister, had disappeared. He watched as the energy flowed from the top to the bottom and wondered if the king was really going to leave them in this portal. The clock of causality had already counted down, and now Rook had to accept the consequences of the past battle. There was an explosion. The man was thrown back, but he survived, and somehow even managed to get to his feet. Then a bolt of lightning struck him, and the villain screamed as if he was being torn apart, which is probably what happened. Then, enveloped in a glow, he fell lifelessly to the ground, raising a wave of dust with his fall. So-il stood with his hands down and looked at his spear. It was now pointed at him. Hyun-soo looked straight into his eyes and thought that if he didn't want to lose his teacher, he had to finish off his dead student with one blow. The hero thrust his spear into the ground and summoned a power that permeated nature, then used the mind destruction technique. So-il gritted his teeth and tried to understand how his opponent had managed to reach such heights in his teacher's martial art. Our hero was sure that in a little while the victory would be his, so he tried to concentrate as much as possible on the process and put all his strength into it. Out of habit, the dead disciple wanted to summon the dark mist, but it turned out that without the spear, he couldn't do anything at all. The young man, meanwhile, began to perform the heavenly spiritual body technique, rising high up, after which he fell upon the enemy. An explosion occurred. So-il started to disappear. How could the spear demon lose his spear? He asked the name of the one who defeated him. The boy replied that his name was Park Hyun-soo, and he was the 34th disciple of the heavenly demon Cheon Jenny. Tears rolled down So-il's eyes as he could now see the master and asked for forgiveness for it only happening now. The patriarch closed his eyes and with a light heart wished the dead disciple to rest in peace. He truly loved him. Hyun-soo wanted to say something to his mentor about defending his elder's honor, but was suddenly attacked. The blow came from the sky. It was not very strong, but it happened at a completely inopportune moment. Now our hero was again lying in the crater formed in the ground by the impact, with his arms spread out to the sides. The young man's eyes were closed. He was trying to come to his senses, both from the surprise and from the blow itself. A pillar of bluish light rose up, meaning that the portal had been cleared. Who attacked Hyun-soo was anyone's guess. Ha-yurak saw a glow in the sky and realized that the last of the remaining portals was closed, but she had not yet completed her task. Chinren sat on the ground and thought that it was probably over, but she never fought Kevin. The heavenly demon rushed towards the student lying on the ground with a scream and tried to heal him by placing his hand on the boy's chest. The master used all his efforts, but it was not enough. The internal organs were torn and burned, and suddenly a glow appeared. Where Hyun-soo had just been lying, there was now nothing, only weak streams of energy dissipating in the air. Kevin looked forward, putting his hand up to see better, and cursed. It seemed both opponents were dead. He descended closer to the ground and thought that since it was a draw, it could be considered that the king had won, which meant that Isaac was their last hope. With these words, the magician left the portal. It seemed that his role in what was happening was much more important than Rook thought. Rook lay motionless on the ground. It was unclear whether he was still alive or dead, but suddenly he coughed. The man attempted to rise, coughing out dust from the explosion that had gotten into his mouth and lungs. He sat up and laughed. It was incredible. He had endured something that would have surely killed him. Then a red-haired man in uniform appeared in front of him and said with a smile that this would be the end of it for him. The stranger explained that he had been watching the king and his gang for many years, and it was quite entertaining. Rook perked up. He was not used to someone speaking so disrespectfully about his boss. The man's face was frightened. He asked who it was. The redhead ignored the question and assumed a thoughtful pose, adding that he hadn't reached Ares after all, which was a shame, and that he also seemed to have overestimated the king. Rook began to shout at the top of his lungs for an immediate answer as to who he was. The stranger replied that he was the author or director. In some places he is called God, and in others the devil. He explained that it had been fun watching them act in his play, but now it was time to reorganize the characters. He approached Rook closely and said that since he was a secondary and rather weak character, he had bad news. Having shouted that from that moment the Rook was erased, the author carried out his threat and destroyed it with one wave of his hand. The red-haired man stood in front of the huge portal and muttered that the king should have tried harder. He folded his hands behind his back and thought that now it would be impossible to change the king as the main character, even though he really wanted to. The director pulled his cap down over his eyes and thought that it was a pity, of course, for Park Hyun-soo, but he would take care of it himself from now on. Our hero was just in some kind of interdimensional space and was trying to understand where he was and whether he had died. Suddenly, a bright flash of warm, lamp-like light appeared ahead, and it grew larger and larger. The young man's dead parents appeared before him. They were neatly dressed and looked very good, and most importantly, they were smiling. Tears of happiness appeared on the hero's face. He couldn't believe that he was seeing his mom and dad again. Hyun-soo approached his parents and hugged them tightly, saying that he missed them madly. The hug was very warm. The father patted him on the cheek and noticed with a smile that his son had matured greatly. The man also cried with happiness. They were both smiling, and it was clear that his parents were incredibly proud of Hyun-soo. They said that they loved him so much that he simply had to always remember it. They began to slowly move away and said that the hero still had a lot to do for this world. They believed that he could handle it. The father added that his son's luck was as great as his talent. He had not yet reached his upper limit and would become much stronger, after which he disappeared, the boy crying like a child. In the place where his mom and dad had gone, a glow began to shine so brightly that it became obvious that the exit for our hero was there too. His body became powerless again and rose into the air, moving to another place where the heavenly demon was already waiting. The old man cursed and could not understand what was happening to his student's body and where they were at all. Suddenly, Hyun-soo opened his eyes. They were such a clear blue color, as if the hero had just been born again. The master was amazed and cried out in delight that he could not believe that his student had survived after everything that had happened. A message appeared that the level of listening to instructions had increased, and the celestial body was pleased with its progress. The master asked what he had managed to do again, and the young man sighed loudly and then smiled. The heavenly demon noticed that it had apparently become a habit for him to make the teacher worry. The hero asked him not to shout. He almost died. The hero noticed that his level of listening to instructions now does not require a trusted person. There is no need to follow instructions. You can simply develop your own skills. The boy began to look around. He still could not understand where he was. The teacher explained that his body moved here when it was covered in light in the portal. The patriarch added that, apparently not of his own free will, someone from behind reported that the old man was quite smart. The same author, director, or god who had just destroyed the rook was approaching them. When he stopped in front of the hero, a rather strong wind arose, fluttering the clothes of the red-haired stranger. Then he lowered his head and ominously said that since he had decided to make an open move, they had no chance. Hyun-soo suddenly realized with a frightened look that his body was no longer moving, and what's more, even his breathing had begun to slow down. The director remarked that it was a miracle that he could stand, and that with the king in the leading role his play was excellent, but it was time to change everything. Because Hyun-soo ruins all his scripts by popping up in the foreground despite all efforts to remove him from the game. The man added that he usually does not appear on stage in person, but this time they have a special occasion. The thing is that he decided to remove the character who had become inconvenient, and with these words he began to advance towards Hyun-soo. The heavenly demon shouted for the student to immediately move away from the director, but it was too late. The author's hand had already penetrated the hero's chest. The guy's eyes widened. It was noticeable that something had changed in them, but it was not yet clear what, exactly. While the redhead was looking for his core, the hero was still standing on his feet, emitting dying sobs. But then, he resolutely grabbed the director by the wrist and said that he would not remove him from the script so easily. Hyun-soo's eye flashed blue, as if he had completely regained his strength and multiplied it 100-fold, after which he asked again who he was going to remove. The author's face twisted. He looked absolutely confused. No character had ever allowed himself such liberties. He realized that the heavenly demon had used his disciple's body, and since his specialty was destroying gods, the director's life was in danger. The master smiled with satisfaction when he realized that God had figured out what exactly was in his plans for the near future. Hyun-soo's fist made a test strike on the god's body. He was quite material, so he could be physically killed, which was what needed to be proven. The next blow threw the red-haired man back a good 100 meters. He didn't even try to resist, and apparently didn't know how to fight at all. I wonder how the author will feel after he falls to the ground the way he made most of his characters fall. God flew and turned over, he lost his cap, he got his clothes dirty, but the only thing he cared about was how dare Hyun-soo hit him. The man lay prostrate on the ground, arms outstretched and eyes closed. As if that could change anything, he continued to think that such a thing was simply impossible. Folding his arms across his chest, the heavenly demon noted that the enemy would be at least a little stronger than the mediocrities he had encountered on his path before. The god stood up, his eyes burning with fire, and asked the annoying old man how he liked being in a young body again. The master said through the disciple's lips that if he wanted to talk to him, he should first kneel down, and then he used the heavenly demon steps. The enemy flew back again, turning over several times and almost breaking his neck on the rocks. He actually landed on his knees and began to cough, not even realizing that he had just carried out an order. Shouting that this should not have happened, the author jumped to his feet with the intention of attacking the insolent man. He was not just furious, he was going crazy with anger. Hyun-soo stopped his punch mid-flight by simply holding his wrist with his own. It was simply incredible. Then he counterattacked with his foot, and the author's neck cracked as if it was already broken. Perhaps his jaw cracked too. The man flew back and thought that this was some kind of dream, absolutely just a dream. The young man used one of the new techniques and accelerated, moving as quickly as possible to have time to strike again. Then he thought that it was not necessary to hit. You can just grab the enemy by the head. It is much more humiliating. The redhead rolled his eyes, trying to understand why the flight had stopped and what was going on at all. He looked downright stupid. Hyun-soo, or rather his teacher, raised his fist over the enemy and said that this was just some kind of mortal boredom. Then, shouting that he would not allow anyone to be so impudent, the heavenly demon struck. The author jumped back and replied that he would not lose like that. He simply didn't have time to finish speaking. Exactly half of his face disappeared after the blow, as if it had never existed at all. There was an explosion, a fire broke out, and stones began to rain down. Apparently, these were the obligatory special effects at the death of a god. However, it was too early to talk about death. The red-haired man materialized once again. In this world he was in charge. Our hero stood in front of him and said that it was quite interesting. The heavenly demon inside this body was raging. He wanted to destroy the bastard as soon as possible, once and for all. His student, on the contrary, was absolutely calm. He understood that the teacher would undoubtedly get what he wanted. He reported that the author's end would be quick. He asked to shut up and rushed into the attack with such passion as if someone had promised ice cream cake as a reward. The opponents hit each other, and it became obvious that both put maximum effort into this blow. The blow from our hero's tree literally tore his enemy in two halves. I wonder if the god will die again. Red didn't die. He used liquefaction and merged his two parts into one without much effort. This did not dampen the heavenly demon's determination to deal with him once and for all, in any form. After the phrase about how he was as tenacious as a cockroach, the author went into a real rage. It seemed like he was about to self-destruct from anger. The very moment everyone was waiting for arrived, the red-haired man accepted his true nature and shouted at the top of his voice that he was a god here. Hyun-soo had already extended his hand towards him, intending to clarify something, first of all, how powerful the god was. He squeezed the enemy's neck so hard that he returned to the form of a red-haired man and wheezed, dying from lack of air. The enemy said that he was glad to get rid of the enemy before he could stand in the way of his student. The author realized that the only chance to save himself was to escape, so he offered to make a deal. He said that he would not touch the earth. He would simply disappear, and besides, he knew how to return the heavenly demon back to Murim. Our hero replied that he already knew that he would return to his world as soon as the possession ended, so why complicate things? With a scream for him to disappear immediately, he squeezed his opponent's neck so hard that everything around was filled with the blue glow of his energy. The redhead screamed that he still existed, that he was still a god. Then completely inarticulate sounds began to come from his mouth. He began to take on a demonic appearance and managed to hiss that he could not disappear from the world like that. It turned out that maybe the hero had made the final blow, and only clouds of black energy remained in the place of the enemy. Hyun-soo stood in the middle of this strange place, completely alone, with a vortex swirling around him, somewhat reminiscent of the entrance to a portal. He found himself in the interdimensional level again and suddenly heard the teacher trying to tell him something else. He thanked the boy for everything he had done for him, for teaching him to be happy, and for being such a wonderful student as one could only dream of. He ended by saying that the hero became a son to him. He literally grew up before his eyes. It was incredibly touching. The master also asked the student to never stop and grow beyond himself, moving only forward, despite the difficulties. On his own behalf, the old man asked to protect those who would follow the hero and those who loved him and whom he loved. The patriarch said goodbye to the 35th heavenly demon, after which he left him alone, disappearing from this world, as predicted. The energy currents were still in the air, but now everything was completely different, because our hero had returned to Earth. Ha-Yurak was the first to notice him. Then the rest of the hunters were surprised to see someone appearing from the portal. Hyun-soo walked out with his head down, wearing the heavenly demon's attire, which looked unusual to modern people. The guy was crying. He wasn't embarrassed by his tears and didn't try to stop them. Everyone silently froze and waited. Our hero clenched his fist and screamed. He had never learned to fight his emotions, and now he felt the same grief as he had in the columbarium. The girls wanted to come up and console him, but stopped, seeing a stream of energy spreading from the guy. Soon everyone returned to Seoul. It seemed that it was time to return to normal life, but for some it was extremely difficult to do so. Ordinary people walked along the streets and went about their usual business, all of them occasionally checking their phones or TVs to find out news about the portal. Lee Mi-na acted as the spokesperson for the new Hunter Society. The announcer asked if there was any news about the king's gang. The girl replied that it was destroyed. Ha-Yurak turned off the news and sat sadly, holding her head in her hands, wondering where Hyun-soo had disappeared to. The girl decided that something unpleasant had probably happened to him, so unpleasant that the young man had not been in touch for a month. Chinrin entered the office, and the first thing she asked was whether Park Hyun-soo had returned yet. It seemed that everyone in the new world was worried about this question. The answer was negative, and for some time both hunters sat in silence, not knowing what to say next, each thinking about her own. Ha-Yurak remembered the young man who came out of the portal and noticed that back then he had the eyes of a child who had just lost his parents. The girl lowered her head again and thought that it was very hard to know that a friend was feeling bad and not be able to comfort him. Chinrin hugged her friend and said that the hero would soon return, and then her sister would be able to confess everything to him. The fiery woman almost exploded from this joke. At about the same time, a much more interesting meeting took place in the king's castle, and the conversation was much more meaningful. It all started with several powerful explosions right above the castle. This could only mean one thing. The mistress was returning here. On the way, she lured a huge troll through the portal, and now she intended to deal with it as effectively as possible. The best way, of course, is with bare hands. The brunette smiled. She hadn't had such pleasure for a long time. The girl used the Fist of Storm, and that is how the first of the explosions occurred. The attack was very powerful. The king sat in his favorite chair and looked out the window. The first thing he thought was that the noise level was too high. Raising his cup of drink, the man thought with a smile that after changing her appearance, she had become even louder. The doors shook and then swung open, illuminated by the flames of the fire. The brunette stood on the threshold. She came to this house again. She can again do whatever she wants, because she is the queen. Sea travel and long cruises have long been considered very beneficial for the psyche, and for good reason. A huge sperm whale jumped out of the water as if obeying some unknown force. He followed the call. Several times the huge animal turned over on its belly and went underwater again, and then turned into something like a small island, drifting on the surface. This was exactly what Hyun-soo had asked him to do. The boy lay there and looked at the sky, surrounded on all sides by the waters of the ocean. It seemed that there was no more secluded place to be found, but even here someone found the courage to distract the hero by sending telepathic messages. The guy ignored them and simply swam on. Yun was just finishing her shift, wiping down tables. She was humming something under her breath, when suddenly Hyun-tae appeared at the door. She was very happy about his arrival. The young man asked if there was a free table. The girl laughed and reminded him that it was better to do without formalities. A couple of minutes later, the hero began to eat, and Yoon sighed that his brother had disappeared somewhere for too long, probably busy with something very important. The girl also asked how Hyun-tae was doing at work, but before he could answer, someone came through the door, and Yoon clapped her hands in joy. It was Lee Mi-na. It was she who helped the girl with money to open this cafe. That is why the beauty was so happy about her arrival. Then Ha-Yurak appeared, who provided Hyun-tae with a job. It seems that many of our hero's friends had warm feelings not only for him, but also for his loved ones. I wonder what they would say if they knew that right now Hyun-soo was just sitting on the rocks near the sea. He sat without changing his position for several hours. It would seem that such a beautiful landscape should give peace, but this was not the case. The voice that had been pestering him telepathically had now moved into reality and belonged to the man we had already seen. Kivon hovered just above Hyun-soo's eye level and introduced himself, asking if the boy intended to continue ignoring him. He added that he was the third singularity mentioned in the prophecy. The young man replied that he didn't care at all. Kivon sighed that he would go to Isaac. If he knew that Hyun-soo was weak, he would not have wasted so much time. He added that the king was still alive and the dragon of destruction might appear. Our hero remained silent again, but made one barely perceptible movement with his hand, so imperceptible that it seemed accidental. A vortex of energy swirled around Kivon and carried him forward 100 meters, as if hinting that he should move away quickly. The sorcerer was spinning so much that he almost fell down, and thought that with such successes there was not much point in him being the king's spy. Hyun-soo warned that if he pestered him, he wouldn't get off so easily. The man laughed that his abilities were weak. Wasn't it shameful to be a student of his master with such skills? In the place where our hero had just been, only a trace of his energy remained, twisted in a spiral. He himself instantly found himself behind the magician and was preparing to immediately punish him for such an insult. Perrin looked Kivon straight in the eye and asked him to repeat what he had said. It was clear that no one was going to make jokes. The magician said once again that the young man was weak, and then flew like a limp sack of potatoes, flipping over his head from his powerful kick. Kivon was amazed at the amount of energy the hero possessed, but still hoped that he would be able to neutralize it. And he hoped not in vain. His shield was carried away together with the magician further and further. The speed was simply incredible, but it absorbed all the energy of the scattered clouds. After which he looked at Hyun-soo with a triumphant expression, who was surprised that someone was able to cope with such an attack. Kivon noticed that the boy was impressed, but decided not to show that he admired his strength, so he simply said that he could show the student where his master was. The fact is that from the first days of his life, Kivon lived in a mystical atmosphere. He was a student of Carlyle, the greatest magician of the Eastern universe. He began practicing dimensional travel about 5 years ago, and now he has no equal in this art. He added that Mir used his power to look at them in the space-time continuum. Hyun-soo heard a familiar name and became wary. Kivon pointed at the hero and exclaimed that he too was a singularity created to save humanity using Mir's life energy. Noticing that this information had somehow caught Hyun-soo's attention, the magician waited silently, but in response the guy only sighed. Then he said that he was not interested in this and had nothing to do with these matters, but he would not refuse the opportunity to be transported into the teacher's world. Kivon was happy that they finally spoke to him and explained that there were no exact guarantees. The paths of the universe were tangled, but he would risk trying, although the guy would need something. The sorcerer explained that he would deliver the young man there only after they had finished with the king. Hyun-soo threatened that he had better keep his promise and then asked what was needed from him, to which he received the answer that he needed to train. Kivon exclaimed that he must become stronger by fighting the most powerful creatures, so strong that he would not be ashamed in front of his teacher. He raised his hands up and cast some huge spell that covered half the sky above them, and a moment later, both heroes disappeared. Meanwhile, evening had fallen in Seoul, and the windows of skyscrapers and simple houses were gleaming with a beautiful, gentle light. Hyun-tae was walking down the street in a bad mood. He was quite tired after work. He had to study quite a lot of papers. The guy was almost about to go and look at Yun when someone called out to him, and that someone was burning with flames right in the middle of the street. It was Mir, and Hyun-tae went cold with horror. He felt not very pleasant emotions at the sight of the invader of his body. The guy pulled back and asked what Mir needed. The further he was from him, the better he felt. God explained that he kept him alive while the hero was in a coma, and the boy explained that he felt his presence. Mayer explained that the time had come to play his part. The power of Neiman passed from Aries to Raven, and after the death of the hunter to Hentei. This information shocked our hero's younger brother. He didn't even notice how he had become awakened and that he had special abilities. Mir asked the boy to fight for peace with this power, and a glowing ball appeared in the hands of the god. With its help, he activated Hentei's gift, after which he disappeared. Apparently having spent all his energy, the rays illuminated the surrounding buildings almost to the very roof. Let's return to the king's Gothic castle, where, as we remember, something rather interesting happened. The queen entered his chambers and asked if the red soulstone was already here. It seemed they had prepared well for her arrival. She remembered that the king already had blue, now red appeared, which meant that all that was left was to get black. A shadow passed over the man's face. It seemed he understood that this task was difficult, and perhaps even impossible. The queen asked what about the portals. The king replied that in his current state he couldn't create new ones, but there were several that had been created earlier, and that the red-haired guy in the cap had been killed. The girl's eyes widened, and then she asked if the singularity was really strong enough to do such a thing. The king replied that no, not she, just an ignorant imbecile, but he would not bother them anymore, he was sure of it. The great parade of planets will be in 2 months. It is impossible to imagine a better moment for the awakening of the Dragon of Destruction. He explained that he had no intention of rushing, planning to eliminate the Earthlings as needed, but the situation had escalated a bit and gotten out of control. The queen gave him a sly look and said that she had noticed, in which case she was going to get the black stone right now. The girl turned around and went to the door, but then the king said that she shouldn't do this, not yet. Let her just play and have fun for her own pleasure, and when the time comes, she will understand, until the right moment has come. Some European city was ablaze, the cathedral was burning, which in itself did not bode well. People ran away screaming in all directions. It looked like the portal had exploded and monsters had appeared in the settlement. The first priority was to protect women and children, but in a state of shock, few people think about others, preferring to save themselves. The black blood of the monsters splashed onto the streets and houses. It seemed that someone had finally decided to protect the population. However, he was thinking first and foremost about himself. It was Isaac, and his sword endlessly demanded the blood of monsters. He had to work hard. Even in moments when the field of vision became clear, the blade greedily asked for more, and I had to scour around in search of a new victim. Well, then Isaac would attack quickly, like a whirlwind, and strike the monster down with one blow of his sword in order to move on to the next one. He cut them in half one by one so that the insatiable weapon would get its way. The guy did not even suspect that the purpose of the sword was to improve his military qualities. The guy improved endlessly, and now he could cut down several creatures at once in one attack. It was the same this time. 4 monsters turned into corpses in a couple of seconds. It was a virtuoso blow. But there were new monsters ahead. It looked like today's training was going to be a little longer, but that was for the best. The guy rose into the air to assess the situation. There were a lot of monsters, and they made a lot of noise. It was tiring. Isaac decided to use that same technique again. Demonoid slash. One more huge monster was left. But not in one blow. First the limbs were separated from the body, then several blows to the torso followed. The enemy was too huge. The hero had to jump on his shoulder to finish the job. Only when the creature's head split in two, right along the line of the sinister grin, did there appear to be time for a short break. The top half of the skull hadn't even hit the ground yet, and Isaac was already dreaming of a cup of coffee or something like that. The monster's body fell right onto the parked cars, crushing a couple of them along with their passengers. Isaac stopped on some piece of stone. It looked like his sword had been slightly overused. At least it made characteristic sounds. The guy glanced around the area and thought that there were no strong opponents left in the city, and let others deal with the small trash. It was time for him to look for another place. In the building of the former Gateway Committee in Sydney, new experiments and research were carried out, and Anderson did not stop there. Armand read the news on his phone and then asked his friend why, in his opinion, the king was inactive. The relative calm was pleasing, but looked somehow suspicious. The scientist replied that anything could happen after everyone was sent to the New World. The research center became completely quiet. Just at that moment, Chan brought coffee. The man had just announced that he was ready to serve Anderson for the rest of his life when the air began to shake and someone shouted that it was time for those pathetic bastards to shut up. The wall of the room was blown to pieces by the explosion, and the queen flew into the room, spreading deadly streams of energy around her. The hunters jumped up. They did not understand who was in front of them, but they felt a huge threat that literally hung in the air. And the queen's very appearance indicated that she had come here not to drink coffee, but with completely different goals. Tu looked at Chan with narrowed red eyes and asked who this wonderful defector was. The Chinese man's lips trembled. He realized that the words were addressed to him and did not know what to do because he had just confessed his loyalty to Anderson. The boy fell to his knees and bowed at the queen's feet, begging her to have mercy on him and not kill him. She swung her leg, and saying that he knew his place very well, delivered a powerful blow. Armand clenched his fists and was ready to rush into the attack. There was so much hatred in his gaze that it literally spilled out. The hunter didn't have time to strike. The counterattack threw him back with such force that the hunter's back broke through several walls. But let's not forget about his special ability to control objects. The fragments served the hero well. He aimed them all at the enemy. The queen was fast and very agile. She did not use a shield or a spell, but easily and simply dodged all the stones. For some strange reason, they started to explode, and for some time nothing could be seen due to the flashes. The girl then rose into the air and took off, capturing the debris in a force field and carrying it along with her. She ducked to the floor as the rocks continued to fly, hitting the hunters and breaking equipment. Finally, the queen stopped right in front of Armand. She wanted to quickly feel the taste of victory. The man made a movement with his hand and tore a huge metal pipe from the wall to crush the enemy. But the queen was strong and grabbed it with both hands, intending to use it as her weapon. She tore off a huge chunk completely and began to spin it around like a lasso at incredible speed, regardless of its size. The attack ended with the edge of the pipe falling on Armand with incredible force, almost smashing him to the floor. The hunter did not die, but it was not so easy for him to get out from under the heavy debris, and besides, he did not see where the enemy was. The queen herself appeared before his eyes and informed Armand that he did not have to strain himself or waste his last strength in order to rise. After that, the girl delivered a kick of about the same force as the one that took the life of Chan, or his clone. We don't know which man was in the office then. Armand did not die, but the queen continued to kick him, inflicting new blows, noticing that the S-Rangs, due to their thick skin, make good punching bags. Then came a punch, and the hunter began his flight again to the other end of the room. And again he broke through the wall, collapsing it almost completely. Fortunately, he did not receive fatal injuries, but he could not fight either. The queen dropped to the ground and walked towards her opponent, intending to finish him off, or at least that was the impression she got. But Anderson was the first to reach his comrade. The scientist understood that fighting was pointless. It meant certain death. It was better to lie low. The man activated the portal. Miraculously, some of the equipment survived, and they had the opportunity to escape. The queen looked around the dilapidated laboratory, but the hunters were nowhere to be found. Well, that didn't mean she wouldn't kill them later. The girl's anger was rather restrained. She called her opponents cowards and thought that even getting her hands dirty with them was disgusting. But she still wanted to make sure that the traitor was really dead, so she focused on finding Chan. A red glow appeared around the queen. She walked down the corridor with the thought that sooner or later she would kill everyone here. Sometime later, at the New World office in Seoul, Hayurak and Jinran were holding a video conversation with colleagues. On the screen, Anderson was enthusiastically telling something. He was in a hospital room, with Armand lying in bed behind him. At the end of the conversation, the girl nodded and said that she understood everything. They would certainly prepare for the queen's arrival in advance, after which she thanked him for the warning. She immediately contacted the other hunters who were in the New World and asked them to move in pairs just in case. Gil Lordeman spread his hands and replied that they were already doing so, as if they had sensed the threat of attack. Alexander Maud said with a smile that he would be happy to kill the queen, so he was looking forward to her appearance. Everyone laughed, but then he heard footsteps behind him. With a smile, the girl suggested to the grandfather that he try to implement what he had just said. It would be interesting. Shouting that he would destroy her, Alexander, without a second thought, rushed to attack the enemy. At the last moment, the queen managed to jump back. The man broke through the floor where she had just stood. Not stopping there, Alexander grabbed a huge boulder to throw at his opponent. She reported that even a turtle could break a stone into pieces with a kick faster and without any effort. They stood opposite each other, and the queen replied that the hunter's fighting style was rather trivial, but overall not bad. After that, she rushed forward to attack the old man, not giving him time to think about what he had heard. The hunter activated his indestructible Alexander mode and shouted that she would not be able to harm him. The woman rushed towards him with passion in her eyes, and all that was answered was a request to be silent, followed by a blow. With one movement, the queen knocked the man off his feet. She didn't just cause damage, she caused injuries incompatible with life. The final touch to this dramatic picture was a kick that went straight to Alexander's heart. The queen stood over him, pleased with herself. She called her opponent a bug. She was surprised that he was so weak. Armand and Anderson looked at the screen in horror, where their common enemy had just destroyed his colleague. The Frenchman, forgetting about the pain, almost jumped out of bed when he realized that Rank was so inferior in strength to the queen. Here in the chamber, some streams of black and red energy appeared, twisting into a spiral. The hunters were very scared. But then Isaac appeared in front of them and asked in a calm voice what was wrong with that. She was the queen after all. Anderson had not yet seen the guy in his new guise, so he shouted that the stranger should immediately state his name, but Armand recognized the hero. Isaac showed his usual hunter face and slyly asked how the chief could forget about him so quickly. Both hunters exclaimed indignantly that they had not forgotten about the guy at all, but it was clear from their faces that he was absolutely right. They went to show the student the consequences of the enemy's attack. He stopped near the hole in the wall and asked if the queen did it. Anderson answered that it literally took a second. Isaac asked if she was as strong as Park Hyun-soo or not. Anderson replied that it was possible. The talking sword offered the hunter to fight her right now, and he literally dropped his jaw from such an offer from a weapon. The boy asked if he could use the gravity room and asked what settings the teacher used. Anderson replied 10 times. Isaac put on a special helmet and said that in this case he would start by increasing gravity by 20 times. Anderson looked at his student's progress and couldn't believe his eyes. He had become many times stronger than he had been a month ago. Meanwhile, in Seoul, almost all of the New World hunters gathered to discuss the current situation. Ha-Yurak leaned against the back of Chinran's chair and asked Armand if he was okay. The man replied that he had almost recovered. The girl asked where Anderson was, and the Frenchman replied that Walker was busy training Isaac. Ha-Yurak suggested interrupting their training and calling them here. Everyone would be needed to fight the queen. Chinran supported the idea, but Armand objected that Anderson would not change his mind. He was too stubborn. Gil Lordeman couldn't understand where Hakson had disappeared to. He was the strongest of all those present. Someone objected that Park Hyun-soo was stronger. I wonder where he had disappeared to. Then Lee Mi-na entered the room and everyone was very happy to see her. She explained that Hyun-soo was on a completely different level, but that was not the main thing now. Ha-Yurak jumped up from her seat and asked what happened. The girl replied that Monk Lim said that he had urgent news for the New World. The monk immediately entered the room and greeted those gathered, then declared that he was too scared for other formalities, so he would tell everything as it was. The man grabbed the beads and nervously said that he had just had a vision that could affect the fate of all mankind. In 2 full moons, The earth will come together in a rare dance with other celestial objects. There will be a parade of planets, and the dragon of destruction will awaken. The power of the monster will eclipse the great dance. Let's move to a small village in one of the parallel dimensions where Haxan was at that moment. A small portal opened there, from which orcs rushed out. The hunter just destroyed a couple with fire. The hunter destroyed the next few using more traditional methods, using punches and kicks. After the leader was destroyed, Haxan wondered in surprise why the strongest demonoid was so weak. The man decided that he needed someone more serious and began to look around in search of a worthy opponent. Suddenly, the already familiar mayor appeared behind him and said that the hunter was already strong enough. Haxan looked at him with disbelief and asked if he was as strong as Park Hyun-soo. The god answered in the affirmative and reminded that it was time to return to Earth. There were 2 months left. And so that day came. The king sat in his castle and literally rubbed his hands with impatience. The man solemnly declared that the time had come, the flow of the universe was in their favor, and everything was working out for the best. The planets have lined up one after another, which means that the most favorable hour for the awakening of the Dragon of Destruction has arrived. People on Earth did not know about the villain's insidious plans. They continued to go about their daily business. The city was literally in full swing, and there was no sign of the catastrophe that was about to happen any minute. The beautiful and majestic space with its scale turned entire planets into imperceptible grains of sand. One more, one less, what difference does it make? But for the inhabitants of the planet, there was a difference. Even perished civilizations predicted the catastrophe, and the Egyptians, Mayans, and Aztecs warned of the coming disaster. The king's castle left its usual location and moved to Earth to deliver its owner to the pyramid. The king and queen stood on a dais, their magic missiles at the ready, the sun shining so brightly that only their silhouettes were visible. Finally, all the celestial bodies of the solar system lined up in a row, and the luminary took on the appearance of a cross. One bright beam from its lower edge hit straight at the top of the pyramid, which the villains were watching. From the outside, it seemed that a portal had opened or closed in the pyramid. At least, that's how it looked. The top began to descend, revealing a secret passage, and the king and queen rushed down straight into it. The last of the planets reached the line where it should stand, and they all lit up with the same bright light. The hour had come. The king knelt down in the middle of the open temple and addressed the Dragon of Destruction, saying that he had come here to summon him. The queen's eyes nearly popped out of her head when she realized that her comrade had knelt. The king declared that from that day on, she too would serve another master, becoming his help. The black stone needed for rebirth is himself, and he is ready to sacrifice his life for a great purpose. The queen could not understand what the man was talking about. She began to get angry when she heard about some new gentleman and so on. Suddenly, a tall pillar with a triple top appeared. 2 bowls were occupied by round stones, and the king stood on the third. He announced that the very idea of collecting 4 vessels for the sake of its creation belonged to the master, and the time had come to resurrect him. The villain explained that at first he wanted to use the Dragon of Destruction as a weapon, but then he realized how insignificant he was in front of its greatness. The planets were in parade, and suddenly some strange energy began to emanate from the sun. The king raised his hands to the sky and began to call upon the Dragon of Destruction, begging him to come into this world. He shouted that he humbly sacrificed himself for their revival. Everything around was filled with bright light. The man's eyes glowed very brightly. A ray from the sun itself passed through the king, and then through the entire pyramid to its base and into the depths. The queen was amazed at what she saw, but her plans did not include the death of the king, she called him. The man did not respond or react in any way to her excitement. On the contrary, he sacrificed his life with enthusiasm. The stones cracked one after another, and the villain, with a blissful face, said that his decision was truly correct. After these words, he crumbled and disappeared. The pyramid trembled and plunged into darkness, after which it began to fall apart. The flash of light blinded the queen for a moment and would have left any bystanders blind forever. It was so bright. The dragon appeared in the new world in anthropomorphic form. He was majestic and full of dignity. In some way, he subtly resembled the king. The queen looked at him with wide eyes, and with dry lips, she whispered that it was simply incredible. The dragon continued to stand silently. His eyes were empty and somehow dead, perhaps because he felt indifference to everyone and everything. Finally, he looked at the girl and frowned, praising her for her work and promising that she would stay with him until the end of time. The queen was in a state of shock, trying to comprehend that the dragon of destruction was now in front of her and that it had just absorbed the king. She looked at the dragon and felt that the energy of this creature was on a completely different level. Even the king was no match for him. She dropped to one knee and proclaimed that she was happy to offer her allegiance to the new master. The dragon frowned and ordered to follow him. They will burn this world to the ground, and in its place they will build a paradise. Everything around was filled with red light. A snake with long gray hair appeared out of nowhere and hissed at its children to wake up. The bishop, knight, rook, and the other fallen minions of the king began to rise from hell one by one. They, like zombies, emerged from underground, screaming that they were ready to go into battle again for their master. Other monsters appeared, and the dragon's voice commanded them to devour everyone they encountered on their way. The city stood as if nothing had happened. No one even suspected that in a few minutes everything would change dramatically. The monsters attacked in hordes and began to kill everyone in a row. People scattered in all directions, but few managed to escape death. An alarm and emergency evacuation announcement sounded. The voice from the speaker insistently repeated that the situation was an emergency and the alarm was not a drill. Monsters were flying over the city. All those awakened were called to the New World office to receive instructions. Those who were already prepared immediately went out into the streets to protect civilians. A huge snake with teeth as sharp as sabers towered over the street, and on its head stood someone who looked like Rook. In fact, it was Rook. He was smiling proudly and happily, thinking that he knew the king would not abandon them. The elephant walked down the street leading a crowd of zombies. She called on everyone to praise the devil. The dragon of destruction has returned. Insects were also here and walked along the street like tanks or armored personnel carriers. It looked terrible. The horse led them along with shouts that now everything would be according to the will of his new great master. Armand and Li Mi-na came out to meet him and asked why the horse was here again. Now they would have to kill him again. The monster laughed and said that it was still a question of who would kill whom. The girl asked him to stop mumbling and fired a lot of energy shots at him. Armand joined the attack, but decided to act more globally, using one huge projectile. To increase damage, he used several cars, forming them into easy-to-throw balls. With a terrible cry, the hunter raised his hands to throw this improvised bomb at the one for whom it was intended. The explosion was very powerful. Somewhere there, under a huge block of machines, the horse had just been standing. Now it was not visible. Li Mi-na thought that Armand had become even stronger, when suddenly another explosion followed, this time unplanned. This monster cleared its way to freedom. It had absolutely no damage after the hero's attack. Saying that this hassle was already quite annoying, the horse headed towards Armand. The first thing he needed to do was deal with the man. He struck him with such force that the hunter's life could have been cut short, if not for his enormous power of regeneration. The horse's next target was Li Mi-na, who rushed to Armand's aid. The girl barely managed to jump back. Hyun-tae created 2 glowing balls and thought that the target was fixed. It was strange for him to catch himself in such thoughts. The guy pointed one of the spheres at the horse and the huntress and began to use time reverse. The horse realized with horror that Neiman or his successor was somewhere here. With a loud cry, Hyun-soo's younger brother carried out his plan, and both spheres went to where they were supposed to. Li Mi-na was picked up by one, Khan by the second. The opponents began to rapidly move away from each other, frozen in one pose. Finally, the girl stopped in a safe place and came to her senses. There was pain under her ribs. She did not understand at all what had happened. The horse, on the contrary, understood everything perfectly. and his eyes lit up with the fire of rage, and his teeth gritted in a grin. At that moment, Takeshi attacked him with his sword at the ready. The hunter arrived just in time. A minute later, Gil Lordeman used the Lake of Chaos and finished what he started, his most powerful spell striking many enemies at once. It spread throughout the city, clearing the streets of monsters and protecting people from the threat of a new invasion. At one point, the portal collapsed, and everything became as it was before the appearance of the Dragon of Destruction. Yamamoto and Lordeman were very pleased with the work done. They approached Hyuntae and thanked the guy, because if it weren't for him, the hunters wouldn't have been able to do anything. Lee Min-na was surprised to ask if Hyuntae had actually awakened Raven's powers, and then was indignant that she had not been told about it. The guy apologetically said that he simply didn't have time. It happened suddenly and quite recently. He explained that Takeshi and Jill were helping him train. At this time, Hayurak was rushing over the street at the other end of the city. It was full of zombies, wandering around uncontrollably. The girl flew and simply burned them in batches along her path, as if they were not walking dead, but excellent firewood. But the most disgusting thing was that new ones immediately came to take the place of those who died. The huntress was already quite tired. Then, behind her back, she heard insulting words. It was the elephant who was approaching, spreading her arms as if for a warm embrace. But in reality, her intentions were the exact opposite. The villainess moved her hands together and directed a stream of zombies at Hayurak with the order to absorb her completely. The huntress was not going to forgive the insults, so she replied that someone here had forgotten the taste of damp earth, so she would be happy to remind them. Shouting that the easiest way to burn everything here to the ground, the former head of the Red Lion Guild used the Inferno Night technique. The zombies burned instantly, as they were supposed to, but the most interesting thing is that they were not the only ones. The elephant also turned to ashes. She raised her hand in an indignant gesture and then crumbled to ashes. Hayurak noticed that she had no time for such weaklings and thought that it would be nice if Park Hyun-soo returned to the city now. Another area suffered from an invasion of monsters, somewhat reminiscent of wolves, eagles, and other mythical creatures, with A ranks selflessly fighting them. The battle was going with varying success because the forces were approximately equal, but the monsters had a numerical superiority. On the other hand, Chinran was with the hunters. Although she had a special opponent, she just received another blow. Then the girl was lifted into the air and slammed against the wall, as if she had no special abilities at all. Rook was pleased with the way he mocked her, calling her a pathetic nobody from time to time. However, the huntress did not stop trying to show him where all the king's minions were supposed to be. She rushed into the attack again. Rook cut her off with the same hand movement as Ronbel's sister, and a huge fist came down on Chinran and pinned the girl to the ground. She had serious injuries, but the worst thing was that there was now absolutely no way to free herself. The bastard raised his hands to cast a spell and promised that he would beat her up so badly that her own mother would not recognize him, when suddenly a whirlwind of black energy flew at him. A hand with a sword appeared out of thin air and slashed at Rook so hard that he almost split into two halves. If it weren't for his magical abilities, the enemy could have been considered defeated, but he was an excellent sorcerer. Isaac appeared with his sword right above the city in a victorious pose, his blade telling him that this blood was a delicacy and he needed more. Rook summoned a huge underground worm and hid behind it to heal himself as quickly as possible. The idea seemed good. The monster pounced on the young man, but its attack was completely pointless. With a few blows of his sword, Isaac cut the monster into portioned steaks. Rook was a little discouraged. He thought it must be a singularity, because he had never seen anything like it before. Deciding that it didn't matter much, the sorcerer summoned two huge fists to crush the hero. They hit each other with lightning speed. Streams of black energy splashed in all directions. It all looked very impressive. Then a voice behind him condescendingly asked why the man was smiling so happily. Rook tensed up. Then a death cry burst from his chest. The young man did not wait for an answer. He was simply not interested. The villain began to fall apart again, just like the time the author came and simply erased him from the pages of his play. Shinrin had almost completely recovered and was now looking at Isaac, trying to understand who was in front of her. Just then, Hayurak arrived, first asking her friend if she was okay. Armand was also there. He greeted Isaac joyfully and said that it would be nice for him to show up a little earlier. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and Anderson emerged from it. The researcher was also interested in whether everything was okay. Isaac, whose strength amazed everyone present, replied that only small henchmen remained who would be cleaned out without their help. Then the sound of footsteps was heard, and someone's voice said that they had played enough and it was time to stop with the nonsense. It was the Queen, who was already rubbing her hands in anticipation of getting rid of all the hunters at once. Hayurak's face filled with anger, and she screamed that she would take revenge for what the scoundrel did to Alexander. The fireball flew straight at the Queen, but she suddenly found herself very far away from the huntress. The firewoman wasn't going to give up so easily and summoned her plasma sword. Her intentions were more than clear. Hayurak's blow was very strong, but was blurred as the Queen dodged and struck back. The huntress realized that she was far behind her opponent in hand-to-hand combat in terms of speed, and that she was inferior in general. But she continued to burn her with her fire, without even noticing it. Then the Queen, screaming that she was hot, kicked Hayurak with her foot, so hard that she was blown away as if by a hurricane. The girl was slammed into a skyscraper, an explosion thundered, and for a while it was possible to forget about the attacks of the fiery woman. Anderson took advantage of his ability to appear behind his opponent and unexpectedly grabbed the villainess under both arms. He shouted for Takeshi to attack immediately while the Queen was immobilized. The Japanese man hesitated. If he struck with his sword, Walker would die too. Anderson shouted that it didn't matter. Let him do it immediately, but he forgot about the one he was trying to stop. The Queen grabbed the man by the hair so suddenly that he didn't even notice, continuing to order Yamamoto to attack. The opponent threw him over herself and slammed him to the ground, screaming that he had to take into account that she wouldn't allow that to happen to her. Her hand fell on the hunter's face, his glasses crunched, the bridge of his nose with them. Anderson didn't scream, but he really wanted to. Then the Queen lifted him from the ground, again by his hair. His body was relaxed. It seemed like the man had lost consciousness from the pain. That was not the case. Without opening his eyes, Anderson whispered for Takeshi to immediately strike the enemy. This got on the woman's nerves. She simply threw the hunter away from her like trash. It was obvious that she was uncomfortable being near such a weakling. The Japanese hunter was waiting for this moment and immediately rushed to attack her, preparing his special magic sword. The hunter used the space-time sword technique and threatened to cut the villainess into neat pieces. A glowing energy grid appeared on the Queen's face, and she realized that the enemy was not throwing words to the wind. But instead of trying to dodge, the woman rushed straight at Takeshi and came very close to him. The man asked in surprise what she was doing. The answer was simple. The girl did not give him the opportunity to carry out his attack, kicking him in the stomach and knocking him off his intended trajectory. Yamamoto flew back a fair distance, hitting the ground several times. It was necessary to come up with another tactic. At the last moment, his fall was stopped by Isaac. The boy appeared just in time to prevent the Queen from killing the hunter. He said that his colleagues were somehow too weak. He was distracted for literally a second, and they were already being made into cutlets. Saying that it was time to rest a little, the boy carefully placed Takeshi on the ground and headed towards the Queen. He stopped a few meters away. The woman folded her arms across her chest with curiosity, attracted by the hero's weapon. The Queen smiled and said that she could sense the Demon King's power, and the sword was surprised that she recognized him and warned Isaac that the opponent was very strong. But when this stopped the guy, he instantly disappeared from the place where he stood, and a second later his hand was already emerging under the opponent's nose, intending to attack. The blow must have been incredibly powerful, simply crushing. The hunter put a solid portion of energy into it. Everything around was illuminated with red light. But the Queen stopped the blade with just one look. it turned black and simply went out. Isaac suddenly realized that he couldn't move, and the realization of this fact made him feel sick. What was it like to be so close to the enemy and not be able to reach him? The woman did not torment him with a long wait and simply struck first, her fists working incessantly. Isaac was thrown back quite far. He smashed the wall. The sword explained that the queen is not a person, but a monster created from the genes of 4 kings. He is powerless against her. Lordaman and Chinran began to panic. If even Isaac was not effective against the queen, then what could they do? Limina shouted that she shouldn't lose heart. She was alone, and there were many of them. They needed to join forces. Yurak supported this idea because they simply have no right to lose. The existence of humanity is at stake. Takeshi took up his sword. Even though he had not yet fully recovered, he was ready to do his part. The man narrowed his eyes and began to think about a strategy. He needed to strike harder, and in such a way that the intentions would not be predicted before it happened. Armand and Limina volunteered to go first to distract the queen and give the others time to think about their actions. The queen walked towards them, destroying all the buildings she came across. She shouted that the vile animals should not mutter under their breath, let them speak loudly. Armand realized that this was a great chance to hit her with the rocks that the villainess had just broken and used the tornado technique. Limi lifted all the debris into the air. It was not easy, but the girl coped with this task. It was necessary to select the heaviest boulders, weighing several 100 kilograms each. This was no longer just dragging a cast iron weight around with you. Now, inside the tornado, like through a pipe, stones were flying at the enemy, creating something like a huge pneumatic gun. The queen fought off the attack with just her fists, shouting that all this was just childish babble in relation to her. But Armand and Limina didn't stop. Their combined attack grew stronger with each passing second. Then the Frenchman came up with an idea that he decided to immediately implement. He twisted his arms in the opposite direction and spun a reverse tornado. The whirlwind began to suck everything in and, like a huge vacuum cleaner, captured the queen in its pipe. Now it became much more difficult to block the blows of the stones because she herself was simply spinning in a spiral. This was starting to get tiresome, and the woman thought it was time to deal with these annoying idiots once and for all. But she didn't have time to do this, because Takeshi had been preparing his final blow for a long time and finally gathered the determination to deliver it. The queen noticed the attack, but inside the tornado, she had little opportunity to do anything to counter it. The woman felt an energy grid on herself and tried to put up a block. She was so scared that it seemed to everyone that the queen reflexively closed her eyes. In fact, she was simply accumulating energy, and when the right moment came, she released it all with a deafening scream. The stones flew in all directions, the tornado disappeared, Takeshi too, and the woman took a few steps forward with a smile. Suddenly, Yamamoto laughed and, lying on the ground, reported that the attack had gone as expected. The woman looked at him in bewilderment. And then she was hit with a blow of such force that no one else could have survived, but she was the queen and used acceleration to save herself. However, she was hit on the ground so hard that all her insides were torn to shreds, and the woman howled. To finish what she started, Chinran rose into the air. She had to make sure that the villainess did not escape. The huntress grew wings like a butterfly and screamed that she would stop the queen even at the cost of her own life. Hayurak also did not stand idle and rushed to attack from above. Like a huge fireball, the monster looked at her with fear. Instantly, the girl appeared right next to her and, saying that they could use some passionate embraces, began to burn the queen with her fire. To make the process more efficient, the huntress and her rival rose up, and the flames burned brighter. Kayurak put all her energy to the last drop, whispering that even if he dies, he will destroy the scum. The queen declared that this would not happen, and hit her with all her might simply on the head. This was enough for the fiery woman's hands to unclench. The queen rejoiced that even with their combined forces, the hunters were no match for her. Hayurak began to lose consciousness and fall down. The opponent decided to give her some speed and delivered another crushing blow with her fist. She soared through the sky, her hand raised in triumph, and watched as the one who had just nearly destroyed her fell down. The huntress flew towards the ground, her fiery hair fluttering, but she made no attempt to break her fall. The girl landed in parked cars. The impact was so strong that it lifted the cars off the ground, turning one of them over. Screaming that she would destroy them all, the queen charged straight down at the New World hunters. She had to pause her flight as a new fiery orange portal appeared nearby. The crushing blow caught the woman right in the air, and she almost flew into pieces from its force. By breaking through the skyscraper, the queen caused a huge explosion that destroyed the building almost completely. But she was alive, albeit mortally angry, and with a cry of who it was this time, the villainess rushed at the enemy. It was Haxan, ready to repel her attack. The man noticed that she was weaker than he had assumed. Saying that he wanted to see what she was worth, the hunter struck again. He was so fast that the blow instantly reached its target. The queen fell to the ground, knocked off balance by the white wolf's blow. During his absence, he had indeed gained unprecedented power. The hunter proudly said that he was the strongest here, so from that moment on, his body was at her complete disposal for battles. Colleagues from the ground joyfully greeted their friend. They almost jumped for joy. Now there was hope for success. Suddenly, a spiral of black and red energy began to spin behind the man. Someone seemed to disagree with his plan. It was Isaac who said that the title of the strongest here was reserved for him, so he shouldn't get too cocky. The man had not yet seen Raven's student in his new guise, so he was quite surprised by his spectacular appearance. The white wolf hugged him and praised him for the fact that the boy had managed to grow and mature so much. The hero muttered something about how they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The queen became angry at this, and screaming that she couldn't hear what they were talking about, she broke through the asphalt and broke free. She looked up and said that the guy with Karaka was completely different from the weakling who couldn't even look at her before. Haxan told her that she would die by his hand today, so let her learn the name, and then he gave his name. With a demonic laugh, the queen rushed to attack him and asked him not to play such dangerous games. Her blow was aimed straight at the man's body, but for some reason he couldn't decide whether to block it or dodge it. At the last moment, the white wolf simply reached forward and grabbed the woman by the fist. It was something incredible. With a trembling voice, the opponent asked how he had caught her, and there was fear in her eyes. Haxan, with a beaming face, replied that he would not repeat it a second time, that he was the strongest here. It was obvious anyway. The hunter used the lightning knuckles technique and battered his opponent so much that she almost fell down. Then came another blow, and it happened after all. The queen fell, gritting her teeth in silent rage. Haxan prepared a magic projectile to make her fall more energetic and fun, and most importantly, faster. He released it on his rival, and it became obvious that now she would no longer be so pleased to mock the hunters of the New World, calling them weaklings. The queen flew into the wall of the building. There was an explosion. Now it was necessary to understand whether there was a need to attack her again. There was such a need. The villainess took advantage of the smoke screen and increased in size. Now the white wolf looked like a sparrow in comparison to her. One wave of her hand, and Haxan flew far, far away, testing his new flying abilities in this role. He rammed into several buildings, but still found the strength to return and attack again, completely in vain. The queen's new blow was not long in coming. Chinran decided to come to the hunter's aid before it was too late. She fired several fire projectiles. The queen was distracted. She was sure that only Ha-Yurak and Haxan could perform long-range fire strikes. The attack left no scratch on the queen. The white wolf fell to the ground, and she prepared to trample him with her foot. Her face filled with joy from the realization that she had had a great time and could now finish the battle and have a full rest. The woman decided that it would be more effective to destroy the white wolf with a punch, and besides, he deserved a beautiful death. The impact was so strong that lights flashed from the cracking asphalt and debris flew like hail. The force of the vibrations from the earth caused the cars to overturn again. The queen got really mad and did not stop delivering countless blows. Everything around was burning and humming. Hyuntae thought with horror that it was the end for them. Everything was over. The guy was very scared and he thought only about saving himself. An open sewer hatch caught his eye, and the young man went towards it in the hope of hiding underground. He went down into the sewer and walked forward, cursing himself for his cowardice. Hyuntae hunched over in shame and pulled his head into his shoulders. The guy mentally called for his older brother. Meanwhile, Isaac turned to the sword with the message that he was ready. The blade asked in surprise whether the guy really understood all the risks. According to the agreement, he would have to let the sword consume him. Irrevocably, Isaac replied that he remembered this and was ready. The next second, the young man pointed the sword at his stomach and started the irreversible process of transforming himself into a demon. The transformation was successful. The hero's appearance changed again in a radical way. He became completely unlike a human being and, with an ominous laugh, began to burn and destroy everything around him. Only after trying out new possibilities did the demon decide to attack the queen, but she was not going to give up easily. However, the guy's attack knocked the woman down to the ground. She fell, breaking her back through the pavement. Everything around was covered in dust. Since she was now on the ground, the queen decided to get even with the rest of the hunters and asked what they were so scared about. Lordaman, Armand, and Li Mi-na froze in place, unable to think of what to do. The enemy was huge and very dangerous. Ha-Yurak proved to be more decisive than her colleagues and rose into the air to be on the same level as the giantess. The hunters from the New World realized that she was trying to cover for them by sacrificing herself, and there was gratitude in their eyes. Ha-Yurak reminded them that if they lost, humanity would come to an end, since they would die anyway, so let them at least give it their all before that. The queen laughed that it was very sweet of him to gather all his last strength to entertain her one last time. The firewoman became enraged and rushed into the attack. There was no point in wasting time, and she understood it. As if the comet Ha-Yurak was approaching the villainess, she did not even think of doing anything to defend herself, confident in her superiority. She clenched her fist and assumed an attacking stance, saying that it was time to stop being so selfless. It had never brought anyone any good. Suddenly, a ring of black and red energy cut off the monster's arm, and the counterattack on Ha-Yurak did not take place. The woman looked down in horror at where her limb had fallen. She couldn't understand how this could have happened. It was Isaac, or rather his new incarnation, and it was clear from his appearance that he was intent on having some fun. The demon's eyes and mouth were ablaze with fire, and every muscle was playing, anticipating the next attack on the enemy. The queen looked at him, clutching her stump and thinking that she was experiencing a new, disgusting feeling of fear. She looked at the joyfully smiling demon above her and realized that she couldn't do without the help of the dragon of destruction, or rather the devil. The hunters looked in the same direction. They noticed that Isaac had changed again, but now his appearance was truly terrifying. The demon turned his face in their direction and said that Isaac was no longer here. This body was starved for blood. After these words, he rushed into a swift attack on the queen. It seemed that there was no force in the world that could stop him. The queen reattached her arm and revealed that this body had inherited the power of 4 ancient kings. She had no intention of denying herself the pleasure of fighting someone truly worthy and powerful. The demon screamed that it was a fake and brought his blow straight into the queen's forehead. It seemed that someone really had overestimated the strength of the kings. Ha-Yurak and Shinran were initially taken aback by how the villainess had grown her arm back, and now by how fast the former Isaac turned out to be. Blood spurted from her cut eyebrow. The monster almost lost an eye. She was in a real rage. The demon thought that the blood of 4 kings should be treated with respect after all, so he decided to give her the opportunity to rise to her feet. After that, I marked everything with an energy grid and decided to make it so that the queen would have nothing to restore next time. The attack was surprisingly successful, with a series of blows cutting the woman to pieces, causing her to let out a heart-rending scream. She fell to the ground, breaking through the asphalt once again, and flames burst out around her, adding drama to the scene. The queen lay flat on the ground and thought that she was doing some kind of nonsense, but the situation had a logical and simple ending. Taking advantage of her helplessness, the hunters from the New World decided to attack all together to finish off the enemy. Former Isaac blocked their path, reminding them that this was his sacrifice, and if they did not want to lose their lives, they should not interfere. Hearing this, the queen smiled, saying that he had entered into a battle which he could never win. The demon smiled that it was not worth saying this, but at that very moment some uncontrollable force struck him and swept him aside. Former Isaac rammed the skyscraper, leaving behind a long pink trail of energy. The one who hit him had immeasurable power. The impact left a hole in the building from which the energy of the explosion continued to pour out. The dragon appeared in all its glory and asked his friend if she had spent her free time well. The queen apologized for calling him so rudely, to which the devil laughed that everything was fine and ordered her to get up. She was not weak enough to do it on her own, and the dragon helped her carry out the order by making a characteristic movement with his hand. The woman's body rose into the air with outstretched arms. Her eyes were burning with fire, and everything around was filled with a dazzling pink glow. The speed of movement below caused another explosion. It seemed the villains didn't skimp on special effects. In a split second, the woman hung in the air next to her master, now in a vertical position. For some reason, she decided to tell him that apparently they were in Korea. In reality, it didn't matter in the slightest. The dragon smiled and replied that it all looked like he liked it, his eyes turning warm and yellow. Seeing the queen clinging to the devil, the hunters were horrified. They did not expect that the dragon of destruction was actually resurrected. While they were discussing the possible course of events, the former Isaac had already called out to the enemy and rushed to attack him. With words for him to go away immediately, the devil simply snapped his fingers, which was quite enough. The demon received a blow of such force that he flew to the side with a lifeless body. Apparently, he was dead. The devil prepared a magic projectile and solemnly proclaimed that the time had come to cleanse this place. A beam flew into the sky, then it flared up, after which the entire city was covered in a dome of dangerous pink glow. The hunters tried to survive, using a shield, spells, all their strength, but they had absolutely no chance. A line of fire swept down one of the main streets, and then everything began to collapse before our eyes, as if the city was being wiped out by a blast wave. If you looked at the Earth from space, you could see this explosion and how its effects began to spread across the continent. In a matter of seconds, absolutely nothing remained on the Earth's surface, only ash slowly fell downwards. The dragon of destruction reported with satisfaction that it was now clean and quiet. The queen reported that he was simply incredible. With a joyful smile, the devil announced that here he would create his new kingdom and rule the entire universe. This entire world would become his own, but naturally, the dragon planned to start from the planet Earth, towards which the ship was rushing through space. This ship had already covered a huge distance, but was still late in arriving in time to save the planet. Inside was Hyun-soo. Our hero was beside himself with excitement. He couldn't understand how the plan could have been screwed up so badly and why this ship was so slow. Someone approached him and said in an offended voice that this was the fastest ship of all that existed in her world. Hyun-soo didn't answer, and Iris was outraged that the young man was ignoring her. Her indignation was very strong. The guy explained that he was very worried. The fox suggested having a good time if there was no one left on Earth by the time they arrived. The hero shouted at her not to dare joke like that. There really was nothing left on the surface of the Earth. Only charred debris testified that this was once Seoul. Hyun-tae climbed out of the sewers and went upstairs. He was terrified and didn't expect it to be that bad. The boy looked ahead, but the landscape was the same. It seemed like he was the only one who survived. He began to move forward, looking around and asking if anyone was there, but there was no answer. Hyun-tae began to tremble all over, and then he burst into tears, more than he had ever cried in his life. He, the only one who survived, the damn coward, began to ask for forgiveness from everyone he betrayed, from the hunters and from Yuna. At the thought of his friends, his hands trembled even more, and the guy suddenly decided to fix everything. He was so bitter and ashamed. Shouting that he would turn back time and prevent the disaster no matter what it took, Hyun-tae stood up. His brother's ship was approaching Earth, but the young man did not suspect it. He began his most important mission. As soon as they entered the atmosphere, Hyun-soo told Iris that he would go first. He was too impatient. The hunter abandoned the ship and regrouped to break into his hometown at supersonic speed and save it. Like a blue meteorite, the young man headed towards the Earth, determined to play his part. Hyun-tae, as we remember, decided that he lived precisely for this moment and also tried his best. The young man already had a sphere shining in each hand and was preparing to launch the space-time continuum. All that was left was to pour enough energy into the spheres, and this was what turned out to be the hardest thing for the guy. He almost died. The hero was supported by Raven and Neiman, who, together with the gift, were now invisibly present next to him. Finally, the target was found and the time reversal occurred. All that remained was to activate the sphere properly. Hyun-tae succeeded. The destroyed cars and buildings, the dead people, everything gradually began to recover. The process looked very creepy, as if someone was rewinding a video recording backwards by pressing fast forward. Finally, the entire planet in general and Seoul in particular regained their normal appearance. It was something incredible. People also returned. Armand and Lee Min-na couldn't believe that they were alive again. They realized that someone had used Raven's gift. Ha-yurak also understood this and hastened to join her comrades to discuss further actions together. Hyun-tae hovered at about the same level as her and finished the process. Raven whispered something to him like, "Keep it up." When everything was done, the young man looked at his hands, with the help of which he had managed to accomplish something incredible. Suddenly, his body was attacked, black and red sickles of energy causing a lot of damage. The guy fell to the ground. Armand rushed towards him screaming, but it was too late. The damage was very great. Hyun-tae lay unconscious in the hunter's arms, who tried to console him by telling him that he had surpassed Raven in skill. Then, right above them, an ominous laugh was heard. Lee Min-na, Jill, and Armand looked up. What they saw was not pleasing. The queen declared in a pompous voice that it was simply a miracle that such talent had appeared among the midges, and the hunters felt uneasy. The dragon added that the hero had to work hard to create a time loop, but here's the problem. It would take him less than a second to wipe them off the face of the Earth again. He began to gather energy, using the Earth's core as a source of resource, his hair rising up from the flow of power. Suddenly, everything became quiet, and the devil stopped. He said that this time he decided to kill the hunters one by one to prolong the pleasure. Saying that now each of them would have to experience hellish torment, the dragon began to approach Hyun-tae. He was huge, bigger than the queen, so he simply lifted the boy into the air, holding him in his fist. The young man tried to use Raven's gift again, but when the enemy noticed, he simply grabbed his hands, destroying the magical time spheres. He promised to tear off the limbs and pulled sharply to the sides, after which he joyfully asked the hero how much pain it was. Instead of answering, Hyun-tae asked why his brother hadn't shown up for so long. Dragon turned around, and Hyun-soo was behind him. The young man thought that he was very glad to see his brother, but the joy of the meeting was a little overshadowed by the presence of the devil. He unclenched his hands and released our hero's younger brother, who fell to the ground. Only later it became clear that the dragon did this to attack Hyun-soo. The hunters rushed forward shouting that they would take care of the boy, and that the hero should pay a little attention to their main problem. Ha-yurak asked in a somewhat dissatisfied tone where the guy had been all this time. It was clear that she was worried. Hyun-soo apologized and explained that he needed to become stronger. He was training with a new comrade, the third singularity. Lee Min-na, who had just come over and hadn't heard the beginning, asked again if the hero had really found the third singularity. Armand suggested leaving the conversation for later and first dealing with whoever was watching them from behind. The young man replied that he understood and rushed forward, saying that as soon as he killed this bastard, he would tell him everything in more detail. Meanwhile, the queen fought furiously with the one who used to be Isaac. The forces were approximately equal. The woman surpassed her opponent in size, and the demon surpassed her in speed, and they had been fighting for quite a long time. Suddenly, the queen grew even larger and said that Isaac's attacks were now useless. The Lord had given her his power. Saying that she would now quickly and radically close this issue, the woman hit the demon on the head with all her might with her fist. Hyun-soo rose into the air and stood in front of the enemy, declaring to him that the demonic heaven-smashing blows were created just for this occasion. The Dragon of Destruction laughed and suggested that the hero start having fun right now without any long preludes. The young man did not allow himself to be asked twice and began to prepare to use the grain strike tactic. The blow since the last time he used it, the table is about 200 times more powerful, a great chance to test it. The dragon tried to fight off the attack. It was clear that the guy's strength pleasantly surprised him, but certainly did not frighten him. He didn't succeed, and the devil himself flew back, breaking through skyscrapers one after another. The breaking distance turned out to be quite long, about half a block. It seems the hunter's training was not in vain. The dragon stopped and rose above the city again, a round hole gaping in its side from our hero's fist. It would be strange if an opponent as powerful as the devil himself could not heal such a wound on himself. But the very necessity of such a procedure greatly angered the dragon, and he rose higher into the air to find the enemy and take revenge. He hit the spot where Hyun-soo had just been, but the hero dodged. Then the enemy launched an energy projectile at him and missed again. In response, the young man prepared to use a blow from the tree, but his opponent was so angry that he did not even notice it. It was only when our hero began using the mind destruction technique that the dragon realized the need to defend himself and put up a shield. The attack failed, but Hyun-soo had the Heaven's Fall technique in reserve, allowing him to attack in multiple directions at once. The explosions followed one after another, and this time the devil had to take almost all the damage personally. He was so serious that the devil accepted his true nature. The hunters on Earth were puzzled as to how their colleague had managed to become so strong. The young man thought that he still lacked the energy to finally destroy the dragon, and the dragon thought that before him was the strongest opponent he had ever met. He told the guy that his skills were at least at the level of a demon. It was commendable that the hero was able to reach such a level while being an ordinary mortal. The devil swung his fist, as if testing how powerful the blow could be, and then smiled. The smile turned into a sinister laugh, and he announced that it was his turn to attack, and it was clear that this inspired him. Hyun-soo was folded in half by the blow. His whole body was flooded with the blinding fire of the explosion. It seemed that there was simply no chance of surviving something like that. The young man began to fall rapidly downwards. Somewhere there, a school and even a stadium could be seen. The devil decided that during the fall he would have time to attack the boy a couple more times, so that he would be guaranteed to emerge victorious from this attack. Hyun-soo was flying down, and the enemy was diving after him, which made the hero feel a little uneasy. The first time the dragon struck with his fist, putting maximum energy into the attack. His eyes lit up with a dangerous fire of excitement. Our hero fell to the ground, traditionally breaking through the asphalt and destroying a small building. When he fell, he hit several skyscrapers, and now they didn't collapse only because they were leaning on each other. The devil struck again, right where the hero had fallen, to put a bold end to the whole battle. To his surprise, there was no one under the fist. The dragon of destruction was unable to destroy the person, and now looked around with a stupid look. A voice from behind said that this technique was invented specifically for such situations, and it was called the Heavenly Demon Walk. And then the appearance of the Heavenly Demon, our hero added and prepared to kick the enemy. The blow was not too strong, but the dragon rose and assumed a fighting stance. It looked like it would now come down to hand-to-hand combat. Suddenly the devil relaxed his muscles a little and laughed. He said that he wanted to give the man a chance to stay alive. Looking straight into Hyun-soo's eyes, the dragon of destruction offered him to come over to his side. It was a pity to kill such a force. He recognized him as a worthy subject. The young man responded with laughter, and he laughed so loudly and heartily that he didn't even want to stop. After laughing, the guy looked at the devil as if he were a complete idiot and sent him away. Such a proposal was simply ridiculous, coming from the mouth of a worthless person. This predictably enraged the Dragon of Destruction, and he said that in such a case he would try to make sure that the enemy died as quickly as possible. The fist, enveloped in flames, was ready to attack. The devil again increased in size and approached the guy closer and closer. The very first blow could have killed our hero, but somehow he miraculously remained alive, even though he flew on another flight against his will. The dragon caught up with him in midair and struck him again. Now the vector of Hyun-Soo's body movement changed slightly. He remembered about the circulation of chi energy and somehow managed to start it, otherwise he would have surely died. The Dragon of Destruction rejoiced and solemnly announced to those present that the show was just beginning. After that, he rushed into a new attack, announcing that now the vile little man was guaranteed not to live. The devil's elbow caught the guy almost at the very ground, which further accelerated his already rapid fall. Then a kick followed, and Hyun-Soo broke through several windows of the skyscraper. The force of the blow made the building shake, and the rest of the glass fell. Our hero lost consciousness and was now flying down again, this time surrounded by countless fragments. His opponent was not going to stop there. He became even more excited and prepared his fist again. The last blow was very strong, and the young man, raising his hands for the last time, fell down powerlessly. The devil looked at him and said that the man would greatly regret rejecting his offer. Now his fate was sealed. There was no point in struggling. To his great surprise, our hero rose to his feet and assumed a fighting stance, preparing to attack. He was strong not only in body but also in spirit. Saying that fate had already chosen him as the winner, the dragon soared into the air and rushed to attack from above. He had prepared several projectiles with enough power to blow away half the city, but now they were flying straight at Hyun-Soo's head. An explosion thundered and columns of flame reached 30 floors, leaving virtually no windows in nearby skyscrapers. The hunters from the New World watched what was happening. It was an incredible battle, and they understood that they had absolutely nothing to do in it. Armand looked thoughtfully in the direction where Hyun-Soo had fallen and asked if there was any way they could help him. Anderson replied that they could transfer their energy to Hyun-Tai so that he could recover and use the gift again. The hunters got down to business. The idea was good, but it was still unclear whether it would be possible to implement it. Suddenly, a rather impressive spaceship hovered in the sky above the area where the battle was taking place. Limina and Armand stopped working with energy and looked up in amazement. This was something extraordinary. The queen also stopped beating the one who had recently been Isaac and looked at the flying object. Someone was coming out of it. Well, after leaving, he quickly rushed down on the enemies. It was the fox, Iris, who was going to intervene in the duel. She screamed that no one dared touch her Hyun-Soo and pushed off from the side to get down as quickly as possible. The girl enveloped her clawed paw in a huge amount of energy and made her first strike. He was supposed to tear the dragon to shreds. Several streams of light from the claws flashed past the enemy. The lacerated cut wounds must have divided his body into several fairly large fragments. The impact was simply incredible. And yet, the devil recovered faster than the fox fell to the ground. All the damage instantly healed. The girl jumped up again to assess the attack and realized with horror that there was not a single scratch on the enemy. Just then, he counterattacked, and Iris was thrown back so far that it was hard to even see if she was okay. But this was not necessary. The queen was already rushing towards her, and she did not like the fact that someone was distracting her master from his main task. The fox saw a threat in her rival and prepared to repel the attack, her face distorted with anger and resentment. The girl repeated the same technique she had used on the devil, hoping that the effect would be better on his servant. The queen managed to dodge, but lost most of her hair. It was offensive. Changing her hairstyle was not in the plans. The counterattack was very powerful and sudden, and the fox only miraculously escaped from under the enemy's claws. but the queen's next blow still reached its target, and the girl, engulfed in flames, began to fall down. She reached the ground, having managed to group herself, but still did not manage to rise to her feet in time. This was a mistake. Hyun-soo was also trying to get up at this time to continue the fight. He told his opponent that he recognized his strength. Yes, he was stronger than any other devil the hero had ever encountered in the universe, but they all fell under the blow of his demonic fists. The young man used the heavenly demon appearance technique and headed straight towards his enemy. He was amazed that there could be so much strength and energy in the body of an ordinary person. It seemed like it would never end. Our hero looked the devil straight in the eye and advised him to concentrate, because everything would happen very quickly. A moment later, Hyun-soo pushed off the ground and soared into the air, preparing to use Grain Strike, and he did so with lightning speed. The fist was already approaching the opponent's face, but he began to say something about how this trick wouldn't work a second time. He was already familiar with this technique. The dragon dodged, and an explosion occurred behind him. The villain was very pleased that he did not fall for the trick. The guy calmly said that it was a trap, but he would now demonstrate what exactly it was intended for. It was a combination blow from the tree and one of the mystical techniques. So much power was put into it that the devil could not withstand it. He fell to the ground, and our hero followed him to bring the attack to its logical conclusion. It was necessary to use acceleration to make it in time before the dragon came to his senses and took action. The young man began to gather energy into the edge of his palm, saying that he had inherited this power from many generations of heavenly demons. Before he struck, he added that 35 of his predecessors had worked hard to ensure that he could destroy this enemy. With a cry that it was the end, Hyun-soo rushed straight down onto his opponent, who was lying with his arms outstretched. The devil did not move and looked at him with wide eyes, as if inviting him to finish what he had started. But then, something went wrong. The queen, who was busy with what was previously Isaac, noticed what was happening and jumped up. Drops of black blood splashed onto the Annihilation Dragon's face, his eyes bulging out of their sockets and frozen in mute surprise. Our hero was also surprised and just as covered in black blood. For some reason there was no expression of victory on his face. Instead of killing the devil, Hyun-soo's crushing blow destroyed the queen who was shielding her master. She fell to the ground and was killed by the explosion, or at least the damage was so severe that it left her unable to move. The dragon took advantage of the confusion to rise to his feet. He grabbed the hunter by the scruff of the neck and lifted him into the air to make it easier to strike. The enemy's fist flew at our hero with such force that it threw him back several dozen meters, depriving him of the opportunity to immediately attack. Watching Hyun-soo break through one building after another, Dragon declared that the enemy had missed his opportunity. The explosion where the young man stopped falling was so powerful that his enemy knew there would be no attack for the next few minutes. He went to the queen's corpse and said that she had been a good child and had served him well, just like the king. Now it was time to sacrifice herself again, becoming a source of nourishment for the master, just like her colleague had done, and now they would be inseparable. Having swallowed the queen, the devil licked his lips. He had shrunk a little in size, but now looked cheerful and full of strength. With a loud laugh, the devil rose above the ground in a victorious pose, now confident that he would achieve his goal. He went down without seeing his opponent. Hyun-soo appeared a minute later. He confidently walked forward, saying that it was an extremely disgusting sight. The hero said that the devil really was the spawn of hell. Let him remind him what his name was. Instead of answering, the enemy beckoned the guy to him with his hand. The young man rushed to attack. He was very fast, but the one to whom the blow was intended behaved too calmly. The hero realized that there was a catch, but he could not figure out what exactly his enemy had planned, and it was too late to stop. The hero struck with all his might, but his fist missed the target. The dragon of destruction moved to the side literally at the last moment. The hero launched falling skies at him, but not a single explosion caused damage to the enemy, who only smiled that the man was too slow and weak. The counter blow came instantly, and our hero was unable to dodge it. He was thrown back. An energy projectile flew after him, and the guy thought that his opponent had become many times faster and stronger. When the blow reached Hyun-soo, it almost made a hole in him. Fortunately, the circulation of energy helped the hero not to die instantly. Despite the fact that he remained alive, the guy was guaranteed not to be able to fight for some time. He fell to the ground, trying to maintain consciousness. The dragon descended, intending to kill the young man with his own hands, and to do this, he had to come closer. Hyun-soo fell, causing a burst of flames just like the previous times, breaking through the asphalt and scattering rocks as he fell. Iris saw this epic flight and screamed that she would not allow anyone to do this to her. Hyun-soo, the fox, was determined. She, without thinking, rushed into the attack on the dragon to give the guy time to recover while he was busy fighting her. The fox jumped up and prepared to hit the enemy with a blast of energy to stun and stop him. The attack in the form of a glowing ring surprised the devil. He thought it looked like cheating, but it did not pose much of a threat to him. The dragon parried the projectile with his hand and shouted that it was too rough and too weak, senseless, in a word. Iris replied that she would use any methods to achieve her goal. Let him accept it. The enemy did not waste time on conversations. He counterattacked so quickly that the fox only managed to soften the blow a little with her tails. It was thrown far back, and there was one building less again. Well, at least part of it. It looks like the area will soon disappear altogether. While the fox was trying to get out of the crater in the wall of the skyscraper that appeared as a result of her fall, the enemy enjoyed his power. Iris managed to get out and get down to Earth, but the most important thing is that she managed to start the process of transformation. The girl's eyes sparkled, and she assumed her strongest, nine-tailed form, healing all the damage at once. The heroine was ready for battle. She was confident that she would easily defeat the Dragon of Destruction in this form. Having announced that there would be no jokes from now on, the fox rose into the air to assess the situation. The opponent was ready for the fight, smiling and noting that things should now become a little more fun. Hyun-soo had already recovered and asked his friend to give him the opportunity to kill this bastard with his own hands. Iris suggested doing it together, and the two of them launched a lightning-fast combination attack on the enemy. The dragon laughed that they had apparently lost their minds, but the fox had already spread a net of energy flows directly over the devil's head. His face became somewhat alarmed as he realized that the attack had taken effect and the damage had been quite severe. But the devil would not be the devil if he did not immediately recover. Nevertheless, this distracted him, and our hero managed to make his strike. The bastard just laughed and said that the little man he had come across today was cunning and quite funny. And if so, then he will not hold back and will also take on his true form. The transformation began. Everything around glowed red. The guy didn't wait to be destroyed with one blow. He created a super powerful energy bomb into which he put a huge charge. He launched it at the enemy and rushed after it at great speed to enhance the effect of the attack with his fists. The throw was incredibly powerful. Such a combined technique should have given an excellent result. Everything would have been fine if the dragon had not managed to disappear from the place where the attack was directed, and the projectile also disappeared, as if it had never been there. Appearing like a ghost behind Hyun-soo, the devil swung his arm to strike back at the hero. He turned out to be so strong that the boy arched his back in pain, but the fox was already rushing to his aid. She grabbed the hero under the arms, preventing him from falling to the ground and breaking, since the hero lost consciousness. Screaming that they had gotten him, the dragon cast some incredibly powerful spell. Everything turned red. The fiery strike was approaching Hyun-soo and Iris, who were simply standing there meekly and waiting for what would happen. There was simply no chance to escape. Suddenly, the red glow changed to blue. It seemed as if some additional side had intervened in the battle. The young man and the fox survived. Some benefactor deployed a protective dome over them, and it was so powerful that it completely neutralized the blow. It was Kevin, who was now incredibly happy that he had arrived just in time, very just in time. He laughingly shouted that the main character always arrives at the last moment, and Hyun-soo smilingly called him a pretentious idiot. Moreover, Kevin did not arrive alone. Near the portal to Earth stood the one who was destined to end this battle. A moment later, he stepped into it and appeared on the other side. As we had already guessed, it was none other than the heavenly demon. The young man's face was so surprised that he couldn't even show how happy he was that the teacher had appeared. He came out saying that he even missed this monstrously dirty air a little. That's why Caven stayed. He was looking for the old man. Hyun-soo called out to the teacher several times, but he still couldn't believe that this wasn't an optical illusion, a mirage or a dream. The master looked at his student with a calm and kind gaze, after which he thoughtfully said that he had become stronger. The hero rushed towards the teacher, but the dragon of destruction suddenly appeared between them, blocking the way. The heavenly demon asked how he dared to interrupt the reunion between the teacher and his disciple. The devil looked at him with malice and slight fear, asking if he really had taught that idiot. He swung his fist, enveloping it in force, and declared that in that case he wanted to get rid of the old man as soon as possible. The sky demon was not one to let himself be hit, and the dragon soon found that out. But the patriarch's response was not long in coming, and was much more effective and clever. The devil grew in size and tried to absorb the energy attack, but the type of energy turned out to be incompatible with his essence. Everything around flashed with a clear blue light. This was the heavenly demon beginning to demonstrate his greatness and power. The devil was still holding on, but was quite scared. Hyun-soo thought that the mentor had become even stronger, probably because he had regained his body. After the attack, the master said that he used a technique that he had invented specifically for such cases. Since the enemy survived, it was not for nothing that he was called a monster. The devil grew in size many times, turning into a huge black shadow with glowing eyes. He screamed that now no one could stop him. Just at that moment, Hyun-soo's blow flew at him. The guy thought that it would be especially fun to beat up the enemy with 4 hands. The fist, like last time, left a round hole in the enemy's body. The teacher appreciated the technique of performing the move. Iris also did not want to stand aside and waved her clawed hand, sending several powerful streams of force at the dragon. And that was not all. Black and red spirals began to spin around the dragon of destruction. We already know whose energy trace looked like this. Almost instantly, the devil was cut apart by flashes of blows from the new enemy. It would be strange to expect that someone who was recently Isaac would not want to join in the general fun. The devil somehow managed to recover, but fell into a frenzy, his eyes blazing with fire, and curses poured out in a continuous stream, although a smile was frozen on his face. Kevin realized that it was time to carry out their original plan and turned to Hyun-tae for help. Meanwhile, the dragon was gathering all available energy around itself in order to cleanse the planet a second time with a new explosion. This meant only one thing, that he needed to be moved from Earth to some other place as soon as possible. The huge portal covered several continents at once. The dragon grew to colossal sizes, so the explosion had to be of incredible proportions. The globe fell apart into pieces, and the devil watched with satisfaction as they flew through space. Suddenly he heard voices behind him. One was asking if everything was okay. The second answered that he had started the circulation of energy, so yes. Hyun-tae and Kiwon were on another planet altogether. The boy was at a loss, and the magician gave Hyun-soo a telepathic message that everything was going according to plan. Then the heavenly demon and his disciple shook hands and rushed to attack the enemy in order to once and for all protect humanity from this threat. The two of them used a specially prepared Heaven's Blast, and the effect of the attack was exactly as expected. With a cry that this simply could not be, the devil began to crumble before our eyes, the wind picking up the ashes into which he was turning. But this was not the end. Until his essence was completely erased, there was no time to relax. The heavenly demon and his disciple prepared to attack once again. Like 2 blue comets, they headed towards the target, which continued to spew curses and threats. The dragon of destruction's head flew off its shoulders, its eyes glowed for a second, and then went out forever. The master solemnly said that it was all over, after which he praised Hyun-soo's heavenly body technique. Together they watched as the globe began to come together from the rubble, meaning that Kivan and Hyun-tae had succeeded too. They returned to Seoul as soon as possible and informed the New World hunters that they were alive thanks to their combined efforts. Jill and Takeshi were ready to kiss the boy, who apologized for not having enough strength to move time a little further to avoid destruction. Hayurak and Chinran were in no hurry to rejoice, noting that if the devil was not killed, then there was not much point in this. A familiar voice said that they didn't have to worry about that, and the girls looked back and saw Hyun-soo. He explained that the Dragon of Destruction was dead and would never recover, and he and his teacher had done everything to make it happen. Lee Min-na jumped up with joy and shouted, "Hooray!" Armand just started applauding the heroes. Everyone expressed their joy in their own way, but Ha-yurak, in a fit of emotion, could think of nothing better than to throw herself on Hyun-soo's neck. She hugged the hero with such tenderness that some thought that the relationship between the boss and subordinate would soon reach a new level. The planet continued to live its life. 6 months had passed since the events, and during this time Seoul had recovered. New portals had not appeared even once. The news reported that the hunters of the New World are preparing for an important event, the wedding of the hero Hyun-soo's brother. Everyone without exception gathered for the event, so the episode did not go unnoticed by the press. Lordeman happily congratulated Hyun-tae. Finally, the guy and his bride, Yun, began to dance in a wedding dance. It was very tender and beautiful. After the event, Hyun-soo went to the apartment where Ki-won had prepared a gift for him. The black portal had now been remodeled and adapted for public use. At parting, the magician thanked our hero and urged him not to waste time and to use the gift for his own pleasure. Stepping through the gate, Hyun-soo said that he would return, after which he looked at Murim with a pure heart. The heavenly demon was meditating by the waterfall, and it seemed as if nothing in the world could disturb his peace. But when he saw a student appear from the portal, he soared towards him, as if he had been just waiting for the moment. The boy's bare feet were already racing towards the master. He couldn't help but start jumping. Instead of greeting, the teacher and Hyun-soo started fighting, although without any malice. This was how they expressed their joy at meeting. Having received a huge bump on his forehead, the young man shouted that he was not the same as before, and therefore offered to fight at full strength. Soon flashes of blows and screams finally disturbed the entire peacefulness of the landscape of this plan. After the battle, the hero lay down on the grass. He seemed somehow small and helpless. The heavenly demon, on the contrary, increased in size. He said that there was no point in lying around. Together they went to the monastery, where the mentor promised a meeting with famous masters, noting that his student, in truth, was already stronger than them all.